Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, we start the show today on a sad note. The professor of former CS for education, Professor Magoha, is dead, having developed heart complications, was rushed at Nairobi Hospital and is pronounced dead. Well, the professor has done well in view of what we have gotten as last exams results with the sergeant of the extraordinary A's that we did not see during his tenure. Well, uh, we pray that his soul rest in peace and comfort to the family and to the entire nation for losing an entire library by his passing on. Well, this is also in view of his brother had passed away and his body had been brought back, set for burial on 28th of January. When it happens that they followed each other. Very sad moment for the family now for losing two strong family pillars at the same time. So let's send our tribute to Professor Magoha even as we start out the show. And of course, we are in the aftermath of the Kamukunji declarations by Raila Amolo Odinga, rejection of the 2022 election results, and the withdrawal of the recognition of William Ruto as President of the Republic of Kenya, and the damning of the Kenya Kwanza government illegitimate. What have you heard? What is Kenyans talking about? And how is this building up? We'll later on be joined by Gaucho, who is going to help us look into yesterday's events. And of course, there is preparation for Jacaranda. And so let's be on the lookout even as we start out the conversation. Thank you so much for always choosing to follow us on Mtembe TV and be part and parcel of the biggest debate in the universe right here on this particular channel. Once again, we are on Mtembe official page, Facebook, and Mtembe YouTube channel, and of course on Sound Candid Talk channel on YouTube. And we are still urging you, if you have not yet subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, please do so. You're missing a lot by failing to subscribe. Thank you so much. God bless you wherever you are. Karibu kwa show, tuanze kuongea kwa kina masuala haya tukiomba na kutuma rambirambi zetu kwa familia ya Dr. Magoha ambaye ameaga hii leo. Asante sana, tuendelee kwa pamoja. The professor did well carrying on the good work by Matiang'i and in streamlining the education sector and making sense of our education. We can't forget his great, immense contribution, especially when we had the COVID-19 issues. He was on the forefront in securing our children in school and ensuring that education takes place and facing off that season that was affected by COVID-19. He's a professor indeed, and we will all miss him. His contribution is erasable in the memory of great Kenyans that wish well. Well, thank you everybody. Tuendelee kukaribishana tunapoanza show, kila mmoja makinika, karibisha wawili watatu ili wote tukamakinike kwa pamoja tunapojifunza, tunapoelewana na tunapo hata kutoelewana. Ni muhimu, lazima kila mtu awe na uamuzi wake. Kwa hivyo asante sana. Destiny Desire, I say hello strong team Azimio. Much love. Finally, we are happy waiting for Sunday rally. Thank you so much. Of course, kuna SGG, Destiny Relo Azmio Blood. Yes, on Sunday, I'm waiting too. God be with us. Thank you. Well, karibu sana. Of course, Chaka Mdune, karibu sana. My condolences to the family of the late former Education CS Magoha. May God grant you with the strength and the solace in the, may his soul rest in peace. Asante sana. Trufosa Lai, hello to you. Thank you so much. My sincere condolences to the family and the Kenya as a whole in the rest in power, patriot. You are our hero. Thank you so much, CSG. SGG. Thank you so much. Of course, Trofosan Lai anasema a very sad day for the Magohas and Kenya, a man who stood for education. Losing two people at a go in a month is hard for my heart. So my heartfelt condolences. Thank you so much everybody. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo tukituma tribute zetu kwa familia ya profesa, alafu tukiendelea na mjadala wetu. Elizabeth Anyango anasema rest in peace to Professor Magoha. He was a hard working man, strong, and let his soul rest in peace. Poleni familia ya Magoha. Huyo ni mzee wetu Michael Ngige. Thank you so much. Eufin, hello to you. Thank you so much. Due diligence, hi to you. Thank you so much. Lums Chandai, karibu kwa show. Nani yu mwingine? Kuna Eufin, kuna nani? Joy Obesa. You're welcome. Brian Richard, we are early tonight. Karibu, thank you so much. Hey, Jackson, Perimo. Was related with the death of Professor Magoha and Raila Odinga Kamukunji at a question to you, Mtembe. I don't understand you. Are we going to write English and read for you, then break it down? We as Dr. Magoha, wherever professor died today, we are saving our tribute. It's our whatever patriotic responsibility, and I don't know how that affects you. And of course, we are here to discuss the aftermath of the Kamukunji declarations. If that doesn't help you, find help elsewhere. You don't have to be on Mtembei TV. Kevin Oduor, karibu sana. Nashukuru kwa kila moja. Westcon, praise the Lord. Condolences to the family. It's painful losing two brothers at a go. Thank you so much. God bless you everyone. Haya, tuendelee pamoja. Nashukuru wadau washafika. Basi mjadala ndio huo umeanza, na kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, please make sure you do so. I'll be sharing the link shortly. We salute everybody for making it to Mtembei TV and keeping up with this open forum political discussion show. Please make sure that you play your role, I play my role, and we make Kenya better. The people of the status quo must understand that Kenya for all Kenyans is the only Kenya that makes sense. Kenya for the few has failed us big time, and we are time no longer in putting up with the Kenya for the few. We want Kenya for all Kenyans. Thank you so much. Tuanze hapo. Bwana Omar, vipi lakini?
Bwana Bernard.
Yes, happy new year.
Long time.
Long time no see. Yaani ni tarumbeta ya Kamukunji ndio inafukua wewe.
Naona inanifufua. Nilikuwa nimezikwa, sasa nimefufuka.
Tunashukuru kwa ufufuo.
Tangu siku ile tulionyeshwa kivumbi, tukakuwa wagonjwa. Hatukurudi tena. Uko waendeleaje?
Mzima, tashukuru. Safari imeanza upya tena. Kanan ndio hiyo inabisha, lakini itakuja kwa fujo.
Na nikuulize Bernard.
Yes.
already amechukua power sasa. Mnamjua tulikuwa hatutaki huyu jamaa dikteta, yani huu ni copy ya Moi regime. Huyu si yuko kama Museveni, hakuna mtu atamtoa.
Kilicho na mwanzo kina mwisho. Hata Museveni anang'atuka.
Naona sasa mzee ameshasema atambui government yake na hakuna kulipa tax. Hii si ni kumaliza kabisa uchumi.
Kama mbaya ni mbaya. Sasa sitavumiliaje? Kila mwaka tunafanya kazi yetu vizuri, tunaenda tunawarai Wakenya wanatupigia kura, alafu mtu anabadilisha. Itakuwa hivi mpaka lini? So ikifika hapo, wacha tususpend kila kitu, kieleweke kwanza, alafu tutarekebisha hayo mengine.
Kwa sababu Bernard pale imefikia, hata sisi pia wafuasi tunachoka. Huyu mzee Raila Odinga tumempigania long time na kila mwaka anaibiwa. Sasa ni mara 4. Unajua pia hata wafuasi akikaa hivi sijui ile kitu tumefurahi, tumemsikia amesema Raudi hakuna handshake. Hiyo tumefurahi kwa sababu tungeshangaa sana ni vipi unashikamana na handshake na mtu mkora. Hiyo hapo ndio tumefurahi sana.
Hiyo ni kweli. Hakuna handshake na hakuna serikali ya national unity. Kama inashindikana, tutakuwa na serikali ya mpito ambayo itakuwa miezi kadhaa, tufanye uchaguzi upya. La sivyo mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi, wezi wa mbuzi wafungwe.
Na kusema ukweli, mimi nimeona America Bernard ni hypocrite. America na UK ni ma hypocrite hao watu. Sasa wanaanza kujipendekeza au ni wazuri, na hao ndio walimpongeza mara ya kwanza.
No, unajua walifikiria watatumia vitisho baba apoe. So wametuma huko wanaitwa ni wajumbe wengi, wakamrai baba, kumba anasikiliza vile tunaongea hapa, anaelewa hii mambo. Hata akienda ashake hand ashike mkono na nani, hakuna mwananchi ako tayari kusikiliza hiyo. So lazima kieleweke.
Tumefanya vizuri. I think hii Bernard tunashukuru huyu mzee amekuwa strong zaidi, kwa sababu kulingana na election, tuseme saa hii Bernard huyu jamaa aitishe election, hata Rift Valley yenyewe, party ya Rift Valley haitamchagua. Watu wamechoka saa hii Bernard. Hata wale wafuasi wake wamechoka, hawatampigia. Watu wamechoka, yani hakuna pale watampatia kura.
Makosa yake alionyesha makucha mapema. Hata ingia kwa ofisi akakaa vizuri, ashaanza kuonyesha watu madharau.
Kweli ile maombi ya Uhuru Kenyatta alisema tupatie mwezi kadhaa. Unaona Uhuru pali yuko anacheka tu. Anasema watu watalemewa na watasarenda, na hii ndio inakuja sasa. Na umesikia mzee anasema not yet. Na tunaomba washikamane hivyo, isikue wengine ni watermelon. Tumeamua kushikamana, wengine wanaanza kwenda kinyume na mzee. Tunaomba tukue united. Na sidhani kama wengine watakuwa mahypocrite. Na wale wabunge wanaenda wabunge wale matumbo crab, tunaita matumbo crab, wale wanaenda kwake, waende. Naona wabunge wa Jubilee wote wameenda, waende, lakini wataonana na wananchi. Si hatuna wasiwasi, tutabaki na ma leaders wale wako Azimio peke yake. Mtu yote anataka kwenda aende akule kwake, huko ni njaa. I think naelewa ni njaa.
Okay, sawa, asante sana kwa utangulizi. Unless kuna point nyingine alafu tuende kwa next person.
ile naomba Bernard tukuwe na msimamo hivyo, kwa sababu imekuwa ni mazoeo. Sahii ni mara 4 huyu mzee kuibiwa, na raundi hii ameibiwa kura nyingi Bernard, milioni 2. Hey, ingekuwa Ruto angevumilia kweli? Angevumilia. Kwa hiyo Bernard, ndo hiyo, sina mengi ya kusema, lakini tunaomba Azimio wakuwe hivyo hivyo, wakaze mkamba hivyo hivyo.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Bwana Omar, tunashukuru. Kamba itakazwa hivyo hivyo, alafu katika hii struggle sio kila mtu awe akuwe. Of course lazima tutarajie kuna wale ambao watarudi nyuma. Wana wa Israeli walianza safari wote, lakini kufika njiani wengine wanasema sisi tunarudi. So lazima tuwe tumejitolea kikamilifu. Wale watakaorudi nyuma warudi nyuma, lakini sisi tuendelee mbele mpaka tufikie yale malengo ambayo tumejiwekea kama wananchi na kama nchi. Cha muhimu, kwa sababu hii serikali vile inakaa iko na inafanya nini, inachechemea itajitolea kununua watu kadhaa, so isikuwe ati ni kitu kinastua wakati watu kadhaa wananunuliwa. It is part and parcel of the whole thing. Jubilee kwenda UDA, Jubilee haijaenda UDA. Kioni aliongea jana akasema Jubilee itafanya kazi na UDA. So wale wabunge ni desperation tu. Alafu so unajua pia UDA ni camouflage. I mean UDA inaonyesha kwamba iko na watu na haina. Okay? So kwa nini wanakimbilia watu wa Jubilee? Kwa sababu watu wa Jubilee wako strong kwa ground kuliko hao wajumbe wao wa UDA. Na wakati kunaanza kutingisika si wananchi watafuata the most popular. Na sasa hii wamesemekana wanataka forensic audit ya kila kiti kutoka kwa MCA mpaka kwa president. So kuna watu ambao waliangushwa huko mlimani ambao wanaweza kupata viti zao. So sasa hii ni mtetemeko mkali. All the same, thank you everybody. Please, let's keep inviting each other. This is Open Forum Mtembei TV, and we want you to subscribe to a Sound Candid Talk, our other channel. We want that channel to get to at least 1,000 subscribers by end of this show. Jana tulikwamia 652. So tuendelee hivyo hivyo mpaka tufikishe ile namba tunapaswa kufikiria. Okay, Bwana Kevin, vipi lakini?
Niko poa Bernard. Unanisikia?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Okay, kwanza nashukuru sana, naona Omar, Wagira, Cynthia na Chaka washaingia. So kitu ya kwanza acha nipeane rambirambi zangu, pole zangu kwa familia ya CS mwenda zake George Magoha. Mungu awafariji kwa wakati huu mgumu na azidi kuwalinda. Kenye nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kuhusu ile inaitwaje ile how do we call it, hiyo cross examination ya the chairperson na CEO wa IEBC. Nilikuwa nimeisikiliza kwa makini, but then there is no difference. Whatever happened with the two yesterday ndio hata nimeona leo, na ukweli ni kwamba hii kesi watu walishaiamulia kitambo. Juu hata huyu jamaa anajita Mchelule, huyu chairman wa hii panel ni kama yeye mwenyewe ashaamua kesi itaenda aje. Juu hata ukiangalia venye alikuwa anaongea is much on one side. Hadi pale nimesikia Dunston alikuwa anataka alikuwa amekuja kuwakilisha Azimio. Sasa badala apewe chance pia alitolewa kwa floor. But tunasema hayo yote ni mapito na yatakuja kupass. Then there is one forum yenye nilikuwa nime attend leo. I was invited and niliona watu walikuwa wanaongelelea safari ya baba kuelekea mlimani, because baba alisema akiwa pale Kamkunji kwamba for the first time in history our friends, brothers and sisters from the mountain walijitokeza kwa wengi wakampigia kura, na ingawaje sasa watu walikuja wakamuibia. So baba alisema kwamba safari yake itaelekea wapi? Mlimani. And in fact ako ka statement is causing a lot of jitters and even panicking kwa the likes of Rigathi. And they are organizing a few things here and there kuhakikisha kwamba wameharibia baba. So that one alone can tell you kwamba Rigathi when he's speaking is like anajaribu tu kuongea ili ile makasiriko na watu venye nilisema jana, watu waone kwamba Rigathi is still strong, the Kenya Kwanza government is strong, but ukweli ni these people they are dying from inside. Hawana otherwise. Ni venye tu sasa wewe ukiwa kiongozi wa boma alafu uvamiwe labda na wezi ukajificha kwamba unasema acha bibi apigane na hao watu, utajitokeza hata kama ni mwoga kiasi gani. So these people they are hiding behind the legs of behind a few people from the mountain wenye wanajifanya kwamba wanataka kumdunisha Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but it is true kwamba watu wote wanajua what Raila Odinga is capable of doing. Now I'm very sure baba will start his journey to the mountain. Hakuna mwenye atamsimamisha na kila kitu itaenda jinsi ambavyo amepanga. Asante Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Kevin, tunashukuru kwa huo utangulizi na tunaamini kwamba mambo yatakwenda kulingana na mipango, na tunaamini kwamba kuna kusudi la Mungu kwa haya yote. Kwa hivyo hii nchi lazima ipone, na kwa hii nchi kupona, kusimamia ukweli ni muhimu. I want to appreciate as many as are joining into the discourse. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Don't watch alone. Make sure you're sharing that link in your WhatsApp group, in your Facebook groups, and let everybody around you know that we are live now and ready to discuss Kenya and its politics. And of course, as a reminder, we are on Mtembei official page on Facebook. That's where you can get the live broadcast, or Mtembei YouTube channel, and then Sound Candid Talk channel. All of the Sound Candid and Mtembei, both of them are on YouTube channels, and we want to urge you to subscribe. On Sound Candid is the smallest kid in the house, and therefore we need to take good care of the smallest kid. Okay, so subscribe kama uja subscribe, na hakikisha kwamba una follow broadcast either on Sound Candid or on Mtembei TV YouTube channel. We are doing very well. The people are choosing where to listen to the broadcast, and they are getting loud and clear. Tunashukuru kwa wale wote mmeingia studio, tunawasalute kwa sababu of gender. Wanachaga, tutaruka wewe, tumsikilize Sister Cynthia kwanza, alafu tarudi kwako. How are you? Cynthia?
Hi, Mr. Bernard. How is everybody doing? Praise the Lord.
We are great. Welcome.
Jana sasa hiyo dini speaker yako iko inasikika.
Yeah, leo unasikika vizuri, karibu.
I apologize. It was late. I didn't want to scream at the neighbors. Unajua hapa kwa wazungu ukipiga kelele wataita polisi. But anyways, I thank everybody. Kevin, hi. Chaka. Shikamo, brother. Wangira, Mr. Dixon in the house, yeah? Thank you so much. Guys, I'm so sorry. My condolences to CS Magoha. I am so sorry. I am so saddened. I don't even have words to explain what has happened. But it's life. We pray for the family and we stick together as Kenyans. Saizi hakuna siasa when it comes to the grieving, yeah? Otherwise, I'm going to go back to yesterday's story or what I wanted to say yesterday. It was very historic It was very moving. I was in tears. Mimi niko mbali, niko Iceland, kwa baridi. But what can I say? It is what it is. We stick together as Izmir. And then I just wanted to say, we put our prayers together. It's prayers right now. It's like a spiritual warfare. Hata nimeisha story, hata sijui niseme kwa Kijaluo. Yeah. But I'm very spiritual, so we stick to prayers. Another thing I wanted to talk about was we stick to the point. Unajua tukisema story mingi, we go back to what happened, sijui nani aliandikisha nani kazi. I think it's not even fair because you never know who is listening. Yeah, as Azimio family, we are supposed to stick to what is next. How do we move forward? Yeah, we have children. I have children. Sisi tumekaa ng'ambo, tunataka kurudi nyumbani. Yeah, so we stick to the course. So I'm just gonna go to the point. I just want to say also, as a woman, I applaud Martha Karua. She's a very strong woman. And any woman who is listening right now, yeah, we're supposed to give her a lot of support and a lot of strength and everything that we have in the book. Alafu, something that I was going to talk about. I'm very nervous because I've never been on a panel. It's like my first time. So, yeah. Another thing that I was going to talk about was Gashagwa. I'm in Iceland, and I'm in politics in Iceland, yeah? So when I talk about Kenyan politics, and then I want to compare Kenyan politics to the Icelandic politics, it's very embarrassing how this man talks. He has to watch his mouth. Everything that comes out of his mouth, he's like spewing war. Matusi ya kila siku ni ya nini? You understand, Bernard? From a spiritual point, or as a Christian, unajua, how does he speak? Mimi hata nashangaa kila siku. Matusi ya nini kanisa kila siku jamani? Ha? Matusi ni ya nini? Kampeni iliisha jamani. Ha? Mbona kutusi watu? And then Waiguru and all these women in church. What are they talking about? Don't they have integrity? Don't they have class? Yeah, don't you go back to your house and your children or your sisters and your brothers are listening to you abusing your fellow human beings? You know, I'm so mad. I'm so livid. I don't even have words to even explain to my children, how do we behave? Is this the behavior that we are supposed to be showing our children? I've been abroad for 30 good years. Huh? Sasa hii ni nini jameni? Is this how we, is this how we talk about each other as human beings, as adults? Unajua, we're in diaspora. We have so many investors. I'm a farmer. Mimi ni mkulima. Nimekuwa Kenya kwa November. Nimerudi tu juzi. Nimekuja kuuza my ideas. Unajua, I'm a farmer. Can I get sponsors? I have a football team. Sasa utauzaje? Unajua, like how do we get out of the propaganda, the gossip, matusi? How do we get out of this? Unajua, it's appalling. It's disgusting. Unajua, I don't even have words for it. But we have to move out of this. If you're going to be in Azimio, if you're going to build a team, yeah, Baba has to be very, very, very careful who you surround yourself with. You have to be classy. You have to be loyal. You have to show integrity. We have to be mentor. Sababu, we are parents. This is a legacy that we're going to be leaving behind for all our children. And our children, we're going to be having great-grandchildren, yeah? Anyways, that's aside. Another thing, Bernard, I was going to ask you, that is something that is bothering us. We are very few in Iceland as Kenyans. What is next for us as diasporans? Yeah, how are we going to grow? Are we going to have somebody who's going to stand up for us after this, after Baba is sworn in? Because I know he's going to be sworn in. Is there somebody who's going to stand for us as diasporans that, okay, this is the way forward. This is how we are going to be paying our taxes. This is how we're going to be investing. I mean, what's going to go, how are we going to move forward? Because most of us are very scared to come back home. Another thing is we are having so many illegal immigrants in Europe. Yeah, they're depressed. Some are committing suicide. How are we going to move forward? Another thing that I was going to talk about is the GMO. Iceland is one of the most cleanest countries in the world. The GMO, saizi nimesikia sijui unga itarudishwa nyuma, sijui 180, sijui 150. What is behind the reduction of the price? Sababu, you have to ask yourself, anything that is cheap in life, you have to ask, is it dangerous? Is it safe? Is it safe for our children for consumption? I'm a farmer and I live a very healthy lifestyle. So this is something also we have to teach our fellow Kenyans. I know kama kuna unga cheap, everybody is going to be running to buy it. So can we advise our people to go and run and buy the unga? Yeah. I mean, what's the way forward? I don't have so much to say. I'm very nervous. I'm also sad because of CS Magoha, but I'm just going to leave you guys with that. Thank you so much for your time. And guys, we have to keep straight to the point. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Yeah? Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you,
Clap.
Cynthia. You did very well. You did very well. You have no business being nervous.
And if I went around the corner,
you're welcome to Tembei TV. Is a big family, and you're most welcome.
I think like 600 people are watching me, so the stage fright is coming. But I think I'll be joining for a few sessions for me to just come back to my comfort zone. Other than that, thank you guys. God bless, and guys, stand up together for CS Magoha's family. We pray for them.
Yeah.
So,
okay, thank you. Let's keep praying and working. Everything will work out. Asante sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Usitazame kipindi peke yako. Hakikisha kwamba umeamsha ile aunti yako, umeamsha ndugu yako, umeamsha ile kazini yako. Tembei TV is the only TV station where you can hook on from anywhere you are in the whole universe. As long as you can connect to the internet, you can get Tembei TV. Hata ukue katika inaitwa nini Kuwait. By the way, we used to have Ancestors was in Kuwait. Ako wapi mnitafutie tafadhali. So wherever you are around the world, you're able to get the broadcast. And please, let's keep going with the subscription to Sound Candid Talk. Tumsikilize ndugu Chaga. Tukisonga hivyo mbio tafadhali. Chaga, mbio.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Bernard kwa hii nafasi ya utangulizi. Vile vile pia ni jambo la msingi kuweza kusalimiana na wenzangu hapa kama vile ndugu yangu Nyabaya, Kelvin, dada yetu hapo Cynthia, my brother Wangira, Jory Dixon, Edgar, na huu bwana anaitwa for dance. Haya. I hope mko poa, siku mmeiona vizuri. Na mimi pia vile vile ni mzima. Nikumshukuru Mungu tu. Ila tu nianze tu kwanza kwa kuweza kuzitoa rambirambi zangu kwa aliyekuwa waziri wetu wa elimu CS Magoha, na ni muombe Mungu waeleze roho yake mahali pema peponi. Vile vile pia ni muombe Mungu awajalie nguvu, watie nguvu familia ya mwenda zake katika kipindi hiki kigumu. Ni mengi tu ambayo ameweza kufanyia katika sekta ya elimu katika awamu zake mbili ambayo ilihitimisha miaka yake 10. Nafikiri ni mengi Kenya tumejifunza kutoka kwa mzee, na ni vitu vingi tu vya kuigwa haswa katika utendaji wa kazi, ikiwemo kujitolea, kujituma, na pia vile vile kujiamini. Kwa ni baadhi ya maneno ambayo niliweza kujifunza kutoka kwa huyu mwenda zake. Nikirudi katika masuala yanayofungamana na kazi na jukumu letu linalotoweka hapa Mtembei la kuweza kuitetea hii nchi tu, yani kuhakikisha kwamba inasimama vyema, maana bila sisi Bernard kwamba hii nchi bila sisi wananchi kuzungumza ukweli na kuweza kufundishana hapa na kuitafuta njia mwafaka, basi tukiweza kuiruhusu itaenda na wale wenye ambao wanajali matumbo yao na kuweza kutuangamiza haswa na kuweza kulipoteza ile taifa la Kenya. Kwa hiyo jambo ambalo mimi leo haswa nilimetia katika akili yangu ni pale yule lawyer anaitwa Korir alipokuwa anamuuliza maswali mazito, maswali yenye msingi kiasi kwamba Chebukati alianza kujiumauma pale, hususan katika swala la form 34C. Hapa palikuwa patamu. I wish katika kama tunavyoendelea tuitafute hiyo clip ndipo tujue ukweli wa maneno, maana hapo nilipogundua kwamba kulikuwa na ubovu na wizi ulikuwepo kweli, licha ya kwamba mimi nilifuatwa na kina Tuju sijui na nani wakati huo saa 9 za usiku, wote ni propaganda. Lakini swali zuri tu lililomshinda peupe ni 34C kwamba hazikuwa hata kwa portal. Kwa ni ishara wazi kwamba Wakenya tumeibiwa ushindi wetu. Sisi tuliamua tukapiga kura tukamchagua tuliyemtaka, but matokeo yake baadaye yakawa ni yale msemo wa Kiluya kwamba vitu vichenja anga, kwa mambo yakabadilika. Hivyo kwangu ni kwamba ndugu zangu, tuweze kushirikiana tu pamoja hapa, tuambizane ukweli. Kama kweli hakika tuna mapenzi na taifa letu na tuna mapenzi ya kwamba tuweze kupumzishwa huu mzigo, basi ni kuhakikisha hapa hatutoki, na imani kwamba baba anatusikiza, na ndiposa jana akaja na misumari mikali iliyowatia watu tumbo joto na kuanza kutia vitisho tu, lakini kwa kweli nguvu hawana, kwa sababu nguvu iko na mwananchi na mwananchi yuko na baba. Kwa hiyo ni utangulizi tu kwamba niachie pale ili kusudi kila mtu apate nafasi, nisije nikachukua muda, angalau nipate kusikiza mawili matatu, then nitaka mada rasmi leo. Kwa hivyo nitakwamia pale tu kama utangulizi wangu, kaka Bernard. Asante sana kwa huo muda.
Asante sana Bwana Chaga kwa kutukumbusha masuala ya Chebukati na form 34C. Ameuliza swali vizuri. Pia wakati Tuju walikuja ilikuwa saa 9 usiku. Kulikuwa na matokeo tayari? Hapana. Na walisema nini? Sema ubadilishe matokeo. Sasa kama hukukuwa na matokeo na hakuna mtu alikuwa na matokeo nani alikuwa, kwa nini walitaka mbadala? Na ulijua nani ameshinda? Hana habari. So hapo kuna kitu hapo. Otherwise tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Usitazame kipindi peke yako na usika tafadhali wakati una kitazama, that is participate, comment, share and like. You just do something, don't watch silently, especially those of you are watching on your gadgets. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Okwara ana point yake kwa hapo kutuambia Chebukati yako sawa, alafu anasema Ruto tena. Sasa si mimi naelewa, sielewi, labda mtanieleza anafukuzwa, anametumwa ama ni amepotea? All the same, let's keep the conversation going. Thank you so much Mr. Wangira. Tukienda hivyo tutakuwa na speed mzuri.
Oh, how are you Bernard?
Great.
How is everybody?
Wako poa.
Bernard, yesterday I sent you a cover of my book in your WhatsApp. I don't know whether you saw it. I wanted you just to alert my colleagues here that my book is almost coming out so that they can start sparing their shillings for me.
So you have now shared before me. So but you send the that I have to convert that to be able to display it. If you can get the either inaitwanga nini 3D, okay, the 3D version ama JPEG. Wewe ulituma PDF kama ya Chebukati, Sasa ikiwa PDF ni ngoma hatuwezi display hapa
Sungeifanya screenshot, unafanya tu screenshot alafu una display.
so we'll do that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bernard, I just want to send my condolences to the family of Professor George Magoha. You know, me and George Magoha were like brothers. Not that we knew one another, but because everybody that I've met has always asked me whether I am related to George Magoha. Do I look like George Magoha really? And I've discovered that there are a number of things that we share with George Magoha, Bernard. Where is Leo disappearing to? He has gone under the chair.
You are confirming. He has gone for the DNA test.
He has gone for the DNA test. Bernard.
DNA results.
Bernard, there are a number of things that we seem to share with George, although I didn't know him. But according to what people tell me, that, one thing that, we looked almost alike. The only difference that was that he puts on specs, which I don't put on. They even say that, we are not very good at laughing, Bernard. And, God never gifted us with the gift of, smiling or laughing, Bernard. And, we are also not very good dancers with George Magoha. And, with George Magoha, we are all married to foreigners and we seem to be fathers to only one child, Bernard. So let me just send my condolence to the family of Professor George Magoha, Bernard. I feel as if I've lost one of my own. And, may God give them the peace that surpasses all human understanding, Bernard. That's all that perhaps I can say about Prof. Bernard. Bernard, after yesterday, after Raila's, bombshell yesterday, UDA seems to have gone under. I've not heard much from them today. The only thing that I've seen, I've seen the MPs in Mombasa leading the boycott of the parliamentary induction course, claiming that they are not going back to the induction court until, they receive the CDF, Bernard. So perhaps that's all that perhaps I'll say about Raila Odinga's meeting yesterday and what was supposed to have been the reaction by UDA. But I want to say something about the tribunal, Bernard. The tribunal, Bernard, where this other guy, how does Raila call him? Chebukati. There's a way Raila calls him, but let us call him officially Chebukati. Chebukati today. That man today appeared before the Justice Muchelule's tribunal, Bernard. And, I just picked, I think I picked only 2 or 3 issues, The issue number 1 was on what you have just raised, where, he claims that there are people who visited him in the wee hours of the morning, and, they were telling him that they want to bribe him if he can be in position to change the results. And I like what lawyer Donald Kipkoril, I liked how lawyer Donald Kipkoril cross-examined him, Bernard. These are questions of common sense, Bernard. He was asked, whether by that time, if the results for the presidential election, which he said that there were no results at that particular time. So, the lawyer Donald Kipkoril wanted to know, which were these results he was talking about. Then again, he raised the issue of moderation, and he said that Commissioner Masit, among the other 3 commissioners, wanted the result moderated. So lawyer Kipkoril was asking him, "You are telling us that you only got the result at around 4:20 p.m. in the evening. So what are these results that you are talking about that you wanted that they wanted moderated if by that particular time there were no results?" Bernard, there is a serious legal question here, and that legal question is what constitutes Form 34C. Form 34C, Bernard, is a form that must have all the records of Form, all the records of Form 34A, all the records of Form 34B, before now you come to what we call Form 34C. So you know it must have the annexes of Form 34A and Form 34B to be called Form 34C, Bernard. So this is a form that is like, it's not even a form, it's a book. It's just like the book I'm writing here. It's a book. We should not even call it a form, because if we are talking of a form of 400 plus pages, Bernard, that's not a form, it's a book. They should just call it a book 34C, Bernard. So they were asking, Chebukati was asked a very, very basic question, because, you know, when the law provides that you provide a form in a stipulated way, provide the form in that stipulated way. The stipulated way are that we must have the results from the Form 34A and the results from Form 34B for us now to constitute Form 34C. So you know what Commissioner Masit, Bernard, and the other three commissioners were given was a summary on a 3-page thing. It was 3-page. Then, you know, lawyer Donald Kipkorir wanted to know whether that summary actually, according to the Elections Act regulations, whether that summary really constituted what was supposed to have been Form 34C. Because the real Form 34C was supposed to have been 400 and something pages. And here were the commissioners being given a 3-page, and they're being told that is the Form 34C with the final results, which they have to agree on, which Masit and the other 3 commissioners refused. So, you know, there was that issue around the Form 34C that, you know, Chebukati was really unable to answer, because, you know, the regulations are very clear on what Form 34C is supposed to be. And here was Chebukati inventing his own will and, you know, coming up with a summary of 3 pages, a summary generated by one man who is the CEO of IBC, and, you know, you bring a summary of 3 pages. Bernard, some of us have sat on, for example, on a committee of a cooperative society, Bernard. When you are looking at the accounts of a cooperative society and you know the accounts, what they are, you cannot bring me 2 pages and you want to tell me those are the accounts of the cooperative society. I need to find, to see the booklet that constitutes the accounts as a whole. And you know, that's the question that Donald Kipkorir was raising, that if we are talking about Form 34C, then it was supposed to have been the Form 34C in 400 pages, not the 3 pages that you are bringing, you know. That issue, you know, Chebukati was very unable to handle. The other issue that he was very unable to handle was on the issue of his recommendation to President William Samoei Ruto that there be inquiry to look into the circumstances around this election. So Korir asked him a very basic question, that in 2017, you know, we had a worse situation, you know. You remember the Supreme Court nullified the election. There was a boycott of the repeat election. People died in 2017. So Donald Korir was asking him, why couldn't he request William Ruto to investigate, to form an inquiry to investigate the 2017 election that had more issues than him, you know, asking President William Samoei Ruto to form an inquiry to investigate 2022 election that had less issues, Bernard. And, you know, he was unable to answer. Then Donald Kipkorir came with a Latin principle in law, which says that nothing happens for nothing, Bernard. So, you know, for you to see Chebukati seated at the tribunal, for you to see Chebukati behaving in the manner that he behaved, you know, just understand that nothing happens for nothing. Something must have happened for Chebukati to behave in the manner that he behaved, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that, and, you know, we allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ongira, for that. We appreciate your givings and your observations. A lot is happening at IEBC. We understand that the Jebukatian team is still sneaking back into anniversary wherever and try to patch up the place. All the same, ukweli huwezi kufichika, utaibuka tu na kila Mkenya atajua yaliyofichika. The scripture that Baba read yesterday at Kamukunji, yale yaliyofanyika gizani yataonekana mwangazani. Yale tuliyoambiwa katika siri kwa chumba tutayatangaza tukiwa juu ya nyumba katika paa la nyumba. So tuko we are there to see to it that the truth sets free this great nation. Well, I want to appreciate the president has arrived. We've been expecting him to give us the report for yesterday's happenings. And so I would love us to patiently wait as he gives us the report. Na kama una aswa kama uko kwa mkururo wa wale watu ambao wanapaswa kuongea, unaweza jitoa ili to create space mzuri, lakini hatufukuzi mtu yeyote. Hatufukuzi mtu yeyote. Unaweza keti tu hapo alafu tupate nafasi ya kusikiliza the ghetto president and how the event went yesterday and whether we are winning or not. Mr. President, how are you?
I'm fine.
Karibu. Hali namna gani tangu jana?
Unasema? Hali iko salama. Ni challenges tu hapa na pale. But ni ya kimaisha. Leo nilikuwa nilistakiwa jana na watu wengine ya kwamba na incite watu, so leo nilikuwa Central Police. First nilienda Jivanji meet members wa bunge, wakapiga teargas kama 7 tena leo. So after hapo nikachukuliwa na polisi kadhaa, nikaenda pale Central Police waandika, walikuwa wanataka nini andike statement ya incitement. So wale walinistaki na ule polisi aliandika hiyo kitu hakukuwa ni madam, alinipigia simu kama niko airport jana. So leo walitumana wakapiga tear gas, but sasa nikaenda, kesho narudi huko saa 10. But hizo ziko hapo. Ile kitu iko sahi ni wananitarget sana, wanasema mimi ndio na nini na mobilize watu, na mimi ndio na incite watu sana kwa rally. So sasa inafuatwa sana, nafuatwa sana, but all in all kesho saa 10 nitakuwa huko, mtaona juu nitakuwa na media, nitakuwa na watu. Kesho nitaenda huko Central, then nijue ni niko wapi. But hizo nini zao zote haiwezi nishtopisha, na iwezi kosa kufanya rally ya Sunday ifanyike vile imepangwa. Kama ni mimi mtu mmoja nitapoteza maisha ndio watu wengine wapate uhuru, mimi hiyo sio shida. Bora Raila Odinga kuwe hai na Kenyans wapate haki kuliko watu wote waumie na mtu mmoja survive. So kesho nitaenda na mtaona hiyo kitu kesho, but kila kitu iko sawa. Rally ilikuwa sawa na mimi niko sawa, na nao mingi zitakuwa sawa. Yeah.
Okay, sawa. Tunaomba kwamba kila kitu itakwenda kulingana na plan, na mateso ya wenye haki ni mengi, Biblia inasema, lakini Mungu anawakomboa kutoka kwa haya yote. So mojawapo ya njia ya kupambana na uovu ni kuona hiyo reaction, lakini kama uko sawa na inji itapona, basi ndio hivyo. Lazima we continue in the struggle. So ningependa kupeana nafasi kama kuna mtu ana swali kwa president aulize, but don't take forever. I mean half a minute question tukimove. Yes, Dixon.
I've been watching you forever. I owe you big time, but watching you on Mr. Gaucho, I always see you on Ungara Wananchi. Let me tell you something. God will protect you. Mr. Swari, the only thing I'm telling you, God will protect you. It starts with one, but wengi wana shinda. Tuko pamoja. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Dixon. Next. Kama una swali unainua mkono, alafu Bwana Leo, continue.
Yes, good evening everyone. Mimi nataka kuuliza the ghetto president swali moja tu. Alituhakikishia ile siku akiwa kwa show kuwa mkutano itakuwa peaceful na kila kitu itaangaziwa, usalama ya wale wenye hawatakuwa part of the movement pamoja na wale watakuwa part of the movement. I have to congratulate him for the meeting was peaceful. Hakuna hata mtu alikanyagwa kucha. Wamama wale walikuwa wanauza barabarani au ndio sasa walikuwa wanapiga makofi watu wakipita peaceful and seamlessly. So I congratulate him for that. So the question is, tutarajie nini Sunday? Tunakuja, umejua Wakenya wako ready na wako tayari kufika. Ni nini tutarajie? Like what are kind of the things that are going to be discussed, or what do you think is going to be the next move ili Kenyans tukuje tukiwa tayari kupigania yale yatasemwa au tukiwa tayari kutekeleza? So what do you expect?
Kitu ya kwanza, asanteni sana kwa kunipea moral na kunipea nguvu, kwa sababu iko advice zingine mliniambia hapa ile siku ambayo iko mtu aliongea mambo ya tax, mwingine kwa huyo madam ambaye amevaa nini aliongea mambo ya anaitwa roda ama iko advice zingine mliongea, na immediately nilitoka hapa nikapigia mzee na nikamwambia yenye zile vitu mingi alisoma ni zile zilitoka hapa, ndio alienda kusomea huko. So hiyo kwanza nawashukuru. Mimi kile kitu mtu ananiambianga nachukuanga na nachukua serious. So ile kitu iko, mimi hiyo siku sikuongea juu Kalonzo alikuwa anasema time wanini time, na mimi nakuanga player ambayo naweza cheza na ikifika mali kwa kiwanja bora timu iko sawa, wale wako ni nini sawa, bora ile kitu ilikuwa na pango imekuwa success. But Jacaranda nitaongea na iko vitu baba zingine ataogopa yeye kusema, lakini sisi kama vijana yake tunataka baba tuambie tuende State House, na hiyo ndio njia. Ile njia mimi niko nayo, ikishika hiyo microphone itakuwa ni baba tunaenda State House. Ule Ruto anaua auwe, wale wanabaki wabaki, kuliko unajua revolution inaanzanga na vitu kidogo sana. As example, sijui ilikuwa ni nchi gani hapa Arabuni, iko jamaa ambayo alikuwa anafanya kazi na mkokoteni, then mkokoteni yake kushikwa na bibi yake ako kwa nyumba, watoto wako kwa nyumba, fee hakuna, rent hajalipa. Kama si Egypt, sijui ilikuwa nchi gani. Jamaa alikaa chini akafikiria, kanjo imeshika nini yake, mkokoteni yake ambaye analisha naye watoto wake. Kwa mfuko yake alibaki na 500 peke yake. Akaona badala nirudi kwa 500 mtoto wangu akufe na njaa nikiona, na bibi yako anini landlord aniue, wache hii 500 ni buy nayo petroli nijichome. Ilibaki, alikasirika na akachukua hiyo 500 na kanunua petroli. Wakati yao kanjo walishika hiyo nini yake na wakamuitisha tu, si pesa mingi, walimtisha 4,000 ili atoe hiyo mkokoteni yake. Aliona hii 500, wacha nene ninunue petroli nijichome, na akachukua hiyo petroli alijichoma katikati ya inchi, na wananchi wakashikwa na hasira. Huyo president wa hiyo inchi alienda. So mimi nikishika hiyo microphone ambayo nitashika, nitaambia baba na nitaambia supporters wetu, kwa sababu supporters wamechemuka. Sisi tulikuwa kwa ground, walichemuka deadly. Hawataki kitu inaenda takataka handshake, hawataki handshake, hawataki hand watch, wanataka Ruto atoke kwa serikali. So mimi nikishika hiyo microphone nitaambia Raila Odinga, ile kitu umebaki nayo, bullet ambayo umebaki nayo, hata hujabaki na bullet, umebaki na nuclear. Ile nuclear umebaki nayo ni wacha wananchi waende State House, na kama ni mzuri tunaenda kama Gachagua nayo tunapiga kiboko kwa njia tukiendea Ruto State House. Hiyo ndio kitu wananchi wanataka nini. Ile inchi sasa watu wanaumia design, si mapolisi wanaumia, si ma sex workers wanaumia, si hawkers wanaumia, si makanga wanaumia, si wale wanafanya kwa ofisi wanaumia, inchi kila mtu anaumia. So yeye baba kuwe nyuma yetu, sisi tukue mbele. Amesemanga mara mingi ya kwamba Kenya ni kubwa kuliko yeye. Round hii wacha yeye akue kubwa, ama Wakenya wakue kubwa kuliko Kenya. Kenya tufuate nyuma. So next ni Ruto lazima atoke kwa uongozi. Na ili Ruto atoke kwa uongozi, town lazima isimame. Wacha vile jana aliongea ni kama ameokoka. Jana sasa Ruto aliongea kama ameokoka, na walisema Raila Odinga watamweza. Jana aliongea kama mnyenyekea kabisa. Naona, so hiyo ndio kitu iko. Ruto lazima atoke, hakuna mambo ingine, hakuna rali nyingi, ni Ruto atoke kwa serikali yeah. Na kama mimi ndio itafanya hiyo siku nikufe, mimi nitakuwa mbele na Red Berets kama nimepiga combat. Niliwaambia hapa Thomas Sankara alikufa na 32 years. Mimi nimeshapita 32, nafikiri niko 33. So hata nikikufa nitakuwa nimewacha watu wengi watalia ni ile kitu nilikuwa napigania, kuliko nikufe na ukimwi, nikufe na corona, ama nikufe na njaa. Watu watafanya shuhuda yangu aje? Hata sitawekwa kwa mfano kama tukinatomboya. So wacha nikufe siku moja watu wasome historia yangu, kuliko nikue hai na nikuje nikufe kama eti nilikufa na ukimwi. Hiyo ni story gani? Inaandikwa kwa kitabu gani? Yeah. So hiyo ndio kitu. Next ni Ruto natoka.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana. Kevin?
Kwa ghetto president Gaucho, salute kwako. Nilikuwa nauliza hivi sasa, kama mwanajeshi na sisi ni jeshi ya baba, unapoenda vitani au kwangi tu na one option, what are some of the other options zenye tuko nazo or the strategies, kwamba hii kikataa tunaweza tumia hii ingine? What are the options zenye tuko nazo hizo zenye unajua lazima ukuwe mjanja. Tunaweza jaribu kuweka hii ikatae, sisemi kwamba itakataa, ama tuweke hii aone kwamba hii bado haimsukumi, tuweke ingine na tuweke ingine. What are some of the options zenye tuko nazo? Tukijitokeza kama jeshi tunajua hizi zote tukiweka lazima tatii na achomoke. Asante.
Okay, ndugu yangu Kevin, hiyo mambo ya option BC nilitoa 2017. Raila Odinga angekuwa president 2017 bado. Juu tulikuwa na option eti tukihesabu tunahesabu, wakirusha sizo, ilikuwa option wakirusha tunarusha, sijui wakifanya nini tunafanya. Dakika mwisho hatukuhesabu, hatukurusha, wakatukujia na salamu. So option yenye iko ni Ruto natoka, na Ruto natoka through watu. Hiyo ndio option iko. Uwezi wa watu 1000 ama 500 ubaki kwa uongozi, haiwezi. Na mimi nawaambia bro, na nasema hapa, mimi nimekuwa kwa academy ya Raila, nimesoma kila kitu kwa Raila, politics Raila Odinga, hata ndugu yangu Babu Owino tukiwekwa hivi na yeye mambo na story na Raila Odinga na understand kualiko wakati na Jalango, nimelearn vitu mingi mpaka Raila Odinga amefika. Ile roho niko nayo saa hii ndio Raila Odinga alikuwa nayo huko 1997 huko mwisho, wakati Raila Odinga alikuwa Raila, kwa fujo tupu. Naona mimi ikikuwa ya kwamba mtu anakuja na option B na C, ndugu yangu, revolution inaenda kuanza immediately, ambayo mimi mwenyewe nitakuwa captain hii revolution ya young generation, kwa sababu hakuna haja sisi tuumie then washachukua advantage na baba kuna huruma. Hiyo huruma ya baba tunamwambia aweke kitambo, kwa sababu juzi nilikuwa nasoma Biblia usiku, sasa naendangi church kabisa, kwa sababu Ruto alinitoa kwa kanisa. Ndio alisema wale walipigia Raila Odinga kura, alisema kama alikuwa sijui Korea ama alikuwa wapi, alisema last election ilikuwa ya believers and non-believers. Sasa non-believers ilikuwa ni sisi watu wa Raila, then believers ni wale watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Sasa mimi niliona okay, mimi si believer, nikachana na mambo ya church, na nikaona mapastors wengi wanafollow Ruto sana. Inamaanisha sisi tushatolewa kwa kitabu ya Kenya. Mimi nikivuka Tanzania ndio naenda kanisa, but Kenya Ruto alishaninyang'anya Mungu, hako nayo. So mimi kitu nasema ni hii, kwa sababu hao watu wamezoea Raila Odinga, wanaona Raila Odinga ako na roho ya huruma, then tunataka kuweka youth wasikuwe na roho ya huruma, wakati wa huruma, kwa sababu nilikuwa nasoma Biblia jana nikapata eti dhambi ni dhambi. Kama wale waliandika Biblia walikosea, sijui walisema mtu ameangalia bibi ya mtu hivi, na poleni kwa kutumia hiyo lugha, umeangalia bibi ya mtu hivi ukaona amebeba vizuri, ukatamani wewe ni the same na mtu ameua na mtu amefanya. Hasa kwa nini tukue na hiyo, na dhambi ni moja? Naona so lazima tuweke roho ingine serious, ndio Ruto ajue, kwa sababu Ruto alichwa kina Chebukati na hizo na wao watu wengine walipea Ruto presidency kwa sababu zile vitu alifanya 2007 aliingiza watu uoga. Sasa kama presidency inachukuliwa ama revolution inaweza kuja Kenya hii kwa sababu ya kuuzia watu uoga, mimi Gaucho niko ready ku recruit youth ambayo wataweka uoga ili change ipatikane Kenya.
Okay, asante sana Ghetto President. Tuko na daitu hapa. Yufin, vipi? Jina la leo siwezi pronounce, unisamehe tu.
Bernard, it's freedom is coming tomorrow.
Okay.
If I wrote it, it would be too long, it won't fit.
Sawa.
So Bernard,
thank you.
If freedom yetu Bernard, it's very costly, and I want to first of all pass my condolences to the family of Wajakoya. May the Lord grant them peace. And then to Gaucho, thank you very much, because we didn't want any handshake whatsoever, so thank you. And then we'll pray for you. You know, the Ruto and Gachagua say they are praying, but you know, when you pray, you don't announce. So for us who are praying in silence, God will answer us in public. So nothing will happen to you. I believe prayer works. And so don't be shaken. This government must go home. The legitimate government must go home. They give us what belongs to us. It is not Baba, it's not us who are fighting for Baba. It's Baba who is fighting for us. So we all have to join, you know. We have to give him the hand that he needs, you know. Even strong men cry when they're alone. So you may never know what Baba goes through when he's alone. But if we give him the support that he needs, if he sees that we also have the urge to let him be the president, you know, he'll continue doing, and let him continue with the pace. We need these people out as soon as possible, because we need the Kenya that our children's children will inherit. Thank you. I just wanted to encourage.
Asante sana. Freedom is coming tomorrow. Thank you so much. Nani alinua mkono? Sister Roda, hebu tuone kama microphone yako imeanza kufanya kazi. Okay, pole Roda, inaonekana uko na mshikili hapo. Dickson, endelea.
Niko nauliza kama naweza changia, mimi mtu wa barabara, nataka nianze safari.
Sawa, changia mbio tuende.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard, I've been watching you for years. Leo nilisema wacha niingie. Mtembei ndio na watch nikiendesha truck kweli. I'm a truck driver, I'm in diaspora, and I don't know how we're going to do it. I want to be direct with you when you are having those bay bill, kulipa bill, na mimi niwe nikichangia. So I don't know how I'll get you. This is my first time, but I'll be coming back in. But you are a hero. You do a very good job. Let me say, Mr. Gaucho, you're a hero. Leo, I watch you too. Thank you. Nimekusalimia Kevin. Freedom, I guess that means freedom. 254, Mr. Chaka, I watch you too. I like the way you contribute. Kenyan Amani, I do. Roda, ile maombi yako na mimi niombee bana. Na mimi niombee. Mimi mtu wa barabara nahitaji maombi. Naendesha mashine kubwa. Okay? Ben, I don't know how to get through to you, but we'll find out. Mr. Gaucho, I also taongea na Ben aniambie vile sometimes andika chivu ya ile tear gas. unaweza tumiwa. Tiaga siko. Na inahitaji handkerchief. So I'll talk to Ben wherever it happens. Okay, let me nimkosoe Freedom alituma rambirambi kwa Wachakoya, si Wachakoya, ni huyu CS wa education. Alafu baba alinifurahisha jana, ndio nikasema
did I say Wachakoya or Magoha?
You said Wachakoya, but that's okay. That's okay. So
thanks for the correction.
Thank you, no problem. I'm in, Mr. Ben. I'm family now. Today's my first time, but I'm not shy. However, nataka niingie kwa barabara, mimi nitajitoa, lakini nitasikiza. Chaka Mdume, good job. Na wale wengine wote wanakuchanga, waambie tuko pamoja, because we from the diaspora, this is where we get our news. I subscribe to the new channel, so I'm in both channels. So I love you both, all of you. Wakenya wote, sisi Wakenya, tupiganie nchi yetu. Baba, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Makori. And unaona on your right there is private chat. Kuna mahali pameandikwa private chat.
Okay,
hapo ndo una drop namba yako, alafu mimi nitakutafuta namba yako ya WhatsApp.
Yeah, na nitakutumia namba. Alafu Gaucho nataka nimnunulie tu andika juu ya tiaga tu, si kitu kingine.
Ukinipa namba ndio tutapata hizo namba zingine zote zile unahitaji.
Sawa.
Okay.
Chaka, good job. I love you both. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Now twende kwa mama yetu Amani. Kenya na Amani.
Mimi ni Amani kutoka kwa Waswahili. Let me pass my condolences to the CS Magoha. It was sad to hear that this morning. And after the struggle of our children on education, but God keep his soul in eternity. Thank you for his work. He did a good job, and we can't forget that. Gaucho, nice to see you today. Oh, I say hi to everybody. That is Gaucho, Leo, Bernard. Sorry, I did that. Not deliberate. Kevin, my sister there. I don't know how I can pronounce that name. Awi mwingine Wagame. Different life. I don't know, different.
It's freedom.
Well,
freedom is coming.
Some names, maybe they are French names or German names. I don't know. Chakamdume. Freedom is coming tomorrow. Okay. That's a very good thing to have this morning. Here, this is morning. It's nice. When you see people gather smiling, know that there are good news there. Si nyungu ya kuchoma watu. Hiyo ni nyungu iko na chakula, watu wakule, washibe na wafurahie. And that is the motto we have today. And if Gaucho, thank you so much. I can't say much, but I can just feel my heart very, very heavy. Thank you for all the work you do. It's our country that we love, that we are fighting for right now. And I'm sorry I'm going down, but I'll say all I can to my fellow Kenyans. Yes, wewe ni mteule na Mungu atakushika mkono na ako pamoja na wewe. Everywhere you go, there will be peace. and you'll be surrounded with the angels, with the spirit that comes from God. Yote ni ya Mungu, na tunaomba tukuone maisha yako yote. Yeah. It's not time to waste. Ni juhudi ya kuongea on behalf of the voiceless. You're doing great work, Gaucho. It's sad to hear that they have started taking advantage of your good work. Lakini hata hivyo ulienda ukafika huko, ni Mungu mwenyewe. Tunaomba uwe na nguvu zote, usirudi nyuma. Tuko nyuma yako. And we pray for you that you're gonna have the strength that it takes for you to go wherever you want to go. Kenya is ours. Gaucho, you are not limited. Kwa hivyo wewe ni mmoja among the many. So we pray for you. You get the much strength to take over this war. It's strong, but it takes. And for tutakuombea kila siku. So it's not an easy journey, but take it easy and God will show you the way. Thank you so much for volunteering to save our country. Now my question, Gaucho, you're going other places. Are there people managing your way wherever you are going? Are there people with you just to see what you are doing? That's my question. And hoping everything will go well. Thank you so much, Gaucho, and nice to see you.
Mr. President, you can respond.
Okay. First, mama usijali na ama wale wanaona hii kitu na wale wanafeel ile kitu na feel. Kitu ya kwanza, hiyo swali ambayo umeuliza, mimi naamini Mungu ako na mimi. Mimi naamini Mungu ako na mimi kwa sababu mali nimetoka ni mbali kuliko mali naenda. Mimi ndo ni grow nifike mali nimefika ni Mungu, kwa sababu ukipiga hesabu baba yangu 92 alikufa 92, mama yangu 99. Nairobi nilikuja bila kuletwa na mtu. Mimi utembeanga hata saa hii nimekuja usiku. After hiyo nimetoka Central nikaenda kumit vijana wengine Dandora, nikaingia Roma kidogo, na natembea tu peke yangu. Kwa sababu gani? Familia ya Raila Odinga nimefanya nikuwe hai mpaka leo. Mimi ningeuliwa miaka kama sasa, nafikiri ningesamaliza miaka 9 ama 10 na kitu kwa kaburi. Na ule msichana yake ambaye anaitwa Rosemary Odinga, ule alipata shida ya tumor. Ukiangalia interview yenye nilifanya na Jalango, huyo msichana ndiye alifanya ni survive, kwa sababu nilikuwa niuliwe. Wale vijana nilikuwa nashinda nao tukicheza ball, wengi hawako, walipigwa risasi. So watu wanajudge hata vijana ambao wanafanya crime kama wajaika close na hao. Wanajudge madem wale wanajiuza kama wajakaa close na hao. Ile generation yetu ilikuwa ni watu wakokuwa wamepotelea pombe kama saa hii. Sasa hivi vijana wengi Ruto na former president Uhuru Kenyatta wali invest kwa intelligent na maaskari kuliko kuinvest kwa kazi kwa vijana. That's why wengi ambao mnajiita mko diaspora, wengi walikimbia wakaenda kwa nchi ya Arabu. Mtu anaona kila siku watu wanaumizwa nchi ya Arabu na wanaenda kuliko akufe hapa Afrika ama akufie Kenya. So mimi niko na hiyo ni kitu uniuma sana, kwa sababu sasa hivi vijana wengi wamepotelea pombe. Nyinyi ukienda Muruma wapi, kijana anaanza kukunywa asubuhi, anaanza muguka asubuhi, kwa sababu government hawapei hopes. So hii vita si vita ya Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga amepigana mali amefika, na hata niliambia ndugu yangu Babu kama tuko airport, ni sisi na nyinyi na wengine ambao wanakuja. So hii vita mimi najaribu kusaidiana na Babu upande ya vijana, but hata nilimwambia Baba iko mali ikifika, na mimi nasema hata niliambia Babu juzi, Mungu anajua kwa nini ananinyima pesa. Mungu anajua sababu gani ananyima Gaucho pesa, kwa sababu mi kama ningekuwa na pesa kufanya vijana Kenya hii wajue nini wanataka, kwa sababu hii mambo ya Kenya kupata kazi hata ya hoteli ya ngiri 5 ama ngiri 6 ni unajua nani na uko na nini. Hiyo ndio Kenya ambayo tunaishi. Hasa mtu mama yake anauza huko mboga, anauza chang'aa, ajui mtu hata kazi mtani kama ajui chief. That's why unapata wasichana wengi, ukipata msichana wako ni mrembo na amebeba nyuma vizuri, akipata kazi na ujaongana na ujui mtu huko, ujue either ameenda na supervisor ama manager. Na manager ameenda na watu ngapi? Inabaki in Kenya wasichana wanagopa mimba kuliko kimi, wana protect mimba kuliko kimi. Kenya rate ya vijana kukufa ni iko juu kuliko wazee. Last ilikuwa 2021 nilishikwa hii kesi ya ndio nikuwe president, niliwekelewa kesi ya robbery, nikapigwa bonde 600, nikakaa wiki moja ndani industry area. Nikikuwa ndani nikitembea, age ya kuanzia 12 years to 19 ama 22 ni robbery stroke 2. Age ya 47 kwenda juu wazee ni rape. Inamaanisha hao wazee wameshiba, sasa ni kushika watu na nguvu, juu hao wameshiba. Hao vijana wengine ni kurisk. So mom, hii kitu is not about Raila Odinga, is about hata nyinyi ambao mko nje, wale wako huko nje mnatuombea, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye akona sababu ya kila mtu na siku kila mtu atakufa. Ndio maana nimesema mimi natembeanga, watu wananiambianga saa hii, nilikuwa na vijana wengine wananiambia Gaucho saa hii unafaa kuwe na gari, ufai kunini, jumisa zingine na move na pikipiki. Mimi naamini ya kwamba mam, tukishikana na nyinyi tutafika na hii Kenya itakombolewa. Lazima tusukume baba na tumsukume, na lazima tusukume hii nchi ili tubadilishe hii nchi without kuangalia tribe, kwa sababu tuligawanishwa na wazungu. Wakati walitoka hapa wakatuweka ya kwamba ukiona hata Mkikuyu akona akili mzuri yaje, akona ajenda mzuri yaje, unamuona kama muizi. Mjaluo hata akikuwa na ajenda mzuri yaje, unamuona kama na mtu anapenda vita ya mawe. Mkisia akikuwa na ajenda mzuri yaje, unamuona kama mchawi. Mkamba akiona akona akili mzuri yaje, unamuona kama muoga. Mluya akikuwa na akili mzuri yaje, unamuona kama watchman na mtu anapenda kukula. The day tutarealize ya kwamba watu walitudivide na culture zetu, then turudi kwa nini yetu, sense zetu, lazima hii nchi tukomboe. So kukufa ni kitu iko mama, na kunanga kufariki na kukufa. Ukikufa na mtu amefariki ni moja, itatangazwa nani alifariki, atarudi na nani alikufa ameenda kabisa. Bwana, kufariki na kukufa na kitu iko mama. So hiyo siongeangi, hata si discussingi. Mimi nakaa karibu na barabara, nazungunga na pikipiki. Mimi niko tu sawa, siku moja ikipangwa imepangwa, lakini bado na insist, ukikufa utakumbukwa na nini? Hiyo ndio maana.
Okay, asante sana Mr. President. for that passionate response. Ningependa kushukuru kila mmoja, wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, na kama huja subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, fanya hivyo tafadhali. Hiyo namba inasonga very slow, ati ndio tuko 672 na tulianza na 60 something, so let's move faster please. If you haven't subscribed, do so. And then I'm going to open the floor kama kuna swali kwa Mr. President. Yes, Mbaja. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Has it been unmuted?
It's now okay. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, I don't want to ask a question. I want to contribute, then ask a question thereafter. Mimi ni Mkenya lakini naishi Tanzania. Napenda Kenya. Lakini tabia ya Kenya inanifanya nichukie Kenya. Sio kuchukia wa Kenya, lakini kuchukia wa Kenya wa kwanza. Najua watu kama Mr. Gaucho, hao ni Wakenya wa mwisho. Kuna Wakenya wa kwanza, kuna Mkenya wa pili, kuna Mkenya wa tatu, na kuna Wakenya wa mwisho, ambao ndio wanadanganywa kwamba hao ni hustlers. Ukweli ni kwamba wangejua maana ya hustlers, hawangekubali waitwe hustlers. Wakati mtoto mdogo ambao ni mtoto wa rais anatembea kila mahali anadanganya watu kwamba anagawa chakula, wakati anafanya kwa niaba ya babake. Dear Kenyans, Kenya is yours. Kenya is ours. Kenya is not for Ruto. Kenya is not for Raila Odinga. Kenya is for ours. Raila is in front fighting for all Kenyans. Yesterday, I listened to some of the argument that people are making through this your channel. I was surprised. When Raila was fighting some times back, had not even been born. But now, even those who were by then were nothing. They could not talk. They are today abusing Raila. They are today abusing one of the persons whom should be considered as a freedom fighter in Kenya. Tufanye nini sisi? Tuunganeni. Lenin alisema, do not fear. Not Lenin. Lenin alisema kwamba we should not, when the yoke is on our neck, we should think on how we can remove that yoke. Right now, there is a yoke on our necks. Everybody is paying tax which is beyond tax. They are overtaxed. December, I was in Kenya, in Migori. I saw how people are living. You know, in Kenya, they are proud. They are saying that Kenya is a developed country when compared to other countries in East Africa. But let me tell you, Kenya is one of the worst countries in East Africa. It is our responsibility to make Kenya better. Gentleman Gaucho, you are of my age. I love what you are doing. I would have done it. You know, when I was young, I went to Edio to look for the school fee. I was chased away because I did not have my father, neither did I have my mother. Lakini nilikutana na jamaa moja ambaye alikubali kunisaidia. Alinisaidia nikasoma nikamaliza form 4 Kenya. Nikaja Tanzania nikamaliza form 6 nikaenda chuo kikuu. Sasa hivi mimi ni mtu Afrika Mashariki, sitaki kusema ni nani, kwa sababu even leaves have got ears and mouths, they can talk. But I don't fear that.
Thank you for what you are doing. Continue to fight for Kenya. We are ready to join you. We are ready to join you in doing anything which is possible to save Kenya from the tyranny of those who think they are better than others. You know, when we were learning, I happened to read a book known as, I cannot recall, but there was a topic by the name, Whom Do You Know? When you go to the hospital, you will be asked, whom do you know for you to be treated? That is what is going on in Kenya up to now in this century, when we should not consider ourselves as a superior tribe. May God rest the soul of Magoha in eternal peace. God will decide where to rest him. Thank you for what you are doing. We are ready to accompany you. We are even breathing fire where we are. You know, sometimes when you tell a Tanzanian that you are a Kenyan, they will think of tribalism in Kenya. This is also a shame to Kenya. Because countries like Tanzania, there is no tribalism at all. People talk as brothers. Somebody can walk right from the corner of Tanzania, Shirati, going up to Mtwara without being considered of his tribe. He goes, and whenever he meets his fellow Tanzanians, he calls them brothers. But with us, I will ask the ghetto, where do you come from? Which tribe do you belong? Does that matter in this century? Bernard, how do you feel when, for example, you pronounce yourself either as a Kisii or as a Luo or as any other? How do you feel? There is no pride in that. The pride is we are all human beings and we can create one country and consider our diversity as a means of development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mbacha.
Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Endeleeni
Yes.
na safari, aluta continua.
Thank you, asante sana. Ujumbe umefika, Wakenya wamekusikiliza. Alafu jukumu liko mabegani mwetu sote. Kama vile inji inalisha kila Mkenya, inji ni jukumu la kila Mkenya. Wale ambao ni wachanga, ni jukumu letu kama wazazi kuwalinda na kuwatengenezea a future that is worthy them as our children. And so let's take the responsibility. Mute your mic, everybody, please. And I have always insisted, please, let's dress up for the show. It is against the YouTube rules if we come here anyhow. Our channel was penalized just last 2 weeks ago, and we don't want that happening. So please, let's all be on the lookout and ensure that we adhere to the rules. Children are not allowed in adults programs like this. If we are going to have children in our show, number one, we have to indicate that this is a children's channel, or the channel is open for the children. If we don't do that, we are violating the rules. And then if you're going to do adult stuff, we should apply. So let's not mix the two. Asante sana. Naomba hivi. Yes, are you stretching, Mr. Martin?
No, I'm not stretching. I wanted to give a comment, if I'm allowed by the chair, sir.
Okay, one moment, I'm coming to you. Yes, Mr. Chaga. Chaga, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Mimi kwanza ni furaha leo kuweza kuzungumza na Gaucho live. Hilo kwanza limenipa moyo. Nilikuwa ninamfuatilia zaidi katika bunge la wananchi. Kwa hiyo kwanza nikusalimie brother Gaucho. Mimi ni Chaka, niko Coast, but ni miongoni mwa fans wako. Kile mnafanya kwenye bunge la wananchi huwa sikosi kuangalia on daily basis. Na vile vile nikutie moyo, nikwambie unapokusudia jambo, basi Mungu huangaza hiyo njia. Na brother, usiwe na wasiwasi, pigania pale, Mungu atakuwezesha. Ili mradi unapigania, kwa sababu si kwa ajili yako, bali ni kwa ajili ya taifa. Hongera na nikutie nguvu brother. I wish ungekuwa karibu na huku kwetu tukazungumza vizuri, kwa sababu roho ulionayo ni sawia na roho iliyo na chaka hapa. Ni vile tu niko mbali na jinsi ya kufika city inakuwa ngumu kidogo, but hizi ndio roho ambazo sisi hatuogopi panapokuwa na uovu. Hatuogopi kusema, kwa sababu tunaamini kwamba Mungu katupa sauti, Mungu katupa akili, Mungu katupa na maarifa. Kwa hiyo usitikisike wala usibabaishwe. Wacha wakuite, lakini haki siku zote haizami, na asiye mtu ana Mungu brother. Kwa mimi kwangu ni kukutia moyo na kukupa hongera. Sisi wenye tuko huku bado stili tuko kwako, tunakufuatilia. Wacha wafanye kile watafanya, pengine kama watajaliwa na kufanya, but naamini ndoto yako ambayo umeazimia haitafichika hivyo. Tuko nyuma yako brother, na nakusupport kabisa kila ambacho unakifanya. Kwa hivyo langu tu lilikuwa nizungumze na wewe na nikupe hiyo roho. Simama pale pale ulipo, wala usitingishike kabisa, maana hauko peke yako, tupo.
Okay.
Asante brother.
Okay, thank you, Chaga. Thank you. I want us to move with speed. Yes, Martin?
Thank you very much. So my name is Martin. Kwanza nimefurahi sana kuona Gaucho na wenzake. I live in London actually, United Kingdom, and when I look at or listen to some of the things that we see on social media, I, as a youth of Kenya, I'm a Kenyan, huwa nasikia huzuni sana, because as youths we're not being guided on the right path. Okay, ndaongea kwa ukweli niseme, kwa mfano, in the past election I didn't vote. Why? Because there was no worth opponent. Hakukuwa na mtu ambaye alifaa. Yani Kenya tumefika mahali, look at mahali kama United Kingdom right now, our prime minister is of Indian origin. Okay, na amechaguliwa na watu ambao, you can imagine, this person came to this country, amepatiwa kura na watu, you know, watu ambao si wao, hawamjui. Okay, look at a place like America. Americans chose Obama ambaye si mtu wa kwao, and that's the problem that we have in Kenya. Okay, mimi nitakuja hapa nianze kuongea about Ruto ama nianze kuongea about Raila just because labda ni mtu. When are we going to be talking about someone who's not these people wenye wamekuwa hapo kwa miaka na miaka? Okay, there's a thing of kama mambo ya ushuru. Okay, taxes, let me tell you, in UK we are heavily taxed because it's from the taxes that we are able to develop the country. Leo angalieni the report that came today from Kenya. Ikasema right now we are getting more money even than what we used to get by exporting coffee and tea from the people who live in diaspora. Okay, kwa sababu the taxes that we are paying ni mingi. Kulipa tax ni kujitegemea. Sisemi tax iwe mingi, but taxes, hakuna vile tunaweza epuka tax, and the only way we can be able to jiendeleza kama Wakenya ni kutoka kwa hii ukabila na maneno ambayo hayafai. Because I am a Kikuyu, for example. We have had 3 presidents who have been Kikuyu, but as a Kikuyu, as an individual, kama mimi Martin, none of them amenisaidia mimi mwenyewe. I've been able to, zile policies ambazo wanatoa, watatoa wakiamua mkate itakuwa 100 bob, itakuwa 100 bob kwa mtu mmoja ama watu wawili, itakuwa 100 bob kwa kila mtu. So mimi, what I would actually urge guys like Gaucho, let us focus our energies in fueling a leader who's actually worth being fueled. Watu ambao, let us have a revolutionary leader who can be able to actually atutoe mahali ambapo Kenya iko. It's actually very, very sad. So that is what my comment would actually be. Asanteni.
Kwa Martin ambao ni ndugu yangu na kijana mwenzangu, watu wengi uniuliza, hata I think iko ni kama 2-3 months hivi, kwa mama fulani alipigia akaniambia, iko mama alinipigia kutoka nje na iko jamaa pia ambao ni politician pia, si ni ako hapo katikati. Ananiambia, Gaucho, sasa uko na influence, vijana wanakusikiza, kwa nini usianze political party yako? Niliona yenyewe uko na idea, but nataka kuwakumbusha tu kitu kidogo ya kwamba mimi nimelearn vitu mingi sana kutoka kwa Julius Malema na nimelearn vitu mingi sana kwa Bobi Wine wa Uganda. Julius Malema alinyenyekea kina Thabo Mbeki na kina Zuma na kina Ramaphosa chini, na akatumia group ya kina Winnie Mandela, ndio alimleta na akampea youth leader wa hiyo party, then akajibuild kama anaimba wimbo ya wale. Sasa ile alishajua ya kwamba ako na mzizi ndani ya South Africa na vijana wanamsikiza. Nje ako na watu kama nyinyi ambao wako diaspora nini, wanaweza muamini na pesa zao, then akaanza kuwafeed sasa, kuwapiga serious. Jua aliona ya kwamba hapa kuna mabadiliko, then akamove, akatoka. Sasa hivi vile tunaongea, wale watu wamepiga hesabu ya kwamba wakiwacha Julius Malema nje na ile party yake, anaweza kosa kukuwa president miaka 15 ambazo zinakuja ama 20, but hiyo chama yake itakuja kumaliza ruling party. So sasa hivi wanataka rudi, na akakuja akatumia ile alitumika, Ramaphosa alimtumia kupiga Zuma mpaka kawatoa Zuma, unaona. So iko time unanyenyekea mahali, imanishi ya kwamba policy yote ya hiyo ni sawa, but huyu ni baba yako, unakaa kwanza kwa Wajaluo, unakaa kwa boma ya baba yako, akienda kutoa mbegu lazima kae na mama yako ndiye atoe sign ya kwamba alishakuwa. Sasa uko na right kama bado uko boma yake kuenda kulima na kuweka mbegu kwa mchanga hiyo, kama bado uko kwa baba yako. Ukifanya blanda kwa boma yake utaara. Na kulendea kwa Bobi Wine ambao ni jirani yetu Uganda. Bobi Wine ameimbia Museveni for more than 30 to 25 years. Yeye na Baby Cool na Chameleone wakiimbia Museveni, wakipiga Besigye. Nile tu uwezi jua kama Besigye alikuwa anatafuta president wa Uganda ama alikuwa anatafuta bibi yake ama ni girlfriend yake, kwa sababu yeye alikuwa daktari ya Museveni na Museveni akapita na huyo mrembo wake. So hatujui kama wana Uganda walikuwa nasaidia Besigye kutafuta bibi yake arudi ama girlfriend yake arudi kutoka kwa Museveni, ama alikuwa na nia kweli ya kupigania Uganda. After Bobi Wine kukana Museveni akimwimbia yeye na Baby Cool na Chameleone, akishajua ya kwamba amejenga mzizi, then alitoka na kajoin upinzani ambayo ni Besigye. Akaonyesha Besigye ya kwamba mimi nataka nikusaidie ku influence vijana, then nikuje na people power within hiyo chama ya Besigye, then tukuje to face Museveni. Kufika mbele, vijana waliambia Besigye, tumejaribu lakini sasa wewe kaa kando, wacha tusukume huyu jamaa. So mimi Nimelearn vitu mingi kwa Raila bro yangu ambaye amesema ya kwamba tusilete mtu mwingine. Nimelearn vitu mingi kutoka kwa Raila. Raila amerisk watu wawili ya Kenya hii ambayo washawahi risk vitu, hakuna mwanasiasa yote anaweza risk. Na hiyo niliambia hata rafiki yangu Babu Wino ya kwamba bro, kama unataka kweli kama mtu yote anaweza sema Raila Odinga ameisha, mtu aniletee mtu mmoja a resign kutoka kwa chama ya ODM, then ite uchaguzi kwa constituency yako ama constituency yote na chama yako ya Mapera ama Miwa. Ukiwin, then mimi Gaucho na join hiyo chama na nasema ya kwamba we chukua kingpin ya Luo. Wale washa risk Kenya hii ni Matiba na Raila Odinga peke yake. Matiba after election ya 92 alisema mimi nimerigiwa. Na juu nimerigiwa, sitaki salary yangu ya miaka 5 kutoka parliament. Nani anaweza hiyo kitu sahihi kwa hao wabunge wako? Iko. Raila Odinga amedifa na Wamalo wa kijana, akasema Wamalo wa kijana hawezi kuwa kiongozi wangu kwa sababu ni leaderless, planless, mpango-less. Mimi sifuati Wamalo wa kijana. Aka resign kutoka Ford Kenya na akaita by election na Liki, kama Moi amesimamisha Liki mzungu hapa Lang'ata, na akaface hao wanaume na akashinda na NDP. Anapiga kelele peke yake parliament kama wazimu na ako peke yake. Iko mbunge anaweza resign leo arudi by election na chama Mapera ama ya Samaki? Iko a risk. So mimi iko vitu bado na nimelearn kwa Raila Odinga, but kwa hapo chini yake kulani hiyo nini yake lazima, although sasa zingine lugha, unajua iko kitu nilikuwa najaribu, ni vile sahii afadhali niko close na yeye, iko vitu anaweza mpigia simu ashike nimwambie hii baba, hii usiseme, hii uachana nayo, asikize. Lakini wakati wa campaign iko vitu wangesika, kwa sababu baba Raila Odinga si mtu mbaya. Iko watu wengine wanakuwa close na yeye hapo na si makosa yake. Hata ukisoma Biblia wakina Petro walikuwa wanakataa watu wengine Yesu Kristo asiguse watibike. So hii mambo ya ubaya ilianza kitambo, wale wanazungukanga watu, unaona. So iko lugha ambayo baba alikosa kwa campaign ya last ya vijana hii generation ambayo inajiita Bogigenje, kwa sababu unapata aje vijana wengi wapewi platform ya kuongea. Ikifika ni Junet Mohamed, Mbadi, nani. Hii generation nyingine hii ambayo inasemangi tambuangwi, wapangwangwi, wanataka lugha ya watu kama Gaucho ndio waongeleshe, kwa sababu wanaelewa hiyo lugha yao. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa nini hao vijana wanasemanga wapangwangwi ni watambuangwi? Kwa sababu unapata huyu kijana mama yake amemzaa na 15 ama 13 ama 14 years. Mama akifika 29 years, huyu mtoto wake kuna miaka ngapi? Inamaanisha wote wako kwa age ya Bogigenje. Na kwa hiyo nyumba ya mama yake ambao ni single mother, kila mwanaume akiingia kwa hiyo nyumba ya mama yake akiuliza mama huyu ni nani, mama yake anamwambia huyu ni anko. Huyu ni nani? Huyu ni anko. Huyu ni nani? Huyu ni anko. Yeye ameishi akijua tu maanko, ajui baba. Ndio maana wanasemanga hao watambuangwi, wapangwangwi, na tena hao watambui, kwa sababu huu mtu atambui mpaka baba yake. So hii generation ni generation ambayo watu kuleta revolution Kenya si ngumu, kwa sababu hao vijana kama wajui baba yao, wanataka mtu anataka kuongea lugha ambayo itawasaidia kesho. Wamechoka. Hata ukiambia sasa hivi vijana wa Kenya mambo ya education waelewi, wanataka mambo ya kazi. Vijana wanaumia. So mimi nataka nikwambie bro, niko hapo kwa sababu nina sababu na iko vitu na learn kwanza, kwa sababu bado mali niko na vitu mtu na learn vitu kutoka kwake ni Raila Odinga. Na nawaambia hapa, iko nini, nilikuwa naona documentary ya Muhammad Ali ambaye alikuwa boxer US. Dakika mwisho alipigwa vibaya sana na jamaa alikuwa anaitwa sijui nani, na hiyo kitu iliuma Mike Tyson. Aliona hiyo kitu kama kona umri ndogo ndiye anakuja. Ule jamaa alipiga Muhammad Ali vibaya. Nani alisema hivi, Tyson alienda kwa ule mama alikuwa anaishi na yeye, akasema mimi nataka munipeleke nione Muhammad Ali. Alijaribu na akafikia Muhammad Ali. Najua alikuwa anapenda Muhammad Ali sana, juu Muhammad Ali vita alishinda alishinda vita mingi sana ya nje ya ring kuliko ya ring, juu alikuwa anapigania right ya blacks. So alishinda vita mingi sana nje kuliko ya ring. Aliambia Muhammad Ali, mimi nitakuja kukurivenjia. 8 years later alipatana na ule jamaa, alimpiga deadly. Leo hii Raila Odinga akikosa hao watu wamfrustrate mpaka aende mpaka wapi, na waambia hapa ya kwamba tutakuja kuirevenge, na tutarevenge ubaya, tutarevenge la kwamba wale watu wajulikani, wale vijana wa mama wao wanauza mboga watakuja kulala kwa hiyo State House, whether wako na kizungu nusu watakuja kukopesha nyinyi kizungu ili waongee nao na wazu na hao watu wanajifanya eti yao ndo na control world. Yeah, so bro, bado niko hapo na sababu.
Okay, asante sana Mr. President for the response. Now let's do this. I want the conversation to move. Gaucho unasalimiwa na Mato, anatuma salamu zake hapo kwa comments. Alafu nashukuru wale ambao mnatoa comments. Kuna wale ambao they are hell bent to twist the conversation. I would also want to respond to Martin. He seems to have a mindset that the Kenya election did not have an opponent. Against who? Based on what? You know, kuna vile watu wanajibeba and then they seem to think that Raila Odinga is irrelevant or Raila Odinga is insignificant. From where I sit, there is nobody who can tell you or talk about Kenyan politics without mentioning Raila Odinga. It's not possible as things stand now. And he has kept that record for ages. So if you think that William Ruto was something against Raila Odinga, he wasn't. And he still isn't. President hapa ametoa challenge mzuri ambayo nilitoa hapa jana. Okay? Kama William Ruto aliwin hii election vizuri, okay? Na ana umaarufu wa kutosha katika hii nchi, ako na support ya kutosha, a resign saa hii 3 months turudi kwa election, yule anapata kura nyingi akuwe rais. Sio story ya kusumbuana hapa. So if you think that you have the capacity and you can challenge Raila Odinga in terms of national wide support and mass support, no problem, tukutane kwa ring. Lakini wewe unaogopa ring mpaka unaenda kuiba Chebukati, unamwambia kwamba kuna watu wamepanga kumuua, asipo kufanya rais watamuua. Wewe unaenda kutishia Chebukati alafu una turn around unasema kuna watu walikuwa wamepanga kuua Chebukati na ni wewe mwenyewe. So lazima tuambiane ukweli katika hii nchi, and then when we avoid to look at things critically, we only end up enslaving ourselves with our narrow-mindedness. The truth is this country is in a bad shape, and is in a bad shape because watu wamezuia uchaguzi wetu kutupatia viongozi. Wanakwenda huko wanapoison uchaguzi wetu, wanafanya ile watu wamechagua wanapindua. Then they come to blame us. I don't believe that Raila Odinga did not get enough votes to become president. Hata bila campaign, bila kuongelesha vijana na wazee, hakuna mtu mwenye akili timamu ataenda kwa booth achague walisema ni nani washosho na nani hakuna ndio hizo kura zinatokana kwa hizo za dozia, okay, hizo za whistleblower za Mount Kenya. Hakuna mtu alienda iwe Nyeri, iwe Kiambu, iwe Kirinyaga, iwe Nyandarua, mwenye mature person, mwenye familia achague washosho na nani. No, it was a lie, and that lie is what is sending shivers in the back of most of the people. Sahi hawataki sava iguzwe, wanasema poto ni sava, so poto ni sava, so na poto imefunguliwa, alafu hey, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Sahi lazima kieleweke, so hakuna kudanganyana. Asante. Naomba hivi Bwana Mbacha, nakupatia nusu dakika. Wanambacha, your gadget is failing. Sorry. Talk to your gadget properly. It will adhere. Rhoda, has your gadget collaborated? So, samani. Sasa Rhoda, kama unanisikia, fanya hivi. Okay? Umeniambia unatumia laptop. Okay? Nataka ufanye hivi. Katika hiyo screen kuna mahali pa settings. Okay? Imeandikwa settings. Utaklik hapo kwa settings. Alright? Alafu itakuonyesha mahali pa audio, pa video, pa virtual. Okay? Ukiliki hapo mahali pa audio, alafu uchague mic. Ni kama uchachagua mic, that is why unatumia ile mic unaongelea ndani, si ile iko kwa StreamYard. So uchague ile mic inafanya, and it will work. So give it a try, it will work. Unaweza toka alafu set, ama ukiwa tu hapo, go to the settings, go to audio, then choose the mic. Uchukue ile mic ya laptop, wacha ile mic nyingine ambayo imechaguliwa tayari na StreamYard. Ukishachagua audio itaingia. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mbacha, has it accepted?
Me now?
Yes, you have come.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank
Sasa
you so much.
utupe tuition fee.
Thank you. You know, this is my first time to use the laptop because my telephone, I have problem with my telephone. So thank you so much to see my brother Gaucho, Ghetto President. It's amazing. You are doing a great job. We are really humble, especially me. I'm humble. You are fighting for a country, and you are fighting for Africa. You are representing Africa. You remember that? Whole world, dunia yote zima wanakuona ile kazi unafanya. You are doing amazing. Unatufaitia demokrasi yetu, kuonyesha vile unapenda nchi yetu na vile you are standing. You are represent, kwa sababu this problem of tribalism, it's whole Africa. Whole Africa. Si Kenya tu. Tribalism, it's whole Africa. Ndio unaonanga kuna kuanga na madikteta wana take advantage. Kwa sababu kuna makabila zingine they wanafikiria about tribalism all the time. Tribalism wanatesa watu wengine. I'm against that. I'm against tribal. Hata nikiwa hapa mimi naombea whole Africa ati tribe iishe, na si our Africa, whole world. Dictatorship must bow, iishe kabisa, kwa sababu tunataka dunia zote watu wakae na nini na democracy na nini na devolutions na constitutions. Ati wewe ukiwin vile watu wamepiga kura zinasabiwa vile umepigana, si watu wengine wanaibia watu innocent. Kama mtu kama Raila Odinga ni mtu ameibiwa kura all the time. You remember 2017 what happened? Walimuibia kura na akanyamaza tu, na akaenda kotini na akawin tena, wakarudia ya nini. Sasa hiyo ni kitu obvious, na ni huyo jamaa Chibukati. So our country, we don't want such kind of mess. Ati watu wengine wanatake advantage kwa kabila hii, ati wenye nini. Kwa nini? Kwani baba amepigania nchi yetu. Umeongea vizuri sana. Matiba wamepigania sana na baba. Mimi kitokea nimekuwa very disappointment, na unajua mimi nimetoka nimezaliwa huko Kiambu County. Mimi member went to a parliament alikuwa naitwa Paul Muite. I was expecting him because they were fighting together. Walikuwa na fight na Moi those days, na Raila na Matiba. Those are the people I was expecting they will not support people like Ruto. Ruto ni mtu akona bad name, ni mtu yani akona psychology problem. Yeye anakuanga na psychology, mtu hawezi kaa peke yake. Akona psychology. Unajua mimi kama mimi nakaa Europe. Huku Europe ukiwa na diagnosis yoyote, ukiwa na psychopath, ukiwa na anything, yani serikali yako inakusaidia. Si kama Kenya ukiwa na psychopath. Psychopath ni ukiwa ati you cannot feelings, you don't have feelings about others. Sasa yeye hakuna, nobody cares. Ndio maana hivi Ruto anafanya si kitu ati ni nini, pengine childhood yake ali abuse na babake ama school bully, ndio maana hiyo hasira na kuanga nayo kila siku. Yeye mwenyewe ni selfish, yani he doesn't see the goodness, anachukia nchi yetu, anachukia watu, si positive. Unaona kama mimi naonaga watu whole world, na mimi nakuwa positive. Unaona kama wewe, mimi nikikuona uso yako unakaa mtu ametoka nini Congo. I know one guy from Congo, he looked like you even unakaa mtu kutoka Congo, ukai kama Mkenya so uko international. So that's why I'm telling you, I represent Africa. So the way you are doing, whole world they see you na Africa zima, na tunakuona ile kazi unafaitia Africa. Vile unaenda na huo bukera na you are doing amazing job. Kazi mzuri sana kutupigania. Una sweat kutupigania hiyo katiba yetu. Unasimamia na kupigania kwa sababu sisi baba anatupigania, sisi tunamsupport. Tuko side yake. Kwa sababu tukiwa tuko side ya baba, ni nani atakuwa ni tumsupport? Mimi nimesimama. Mimi unajua kama familia, mimi na sister yangu tunapenda Raila sana, na ni my niece. Walifight, sister yangu aliambia alivote kwa ODM na my niece. Na hizo kura zao zikuka. Na ni watu wengine sana wa Kiambu walivotia Raila. It's really hurt me. Kama huyo kipara anaiba, Ruto anaiba innocent. Unajua baba is very innocent. Ni mtu ako na roho mzuri, ni mtu yani baba ananga shida na mtu. Ni mtu yani yeye anapenda, he is positive. Ni mtu anapenda yani anaga mashida na mtu. Lakini huyu jamaa anakuja hichi chetu anaharibu kila kitu, ataki nini, ataki maendeleo, aoni watu vile wanateseka. He doesn't care. He's a selfish. We don't want selfish in Africa. We want a president who love his own country, who anapresent nchi yetu, akida pahali nasema, lakini huyu jamaa ana shida na sisi. He doesn't care. Ana feelings za watu, ana feelings za kijana. Afikiri kazi yake tu ni kwenda makanisa huko na nini hizo sijui nini, sijui kama ni kanisa la dada na watu kama Gachagua.
Roda, thank you. Hiyo achia hapo. Tutaendelea baadaye. Siwe tuko na wewe mpaka station tufunge. Asante kwa mchango wako. Asante. Nani huyu Little Mose anasema how can I join? Kuna link hapo inaitwa streamyard.com. Okay? Una click kwa hiyo link, then you allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, utajipata kwa studio. That is kama studio haijajaa. Studio inaweza beba watu 10 tu peke yake. So ukiklik ikwambie the studio is full, you keep trying until you get in. That is how to get in. So the link we are sharing, StreamYard, I can see you're watching from YouTube. You click on that YouTube version, then be able to guide yourself into the studio. Thank you, everybody. And then, nane huyu, say there was somebody here I need to respond to. Ni Sylvester amesema, Chebukati amesema sawa imezimwa. Ni poto, sio sawa. Ni poto walizima kwa sababu ati walishindwa kulipa rent ya firewall. Firewall zinanunuanga tu mara moja. Kwani inalipwa ni watchman wa G4. Chebukati ni hatari sana. But all the same, the server is intact. It's just like the backup for your SMSs and all that. They are kept as long as your gadget exists. I mean, iwe imezima ama iwe imewashwa, the information remains intact. And that is why Baba is talking about forensic audit. When we go into the server, nobody can alter what is in the server. That's why wanatengeneza subsidiary kama hiyo portal. Okay? And then in between the server and the portal, hapo ndio corruption inafanyika. Wizi wa kura hafanyiki nini? Kura zikitoka kwa polling stations zote zinaingia kwa server. Lakini kwa sababu wanataka kumoderate, wajue wanataka mtu fulani awin, na ile mtu amewin kwa server hawamtaki awin, so matokeo ile iko kwa server inawekwa kando, wana create hii yao in between, they sabotage. So that portal, public portal ile walisema was visited by 300 million people, hiyo ndio wamezima kwa sababu hawezi kulipia the firewall to protect the information from being altered. But that information there is questionable because it was altered. That is what the whistleblower is showing, that the real results zile ziko kwa server ndio hizi, lakini hizi za poto zilipikwa na Chebukati na Gulei na nane na wezi wake watatu walikusanyika pamoja, wakaamua kuuza Wakenya ili wao wapone. Lakini wakati umefika Wakenya wajikomboe, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuishi uongo siku zote, lazima ukweli udhamiri. And then kuna kitu Martin amesema kuhusu advising ghetto president sijui anzishe chama ama nini. Unajua inji ni kama boma, okay? Na boma hawezi tu kujitangaza ati wewe ni first born sasa umekuwa baba na unakuwa baba wa boma. Haiendangi hivyo. So some of the things you are suggesting are unnatural, are un-African, and they will never work. Nawapatia mfano mmoja tu, mtanisamehe mapema, okay? Kulikuwa na mtu katika nchi alikuwa anaitwa Ababu na Mwamba. When we had something called ODM Reloaded, Ababu na Mwamba was a firebrand.
I remember. Yeah.
What happened to him? Amekuwa CS bila portfolio, amekuwa tu mtu mwingine tu, yani mtu mwingine tu. The Ababu na Mwamba of 2007, the only MP who swore in Raila's name, he would open the mouth and the whole country will listen. Leo hii akiongea ni kama amepotea, ni kama ajui kila anafanya, mara ati yeye anapandisha diaper ya mtoto. Hiyo mambo yote mpaka Atuoli anakasirika na yeye. Na hiyo yote inatokana na nini? Kupanda kwa kitanda ya baba. Hiyo ndio shida. Na hiyo iko kwa Biblia. Kama mnajua mtu anaitwa Ruben. Okay? The first son of Jacob. Alijifanya yeye anajua kabisa mpaka anaenda kukatia girlfriend wa baba yake. Alafu laana ndio hiyo. So inakuanga hivyo. Kuna watu ambao I will give you biblical example. Kuna watu ambao watu wawili, and I'm talking to all young politicians, listen carefully. Kuna watu wawili katika Biblia, kuna Sauli na kuna old prophet. Okay? Wakati Sauli aliona kwamba Mungu amemwacha na Mungu amechagua Daudi, okay? Akajaribu kumuua Daudi, akashindwa. Akafanya kitu ambacho kilikuwa kikosanishe Daudi na Mungu, ili Mungu asaidie Sauli kumpiga nani? Daudi. I don't know if you understand that. So akamwambia mimi nataka uoe binti yangu huyu, lakini nataka dawari, okay? Lakini dawari si ng'ombe, si mbuzi, okay? Mimi nataka uende kutairi wa Filisti 100, uniletee their foreskin. Na kulingana na agano la Mungu na Waisraeli, wale watu walikuwa initiated into that covenant of circumcision, walikuwa wana wa nini? Wa Israeli. So he wanted, when David goes to circumcise the Philistine, God will be angry with David and then be able to fight David and eliminate David on his behalf. So kuna wale ambao ni wazee, okay, lakini hawataki vijana wainuke, okay, na katika hiyo hali wanawaingiza katika kuelekeza kimakosa, okay, ili wafanye makosa waangamie. They don't want them to rise. That is bad. And so you must tread carefully as a young politician. Hii maneno ya kutumwa ati wewe ndio unaenda kutusi baba. Angalia umri wako, angalia umri wa baba. Na wewe unamtusi kama nani? Utaisha mapema. Mungu anapigana na watu wale wote wanasimama kinyume na baba yao. Biblia inasema anaimlaani baba yake na mama yake, taa yake itazima katika giza totoro. That means the greatest time when you need the greatest light, that light will be taken away simply because you have broken the boundary. The last person is the old prophet. The old prophet, kulikuwa na kijana nabii mzuri, akiingia mjini anatingiza, okay, anatingiza akitoa unabii, kila mtu anatubu. Haya, na kukawa na nabii ambaye alikuwa ameachwa na Mungu. Nabii alikuwa nini? Ameachwa na Mungu. So akakuwa jealous. Kwa nini huyu kijana ni mdogo, anakuja anatingiza mji hivi? Lazima tumset up ili tummalize. Okay? Lakini akakuja kama rafiki, anasema anataka kusponsor. Alright? So huyu kijana alikuwa ameambiwa na Mungu kwamba ukiingia kwa mji, ubiri, ukimaliza kutabiri, toka. Usiingie kwa nyumba ya mtu, usikule kwa nyumba ya mtu. Akakuja siku ya kwanza, akaenda. Siku ya pili akaenda. Siku ya tatu Biblia inasema kukatokea nabii ambaye ni mzee, the old prophet. Akajitokeza akasema, hata mimi nasikianga Mungu. Hata mimi nafanya nini? Nasikianga Mungu. Na leo Mungu ameniambia vile ulihubiri jana na leo na sasa umechoka. Amesema nimetengeneza chakula kidogo kuja ukule ndio uendelee na safari. Na Biblia inasema huyo kijana bila kuuliza Mungu, okay? Akafuata nabii huyu, the old prophet. Akaenda akala, na alipomaliza kula akaanza safari ya kurudi nyumbani. Ndipo alikulwa na simba. So his prophetic ministry ended there. On which grounds? Listening to old prophet. If you don't tread carefully as a young person, kuna wazee ambao watakupotosha. Kuna vijana ambao watakupotosha. Kuna wamama ambao watakupotosha. But the future lies to the ones that will choose to follow what is right. Kuna mtu mwingine hapa anasema kwamba tukipigana saa hii tunapigania Raila's interest. Niliwaambia hapa jana, mshahara wa Raila saa hii unashinda mshahara wa rais. Okay? Raila ni representative wa 54 countries. Yaani rais wa mataifa 54. So hahitaji kuwa rais wa Kenya. Sisi ndio tunamuhitaji atusaidie kupambana na hao waovu. Atumalizie hao waovu ili atuachie nchi ambayo sisi tutaendeleza bila kusumbuana na wao washosho na wanugu. Tuko pamoja. So tusijichanganye, okay? At Raila's interest. What is Raila's interest with Kenya if it's not making your life better, making sure that your child will go to school without paying school fees, making sure that the quality of education will be worthwhile, making sure that this country will be industrialized and every Kenyan will be working. You will not be waiting for Hustler Fund to feed your family. You will be working with your own hands, make your money, feed your family, go to anywhere you want to go. That's the country we want. And so as we debate, I want us to remain factual. I want us to remain factual. Tusijichanganye na wale ambao wamepewa mlungula kuja kutuchanganya hapa kwa kuleta mambo ambayo hayapo. Na kupigania haki ni haki yetu kama Wakenya. It's not something we are asking permission for. We already have permission from the Constitution. So naomba nimalizie hapo. Yes, you've in freedom is coming. Quickly.
Asante sana Bernard. Maybe I can take like 2 minutes because I want to go. I just want to tell Gaucho that don't be afraid, don't be scared. You know, we are Kenyans who are many who are praying for you, and they say when where 2 or 3 people gather, God is there, so you'll be fine. They will target you, but God will scatter them in 7 different ways. So we just have to keep moving because it's not gonna be easy. And from the time we started, we knew it was not gonna be easy. Such things are meant to happen, but we have to free our country. So I just want to thank you. Please keep coming, and the work you're doing is great, you know. And don't let someone cheat you that don't let them lie to you that you start your own party, because they'll be destroying your career. You know, some people when they see you are when they see you, when they see you want to climb to another level, you know, they'll give you different advices. but most people will give you the advice to destroy you because they don't want you to climb there because they just want to destroy you. So just keep on the road you are going because I believe with Baba you are stronger. Because I don't want to lie to you, we do listen to you, yes, and we love you, yes. But if Baba doesn't say go, we'll still wait for him. We still wait for Baba to say go. Yes, we are ready to support. Yes, we are ready to help our country, but we need a leader, and that leader for now is Baba. So thank you, everyone. I just want to say good night or good day to you. May God bless.
Okay, thank you. Freedom is coming. So I will ngojeni kwanza, mmeanza kunichanganya. Kuna wale ambao hawajasema chochote na ningependa kumrelease. Kuna Gitonga hapa anafanya intercession, anasema to release president, amechoka. But kabla hiyo ningependa kupeana tu wale ambao wako na swali kwake, ili nikimpatia nafasi ya mwisho atashughulikia maswali hayo yote, alafu apeane his last remarks, aende kurest. Alafu of course atupatie mikakati ya Jacaranda, vile mambo yamepangwa na vile tunakwenda. So ebu nini, Moses, test your mic tuone kama inaongea.
Yeah, hello.
Hello to you. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. What about you?
Good. We can get you now.
Right, let me take this chance to greet you. I think it's a new day, so I'll just greet you like good morning. I'm very grateful to share the same podium with Gaucho. I'm very, very happy. Mi ni mwanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha Catholic University. Nimefurahi sana kuwa na nafasi kupeana maoni yangu. Watu wengi wamekuwa wakiongelea masuala mengi kuhusu baba. How about his leadership? Ukiangalia like the acting president amejoin politics when Raila alikuwa amework for long fighting for our rights. Pia nashindwa kuona some very confused Kenyan wakisema what Raila is doing, he is doing for personal and self-interest. Mi nashindangwa, I just say Raila himself, he has enough money even to sponsor many people. So I wonder to see someone saying that our leader has self-interest in politics. Politics is all about interest, but Raila is fighting for our own interest as Kenyans. Tena nichukue hii fursa nishukuru sana Gaucho, the president, the ghetto president. Yeye ako kwa ground. I would wish tupatane siku moja na nitakutafuta. I'll give my number to Bernard. I think ndo amenitumia link. So ile kitu nataka kuambia president, be strong enough. I've been watching your videos. You are man enough. You can go far in politics, regarding politics. I think politics is all about interest and influence. You have a lot of influence to most youths. And venye nimesikia ukisema all about influencing youths, tusimame and we say no to this Kenya Kwanza regime is very true, because it's very open that Raila won. And I've wondered today to watch Chebukati akisema ati he has exposed what we as Azimio we did, the meeting we had, but I will expose what the other regime, the Kenya Kwanza, they still lost their meeting and they subverted the will of the people. But the time is now. In fact, I'm a junior. Na after mmekuwa mkiongea hapa nimefuatilia nikaona it's like tunaka in a country where we should stand, unite and fight such leaders. I've been wondering how Ruto is there enjoying, says the president of Kenya, saying that the outgoing president had planned to abduct Chebukati. Those are just propagandas. And the nini, lack of unity in IBC, that is enough nini, that
Okay, thank you,
Chebukati,
Moses. Moses, don't you land,
about
land.
time
You
issue.
are flying too much in the air.
Let me nini, wind up my
Yeah,
argument.
we need to release the president. That's why we are remaining. Sisi tutaendelea na show. President needs to leave
Yeah.
ako studio, alafu anapaswa
Yeah.
kurudi nyumbani. So please let's mind time.
Utamwambia hivi
Thank you.
kidogo.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should tell him kwanza unmute mic yake, at least I hear a word from him before he leaves.
He will respond. That's why I'm saving time. Anapaswa kuwa released from the studio. So thank you, Moses. You mute your mic. Any other person who has something, a message
Thank you.
for Gaucho, I want to give him the last word. Yes, Cynthia, quickly in a half a minute.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Gachuo. I love you. You're a patriot. You're a hero. Keep on doing what you're doing. Usisikize mambo za watu. And the previous caller has to let Baba is Baba. And what you're doing, you're following his footsteps. He's a mentor. You understand me? And do not even follow what people are saying at this. No, in Luo we say, Chienopian. You cannot start your political party right now because saizi watu wanakujua sasa utatupa baba. No, it does not happen like that. What does it show to our elders? That's our father, and you're a child. We do not. You don't step away sababu sasa unajisikia sasa sababu ati uko majuu sijui ati watu wanakujua, so you're like no, we do not yanuchien. So do not even listen to what people are saying. As for those who are threatening you, the world is watching, honey. We're in the world of social media, my darling. We are abroad. And you know what we are watching. And there's what we call human rights, baby. So you know what? Do not be scared. We are here. And I'm also here. I am a law student. And guess what, boo-boo? We are watching. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. So I'm getting crazy right now. Ciao. And God bless you tomorrow. We are watching, honey. Do not be scared. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Cynthia. That is it. Asante sana. Great one. I think, Mr. President, I think take the floor. Fanya response yako, alafu uwage watu wako, tuonane hiyo show. Tumekubaliana tuko na show Friday ama Sato kabla Jacaranda.
I think Saturday.
Sato, sawa.
Yeah. Okay, kitu cha kwanza na nashukuru, ningetamani kukaa na nyinyi sana but nimechoka mbaya. Mtanielewa. Kitu cha kwanza nimesikia hao watu vile umesema, huyo msichana amesema nisiogope. Mimi siogopi. Ya pili, mimi siwezi wacha Raila kwa sababu Raila kuacha Odinga Odinga mpaka Odinga Odinga akakufa. Na alikuwa na capacity ya kuacha Odinga. Odinga kwa hai, Raila Odinga alikuwa shakuwa na influence in Luo Nyanza than baba yake. Na alikaa na yeye mpaka siku Mwenyezi Mungu alimchukua ndio Odinga Odinga akatoka. Mimi siwezi fight na siwezi enda against Raila Odinga mpaka siku watu nitaenda kwa matanga huko Bondo niona amesemekana leo mchanga inarudi kwa mchanga, then sasa watu watajua kweli juu kitamna pia kitambo Mungu afike. Mimi nasemanga na mega watu ugonjwa especially wale wajaluo ambao wanajifanya wana rebel against Raila Odinga. Nilisema ile vitu Raila Odinga amefanya Kenya mzima na especially kwa Luo community itachukua mjaluo mwingine itachukua around 100 years kwa mjaluo mwingine kuvaa hiyo kiatu. So mimi mara mingi nasema ugonjwa ambao anagonjesha Raila Odinga inafaa kila Mkenya achukue kwota. Mungu aulize nini alete kwota. Na especially kama ni wajaluo kila mtu achukue nusu. Ugonjwa wa kugonjesha Raila. Kifo ambaye inaweza uwa Raila, hiyo kifo inafaa kila mtu agawiwe. ama Mungu ataseti committee ambaye anachagua wakina nani wanakufa kwa kifo ya Raila. Na wacha vile kina Ruto wanasema eti yao ndo wameokoka sana. Mimi nikikufa na Yesu Mungu anakuja kuchukua watu, nifike nipate Raila Odinga hajaingishwa mbinguni, sitaamini kama ni mbinguni, kwa sababu huyu jamaa anafanyiwa madharau na hako tu. Jamaa anafanyiwa madharau na wale watu wengi ambao wamefanyia Raila Odinga madharau, wengi wao amerewind, amewasaidia. Kina Mosque yule wamemdharau, walisoma na nini yake, Oginga Odinga Foundation. Kina Njoki Ndung'u saa zingine wanaamua kesi vibaya against yeye, wamesoma na nini yake. Odinga ndio mtu unapata unamfanyia hii. Huyu jamaa gavana Kilifi juzi alimuuza, leo ni gavana Kilifi. Huyo ndio Odinga. Wakina Widi ambao wanamtusi leo aliwaweka kwa Lake Basin huko, wakakula pesa, wakawa wanawake wengi, pesa ikaisha, lawama wameletea Raila. Bado ndio kule gavana tamu ya pili ni Raila. So watu wengi, hata mimi mwenyewe nimepata jina in the name of Raila Odinga. Sijatumia jina ya baba yangu. Baba yangu alikufa akiuza busa. So mimi sijapata jina ya baba yangu nikatumia. Mama yangu alikufa bila kutongozwa na chief ama mzee wa kijiji. Wajaluo wanitanga Muruka. Leo watu wengi wamenijua, mpaka hata nyinyi ambao mmekaa hapo mmenipenda na mnanisikiza kwa sababu ya jina ya Raila. So siwezi wacha Raila Odinga leo na sitamwacha kesho. Na hiyo hata iko wabunge ambao sitaja hapa. Washa iko Mola aliniita, I think 1 month aliniita na nikaenda kwa hoteli. Akaniambia Ruto alikuwa Mombasa, Ruto arudi, nene nipewe 50 million na nyumba, ni wachana na Raila Odinga. Na alitumia lugha fulani Wajaluo unasemanga aero onge iweyo. Yaani aero hakunanga kupumzika. Ukiweka mzigo kwa kichwa, ukitoa kwa kichwa unaweka kwa bega, ukitoa kwa bega hii unaweka kwa hapa, ukitoka hapo unaweka kwa mgongo. Raila Odinga ametuweka na aero onge iweyo. Mimi nichukue pesa, nitulie, nifanye. Nilimwambia ndugu yangu, umenishinda na masomo na umenishinda na jina ya ubunge, lakini siwezi make mistake nichukue pesa kwa sababu itakuja kunisumbua. Oswago wale IBC tangu achukue pesa akaamua election vibaya 2013 against Raila. Alisema aje kanyaga kwao na mama yao sidhani kama anaishi kwao. Na tribe ambayo natoka na area natoka, watu wamefuata Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya usujana, kusimama na haki. That's why wanafuata Raila Odinga. Wakenya wengi wanaamini Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya kusimama na haki. Na uzee ndio imefanya Raila Odinga sasa anatulia. Vitu Raila Odinga amefanya, Ruto atakufa bila kufanya quota. So mimi nimelearn kutoka kwake na siwezi muacha na sitamuacha mpaka akufe. Na hata kabla akufe itabaki sasa Mungu tuinua au group ya kina babu nani, kila mtu atakuwa anapiga nini yake. But ile kitu iko na waomba ya kwamba Ruto must go, na si kesho na si 2027. Ruto lazima aende saa hii. For the first time Wakikuyu ambao ni Mount Kenya ambao tulikuwa tunachukuanga nini kutoka kwao, wanaweza pangishwa line na mkate ya buffalo. Women rep amepeleka Wakikuyu kwa bottom up, tunapangisha hao line. Kama jamii ya Mount Kenya wanapangishwa line juu ya buffalo leo, kesho watapangishwa juu ya biscuit. Na Wajaluo ambao wamekaa 15 hiyo miaka yote 59 years kwa upinzani watapangiwa line juu ya nini? Watu wa Kenya Kwanza wamechukua APR, wanapiga na maisha ya watu waone kwamba wanasaidia watu ambayo kila tribe walikuwa wanataka kuiga, wakuwe wanabiashara kama jamii ya Mount Kenya. Wameua business ya Mount Kenya kabisa. Sasa hii Kenya inakontroliwa na Usomali. Kila kitu, biashara kubwa wa Somali, building yote ni wa Somali. Na wale wanapiga nini, wanapiga hata kina Ndundini Nyoro. Iko siku jamii wa Mount Kenya watauliza, wakati ulinyanyazwa nyinyi mlikaa mkipiga nduru. Saa hii watu wa Mount Kenya, sisi Wajaluo wamezoea siasa Mjelundi mtu ana lose election kesho, anaanza kupanga 2027 kesho kutwa. Lakini watu wa Mount Kenya walikuwa wanapiganga kura, wakipiga hivi pap, wanarudi kwa biashara zao. Angalia sahi Ruto baada amewaweka kwa mood ya politics, hawaambii mambo ya maziwa vizuri. Hao wakienda maziwa yao, Raila si alituchezea maziwa yao, wakienda Mount Kenya wanauzianga tu, si unaona ule mtu alikataa handshake. Hiyo ndio sasa maziwa ambayo watu wa Mount Kenya walipiga kura ili maisha ya biashara zao kama maziwa, kahawa, majani chai, mugoka, miraa, ni coffee ikue waambiwe vile wata build hizo vitu. Wakienda huko kahawa ni Raila, bei ya maziwa ni handshake, bei ya miraa ni muganga, bei ya majani chai ni mchawi. Hiyo ndio vitu wanaimbia wakifika Mount Kenya. The day watu wa Mount Kenya watachukua ya kwamba wengi wao watu wamechukua na advantage na wakapaka Raila Odinga matope, wanatoka kupiga kura si kwa sababu ya agenda, wanapiga kura kwa sababu ya kupunish Raila Odinga na supporters wa Raila Odinga, bila kujua ya kwamba hao wanataka kupunish hawa wanajipunish watu wote, kwa sababu hao pia wako ndani ya hiyo Kenya. Sasa tunaumia, na hiyo mimi kuumia, watu wanaumia. Mount Kenya lazima wakuje wajue ya kwamba walimislidiwa na wakamislidiwa. Wacha niwaambie, na nasema hapa kitu watu wajui, na watu watakuja kujua Mount Kenya ya kwamba huyu jamaa kama mtu atabambana nao ya kwanza na ata make sure ya kwamba amemaliza kabisa ni Mount Kenya. Kwa sababu gani? Mount Kenya ukitaka kujua world wale wana controlling politics, lazima mkue poa finance. Mount Kenya wamekwanga wakicontrol politics za Kenya kwa sababu ya nini? Wanakwanga poa kifinance. Ukiangalia agenda yao watu ni kumaliza Mount Kenya kabisa financially. Unaona? Wanataka kuwamaliza kabisa. Ukishawamaliza kabisa, hawataongea politics ya nini? Itabaki sasa wakina Kipchumba Murkomen ndio watakuwa wamenunuliwa. Sasa hii vile tunaongea Kenya, position mzuri yenye watu waoni kwa TV ambayo Mount Kenya walikuwa na hand kwa government wanatolewa. Ruto alimake statement fulani 2013 before ajoin Uhuru. Wakina Kipkale Kones, Franklin Bet, Henry Kosgei, Sally Kosgei, wakina nani, akina Musa Sirma waliweka mkutano wakaambia Ruto, tunataka urudi ubak Raila Odinga 2013. Ruto aliita mkutano ya jamii ya Kalenjin kwake, na alitumia hii lugha, na unaenda kutafuta hiyo clip. Alisema ya kwamba sisi tuko na shida na watu wa Mount Kenya kuliko kila mtu, na ili tutatue especially kwa mashamba, na ili tutatue hii shida lazima tushike serikali. Tukishashika serikali then tutatatua hizi shida ambayo ilitushika. Ruto sasa yako na serikali hana, akona serikali hana, akona serikali ameshika hivi Biblia. Kitu ya kwanza alifanya ni port ya Mombasa ya Naivasha irudi Mombasa. Hiyo port ilikuwa watu gani walikuwa wanafanya hapo? Akasema ile kampuni ya samaki irudi Kisumu. Kwani hiyo miaka yote wako wanajua inakuanga hapa sijui Kiambu ama wapi? So mimi nasema nikimalizia ya kwamba hii chuki ambayo iliwekwa ndani ya Luo na tukawekwa ndani ya Kikuyu na Luo, iko wale walichukua na advantage ya kuangamiza Kenya. Sahii Kenya mali tuko sahii, Kenya yuko kwa ICU, na lazima sasa tutoke na watu wa Mount Kenya na Kenya na watu wote Kenya mzima, Coast, Wamasai, wapi, Kisii, tukomboe hii inchi, kwa sababu tukiwacha Ruto amalize miaka 5 hata miaka 3, Kenya itakuwa Kenya ambayo wale wako nje watatamani kurudi Kenya, watajiongeza kuishi nje kabisa, watatafuta vile watatoa familia zao huku waende wakae nje. So hatuwezi pea Kenya, hatuwezi pea Ruto nafasi. Ya mwisho namalizia hivi, na washukuru support yenu, na washukuru kwa maombi yenu, nashukuru wale walinisupport juzi nikikuwa rally. Nafikiri kwa watu walinisupport na around 30,000. Nilistuka, mimi sikuwa najua, nastuka mtu amenini. Dakika mwisho kwa kijana alinitumia alinisaidia kama nilikuwa nimebakisha basi ya kutoa watu wengine walikuwa narudi Kitengela na Rongai. Na washukuru support yenu. Mungu asudi kuwabariki, asimame na nyinyi, but ile ya muhimu ni maombi yenu. Ni ya muhimu sana kwangu, na maombi yenu hiyo ni muhimu sana kwa Raila Odinga akuwe na help mzuri, kwa sababu hii serikali ambayo iko ni serikali ya majambazi. But Raila Odinga au watu wote, hakuna mtu anaweza Raila Odinga 9 years jela. Ndio maana aliambia Gachagua, we usijiite Maumau, kwa sababu kama si baba yangu Maumau wao watu wangezama jela. Oginga Odinga ndiye alisimama hiyo Maumau watoke nje. So usitutishie na Maumau. Mtu amekaa jela remand ama jela 9 good years kama oni bibi yake. We unalia na ulishikwa kama uko kwa nini yako, ukafikwa kwa station, ukaandika statement ya uizi ya pesa, ukarudi kwa nyumba, unatishia mtu amekaa condemn jela, amevaa kangaroo 9 good years. Ndio maana Raila Odinga aliongea na hasira, na mimi nawaambia Raila Odinga ako na hasira ya kukomboa nchi hii, na mimi pia kama mwanasoja wake niko na hasira ya kuinfluence vijana wote kutoka tribe yote, tusaidie Raila Odinga kama baba yetu, yeye akae mbele, sisi tumzuie risasi na tear gas, tukomboe hii nchi. Asante na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana Ghetto President, we appreciate kwa create time kuja kujiunga nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Tunaomba kwamba utaendelea na tutazidi pamoja. So na on Saturday kuna mbunge tunajaribu kuhakikisha kwamba atakuwa. Sorry,
huyu wako na swali sitaki ni Raila alinifundisha kuheshimu wamama na wasichana. So huyu kabla niende kwa kitu nataka kuniuliza ndio niende. Roda.
Ni Roda ama ni bado mapambano?
Bado mapambano.
Mimi nataka kukuambia hivi bwana Gaucho, ujui mimi ni Mkikuyu, ujui wa Kikuyu. Wacha nikwambie, wa Kikuyu those days 1990, I was young, I was in primary school. Wa Kikuyu sana walikuwa wanapigana na Nyayo. Unasikia? Babangu alikuwa ananipatia story. Yeah. Na ukienda hiyo Sabasaba Wakikuyu wote waliuliwa na Nyayo wakisema oi tunataka katiba. Unaona? Wakikuyu yeah, si wajinga. Ni vile wamemanipulate na huyu jamaa. Unaona? Wakamanipulate. Unaona? Hakuna mtu ajui Ruto is a bad guy. Unaona? Bwana Gaucho, we know that. He's only foolish, doesn't know. I know him, he's a bad. Unaona? Baba is a person of, Baba ni mtu wa watu. Unaona? Mimi sipagwingu na huyo jamaa. All the time, I will be always like Baba. Baba is my king. Yes. Mimi si kama Wakikuyu anadanganya. Maybe Baba, na tutasimama na yeye. I'm still together with Baba. Namuombea, na naombea Azimio isimame na ODM na Jubilee. Namwambia nyinyi wote Wakikuyu, munaenda huko na nini na huyu bwana nani Gachu huko nini Bugera wanaiti, msema mnakaa huko mnajificha. Kwani ni ninyi mko mwanaume? Ninyi wote makabila zote mushikane hivi pete na chata na pete. Mushikane kabisa. Mimi namwambia kama mimi nikiwa mama yenu mama Africa, mimi I represent Africa mother. Mushikane nyinyi wote. Unasikia? Utoe huyo jamaa. Makabila zote. Don't look the language you speak. Don't look the skin color. Like the way Tomboya he said like this. It's about race and tribe. Usiangalie wewe uko Raibino. Usiangalie wewe language. Mumutoe. Tukishikana sisi wote tunaweza fanya kama ile Syrian war. Okay. We can do the same Syrian together.
Thank you, Rhoda. Your message is at home. You have made your point. Thank you very much, Rhoda. We have heard you and we are getting you clearly. We want to release the Ghetto President ili aende kupumzika. Tutakuwa na yeye hapa saa to na kuna mbunge fulani ambaye tunajaribu kuleta, so saa to kunaweza kuwa na hiyo surprise mbunge. Tutawakuambia nani mpaka tu confirm, lakini tegea tu saa to we may have that mheshimiwa naye atuambie historia yake. Cha muhimu hapa, kama wewe uko mmoja wapo wa wale 8.1 million voters, basi tunataka kubeba kura yetu tuende kuonyesha Chebukati kwamba ni we are 8.1 million wale walipigia baba. So kama ukue Mount Kenya, ukue Migori, ukue South Nyanza ama wapi, kama ulipigia baba, we want that 8.1 million march to State House. That is what is in the preparation. Kama Chebukati hawezi kuhesabu kura zetu kwa makaratasi, tunataka atuhesabu kwa kichwa, head count. Tuone ka wale wa Ruto atoe wake. Sisi 8.1 million tusimame kwa barabara, tuhesabiwe na Chebukati, tujue ni nani alikuwa na kura nyingi, huyo mtu afanywe rais. Rais wa bandia katika inji akubaliki. Asante. Now, thank you everybody. I appreciate everybody for staying by, and thank you those of you who have interacted with our ghetto president. We will soon be having him here on Saturday again. He has confirmed, na kuna mbunge ambaye tunajaribu wakuje pamoja ili wajibu maswali yenu. So Saturday we'll have a different show. Probably the show will begin early. Tukue na mahojiano na hao wabunge na viongozi kwanza, alafu tufungue hii show kama kawaida. So all in all, Jacaranda loading, and we are building up our numbers. 8.1 million people will go to demonstrate that they voted for Baba against the 5.9 million. Then from there, itajulikana mbivu na mbichi. Hii mambo mengine ni sarakasi. Please, Moses, your mic is on. Mute your mic. Inaonekana standing orders hapa itabidi nikweni nasoma kila siku. When your mic is on, it provides feedback, and then inaleta kizaza kwa wasikilizaji. So you keep your mic off until it's your turn to speak. Secondly, we are against people coming to the show, then wanaeka curtain. You go, you put off your camera. You spoil the quality of the video. There are people who watch this video after we are done. So if it is all black, unaboeka hata kama kuna point. So please help us in ensuring that we sustain the quality of the video, especially for those who come to watch after we are done. And if you are still watching and you have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, uko karibu kukosea Mungu. Tafadhali subscribe. Your number imebaki, tuko 679. Thank you Fatan for that. 679, tunataka kutufikisha 1000. And nataka unisaidie tufikishe hiyo 1000 by tomorrow. And the only way for you to help me is get me 5 people to subscribe. Just all. You just get the link, convince 5 people to subscribe. Tutakuwa tumefikisha hawa wamebaki ni 300 and what? 300 and something. We'll have crossed that bar, and it will be very good for that channel to be able to stand on its own, because it has reached the threshold that YouTube requires. At least 1000 subscribers. We have already crossed the number of watch hours. We are almost going to almost 10,000 already watch hours. So watch hours, hiyo iko sawa. Ile imebaki ni subscribers. So let's push so that we get the required number of subscribers. Now we are going back to submissions, and then we'll give priority to those who have not said anything, and thereafter we continue as usual. I'm happy that Leo is here. Mato ako pembeni pale, na naomba twende moja kwa moja kwa nani. Bado mapambano inaonekana is chewing something. Tupatie Alexander alafu turudi kwa bado mapambano. Alexander the Coppersmith. Sorry. Alexander Mtinda, how are you? Unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen. Bwana Mtinda, unmute. Ama umekwama tena? Pole, inaonekana Alexander is having problems. Bado mapambano, take the floor.
Mic yangu iko sawa. Mimi niko sawa, sikupata nafasi ya kuongea na rafiki yangu Gaucho. Mwambie bado mapambano. Otieno
Yes.
Kajwang alikufa akiwa anatuambia mapambano lazima iendelee. Kama kuna mtu alikuwa anafikiria ya kwamba tutafika hapa tuweze kuwa watu wa kuvumilia, hiyo wakati imeisha. Hivyo Gaucho asiogope. Kila mtu, hata Biwott alifanya zile vitu alifanya, lakini mwisho pia yeye alikufa. Hivyo nobody is living this world alive. Hakuna mtu atatoka kwa hii dunia akiwa hai. That's a philosophical statement. No one is living in this world alive. Hakuna mtu anatoka hii dunia akiwa hai. Kwa hivyo tunajua kwamba kila kitu kina mwisho. Na pia Martin Luther King alisema, you cannot oppress people forever. There comes a time, even Mugabe's of this world, they give in. And therefore, we are aware that our cause is going to come and we are going to succeed, because you cannot just take for granted 8.1 million votes. It is no joke. I saw the chairman today trying to defend Thagari. You know, he's been asked what is required of you by the law, or what is the sequence of events. And then he's giving us a paper that, because it, you know, the form 34C that declares a president was prepared by HINB of Itumbi, and it was delivered by the presidential escort of the deputy president to Chebukati. And he was told, now that we have done our part, we have carried the basket, we have significant Kikuyu votes and significant Kalenjin votes and significant I don't use the word Madoadoa, but people from Bungoma and Coast. So we have significant, the basket is a little bit full. So wewe tangaza hii. And that is why we wonder what kind of a Supreme Court we have. Because if the Form 34C itself was not complete, because Chebukati kept telling us today that that is part of the form he gave the commissioners to verify was part of this, that Form 34C. Part of it is, yani nasema that is a piece of 34C. And what it makes me wonder as a layman is that then who was justified? The Cherera 4 or the Chebukati, the three musketeers? Because if the Cherera 4 were given photocopies and given three pages from that 4C, then what were they to verify? So they had a right to disown those results, to say, we do not know how they arrived at these results. Yeah? And therefore, Chebukati made a mess of himself today. It's unfortunate that in a country where we have people with capacity, people who are outspoken, people who are efficient and eloquent and professional, we found Chebukati to be the chairman of the IBC. Today, he actually confirmed our fears that he was just an incompetent person. He was just a person who didn't know what he was doing in the IEBC, because as much as I know that the lawyer did not really ask the question that I wanted him to ask, he didn't even answer the ones he asked. Because if I was there, I would have asked Chebukati, how did you arrive at the and declaring without considering the constituencies that were not yet declared? Because the norm was And I think it has always happened like that, even in 2017. The provisional results are always streaming out. In fact, they are streaming so much that even the media are telling us this is a provisional result. In this election, there was no provisional result. They reached a point and they were cut off. So the only result we are waiting for, it is the one that Itubi was to create and then take it to Chebukati, and then Chebukati to mention to declare. It's unfortunate. Having said that, I also want to pass my, this I should have said before, pass my condolences to Magoha and the family. I think that's a tragedy. That is very, to me, it's a very big blow to Kenya, very big blow to the education sector, and particularly to that family. They have lost two people in a span of a very short time. It is sad. You know, as they say, good people don't live for long. And it's unfortunate because Magoha was a no-nonsense man. He was out and about streamlining education. I'm sure if Magoha was a minister of education today, parents along Kenya in this country would have a very different view on education today, because they will not be confused on the CBC as we are confused today, and will not have a secondary in Nyamira and Kisiwa Nisamehe that has never performed, everybody transiting to university. You know, some things are very abnormal. Even if you look at it, it's the natural law. There is no way you can have 400 A's in one school. I make sense. Those are things that Magoha could not have allowed. And when we look at the current minister and compare him with Magoha, I think we have made so many steps backward because he doesn't understand. You can see he is not, I think, as much as I don't want, Ruto, I don't call him president because we were told by Baba he stole election. Ruto should have maybe appointed that man, that education minister, I don't know his name, to maybe Ministry of Heritage, ambayo haina kazi mingi, you know, ile ya art and craft. Si kuna ministry kama hiyo ya heritage, kutafuta zile vitu za zamani kama mawe, you know, zile zilichorwa na Luanda Magere, you know. I think that could have been easy for him, because we are giving him education, he is really messing it up. So Bernard, whoever is a friend of this president of Chebukati, tell him appoint the current minister of education to heritage. Asistress ama forest. Kuna minister ya forest ya kupanda miti. That is not bad. Sababu atakuwa anaamka asubuhi, wanapanda 5, wanarudi nyumbani na limousine, analala. Otherwise, what we are seeing, it is not a representation of our country. We need a better, competent minister in that docket. The other thing I also want to say, we are taking our country back. Those who are thinking that revolution cannot happen in Kenya, they are mistaken. We have seen that the parliamentarians have not been given CDF. I don't think they will be given, and if they will be given, then there will be another sector that will have no money. So we are seeing the way, you know, I told you people that God that I serve with the Bernard, you know, we are servants of the Lord. The God we serve is not another of confusion. And if there is confusion in government, then that is not the government of God. That is a government of the devil. Hiyo ni serikali ya shetani. It doesn't matter how many collars you wear. You can wear 2 collars. You can quote the Bible in and out. But as long as there is no what we call the blessing, the flow of the Holy Spirit, there's no the anointing of the Holy Spirit, that is not the God's government. And that is why you see there's a lot of confusion in the education sector. in parliament, in judiciary, because this government is not blessed. And me and my fellow servant, Bernard, we are not going to bless them until they repent and confess their sins. Those are the conditions we are giving as a people representative of God. We want the president, the deputy president, Chebukati, or Sapit to go to Uhuru Park and confess their sins, and we shall bless them. But until that happens, drought will continue, confusion will continue, and destruction will continue. And this government will fall in a year's time. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you very much. Bado mapambano, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Ya, hiyo ndio maandiko inasema. Ukikiri dhambi zako, ukikubali na kukiri dhambi zako, utasamehewa, alafu utasafishwa kwa damu ya Yesu, utakuwa kiumbe kipya. Lakini ukificha dhambi, Biblia inasema hautafanikiwa. So hii serikali kwa sababu imeamua kuficha dhambi, haiwezi kufanikiwa kulingana na maandiko. Frank Okoth, unajaribu kuingia lakini your gadget is not well configured, so you cannot be added. You just try, if you are using an Android phone or whatever phone, restart it and then make sure that when you come in, don't control StreamYard. Let StreamYard have permission to control your phone. That is the only way you'll be able to get into the studio and be able to make your contribution. We're going to a short break. At least we play a video to make Kuja Marathon Leo. And then from there, we proceed with the conversation. It is important that we tell each other the truth. Kenya is our country. It's our duty to stand up and be counted by ensuring that what pertains to the welfare of this country is fulfilled to the later. Okay, let's just get this and then we move on.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's the sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. I brought that up to remind you that we will be having that online Bible Summit tomorrow. Those of you who enjoy Bible teaching, sound biblical teaching, please make sure that you tune in. And if you have not yet subscribed to our church channel, that's where that will be streaming. We used to combine and then kuna wale ambao wanachanganyikiwa. So what is there is the church channel in Triumphant Bible Media, where all this preaching will be taking place, and we want you to be part of that. So if you did not subscribe on that, we also urge you to subscribe and watch out for that teaching. It will be running from 9 a.m. East African time all the way to 1 p.m. Continuous biblical teaching with the seasoned ministers of God who help you understand the Bible. Wachana na hao wanakudanganya na kukuchanganya ete wanakugoogle. Google me, go deeper, go deeper. Forget about that. This is madness. They are trying to manipulate you. This is a proper biblical teaching session which we believe that the more we understand the Bible, the better off we are in terms of assessing life and judging life rightly. So even as we continue the conversation, make sure that you make a date with us and be part and parcel of our online Bible Summit. And that is why I will sign out mapema leo, because I have to put myself together for that Bible Summit. But all in all, we want you to also be a subscriber to our church channel. But even if you're a subscriber on this other channel, there is on your right hand at the corner, there's a link to the church channel. Just click on it, you will be able to get to the church channel and be able to get the proceedings of the live teachings for our online Bible Summit. So one more video, then we get down to our discussions as stipulated. There is what is boiling. I want us to look at it and see how it develops.
Participate in any parliamentary business going forward. We are not going to leave Mombasa, and we are not going to sit in any induction without the money in our accounts. No stories. The PS planning came all the way from Nairobi.
We want 100 million to give bursaries to our students, and failure to which we will start impeaching people in this house. We don't want to joke with the lives of our students, our people, of the poor in the constituency. It is pure balderdash to come and entertain nonsensical, comical, and ridiculous activities being done here while our people are suffering. I know what it means to lack school fees. Most of these members are here because they were helped to study. We have to help, to lend a hand. We are servants of the people and we will serve. This meeting will stop until money is put in our accounts. That PS, he has no information, because when he came to request us to proceed with the meeting, and he has no solution. He is not part of the solution. He is part of the problem. And they ought to have projected ahead the money that was supposed to be given to us. We have only 4 months remaining to the end of this financial year. We've not been paid anything for our people in the constituency. We can't do anything in the constituency. But the most important thing first is to get bursaries for our people. It is not about the government being broke because they collect taxes on a daily basis. Whatever they collected yesterday and today, we need that money for the students to go. They collect 7 billion per day. We need that money in CDF accounts so that we give to our constituents.
Okay. Moja katika mama county, naona wabunge wenzangu wanaongea juu ya CDF peke yake. Sisi tupo hapa pia tuzungumza juu ya ngafu ambao pia tunajua wao ina basari. Mimi nimelipa ma school fees, nimechoka. Na mimi nafikiri ni wakati mwafaka sasa serikali iangalie mambo muhimu kama elimu, si mambo ya kupuuzilia mbali. Watoto leo wako nyumbani, sisi tuzunguka humu kwenye mahoteli tu, tukikaa tunywe machai, tunywe nini? Hapana. Ukienda maofisini mwetu watoto wamejaa. Mimi nataka tu nimwambie rais, ile ambao ulikuwa unatuambia wakati wa election, wakati wa kutafuta kura, utaangalia elimu, utaangalia, wakati wa elimu umefika, watoto wako nyumbani. Watoto ni mayatima, watoto ni wajane, watoto wanahangaika, mtoto wa maskini.
Okay, mambo yanatokota hivyo. Naona impeachment is also loading. So inaonekana hii mambo ni hatari sana. Let me respond to team Wanambali anasema come to Toronto for Missions Week. I'm ready. Just call me and I will answer. I can go anywhere for any mission at Iraq. Just let me be on that flight. I'll be there. So there is no problem. Thank you so much. Now, let's listen to Nani. Leo and your, it is 1 a.m. East African time. Naomba sasa uanze kucheza kama wewe. Tumsikilize nani? Sylvester aseme kitu kidogo, tumsikilize Lala, alafu tuanze sisi tuende hiyo round 2. Wale watu wamesalimia. Sylvester, karibu.
Sanzana Bernard. Hi everyone. sitaweza kutaja leo. Rhoda, Kenya, Lala, and I can't read the name. So hi everyone. Yangu ni machache tu kidogo until nitulie. I don't know kama you guys watch the Chebukati in the tribunal. If you guys doubted we won the election, he proved it today when he was trying to throw those names there. Tuju came, what did they talk? Whatever he said. Until now, he threw the security guys in there. And he was asked the questions. So did you have the results, the total results, or the 34 seat? He said, well, it was being tallied, but did you know the outcome? No, I didn't know. These guys, who he said, when I saw them, yes. What did you take? Well, I listened to them, but I had to make a decision. So yeah, it was a high stakes because there's a security of the country. They knew who had won the election, and they knew what he was being told alternatively. So guys, go listen to that thing, tribunal. He sold himself without knowing. He spilled the beans because the question he was being asked, I couldn't believe it. And the guy is still comfortable. He said, yes, they were tallying the constituencies. There were 47 of them here plus diaspora. But they were already relayed in the server. So which they saw, they knew who was winning. But he was crafted a theory to come and tell people, well, they wanted me to announce somebody else. No, they knew Baba has won already. That's why Tuju was there and the former attorney to tell him, look, please. And he was sent, please, because they couldn't hear their communication. They want to switch stuff, right? But the numbers are in there. That's why they cannot avail the server. The numbers are there. Now he said it himself today. If anybody, listen to what he was saying. And they crafted all these theories. Guys, we had to get our win back. This man is not taking us anywhere. The proof is there. The man said it himself. Yeah, did you know the numbers? I didn't know. Or the CEO, he was telling. But why were these people? No, if you don't announce, the only thing he didn't say is, if you don't announce the results the way they are, you will ban the country. That he was just shy of saying. He didn't want to say it, but they said, well, if you don't announce Raila Odinga or the Azimio, or you ban the country. No, they were telling him because the results which were there said Baba had won. Oh no, it's the will of the people, so the people decide. People had decided it's Baba. And the other thing I want Bernard to let people know, let's not talk about the central people anymore. Let's go light. Don't talk about Kikuyu. Don't talk about anything. The people were swaying things to look like these people voted for Baba. You'll be shocked. Maybe their value will be maybe 3 million. Right now they are saying it's more than 2 million. So let's not talk ill of them. All they did that. No. Let's not look the past. Let's look at what we have at hand, what we did August. I want us to base our argument there, not what was Kibaki's time. No. That is different time. Let's focus now. Those people voted for a man, for Baba. You heard it from Kioni. You saw it when Waiguru was almost confessing or conceding that she lost. And all of a sudden, in a minute, they'll say, oh, how does this happen? How many words were left? And then you hear she won only one word. Come on. Guys, let's not talk about now the people from the central. Maybe they voted this way. No, they voted with us. So all we need, Bernard, I asked you, but I guess you didn't read it. You was busy. I wanted to make sure we tell Gaucho, the other counties, make sure you activate because there's Bungala Mwanganji everywhere. Activate them. Let you guys pull together because when we set it up, we want to come all corners of the country to that state to approve this guy by either way. Okay? Every county will have his bunge there. Forget about the bunge we are telling here. Bunge, the one they are saying here, Bernard, you played. These people, I don't trust them. I'm reading two things. They see what happened with this Jacaranda, Kamukunji. They are reacting to that. They were gonna go approve that thing, but they see the Wananchi are not with them. They were about to. Guys, read between the lines. Don't go by, oh, we want the bursary in their account. No, they were gonna do it. All right. So do not trust them. Trust the voter. The voter. What does the voter say? I voted the other way, not this one you are showing me. Then we will straighten up the country. Let's take our power back. Do not trust those members of parliament for right now. Let's have
All
the
right.
right winner, then they'll follow in the line. They don't control us. We hire them. They work for us. I'll get back to when I reach home, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Sylvester. We appreciate that. Very good points there that everybody needs to note and follow closely in order for us to flow. It is a UDA propaganda that is being pushed that Uhuru played Raila, or the Mount Kenya people did not vote for Baba. It was all serving their interest so that their rigging cannot be detected. But now that the people who voted are coming out and saying we voted this way, it will be very hard to sustain that narrative. And so it is about time people began to confess their sins so that we look on how to forgive them if we have to. But we have to get our country into a right mode. About bunge la wananchi across the country, it is our responsibility as a whole to see to it that this movement is sustained. And so we'll work within the set structures, but we also want, as maybe Mtembei TV, for us to play our role, would want some people to come on board. Some people to come on board, meaning kama mko Mombasa, mnakutana, nini mnafanya, tungependa kujua kama mko Mombasa mko vipi. Kuna at least we have a point man in Vihiga and Kakamega, huyo tunaweza fanya na yeye vizuri. Tukipata hiyo information tutajua jinsi vile tuna report na vile tutaona kama kutahitajika support. Lakini kama mko tuko mko na bunge lenu na wananchi alafu mnakutana kutiana mioyo na mtuambii, sasa itakuwa ngumu kuwasaidia. Na hii sio kusema muende kutengeneza, hii sio Hustler Fund Youth Group. Ni movement ya watu ambao wanapenda hii nchi na wangependa mabadiliko ya nchi ili kushinikiza serikali ambaye haijachaguliwa na wananchi itimuliwe, tukuwe na serikali ambayo imechaguliwa na wananchi. Na hiyo inatokana na wale watu wamejitolea, si wale watu wanataka kujizolea. I hope you're getting the difference. Mduna atakuja kuwafafanulia hayo. Cha kweli ni kwamba kama uko Kilifi, uko Lamu, uko Mombasa, uko sehemu gani, kama vijana, okay, hiyo ni jukumu letu. Saa hii ni wakati wa kupigania nchi hii, na vijana lazima waongoze nini huo msafara. So msingoje baba akuje tononoka ndio mwanze kukusanyika. Mwanze kukusanyika, kushinikiza watu na kuelimisha watu, hiki ndio kilifanyika, hiki ndio kilifanyika, na hiki ndio kitakwenda kufanyika. So let that be taking place, and then when you need coverage by either Mtembei TV or otherwise, you let us know, then we can feature you in any of our programs na tutajua ni nini ambacho mnafanya. So kama uko Mombasa, you are able to contact us, please, you have my number, let me know. We have point people who we can send from there. Our reporters will come and cover you up, cover your story, then we'll be able to air it. Uko Migori, uko Kisii, uko Nyalende, uko wapi, you have your team that you're working with, let us know so that we can also cover you. It is important. Ili hata mkinaswa huko tunajua ni kina nani wamenaswa na tutawakomboa vipi. Isikue eti ni wengine wameweka pembeni. Evangelist Frank, I believe you're still Frank Okoth. Your device is not connected. Lazima camera na audio si connect. If they don't connect, you can't you can't get to the studio. Unafika tu hapo kwa mlango, maybe the best you can do is type hapo kwa private chat, but you can't be added to the screen until your gadget is well configured. So restart, follow instruction, restart your phone, zima kabisa, then when you switch it on, follow the instruction, allow StreamYard to configure. Don't disallow it to wherever control your camera and your audio. If anything you disallow it, it makes your configuration wrong and it makes it impossible for you to make your submission the way you would wish to. Thank you those who are subscribing on Sound Candid Talk. You're doing well. Please, let's keep going and let's take it upon ourselves. Wale mko kwa WhatsApp groups, zile WhatsApp groups zenu za matanga, za salamu, zile za vijiji, just take that link and then talk to 3, 4, 5 people into your WhatsApp group. Let them subscribe. We want to get that 1,000 subscribers within this period, so that we get that channel to be able to stand on its own. And it's good. It's good. We have very good responses. We are receiving very good responses. We had the live proceedings from Jebukat Tribunal all through on that channel, and I think you enjoyed following. So those of you who have subscribed, you're enjoying it. Sambaza neno kwamba hiyo channel inaleta mambo kamili kamili, sio nusu nusu, na utafurahia kuwa sehemu ya hiyo. Thank you. And then before I leave you in the able hands of Leo, let me listen to Lala. Alafu tukianza round ya pili ndio nitaanza kuwatoka. Lala, vipi leo? Unmute, your mic is still off.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thanks, Bernard, and thank you all the panelists. I'm calling from Cleveland, Ohio, and today is a sad day for me because I traveled to Kenya some time back and to meet my friend who was then the Vice Chancellor at KSU University, and put me in his car, and we drove to Kenyatta University where there was a Christian meeting. And when I arrived there, he introduced me to Professor Magoha, and we had a chat. We had heart-to-heart, talk about education. And there is no one who was passionate for learning education than that man, Magoha. When I came back to the States, my own son, who was born here in the United States, was actually so much interested in the man that he was always looking, whenever he wants to think about Kenya and talk about Kenya, it's always Professor Magoha. So he influenced a lot of people, not just in Kenya, but globally. He was a giant. He was a great, great man. That actually is very sad. But then at the same time today, I watched partly some of the interview or the tribunal for this man, Chebukati, and studying his body language. Can you hear me? Are we there? Give me a second here.
Yes, you're good. You're good. Go ahead. We are hearing
I watched his body language. And this man has been preparing for this interview for a long time, being prepared. Yet what you saw was a man who is nervous. The body language says something is wrong here. By the way, I practice psychology. I have a private practice here, so that's part of my job. I work for the U.S. military. I do a lot of briefing and debriefing. Just watching his body language suggests or tells anyone watching that guy that something is wrong here. He was trying to create what anyone can simply see is not adding up. And I was very keen yesterday, the other two, when they were being asked by Korea, I think if Korea don't, the kind of question they could not answer correctly. So clearly there's evil here. I would call it evil. And my hope is, especially for the young people, that let us stand. Baba's done the best he could, but the torch to complete it belongs to us. I want to remind us of an Old Testament passage, which is the book of Judges, chapter 6, verse 13 and 14, or the entire chapter 6. We talk about a man called Gideon. Gideon was just another young man, okay? And the Bible tells us that for 7 years, the nation of Israel was being raided. They plant and the Amalekites and those other, enemies come and take everything, all the plant, all the food. And then after 7 years, they cried to God. They were hiding and living in caves. These are people who should be living in their homes, but they were hiding from these people. And then this young man is sent to go and get some food. And then the angel of the Lord comes and calls him mighty warrior. He looks at himself 7 years hungry, not living right, and thought the angel made a mistake. No, he was the warrior. And each one of you are warriors. God is calling on us to stand, to claim our land back, because our people are living in caves, poverty. Look at what's going on back home. It's shameful with that wealth that we have as a nation. And we are caught and tied and trapped by corruption. And just watching that man talking, called Chebukati, suggests to me that there are evil forces in high places that requires all of us to stand together and claim back our land. Okay, so as we are here as Kenyans, thank God that we have come together to know that we are all in the caves. We got to come down and listen to a Gideon so that we can be able to get back our land. God wants Kenya free, all of us, to live well and to enjoy prosperity within those borders. And it's looked like Raila has been to the mountaintop, you've seen it, and it's in our reach. And so I pray that we can be bold enough and step forward and be counted. So I just want to encourage all of you doing a great job. Let's all stand, let's inspire the people, and let us get back our land. That is my message to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lala. We appreciate that. Let's keep in the race. And of course, we continue sending our tribute to the fallen former education CS, Professor Magoha, and praying for the family. God's comfort to rest upon them. It's a very trying time for the family, losing two key pillars at the same time. But we trust that God is going to navigate them through this, and they will end up in a better place. We pray that both their souls rest in eternal peace. And as a country, we are in a very, very, very uh, complicated place. If we don't sit properly, we may lose it. And when we lose it, it will take a long time before we get it. So, whatever strength we have left, whatever capability we have left, let's engage it and focus it on the right thing. We must get this country from the wrong hands and put it in the right hands. The international community has now begun to speak double. If those of you have heard them, they are now beginning to suspect themselves. When they were the ones on the forefront reporting the people not to go to Kisumu and otherwise, when they were cooking their thing behind the curtain with Chebukati. Let's get this government first. Then we'll begin to determine who are our friends and who are our enemies. In the meantime, let's keep sensitizing people. Wale watu mnaenda Jacaranda, tutakuwa na mazungumzo ya kina on Saturday with the Gaucho and team. But wale mko Nairobi, please keep safe. And those of you traveling in, mkikuja mkutano Jacaranda and otherwise, also keep safe. Okay, usikuje Nairobi na ufuatane na watu ambao hujui, kwa sababu watakupeleka mahali ambapo hujui na unaweza kuwa usije. Na tuna deal na watu ambao Kaucha amesema ni system ya machambasi, which is true. Wataanza kufanya watu wapotee ndio waseme kwamba waliitisha maandamano kwenda kunyonga watu na hivi na hivi. So be very careful as you come in, fulfill the purpose of your coming, and then wait for the next move. This is a well calculated move. Kenya Kwanza is dismissing it, says Raila hana plan. Oh, hii kitu itaisha tu. Ignore Raila, atachoka na maandamano. Hakuna shida. Enda uongee na Isaka Hassan, hajakufa. Atakwambia machozi Monday ilimung'oa. Ongea na Moi kama unaweza contact the dead. Kama Raila atachoka na maandamano na hakuna kitu kitafanyika, go and contact him, atakuwa advice. If there is any person who knows that the people can get what they want, is Baba. And of course, the Constitution provides for us to do that. The supporters of evil, they are evil. The supporters of stealing are thieves. And they don't belong in the society of people that are respected. And so let's keep doing what is right. So nikianza kwa aga, nitaondoka, tukutane kwa Triumphant Bible Media. If you are not a subscriber, subscribe to Triumphant Bible Media. Tutakutana hapo, tutakuwa na session ya kufundisha Biblia hapo na bishop wangu wherever Silas Kanali na nani mwingine. Let me just play that clip nikiondoka anga, just as a reminder.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctor of theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Okay, thank you. Let me some. Okay, Bwana Leo, karibisha Mama Amani, alafu muendelee na safari.
Wacha Mama Amani akaribie azungumze na Wakenya, alafu tutaendelea na safari. Leo naona watu wako na mengi ya kunena na watu pia wamehuzunika. So I just have to say that what has happened today, maybe it is symbolic, losing somebody who was so strict on matters of education, losing somebody who set standards in examination. And for the first time, when we started seeing some integrity in our examination is when Professor Magoha was chairing the Kenya National Examination Council. And one called Fred Matiang'i was the Minister of Education. So many did not know why people stopped getting those A's. I remember some time back, Magoha was saying that he used to say that people are so obsessed with A's, but when they go to the university, they are not able to do the courses that are worth the A's that they scored in high school. So people really praised Matiang'i for having reduced the number of A's that Magoha called what is, but they forgot that the person who was also behind the reduction in the number of A's is the person who was at the helm of the Kenya National Examination Council. That was Professor Magoha. He died at a time when we saw the worthless A's coming back, just days after those A's came back. He died at a time when the government have refused to disburse bursaries to the CDF account. So it's so sad, and it is symbolic of the death of education in Kenya. He died at a time when parents are not sure whether they'll be able to pay the fee. The schools are opening, and the fee subsidy has been reduced. He died at a time when there is still some confusion of CBC, whether it is going to be implemented or they are going to cut it off after 7 or 8 years of being implemented. So basically, it is not only Magoha who died. It is education in Kenya that have died. So as we are mourning Magoha, those ones who are still alive, we need to ensure that we don't bury Magoha and bury education. So let us bury Magoha, but try to resurrect the education system in Kenya. So that is what I can say about the situation that we are with the laws of Professor Magoha. So I'll welcome Kenya Namani to proceed.
Thank you, Leo. Na karibu Lala. This is our home whereby we concentrate and make some good ideas to resonate in people's mind. We are not hypocrite. We are honest people with open mind. And our hope is that those people who listen to us will get it right and don't mistake us. For me, it was sad this morning because I was following the news for Magoha. I don't know him more than how I have known him as a good CS for education and the good work they did connected or together with Matiang'i. We have had good people who could have made our country great, though Magoha has left, and may he rest in peace, because we love him just the way he is and how he was, not like a neighbor, because I didn't know him as a neighbor. I knew him as a CS, and the good work he did resonated in my heart. So today, Kenyans, I was watching this man called Chebukati, and this tribunal is like for colleagues. It's not a tribunal to rescue Kenyans. It's a tribunal of friends, tribunal of goons, because even when you look at him being questioned, he's not even ashamed of the answers he was giving to Donald Korio. He was asked about 34C, and he said, it's only that, whatever you saw. That's what I took from him. And he was asked, why was it written by hand, but not by typing? He said, well, we were just correcting the mistakes that were there. So I wonder which mistakes were being corrected with a pen and how the results we got, they arrived to. When you sit down as a Kenyan, as for me especially, my brain electric become ignited. And that's why you feel so bad and angry when you see somebody trying to make things and change people's mind. What you understand is not right. It's what he can tell you to understand. That tribunal, Donald Kipkorir tried to explain very well, not Trump, but Kipkorir. Don't laugh at me, Leo. Kipkorir tried to explain to this guy and calling names of the people who are chairing the tribunal. And I hope Kenyans got this right, as I got it. He said those guys, one name at a time. There were 4 people. And he said they are all UDA people. And I hope they will be impartial. They will not be biased. Mchelule is another guy. Since the time of starting to select tribunal, he was so sarcastic. So I have a question to Kenyans. This tribunal, do you expect the answer to come on your favor? For me, if I'm asked, hell no. This will not come to that close to our favor. And especially when you think who have financed this tribunal, who have made this to reach as to this point. He is the same as the same president on the chair. So I heard Bado Mapambano had this question. He would ask Chebukati, how did you arrive declaring the winner? And I also will ask another question. Why did he decide to declare the winner one day before the D-Day? And 26, I think, constituencies were not even counted. When you put all this together, you'll see these are people who had sat somewhere and planned and talked how they can swindle the winning. And we are over that now. We should not even think about that. We know Baba won. So that is why I'm saying, or I'm believing that every Kenyan now, we should move forward and focus and go do what is right. Because we'll never get any truth from these guys. They have decided, and that is what will remain. So for that reason, Chebukati will never come to our side, will never declare the winner, will never, as our Baba the winner. He has meant business, and let us mean business. Kenya has become a playground of thieves, a playground of majambazi, mafia. And my dear friends, let me tell you why I broke down. I looked at Gaucho with the explanation of how they started attacking him, calling him to the police. And I tried to put Gaucho on the situation that these people, that's the way they start doing evil things. And because it has happened, God help us. This is a young guy, young man, And there are others who are following the same suit, the same road, the same way that they want to see our country liberated. But they might not be given a chance. Because how this government is operating, they don't want the people who get it right. They want those people who will drink and sleep and eat bad stuff. That is all they are after. So my breaking down was that we see Gaucho survive, and we pray God that these evil hands don't put any evil things on Gaucho. I felt very saddened, as well as we are mourning Magoha. Those are things that really can make you feel like we are very much down, but we are strong and we will move on. May God bless Gaucho. He is carrying a long way and he has started the journey. And let's pray for him. That's all I can say today, because Chebukati is a criminal and he'll never give us the truth, but we know the truth is there. He said the server is open and it is empty. There is nothing. So we want to see the server empty, how empty it is. For today, I'm done and I'm good. And Bernard, have a good night. I know it's late. And the rest, I'm still here with you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you Kenya Namani, mama yetu, tunashukuru sana. I was going, but when you brought about Chebukati's explanation of Form 34C. Form 34C cannot and should not be handwritten. Form 34C is supposed to be generated by the system after it has received results from all the 290 constituencies. It's supposed to be triggered. Every result has come in, then it generates it, and then it sends it to be printed. So where it is handwritten, it is suspect. And that is why bado mapambano alikuwa anasema ililetwa na wale watu walikuwa wanatoka kwa tallying center ya Itumbi. Chebukati akaletewa, akasoma vile ameandika. And ndiposa we have to change this country, make our systems work, not hamper our systems from working. Thank you so much. Dr. Leo, continue, lakini nilikuwa na suggest cheza ile video ya Dr. Magoha akizungumza kuhusu
Please, can you
uzuri
give
na
me,
ubaya wa
can you give me, Bernard, can you give me just chance? I talk just 5 minutes. You know me, I like to talk how I think, how I feel. It's good the way Mary bring that story about Chebukati. Kitu kile Wakenya they don't know. Mungu anataka kabila yote hii dunia yote iokoke. Kabila yote ikiokoka hii dunia inapata amani. Like siku ile kabila zitaokoka, wapige magoti na walilie Mungu na wa repent, the whole world we get peace. Lakini makabila zingine wako na chuki, kama huyo Chebukati anachukia makabila zingine, ako na chuki, ako na kuchukia watu wengine. Ndio maana mimi nataka kukuja Kenya nihubiri Injili. Nihubiri makabila wote wa Kenya waokoke, kuanzia Makarejini. Kila Wakikuyu wote niwahubirie. Mimi ni Mkikuyu lakini nitawahubiria. Kwa sababu pia Wakikuyu ni wabaya sana. Kwa sababu watu kama Gachagua anatukana na Raila. Na Raila ni kama babake. Ndugu yake mkubwa ama babake anamtukanana vile anataka. Na wanajua sisi kimila yetu ya Afrika tunakuwa tunaheshimu wa baba. Si ndio? Hiyo ndio kimijamii yetu ya Afrika. Hata wazungu wanajua. Wazungu wanakuwa wananiambia wamesoma, wanaheshimu wa shosho. Si ndio? Kwa sababu Mila yote ya Afrika tuko nayo, tuko almost many things similar. It's only food. Like in some things we are more similar. Kuheshimu wazee. Makabila zote zikiokoka dunia zima, ndio Biblia imesema makabila wote wapige magoti na waokoke kabisa. Hii dunia tutakuwa na amani. Ndio sahi unaona Kenya sahi iko, kwa sababu kuna kabila iko na chuki, inachukia mtu mmoja, wanamtesa. Kwa nini unatesa mtu? Ukiwa Biblia inasema tuwe watu wa huruma, alafu unasema umeokoka, unaenda kanisa. Ni Mungu nani unaenda kuomba? That is a sect. Hizo makanisa za Ruto zinataka sect. Mungu wangu ni wa love, wa mapenzi na ni kind. Hauwezi tesa kakako, hauwezi tesa mkabila mwingine ukiwa unaogopa Mungu. Na hiyo ndio itatuma tuende mbinguni. Si kitu kingine, si vile wewe mzuri unatoa pesa kwa kanisa ama vile wewe nini. Ile itatupeleka mbinguni ni vile unatreat watu. Ukifanya, if you do good, hata Mungu unamfurahisha. Lakini ukifanya kakako hivyo, unafikiri Mungu anafurahi? Hawezi afurahi. Ndio maana watu wengine wanakuja kuhubiri makabila mengi sana. I have a lot of friends wanaenda kupreach. Tribe, they have never had the gospel. Waokoke. Tribe ikiokoka dunia zima inapata amani. Dunia zima, hata America kutapata amani, hata United Kingdom kutapata amani. Lakini tukiwa na tribe hatuwezi pata amani. Sasa makabila zote Mkenya muokoke na mjue Mungu na muogope kabisa. Si mabia kusema nene. Hiyo nchi yetu. Chipukati wewe. Uokoke kabisa na you repent hiyo dhambi zako. Unajifanyanga criminal. You're criminal. You're not a Christian. Na mimi takubudia wewe uokoke. Hizo dhambi zako umebeba zote. Hawezi enda mbinguni. Ukituibia watu kura, unatesa baba, unatesa Raila Odinga, mtu muze innocent, ananga shida na mtu. Raila ananga shida na mtu. I know him. I know Raila when he was even MP from Kibera. Raila ananga shida na mtu. Raila ni mtu anakuanga kujoke. I remember when he came United Kingdom, alikuwa anaongea vizuri about Kenya. You know, he very intelligent. Yani hata watu wa UK huyo alikuwa na mhoja akashida, wow, akasema my country is not neutral. My country Kenya is not neutral. Anaongea positive, anapenda nchi yake. Hao ni watu wale wage, afu watu mjinga kama wewe anamuiba kule watu Gachagua mnamtakanana. Wewe Gachagua wewe, repent Gachagua. Shame on you, repent. Wacha unatukanana mtu mwingine. Na mko rangi moja, nyinyi mko rangi moja, mko black, alafu mnamtukana na uache. Unasema ati wewe ni Mkristo. Mkristo mgani? Biblia inasema yani kila whole watu naheshimu wazee. Raila anaheshimika. Si watu wanafanya vile wanataka kumtukanana kama hivyo Gachagua na mtukanana tunaonanga 18 ni nani? Unajiharibia jina. Whole watu nakuana.
Yes, thank you.
Makabila zote muokoke Kenya, mjue Mungu nani. Mkiokoka whole world we pay peace. Makabila zote nchi zima whole Africa, mkiokoka ndio whole world itapata amani. Na muokoke kabisa, si ati yako kuokoka kabisa. Kabisa.
Wamesikiza? Actually that is the only way. Watu lazima waokoke na waache kusema uongo na waanze kusema ukweli. Manake tukizidi kudanganyana wa Kenya, hakuna mahali tunaelekea. Ili Kenya iweze kuendelea vizuri au vilivyo, lazima kuwe na uokovu, na ni uokovu wa ukweli na uokovu wa haki. I heard William Ruto giving his tribute on the late Magoha, and it confirmed to Kenya that he is the enemy of Kenyans and is really against education. The way he praised Magoha, how Magoha was strict, was he worked with Magoha when he was in UN, NEC, and as a cabinet. And it is so kwa Kiswahili wanasema ni kukejeli. Yeah? It's so ridiculous that the same person replaced Magoha with a crook. Mwingine alisema huyo jamaa alifaa apewe hii kazi ya heritage ya kwenda kuangalia hizi mawe za Luanda Magere, zile spears za Gor Mahia, kwenda kuangalia Masinde Muliro aliziko aje. So he replaced such a brain with a crook only to come and tell us when this guy have died, to come and shower him with praises. I really felt like he is not sincere in his tribute, and if truly he is sincere, then he's telling Kenyans, I left the best and gave you the worst because I don't want you to enjoy good things. So before tuendelee, I just want to play a video here to show you the situation of education, how our elected MPs are being treated in Mombasa, so that they forget about your suffering. So it's good, and I like Babu Owino for one thing. He's one man who will always fight for something called education. Babu is always passionate about education. And had Baba been given his win, right now we will be having the best maybe education CS in Babu Owino. That is if they did not retain Magoha. So let us watch this and proceed from there.
To tell you that I'm a sad man. Today, on the second day, we've been brought to Mombasa in very beautiful hotels. Hotels that are very costly, paid by the public, money from the public. Why should we enjoy this? Yet our children are languishing in abject poverty. Why should we sleep in these big beds? Eat the best food in the world, yet our children cannot go to school. Yet our children cannot get money for bursaries. Babu Owino is a project, is a product of education. Why not for education, I would not be here. I would not go to Nairobi. I would not even be a member of parliament. Therefore, we want to give that same opportunity to our children. As a result of that, I have decided to stop the ongoing meeting. The committee meetings, I have decided to stop them, and we will not proceed with these meetings until the money is disbursed, until CDF money is given to us, until bursary money is given to us. I give a total of 50 million Kenya shillings for bursary. I want the same opportunity that I got as Babu Owino to be given to our children to access education. And personally, I will blame the president. The buck starts and stops with Ruto. Because we can't say that the judiciary in its wisdom or lack of the same decided to say that CDF is not enshrined in the constitution. There was legitimate expectation. The doctrine of legitimate expectation dictates that once CDF was being disbursed, then it should be a going concern, should just be disbursed to our children to go to school. Now, Biblia, the Bible says that when your cow gets into a ditch on a Sabbath day, do you leave it or do you remove it? You will have to remove it. But instructions were given by the president to the judiciary to stop the disbursement of bursaries, disbursement of CDF money to our children. So this is the real state capture of parliament. We wanted to come here and show them the real power of parliament. We have the real power in parliament. The real power to impeach the president, the real power to impeach the deputy president, the real power to impeach the whole cabinet, the real power not to agree with the decisions made by the judiciary. So we want to show them now. We are here to fight for the interest of common mwananchi. This was the common point where all of us could have come together, because parliament is being opened on the 13th of February. That's still far. As I left Nairobi, I left the children, the students from Embakasi's constituency sleeping in my house. I was just fighting my way through the door because there are so many people who are in my house as I speak. They want school fee. And I know what it is to lack school fee because I lacked at one point. And my role as a servant of the people is to serve them. And I will serve them and solely them. If Azimio government would have come in place, maybe Ruto is jealous because Azimio government is now not in place, which was supposed to offer free education. Right now we'd be having free education. But look at where we are. That no MP is enjoying. You can see all of them are here. They've been talking to you. They have boycotted all these committees, all these meetings. They are being paid allowances. They've said they don't need those allowances. I cannot take allowance to benefit myself to the detriment of my people. My people cannot suffer as I enjoy because my people are my bosses. I'm their servant. And the Bible says that a leader must be a servant. For you to lead, you must serve. He who wants to be the greatest among you must be the least among you, must agree to serve you, says the Bible. And I want to tell you, my brother, that we are not going to agree to this. MPs are not enjoying. MPs are saddened. And for the first time, we are united. And we will be united until money is sent to us.
Yes, that is the Embakasi East MP Babu Owino, who was really protesting. The government has got money to take them for some induction in cost, to go and give them some good beds there, some quality food. In fact, he described it as the best food in the world. But at the same time, the government knew very well that our students are reporting to school. That is beginning yesterday. And most of these students, the government knows very well the subsidy that was capped on the fee has been removed. Most of them come from poor families, and most of them comfortably did those exams knowing very well that they are going to vote as Azimio and the education is going to be free from primary to university. And after overturning the will of the people, denying several parents and children an opportunity to join secondary, primary, and university for free, they still have the guts to influence and ensure that this CDF money is not allocated. So I'm wondering which kind of wisdom is the presidency or the president using to influence the cases of Aisha Jumwa, but they can't use the same wisdom to influence the issues of CDF and the bursaries. However much we might not agree with all of us might not agree with the issue of the CDF or the national government constituency development fund, because there are some of the legislators who've really misused that money and have been using it as their pocket money and maybe to influence and coerce voters. But there are some few individuals who've used that money well, and that money has really changed the lives of many people. There are so many people who managed to make it to high school and to university because of the CDF that is being allocated to them. So right now, these MPs need money. The money has not been dispatched, and you are told that there is a hustler fund. You are told to go and borrow this hustler fund. So this government has really failed, and they've really failed us at the education system, because they normally tell you, if you want to destroy a society, forget about even destroying their milk and destroying their coffee. You know, when they destroy your milk and coffee, those are things you can grow and you can maybe do some other economic activities. If you want to destroy a country, you destroy the education system. In the next 10 years, we are going to have doctors who will not be able to treat simple diseases like malaria and the gonorrhea that recently outbroke in Nairobi. In the next 10 years, we are going to have lawyers who will not be able to argue cases in court. We are going to have judges who will not be using the law, but instead will be compromised because of the kind of education system that they are subjected to. This student who was exposed to leakage, who got some A's that they did not deserve, do you think this person, when they become judges or magistrates, do you think they'll be able to give a genuine judgment? So that is the kind of the society that this government is breeding. That is the kind of society that they want us to have in the next generation, because they want a generation that will not be able to question things, a generation that will not be able to say that this is wrong, it should be done in this other way. So we need to stand against that and say no. That is why we support all the meetings that are going to be called. And on Sunday, kindly, we need to put those ones as part of the agenda. I like it that the MPs themselves have voted that they are not going to do any business and they are ready to start impeaching. So if that will make them help us impeach, if they'll impeach before we impeach, let it be. Aroda, I can see your hand is up, and maybe before I give you an opportunity to, I know you want to add something on that. It has really touched you as a parent, or maybe if you have some kids who are neighbors or relatives who are in school. Education touches every family, whether you're having children or you don't have. If you don't have children, you'll find that your niece and maybe your nephews are always calling you, if not for school fees, but they can also call you for some pocket money. So it's a unifying factor that unites the entire country. Let me welcome Wamama Kibao Bele. So it seems today this show, it is one third gender. So let me welcome Wamama Kibao. Karibu.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, thank you thank you very much. I'm really happy to see Wamama, Rhoda, Kenya na Mani. I'm really happy. I'm at work first and foremost. I want to let you know, because sometime maybe you'll find me getting off because of my internet. Nimewasikiza tu nikitoka nikiingia sababu ya internet yangu. And kwanza nilikuwa nataka hata kuongea wakati Gaucho alikuwa pale. Unfortunately, I couldn't make because of my internet, and I'm still at work. So, very impressed. Ni kuona akina mama, ndio nimeandika pale, hata nilisema jana, nimeandika pale sababu nataka kuona wamama wengi sana wanajitokeza. Why am I saying this is because I said yesterday, we really need wamama wawe mbele, sababu we are very easily manipulated, if that's a word. Na ndio sisi wengi ndio tuko makanisani. Kusema ukweli, makanisa, they are full of women, and women are easily manipulated by the words from men. Wakati, and unajua, tukirudi relationship, wamama sisi tukiambiwa tu kidogo, oh, how I love you, how I can die for you, you know, we just take that very passionately, na tunachukua tu huyo mwanaume amemwambia wanawake wengine kama 20 the same words he's telling us. And women, we are very easy to be convinced. Like mwanaume akisema hivi na vile ndio iko. Na unaona ndio makanisani tumejaa chungu nzima. Na vile pastor anasema, look at this. And this is why wamama lazima tuamuke. Look at kanisani, wamama wangapi wamedanganywa na mapasta, wamepeana mpaka mataito, wamepeana mpaka magari zao, wanaenda miguu, pastor anaendesha magari kubwa. Sababu gani? Whatever pastor says, this is what is, yeye ndiye anaongea na Mungu. Bible inatuambia ukweli, na tunataka wakina mama tuwafunze. Mimi ningetaka mama wajue, when Jesus Christ died on the cross, when he died on the cross, there was that separation between the holier than thou and the congregation. Iyo kitambaa ilikatika mara mbili. We can pray through Jesus Christ to God, na tutasikizwa. Acheni tusiwe tunaambiwa vile you know why this government wameingia hawangepata chochote. Kusema ukweli, waliingia sababu walijua the secret. Akina mama wengi sana wako makanisani, na tukiwaambia vile tutawafanyia mama mboga wote. Unajua mama mboga anaenda anachukua mboga pale Kikomba, anapeleka mahali tunaita mahali kwake, mahali anauzia, anaacha hapo, ana run to pastor. Kwanza zile pesa aliuza jana, hata kama ni 100, lazima mpelekee 10 yake. Na mimi sisemi hiyo ni vibaya. It is up to anybody kujua kama do you have enough kupeleka kifungu ya 10, na yule pastor ako na pajero analala vizuri, wewe unaachwa na 90 nasema pound sababu nimezuia pound, unaachwa na 90 shillings. Hizo 90 shillings you can't buy milk for your children, you cannot buy food for your children. Unawaambia watoto wangoje, wewe unaenda pale. Yani, I'm not trying to preach. What I'm trying to say, Ni kwa nini hii serikali iliingia? Jameni, tunataka kujua kwa nini iliingia, sababu Ruto ashajua mama mboga, mahaslas wote wameingia makanisani. Vile wanadanganywa na mapasta, akienda aongee na pasta. Sikiza, kitu muhimu ni ati Ruto akibebana na pesa zote zile alikuwa anabebana nazo, ana hata saa hizi wajaacha. Mama mboga wakienda bila chakula, watoto wao wakienda bila chakula, Ruto na Gachagua wanabeba briefcase, wanapelekea pasta, wanapelekea bishop anapeleka kwa bibi yake na watoto wake. Mama mboga na hustlers wale walikuwa wanaita hustler, we are going to elect our hustler mwenzetu hustler nani ako na ndege kwake, amepaki ndege kwake, ni hustler gani? Sasa ndio ninasema kitu hii I was very happy, I was over the moon na kusikia watu vile vijana wametokezea. Mimi nilikuwa nimefanya kazi usiku huo, lakini sikulala, niliamuka kuangalia vile wakina mama walikuwa mbele pale, niliwaona wakichukua baba kwa nini. I wish I was there, I'm telling you, I was very very happy. Gaucho sikumpata, na ningetaka tafadhali ukipata nafasi nyingine umuite Gaucho wakati mwingine, sababu ningetaka kuongea na yeye. Kitu muhimu, yesterday Kamukunji, nilikuwa jana juzi, ilikuwa very very organized, lakini kuna kitu fulani niliona pale na mimi nilipenda. Wacha niseme kwa ukweli, nilipenda vijana vile walijihando, sababu it was peaceful, hakukuwa na mashida yote. This is something that is showing that Kenyans are being mature and the politics is in a change. We are going to do this. This is just a beginning. And nataka kuambia wa Kenya, hii beginning a revolution, I should not stop, and we have to achieve our goals. But how will we achieve our goals? Tutaachieve goals zetu na kushikana na tusisikize wale watu wako kando vile. Kuna kijana pale ya London hapa mahali nipo, amesema hapo ati yeye hakuchaguana sababu hakuona candidate. I'm really really sick about that, na nilikuwa nataka sana kuingia wakati alimaliza kuongea. Kitu muhimu ningetaka kama ananisikiza ajue, mwenye prime minister hapa hakuchaguliwa, basi alichaguliwa ndani ya government wakati wanachaguana, sababu mwenye prime minister alitoka sababu zake, yeye alistep down. Kwa hivyo he didn't get nafasi ya kuingia kwa watu kama sisi tumchague. Kwa hivyo alichaguliwa ndani na akapata kuchagulika, lakini kusema kuona candidate ati anaona watu kama Gaucho na nini. Kwa nini aoni mtu kama Raila mwenye amepigania? Sisi wacheni niwaambie, we are going back very far, wakati mtu anaitwa Raila amepigana kutoka wakati Jomo Kenyatta alikufa, ikawa sasa kuna government ingine imeingia. Kutoka hapo wana Kenya wameteseka. Na can I remind people, because most of you were young, na sisi wakati ule tulikuwa vijana, na watu wengi wamesahau ati mtoto wa nyoka ni wa nyoka, na hiyo ni kitu nilitumia, lakini sitaki kuelaborate too much about that. Lakini nikiangalia kwa umbali naona tukirudi 1980s, naona tukirudi 1990s, mahali unaona Raila alikuwa anaingizwa ndani, anafinywa mahali, anafanywa mambo mingi. Tumemuona na Gachagua anajua hizi. Yeye anajua anajiita Mkikuyu, lakini ametesa, ameua Wakikuyu kabisa wakati alikuwa dio. Anajua hivyo, na kuna hata Wakikuyu wanajua hivyo. Ni kitu ambao wanangetaka kumkumbusha. And this is something we used to talk over the campaign time. Nilikuwa na wakumbusha watu over campaign time. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Can you hear me still? If you can hear me.
Just proceed.
Okay. So nilikuwa nasema wakati Gachagua alikuwa ndio alikuwa ameua Wakikuyu. sana sana, na saa hizi anaongea mambo ya watoto wa Maumau sababu hako pale na anajua kile kimemweka pale. Hii government yote wanajua ukweli mtupu, lakini watu wote wale wameingia pale ni watu ambaye wako na tumbo. They are hungry for power and hungry for kuchukua kile kinaweza chukulika. Nilikuwa nasema mambo za revolution. Wacha nisiongee maneno hiyo, lakini Gachagua nataka kumkumbusha asiseme ati watu wanamuita ndio. Nataka kumkumbusha alikuwa ndio na ametumika sana na Nyayo auwe na mistreat na piga wa Kikuyu. Kwa hivyo saa hizi asikuje hapa na mdomo mzuri kama vile amesoma mdomo kutoka kwa Ruto. Amesoma hiyo mdomo mtamu ya kwa wapapasta na kuonyesha to show people how he is very caring about Kikuyus. In the real fact, nataka kuongea na Atlas. We want to tell Atlas. Asira wa Kikuyu, asira wa Mkamba, asira wa Mkisii, asira wa Mjaluo, ama asira wa Mluya, ama wa Mumeru, yeyote yule asira yupo ni asira. Wakati sukari imepanda bei, asira mko pale. Na ujue ukweli, Gachagua hata sukari ikipanda ifike 500,000. Gachagua na Ruto na familia yake wataweza kununua. So they do not care. This is a government who are carefree. They do not care. Niseme Atlas wote, ukiwa we ni wa Maumau ama ni wa Kirani, nataka kumkumbusha kwanza mtu anaitwa Gachagua. Kuongea mambo ya watoto wa Maumau, akaya akijua watoto wa Maumau si Kikuyu peke yake. Wale wamepigania. Na Raila alimkumbusha vizuri sana. Kama si baba yake Jaramogi Odinga, Jaramogi, hata baba yake, sisi tunajua history, baba yake angekuwa president. By the way, I just wanted to remind Gachagua, Jaramogi Odinga was just selfish. He was supposed to be the first president of Kenya. We know that, and we want to remind Gachagua. It is because Jaramogi Odinga was selfish. Na akasema wakati aliambiwa chukue kiti, akasema lazima Jomo Kenyatta atoke. Na akasema Jomo Kenyatta shika, na mimi nitakuwa vice wako, and next time mimi nichukue kiti. Lakini did it happen? We know that. Na wakati tunaongea hivyo, sisi tumetoka mountain. We are not talking like umetoka pandile ngine, tumetoka mountain, but we have to talk the truth. In fact, wana Kenya, nataka kuwakumbusha, unless tuanze kuongea the truth na tusimamia the truth, hata kama utachinjwa ama kama utakufa, Raila alisema we are ready to die, but we have to stand for the truth. Tushikane moja kwa moja mpaka aluta continue mpaka tufike. And this time, ninataka kuomba wana Kenya, ikianza saa hizi imeanza revolution. Na nimesema tena, if it is now or now. It is not now or never. It is now or now. We are going forward forever. Ninataka kusema kitu ingine hapa, nimeandika kidogo about Western interference. Kenya has to set a pace for Africa. Kenya has to set a pace for Africa. It is not only the Kenya that voting rigging goes on. It is not only Nigeria. It is not only Uganda, where Uganda, our president Ruto, or sitaki hata kumuita president, because I believe up to now my president is the one I elected, and is the president Raila Amolo Odinga. So what am I trying to say? Ninataka kusema Kenya has to set a pace for Africa. And what am I trying to say here? That this time, lazima wa Afrika wajue there is a way. Na kujipeana, wacheni niwaambie, kuna there are countries which have reached or achieved their goals by holding and to what they have said they are going to do, and together they can achieve it. So We are setting a goal, and our goal is they are going to give us our right. It is our right, our president, who is duly elected by Kenya people, citizen, sit at Wombi. And I was very happy. Remember when last time I talked before the meeting, I said the last thing Raila should do is to handshake or nusu mukate. I was jumping in my house when he said hakuna nusu mukate, hakuna. He is not looking for handshake. So Ruto akiongea kwa matanga anasema anajua hiyo maneno, aambiwe hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake inatakikana. We just want him out of that state house. That's all so is needed. Asiseme ati kuna watu wanamtafuta, ni njia ya kumtafuta, atumtafuti. Vijana waambiwe hivi. Gaucho mkimpata, mmesachea, utampata Gaucho. Mwambie vijana, wakati kutakuwa na mkutano mwingine, wakati baba anaongea akisema kuna kitu anasema vijana oe ama something, watu wa vijana wa kimya kabisa, baba ongee. Na wakati wanaenda kwa sababu kuna wakati nafika wanaongeza, I like that, wanaongeza, wanaimba kawimbo, wanashout, I like that. But wakati baba anasema watu wa kimya, tunataka tuwe na Kikuyu wanaita mutaratara, tunataka tuwe na hiyo. Ati baba anaongea wakati anasema simama, ni kusimama watu we want it to be coordinated. Sasa hivyo Gaucho mwambie vijana waambiwe hivyo, tunataka kuona that coordination, tunataka kuona wakati baba peke yake, Kalonzo ama Martha Karua ama mwingine kiongozi wote wanakimya. We want it to be beyond vile tumekuwa to every time hao watu ni wakupiga makelele, hao watu ni wakushout, ni wakurusha mawe. We want to be beyond that, and we have shown really we can be beyond that. I've seen that yesterday and I was over the moon. I was very excited, and we are not stopping. Okay, something else I wanted to say. Did you hear Chebukati saying that wakati ali-announce the matokeo ya president, that 27 tallying stations were not verified? Niliuliza na kaulizwa yeye mwenyewe, lakini hakuweza. What was the emergency? Because there was another day, one day remaining. Who was forcing? Ni nani alikuwa anakuambia lazima hiyo announcement ifanye? Niliongea juzi before, nikaongea mambo ya quorum. Hiyo kitu ameulizwa leo, mambo ya quorum. Quorum ijafika, lakini aliendelea tu kufa. Why? Is that constitutionally right for him to go and announce when there wasn't quorum? The quorum was not enough. Vile aliongea pale, ni muangalia pale, nikaona huyu ni mtu anataka achukuliwe, aliitwa takataka, alatikana achukuliwe na pelekwe ndani mara moja. In fact, we don't even need a judge. Tunataka tumchukue mara moja, tumuingize ndani kama tungekuwa na prison zetu. Lakini Martha Koome yako pale atamchukua. But these things have to change. Tunataka to change things from grassroots. But I said again the other day that kama mambo za 2022 hazitashuruhishwa, even 2027 is a waste of time. Baba alisema hivyo the same, and I'm very, very happy. Sasa I want to thank you because I'm going back to work. I wanted to thank you, Mutembei TV. And I want you to be bringing this so much, because this is something I've been looking. Kuona watu ambao wanaleta live, tuongee live tukisikizana, ndio tujengane na tuwe tunajua, so that we can know from each other, and then to impact other people around, so that they can know exactly what we are feeling. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, mambo za watu tukiendelea kufanya hivi, we want to set a pace. I'm going back there, that the international interference, whether they are west or north or whatever they are, we want to tell them interfering or making decision for us, we are going to stop. And this is a pace that needed to be set by Kenyans to the rest of Africa, so that We are no longer under colonial rules. When they are making their own voting, we do not interfere. They do not ask them how they are doing them. So why should they interfere with our voting? Why should they say who the president should be? Do you know why they are doing that? They are doing that because they're looking to who is easily manipulated, who can easily be manipulated. They know clearly Raila Amolo Odinga can never be manipulated. That is a fact. He can never be manipulated. So who is easy? The person who is angry for money, who is angry for bringing the what do you call it, this my India and GMO, because he is going to grab a cat. So this is the people they want who can easily be manipulated. Hizo pesa hizo mahindi zikuje, Wakenya wakule wakufe sababu walijaribu kuleta corona, watu Wakenya wako kufa.
Mama
Can I say something before?
Mama Kibao, acha nikuseme, kama mimi niko nakaa Europe, kwa nini sisi tuko Europe tunakuja huku tunaheshimu law, tunaheshimu katiba yao, tunaheshimu kila kitu, na kwa nini nchi yetu wa respect? Unajua kwa nini watu wa Western wanapenda vile Africa kukuwa na dictator? Kwa sababu wana get their own interest. That's why their interest, wanapata kitu hapo, wakiona mtu ni dictator. It's so sad, it's painful. Hiyo ndio mimi nahuzunika. Ndio na mama mwingine mzungu akaniambia that's so bad, that's so sad, but akalia machozi. Nikamwambia vile Kenya yetu sasa watu wanalia, alilia. Unajua watu wa Western si watu wabaya. There's some people, they love Africa, they feel they that.
Yeah. Order now.
They're not stupid.
Let us allow Mama Kibao to wind up, then we proceed. I think we are here for long. Rhoda, I'll give you time. Mama Kibao, you can wind up. I've just allowed you enough time because you are joining maybe for the first time and you need to fill the show and talk to these people. We always here. Hapa ndio tunazungumza, wale wako mbali kufika hapa ndio watu naona ni kama tuko nyumbani, manake tunapatana na tunazungumza kinyumbani. Karibu na karibu tena, usiende mbali, shinda na sisi hapa, hata kama hutakuwa kwa studio unaweza fuatilia. So before maybe you wanted to play a short video.
Thank you very much. Mimi niko kazi, kwa hivyo nitawaacha, lakini nitakuwa naingia tu kidogo kama
I think we are losing you, our Mama Kibao. You'll just have to maybe wait. You'll come back later. We are losing your voice.
I can't hear.
I was saying I wanted to play a certain video. I'll play it later, but maybe to respond to Wairimu N. I think I've also always been having a belief that this CDF issue, it should be managed by the CDF committee, or the money should be channeled directly to schools, because most of these MPs are misusing this money and it makes them forget their major role, which is legislating, making good laws, amending good laws, and impeaching the president and the deputy president. Right now, we will not be struggling, walking, going to Kamukunji and everywhere to send these fraudsters away. But we are doing so because the MPs whose role is supposed to be impeaching a rogue president and deputy president have failed to do that. So as a matter of CDF, there are a lot of questions that need to be sorted. This money should not be channeled to the MPs to manage. So I'll welcome one person, Evangelist Frank. I'll give you 2 minutes. You've really struggled to join. You are joining and dropping, joining and dropping. So it will be unfair if I play a video and you drop again. So now that I can see you are not dropping, let me allow you to say something for 2 minutes. And remember, we are paying tribute to the late Professor Magoha. So you're allowed to touch anything to do with education. And we are also not losing focus. We are talking of the aftermath of Raila Odinga's Kamukunji declaration, having in mind that we are also having a next meeting at Jacaranda on Sunday. So everyone, we thank you, those people who are viewing and the ones on the chat box. I'm not forgetting our CS, the Minister of Subscription, called Fatum Abdullahi Mohamud. She's really doing some great job reminding you people to subscribe. So when you waziri was subscription, na wewe sio kama Itumbi, go there, come here. Chukua hiyo kazi, iko na title, malipo ndio hakuna. Evangelist Frank, karibu. Evangelist, I've unmuted you. You can speak. Alright, it seems Evangelist ameamua kupotea. Wacha tusikize kutoka kwa baba wa Qatar, atuambie ni nini ametoka nayo Qatar. Pengine kuna mazuri huko. Baba wa Qatar, karibu. Next time pia ukuja na mama wa Qatar. Watuambie ni nini naendelea huko Qatar.
Wamama sahii wako TikTok. Anyway, na wasalimia mjambo baile. Unajua mimi mtu wa ile mrengo ingine, but we can talk about these things. You know, mimi nimetoka huko Kisii County kwa Simba Arat. Our next president. Okay? 2032. So, nimesikia wamama kipao wakiongea sometimes vitu zingine sisi kama wa Kenya. Of course, kuna vitu zingine nyinyi kama watu wa Simio mnaweza kuwa na machungu. But for me kama mtu wa hiyo mrengo ingine, I hope ninaweza ongea tu hii public ya kuongea. Mimi kuna vitu zingine naangalianga kwa mtandao, zingine acha tu tuambiane ukweli. Like now nimesikia mkiongea maneno ya GMO. Like now Nyabaya here in Qatar, hiyo ndio chakula yenye tunatumia GMO. Achai kufa. But in Kenya hao watu wakubwa wa dozi wanatuambia tusitumie hizo GMO, tusifanye vitu fulani ili hali sisi ni wanyonge. Sisi ndio tunaumia. Na kuna hao watu wa Kamukunji. Hii Kamukunji yenye ilikuwa ya Kamukunji. Of course, Raila ako sawa. Ni haki yake kwenda Kamukunji kufanya anything yenye anataka kufanya. But kuna wale wananchi wa chini. Hao wananchi maskini. Hao wananchi hao ndio tunastahili kuangalia. Choma bwenyenye watu angalia wanaangalia tumbo sao. Sisi tunaumia hapa chini.
Sorry, Baba wa Qatar, just allow me, I'm not interrupting you in bad way, but allow me maybe to guide you a bit on the GMO issue.
Toka hapa.
Roda, order. I'm the one speaking. Who done that? Baba wa Qatar, I think you can still rejoin. Roda. You speak through the chair. There would be no need of having somebody cheering when you can just speak anyhowly. So that was really, it was unprofessional. So let us not do that. So before maybe I will allow me welcome Sylvester Stallone as we are waiting for, I hope Baba Qatar will be back. If you remove them like that, they will not be able to know the truth. You need to educate them. And the only difference that we normally have between Azimio and UDA is that in Azimio, we educate them, we counter their lies with facts. We don't intimidate them. That is why we allow people like Mzalendo here each and every day. So it is the fact that will make them live. We don't push them. So there must be that difference. So we are sorry. Yeah, Baba Qatar, just welcome back. I just wanted to inform you that on GMO matter, we are not opposing GMO because of maybe other things. Though other things are there as politics, like even when Ruto told you he's going to give hustlers free loan, we knew very well there is no free loan. There's nothing called free loan. But he told hustlers he's going to give them free loan. So what did you do? We celebrated it. So now when we tell you that when you eat GMO, unaenda kumea matiti na kumea ndevu, so you should not say that is evil. We also playing the same politics and we're also using the same rules. So the question we are asking, we're opposing GMO because we are bringing GMO yet we have enough food. So that is what we are questioning here. You in Qatar, you are eating GMO because you don't have food. You don't have alternative. That is the only option. You are not eating GMO because you have food. With us, we don't want GMO because we have enough food. That is what we are saying here. So we need to know the difference. That is why most of these people are opposing it. They're not opposing GMO of any other reason. We are saying, why do you have to bring GMO yet some maize is rotting somewhere else? So before Sylvester Stallone maybe comes, I just want to play a short video of 1 minute so that we will hear from Magoha, the late, because today we are paying tribute to Magoha, and there are several happenings that have happened in the field of education for the last few days, and it has been saddened by suddenly the loss of one of the greatest men who stood for better education in Kenya. So let us have to hear from him before I bring the next speaker.
I would have liked to have got many of them, but during my time, I managed 1A. Only Kamoja. Do you get the point? And I remember in my class at Strathmore School, the boy who got 4 A's, I remember him 40 years later. So this nonsense of everybody in the class getting A, please come out of it. Any teacher worth his or her salt should be able to tell the children that are going to get A's, and they are usually not very many. Then there are others who are intelligent, but the point I'm trying to make here is that you do not need an A to do anything in your life. If you think so, that you need an A to do anything in your life, then that is the second stupidity you have, and get it out of your system. Once you get over 50% on your own volition without being helped by anything in the subject that you require to do, you can do anything from engineering to medicine to architecture to law. So I hope that going forward, because the problem me and you have, if by the grace of God I'm still here in a year's time, because I'm much older than all of you, and you don't know God's time, our problem is going to be how to sustain this. You can choose to destroy your country further. I'm a surgeon. Would you like me to open you up and I don't know what to do? Tell me. Would you like me, because if you give a child who doesn't deserve an A, maybe he has a D minus, and you give him an A to go to the medical school, and he manages to wangle his way through. Akifungua huko ndani anaona picha tu.
Yes, that is the man we are paying tribute to. That is a brain that we not only lost him today, but we started losing him and missing him the day Ruto replaced him with that crook called Machogu or what. That is when we started missing him. But today we are not, as we speak now, he is normal. As he's going to tell the people he's going to meet there that I've left Kenya, but I've left Kenya without some future in education. I've left Kenya when the state of education is at limbo. There's nothing people or Kenyans can smile about. So I can say more about him, but I don't want to speak much. I think you people have heard exactly what he said is what is happening currently. People are so obsessed with the A's, and we are soon going to have in the next 10 years, we are going to enjoy the fruits of these A's that we wanted. We are going to see people dying in hospitals. We are going to see poor teachers in classrooms. We are going to see some I don't know, unsober judges and magistrates making some rogue cases simply because we chose some premature A's. Let me welcome Sylvester Stallone so that he can give his tribute and maybe address us on one or two issues as per our title. Karibu, Bwana Sylvester. I hope you understand some Swahili.
Yes, yes, panelist. I greet everyone. Rhoda, I see the name. Rhoda, I think I wrote it the wrong way. Did I say something wrong? I saw you do the picture, but I don't know. Did I
There's
say anything wrong?
some echo from your end. Maybe you can work on that so that you can be a little bit clear.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I don't hear you clear. Maybe you have problem with you talk with me, right? I don't hear you very.
Yeah, am I clear now?
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, so my tribute to Magoha family and to Kenya at large, because I'll say this. This man, regardless, because I saw his friend, a dear friend, address. Beside, if he's an older man and the health issues, he was shocked where Kenya is dipping down again, because work which was done there by Matiang, then he took over, they wanted integrity in the education. Like he just said, you don't have to have an A. No. Now, most of the successful people is not the head they were best in the academic. Go look at it. Go look at it worldwide. You don't have to get an A to be successful. But once you realize, understand yourself, what are you good at? That's what I'm good at. Pursue that and you get even better. But him to see this going down here like a piling ass, then what? I hope I'm wrong, but some days, some years, this will be spoken, because I know between because he spoke. He spoke, his friend say something, he spoke down the line, back and forth, he tried to get this. But that is one thing affected this man, because it's not about him, but integrity of our education. Integrity of the education. So my tribute to the family and Kenya at large. Please, this is a time to wake up. We need integrity. Why are we talking about people who cannot speak? Now we know they are good people who cannot hear. We have to accommodate the society. Why do you make yourself to be what you are not? So this is something we have to take it very serious as the Kenyans. So to go back to the matter, I can see it clearly, but I wanted to insist that everybody who reaches to any Kenyan, whichever way, don't underrate yourself. Just tell the people this is what it is. What did you vote for? Did you see it? No. Because the truth have been laid today. Whoever looked at the Chebukati talking, I'll repeat this. He spilled the beans. He told us the truth which we already knew. It's only that he cannot say it. And the other thing, Chair, I want to ask you, but I was going to ask Bernard or whoever we have a lawyer here. We have a lawyer here. What's the name here? I see her. Yeah, lawyer. I want you to say. Hold on. I want you to say.
Which is more
Somebody,
important?
Nothing
somebody
is in a
mic is
foreign
on.
language.
Yes, you are watching it.
You are just watching pictures. You're supposed to read.
Mzalendo, mute yourself. Huh? Okay.
What's going
Proceed.
on? Yeah, so I'm saying we have a lawyer here, thank God, because I wanted to ask something here, because whatever Chipkat said, he said the visits and visits, but he never said, I don't know the lawyer who are questioning him, they never asked him, did anybody else visit you, or they had to seek on that. That one, I have an issue with that. I don't know legally, because this tribunal is again is about this. You cannot ask outside the box question, or because he was visited by other people. What did they say? So he picked up one. But I'll say this, Kenyans, you know the truth. Let's stick to that. People are bringing these, and I'll say this again, Chair. Whoever is talking about Central, you mentioned Central, I don't want to hear the things I've been hearing some time. And I was here with Imam, I think the Amina or Aminai something. Mau does not mean Central.
Kenya na Mani.
Kenya Amani. She know. I heard this. I explained to them what it means, and I gave everybody homework. Go dig into the grown-up people. Mau means what? This was Muzungu pronunciation. Okay, and the command center was in Nairobi. So the people in Central, they were saying huma 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 huma. Now every corner, huma means get out, get out. Go to every dialect in Kenya. What do you say? Somebody get out. What do you say? Fill up yourself. I don't want to know what is how you say it in Luya, in Masai, in Teso, or in Igiriama. That was the Kenya. That's what they are saying. But the command center, because it was Nairobi, where the Muzungu command center, what they say? Huma. Mau. So Mzungu to pronounce huma, he say mau. And it was from every corner of this country. Don't be twisted, every corner, because today you say, oh, it was White Highlands, they were there in Rusinga, they were there. Now you turn around and say it was in Central. No, and the Central people know that, right? Yes. Why do you think the Central people were killed the most? Because it was closer to the Central Command. They thought who is bothering them is the people from Kiambu, is closer from Nairobi, right? But not knowing the Kalajin land is the same, go to Luya Teso, go to Giriama, everywhere. Go to Kampala, go everywhere. So Mau was a translation of white man, say, oh, get out. So please, let's focus on the goal. Now to focus on the Baba a little bit, Baba is not about Baba. It's what you stand for. Okay? What you stand for. You don't have to follow him. Does what he say make sense? Yes. And there's something I want you guys to make sense of this. And whoever will be speaking next, I want to answer for this. What do you get when you hear the so-called President Ruto say, oh, he did this in 2007. Of all the things, he could never have mentioned that. 2007. Who was fighting? He was fighting to death. Even to tribunal, he was fighting for what? Because he knew his candidate won, right? Why do you have to pull up that? And they plug it on Baba. Did you see Baba there on that tribunal? He was away. He was for Kenya, I want justice. I want the people to know they chose what they chose, but this is being twisted. The Babas stay back. You even see him when they go to the court. He gonna come there and stand in the front to be, I'm here. I'm the people's choice. No, he sits back. Let's do that. Whatever they call deliberation, whatever. But I want you to take that very serious. That is something you have never mentioned, because we know he killed people because of his utterances. He could have never done it himself, but utterances to protect his win. That time it was his win. And today, because he's on the other side, secondly, he spoke whatever was leaked video to say he was about to slap Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president. Why? Because former president say, look, this thing is hard, and because people believe and they know that we knew Baba had won 2017, but he said, you know what? I can go to a Shawara and live my life. What's the problem? This is people's choice. I'll take it. Let the people have their choice. No, I look at him and like I was about to slap him, you know. I did to talk apa. So we are dealing with a monster. He cannot leave the state house. Really? Really? So you guys swallow that and diagonalize that. He was interviewed even when they lost, when he was supporting Uhuru Kenyatta in 2002. He said, we left there, this. We thought Moi would do something. We would do something. But we went there. I arrived there with Uhuru Kenyatta and another two guys. We are four. And we still have managed, because he had the power. He had the belief. Read the man language. Read the man language. I follow him very closely. By that time, he was acting, fighting for us. We're not going physical to nobody, because this person, my neighbor, is a voter like me. And you, why do you have to fight you? We have to fight that clique, which is deciding you have to change this. Secondly, I'm telling you guys about the MPs. The MPs. I'm about to finish. I'm about to finish.
The third point, or maybe a winding point. You said secondly, so I think this is either thirdly or finally. Maybe you can just correct that.
Yeah, so no, those are the things I want to know the lawyer here to say, because those are the things we would have asked there. Alternatively, who else pushed for this? Because he gave a narration of Tuju coming with the former Attorney General, then security men coming in and all that, because they knew this, don't want this, just give the people what they chose. So I want to know, is there anything in the law that you can ask? Has anybody asked you alternative, or somebody came to visit with a different demands and all that? But thank you so much. I'm sorry, maybe I spoke too much. But that narration, he had to stop. He had to stop. Of Mau Mau, he had to stop. Who doesn't know what Mau Mau means? I'll let them know. I'll be raised by grandma and grandpa. Yeah.
Actually, you've made me learn something new, that Mau Mau did not mean Mzungu aende Ulaya, Mwafrika apate uhuru. But I won't comment on that because that's it's a long debate that if we open it now, I think we can discuss it till tomorrow. And I'll just conclude by telling you, history, not only in Africa, the African history was rewritten. And nowadays, anybody rewrites history as long as it favors what they want you to hear. That is why somebody will come today and tell you, no, I'm a son of Mau Mau, and give a story that links themselves to Mau Mau. So history is rewritten. There are people they've not only forgotten, but they've deliberately decided to rewrite history so that it can be able to advance their agenda. That is what you even currently see in the religious perspective, like those people who go to church, somebody like Ruto, they are rewriting Christianity to be able to be able to portray, they can be able to deliver their intended agenda. They will always have to distort it. So the same has happened to our history until today. If somebody asks you who really fought for this independence, you will not be able to know the truth. Each and every person will have to come with their own truth. People will talk of the Kavirondo. Some will come with the Mau Mau. Some will come with their YCA, I don't know what. Some will also tell you that they're having their women guild and blah, blah, blah. So it's a long story. So I see my brother Mzalendo is in. Mzalendo, you are late. I think the people who are in line, I'll welcome. There's somebody. I'll welcome Cynthia.
Chair, one second. I'm sorry to interrupt. I still have the radar question. Did I say something inappropriate or incorrect? Because I saw her, like a swing the finger. Did I say something before? I was driving and I was,
No.
I said. Yeah. No, don't speak for her. I want her to ask.
Rhoda, is there
okay, I want to ask you. You say that Mau Mau was a ma. It's Muzungu was ma. Right?
No. Mau Mau. No, listen. Let me say it, Chair. Mau Mau was the people in the central say Umma, 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 get out, get out, Umma. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right.
Yeah, Umma,
Thank you,
Umma,
Rhoda
get
and
out.
Sylvester. Let me give, before I go to Cynthia, Kenyan Amani. I think you understand some language of the Central. I'll give you 1 minute to say something on that. Comment on that. Just a minute. Kenyan Amani. Unmute yourself. Hello. All right, Kenyan Amani is not ready to, but we'll still get some answers. I know some historians. I know Jeremani will come here. He will deeply dwell on that. So allow me welcome Cynthia. There used to be a lady here who was called Nifa. She used to call herself Northern Ireland. I'm told they are sisters to Cynthia. So when you look at your neighbors, ask for Northern Ireland and tell her that people are really asking for her in this show. So karibu sana.
You mean Northern Ireland? I'm in Iceland. We are very close to Denmark. Actually, Rhoda, I think you know. Rhoda, we are close by, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes,
Anyways.
I live in Sweden, by the way.
Oh, vad säger du?
Yeah, I live in Sweden. Yeah.
Vad säger du gott?
Det är bra. Hur mår du själv?
Ja, allt är bra, allt fint.
Wow, vi förstår varandra.
Det är så gammal att köra dig, älskan.
Vad sa du?
Gammal att köra dig. Gammal.
Jag var lite här i Sverige 15 år.
Sverige och isländska räcker samman.
Nej, jag förstår inte riktigt. Du vet, Island, det är ganska lika. Vi är ganska lika.
Okay, let me stop you. I've only permitted one person at a time, so we don't want to allow you people. You'll get to know each other later. So I just want to make this one clear. That guy called Qatar, somebody from Qatar, I did not remove him from the show. I think when Rhoda responded to him, he just decided to drop. And if maybe he felt aggrieved, I really feel sorry and welcoming back. We don't remove people here. Nobody did that. I don't think Rhoda is having the admin permission to do that, but maybe he feared Rhoda's prayers. That is what happened. So Mr. Black, usitu hukumu na utuweke kwa msalaba tafadhali. Sylvester, dakika moja, alafu Cynthia endelee. Please.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much.
You.
Good evening, Mr. Sylvester. Let me finish mine first. Then you can go.
Cynthia.
Good evening, guys. Sylvester, I'll be very short. I don't talk much. Kenyan Amani, good evening, darling. Brother, Leo, Mzalendo. Actually, I'm going to stay away from politics for now, a little bit. I just want to coach Kenyans, yeah, about the GMO. Before that, I want to criticize our, the Arab Mwizi, the one
Mashamba. We call him Arab Mashamba.
The one who is being evicted very soon. I think it's very uncouth, very, very uncivilized to talk about the departed. I think at this stage of the game, he should just keep his mouth shut. It's, I can't even bear, I can't believe somebody on that seat or that position is supposed to be talking about somebody who's departed. He has to have respect for us Kenyans, the family, and even students. C.S. Magoha was very, very well respected. That was a man with integrity. This is a man who will go. I mean, he's gone, but his legacy moves on, moves forward. Another thing that I was going to talk about is the GMO. It's about time we teach Kenyans about how to live and be self-sufficient. Yeah. In the old days, our grandmamas and our grandfathers, there was never fertilizers. We used to go to the garden and pick up our fruits and our veggies and stuff like that. And right now, when the politics is still going on, how about we stay away from politics And then we prep ourselves. Because I remember during COVID, here in Iceland, we were told to prep, make sure you have enough to eat for the next 6 months. This is something that I think is lacking in Africa. Yeah. Start farming, be self-sufficient. If you have a farm, however little it is, there's what we call like the little towers that you can build in a very little space. You can plant your own spinach. You can go actually open on my website on Facebook and see how you grow your own food and be self-sufficient and stop relying on the GMO that is actually being sold right now on the stores. And to be funny, all of a sudden, there's a lot of maize being unleashed and being sold on lower prices. So you have to ask yourself and wonder why are they selling it on a very cheaper price? Yeah, what's really going on? We are supposed, whenever there's so much chaos going on in every political parties in any country, something is cooking. You have to ask yourself, what? There's always a distraction, and then they give you a solution. So if you go rushing buying all these ungas, we have to actually think about our health and our children's future and stuff like that. Yeah. And another thing that I was going to talk about is, what about it? The diasporans. If all the diasporans out there, how are we going to be sending money in case the Safaricom raises the, the rates and stuff like that? Is Western Union working? Is Airtel working? I know where Airtel is working through World Remit, but you can only buy airtime, yeah? So how about we be vigilant and see how we're going to be supporting our families back home in case, the, shit hits the fan, excuse my language. Otherwise, I'm really done. I didn't have much to say because somebody on the chat, Miss Fatun, Mr. Kevin, I know you guys pushed me to be on the panel, but I wasn't ready. But otherwise, Sylvester Stallone, I'm finished. Just give me a second. So anyways, guys, Rhoda, we'll be in touch and keep up the fire going. Jeremy,
Yes.
keep on going. Sylvester, you guys keep up the spirit.
Yeah.
We catch up later. Good night, guys. It's getting late here. It's almost midnight. So
No, don't leave.
Let us mute.
Also in the Canadian, good night.
Mute everyone. Mute everyone. Okay, I know there are several ways. Yes.
Chair, I have a question to Cynthia. She didn't answer me. Legally, I have a question to Leah.
Sylvester, maybe just take some few minutes a bit. There are some echoes. If she didn't answer, maybe she didn't get the question well, or she's not having the answer. But I can assure you, you are going to get the answers. And I'm really happy. I talked to somebody called Jeremani, and they've just come right on time. He's a renowned historian. When he speaks of some historical issues, he normally gives some factual information that can be verified. And I know those people who like history, I know you can start joining if maybe you went sleeping. Jeremani is with us here. And as we are paying tribute to one of the greatest academias in Kenya, I think you've just come at the right time. I've really missed his submissions. So there was this issue of Baobao. I'm pretty sure he had it and is going to tackle it. So just stay put. I know you will not get bored. Jeremiah is one guy who can speak for 1 hour, and you won't see people in the comment there writing those arrows that they normally draw there, telling you play next the next song. So before maybe I give you time, yes, Sylvester, I'll give you time. Just if I allow you to exhaust your points now, you'll go home. I don't want
1 second. I wanted Cynthia to tell me, is there legal, in a legal fraternity, is there like a barrier that you can ask, did somebody else come and do the same on the opposite side? Because he disclosed these people were aligned to Azimio. But why did the lawyers not ask? But did the other side also come or anything? That's why I was asking on. They didn't ask that question.
What are you trying to ask, Sylvester? You're talking about some legal stuff that happened today or what?
No, when Chabukati was submitting his in a tribunal, he told about whole story that some people came and
Chebukati was not clear. He was all over the map. He was talking about numbers that does not even exist. 800 million, Mara 50 million, Mara 25 million. So whatever he was talking about, he was sweating like a pig. There's nothing that came out of his mouth was making sense. So he was being interrogated. I mean, I had little time to listen to the hearing, but he wasn't making sense. He was all over the map. Nothing came out of his mouth that was
okay,
credible.
Miss. What I was,
Thank you.
Miss, okay, what I was asking is the legality, Chair, the legality of the lawyers. Why are they scared to ask him? Did the rules of alternative?
Sorry, Sylvester, I had to mute you. You know, when you are raising your hand, you can't raise your hand while speaking at the same time, because when you speak, it means
maybe I was speaking to. Okay, I'm sorry.
You raise your hand, then once you've been allowed to speak is when you go ahead and speak. So when I'm speaking, it means I've not asked for permission. So you only need to speak after you've been allowed to proceed. So because of that, maybe I'll allow you to wait maybe for some time. You'll intervene later. But for now, let us move on. I want to give this opportunity to Mzalendo. Mzalendo, I'll specifically give you 3 minutes to pay your tribute to your friend Magoha. I know you won't talk about the aftermath of Kamukunji. You had already exhausted it in I think in the morning. So I won't ask you to dwell on that. I just want to give you 2 minutes to pay tribute to Magoha. Then we'll proceed to Jeremani. I think there are several questions that have been asked concerning some historical questions. He will tackle that after paying the tribute to Magoha. So because today we are mourning Magoha, who was the immediate CS education, it is right if we get educated by Jeremani. So Mzalendo, your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you for allowing me in the show. Today I was wondering where the link was, but thank you very much once again. Good evening, Rhoda, or good morning. Kenya Namani.
Come to the studio, bro. Don't hide behind the curtain, and then you're gonna say all those insulting words.
Sylvester Stallion. Good evening. Cynthia, habari yako? Anyway, Jeremani, nice to see you. I want to say there are very few Kenyans like Magoha, and all is not lost. We have very, 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 very decent people who are not corrupt in our country. You only need to single them out. One thing I remember about Magoha is when he said money in the bank is like manure in the store. You know, if you have a lot of money in the bank, it's not helping anybody. So you need to put it out there so that it circulates and people get to do business and to improve the economy. Otherwise, despite of his academic credential, Magoha was a down-to-earth man. I remember listening to one of his tributes when he said, you know, when he's down or maybe he's thinking, he would listen to classic music. Having coming from my tribe, we are known to listen to Angla music and Luo traditional music, but Magoha would listen to classic music when he's stressed out. Remember the famous clip when he was challenged to dance? He didn't even know how to move his feet. He was a stiff guy, an academician, and his life was all around the classroom. And unfortunately, the UDA government did not retain Magoha in his position. And the guy died lecturing in a small hall, in a small lecture hall in in Yala, Maseno University. That tells you a lot about this gentleman. He was ready to serve his community and serve his country. May his soul rest in eternal peace. And pole sana to the family. And it is sad that Magoha also lost his brother I think last month here in Texas. Is going to be buried on 28th of this month. So in that family, they have 2 funerals of very, very prominent people who nearly died at the same time. So let's put prayers to the family and just stretching hand of hope this moment. Otherwise, thank you very much, guys.
Chair, you can't
I'm giving
allow
you
the
time.
landlord to say, no, sir, you can't allow the landlord to tell our Magoha was lecturing in the hall. That's not a correct statement. That's very disrespectful. He was lecturing in the hall. Really?
Let me just repeat what Mzalendo said. And Magoha, after all these things that happened, when he now stopped being the cabinet secretary to education, he decided to go and give back to the society. He decided not to go and lecture in the university, the big university halls in the Nairobi University or University of Nairobi, but instead he chose to go to the Maseno University, not main campus that you know that is in Maseno town or the town campus that is in Kisumu. He went to the Yala campus. It is a small hall, so he has got nothing to apologize. The hall there is small in size. So when he died, he was lecturing in a small hall. He was not in Nairobi. He was in Yala. That is where his
Why
home
did he
is.
die? The point I want to ask, like a woman of God, why
It's a
he died?
university, bro. It's a university. So you're telling those people they are not equal to the people in the. Is it about the hall?
One person at a time. Rhoda, you are
Can
really
we have
misbehaving
order,
today.
guys? Come on, we are all
Please,
grown up.
Rhoda, you are really misbehaving today. Please, please, please.
Leo,
Please.
this
Yes.
Magoha, he was a Luo, right? Because we need
Yes.
to be bold where we come, he's a Luo, okay?
Yes.
Why he died? Why he died? Tell
He
me.
died because of a heart attack. People die.
Really?
And that's
All right,
something
let us
we
not
need to
dwell on
teach Kenyans,
that.
guys. That's something we
Cynthia.
need to
That's why
teach
he
Kenyans
died.
all the
Their
time.
education down to the tubes.
Order.
Leo, can I say something?
Allow me, yes, Mzalendo, I think
Can
it
I
was your
just say,
time. Let me give you time to wind up, then we go to Jeremani.
can I just say something? Guys, you know, you can be famous for a very long time, but one thing people don't tell you about fame, it will end one time, one day. And after fame, there is death. We all have to die. And sometimes we die of because natural causes like maybe aging. We can die of disease. There's so many accidents, but that is our destiny. And nobody knows when they are going to die, Rhoda. Even yourself, where you are just there by the grace of the Almighty. You can collapse in the studio, God forbid, and that will be the end of you. There's something called cardiac arrest. But for Magoha, I think what he had felt is some high blood pressure. He called a friend, I think, who is a doctor, to check on his pressure. And then, unfortunately, on the process, he collapsed. When they rushed him to Nairobi Hospital, they tried to resuscitate him, and once he came back, but the last time he collapsed and he died. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate he died in that manner. But that tells you a lot that he did plan to die. Otherwise, Rhoda, nobody killed Magoha. We are used to, every time when somebody dies, somebody killed Magoha. Why would somebody want to kill such a soul, such a nice human being? Yeah, Magoha was not corrupt. And you'll hear more about him in the coming days. Otherwise, Leo, thank you.
Thank you, Zalendo. Today, I have to really appreciate you for playing within and obeying the rules. And for the first time, you've really submitted yourself under the guidance. Most people fear you when you come here because you normally change the tactic and drift from the guidance and from the topic, and they do claim you are irritating. So congratulations, today you've really behaved, and I think and I can foretell in the next few weeks you will be blue, and they'll start seeing you putting on some blue suits here. Endelea tu hivyo, watu anza hivyo polepole, alafu mwishowe utapata umefika. Kabla niite Jeremani na karibu Audi, wacha tusikize kutoka kwa Kenya na Mani. Najua she really had some issues that maybe she want to put across because she spoke earlier. I'll just give her 2 minutes, then we go to Jeremani.
Hold on, Nijeroge. Okay, Jari, we have okay. Time. Nice to see you, Jeremani. Nice to see you. Who is this? Is it Audi? Something like that. And correct. And Mzalendo. Well, it's a day and a good day for us, but with the sadness of losing one of our hero, education CS, and we pray for his rest. This is something I have been trying to work with myself and trying to see how our Kenya is going, and especially on the side of education. If our children really don't get educated, I don't think there is any other fundamental thing in our country that will be more important than education. And why I say so is because what I have seen, the trend of this government that we have currently, they are like those people who have been educated, so they don't care about other people getting educated. They know the sweetness of education, and so they don't care whether the others will taste it. I was not comfortable when I heard that these A's that children got was manipulated. Those children will have very difficult time in colleges, in wherever they will go, or even high school. Because it's like how you would sit in a class and do the guesswork, and fortunately you pass the exam. But if you are called to go in front of the class and explain how you got the answer for a certain mathematic, one sum, how did you do it? What's the formula did you use? This child will not be able to explain because this was all guesswork. It's the same thing this government is driving these children to. It's like how you would take children who have failed and give them a chance of going to higher school without having first learning the basics. It will be very hard for them. And how long are you going to do this? How long are you going to continue giving them these chances of jumping to the other class while they have not worked for it, while they don't even understand where they started? It's bad. This foundation of our children should be taken seriously, and children should be supported. This is completely like killing the dream of our children. Because not every child, after being given these A's, has the capacity of understanding where he goes, what to do. How do we get doctors there? How do we get lawyers there? How do we get all those careers? How do we get them? How do we grade them if we don't give them chance to struggle from square one upward? Huwezi ukamlisha mtoto elimu, lazima aone hii inafanywa from this to this. Where do I go? How do I do this? 1 + 1 equals. But if you say 1 + 1 alafu humwelezi 1 ni nini, hii ingine ni nini, ndio apate na nini, you are driving these children to wrong direction, because they will not even learn the goodness of the education. Watakaa hata kesho wakiangalia wakisema, mimi naongoja niambiwe vile nitafanya, ama mimi ninaongoja nipewe hiyo marks yangu niende the next step. How about pilots? Would you work for pilots? Will pilots be given certificates because they wamefika pahali fulani, wapewe certificate aanze kuendesha ndege? We are failing from the word go, and these children will not catch up. Niliona mama mwingine hapo, and that lady, I give her credit very much. Ni mama ambaye amesimama na mtoto wake akiwa mjinga ama mwerevu. The lady, her son got a B, and she remembered that previous years my son was getting D. Now he got a B. I have a question. How did he get a B? That's a very good mother, because he is trying to work with the capacity of the child. He is working with the steps that he will not be bored when he goes higher, where he cannot even concentrate because it is becoming harder for him to understand. So we are not helping these children. Na hii serikali ijue ni kumaliza inamaliza elimu nchi yetu, because the children will reach a point of getting tired of those things, especially if it becomes in the coming future strict that you have to do this mathematics and I want to see the formula. Those children will not be able to cultivate their way. Maybe most of them will drop out. Is that what we are looking for? We want our children to cultivate from where they start upward, so that they can remember, I started this, and now today we are doing this. I want to become a lawyer. What is supposed to be done for me to reach this point so that I can attain my certificate? Hii ni kumaanisha hawa watoto sasa watapelekwa mbio, wajikuta wanafanya mambo ingine hata ieleweki. Then we will have doctors who are not qualified. Then they will be going for surgery and do the wrong thing, and people start dying. That is the solution. There's nothing more. They will not make any good judgment if they are in judicial, because they are used to see those things done for them. Is that the country we want? The other thing I want to say, that is about education. We have lost our hero for education because it was really nice, and people have gotten the follow-up of their children, how they are working and how they are getting to school. Now changes have come with the wrong way that children will be getting stolen answers, stolen exams. So they will not struggle. They will be going home and sleep because tomorrow the answers are on the table. Surely, that is not even building the nation. The other thing I'm coming to is that, I don't know whether I have extra time, Leo.
Let me give you another minute. Just proceed.
Thank you. The other thing I'm trying to say is that we saw Gaucho today. There are many young men who want to fight for our country, and it's not only Kenya, through Africa. African leaders have become colonizers of our country. They have become people who don't consider life of those people who are smart. People, children or young men who really talk guts, who have got a vision, they don't give them way. The only thing they do, maybe eliminate them or jail them or intimidate them or anyway give them money so that they keep quiet. Is that helpful for a country? We are being enslaved in our own country by our own Africans. And Africa should stop now and think about the young men and women who want to see their country prosper. And they are not looters. They are not evil. They are not majambazi. They are not thieves. They are people who have got good moral of the country. Actually, when I heard that Gaucho is getting arrested, that was one of the moments that made me feel very, very saddened, because that is where bad things starts. All of a sudden, you may hear something which is very, very sad. God, take care of that young man. And this is all what we need to look at. Everywhere in Africa, these things should be eliminated. And these leaders, surely, be honest with yourself, and you lead the country peacefully. But if we see your intention is only self, people will not allow this, because people are in need of development, security, and basics. And that's all what matters for the inhabitants of any country. But when things don't work well, don't blame them, because they will shout and they will tell you the truth. Let me stop there, Leo. Those are the words I wanted to say this hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenya Namani. There's one thing that I think people should always be learning from you. When you say 2 minutes, you take 2 minutes, and whenever you feel that time is not enough, you ask for permission before you proceed. So I think our generation should learn some patience from you. And those people who keenly follow you, they normally have some good debating manners and procedures. And we do appreciate, because you do set some pace for people to follow in this show. Thank you very much. So I'll give Sylvester 1 minute. I think he's having something burning. You are not giving a submission. You've already given your submission. So I'm just giving you 1 minute, whether it is for question or intervention, or you are seeking some clarification. Then we have to hear from Jeremani. Sylvester?
Yeah, thank you so much. You hear me? Hello? You hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Hear you.
but
Yeah,
I have a
mine,
question for
mine.
my sister.
Hello, am I
I'm
talking?
sorry.
Or,
I'm
yeah,
sorry. I want to
Rhoda.
ask Mama Mary about the school education.
Rhoda, Okay, let me do this. Let me just do this. You know, I'm getting confused. I don't know, because if I give Sylvester an opportunity, Rhoda is speaking. If I give Rhoda an opportunity, Sylvester is speaking. So what is not happening, guys? Make me understand. Do people, are you neighbors, or let me allow you sort maybe yourselves first, then we'll proceed. Jeremani, karibu.
Asante Bwana Leo. Let me start by paying tribute to those who are alive. I pay tribute to you, Leo. Thank you for the moderation of the session today. I pay tribute to Kenya na money. We always need the money in Kenya, so thank you for sharing that on your profile. I also pay tribute to Cynthia. I see Mzalendo there. I see Pogon and I see Audi. One of the things that you pointed out is that I'm a historian. I can only submit very and most humbly that my history is more born out of curiosity. A historian is an accomplished person, the level of Professor Magoha, and I doubt I'm a quarter of what those accomplished people know. Mine is more, as I said, born out of curiosity. I've just come in and go to the set the YouTube on, and I see the news about Magoha, so it came as a big surprise to me. I didn't know that fate has befallen the good professor. One of the things I remember about the professor was mostly from people who spoke of him. And I remember a friend telling me how he used to diffuse a couple of student planned protests and strikes. He would call the ringleaders or the solo leaders to his office and would even tell them, "You know me." And that was enough to diffuse a strike planned for a busy Friday. And those are some of the memories from some of the people who interacted with Professor Magoha at campus level. As a national leader, I say we have lost a very big resource, because I thought now that he was out of government, this was the time he was now going to indulge us with some of his experiences governing at ministry level. But it seems we'll wait longer or forever for him to now start talking about the experiences he had since the last interview to get his job as a CS. So I can only say, let him rest well. Good man that Kenya has lost. As I walked into the studio, one of the first things I heard was the mention of Mau Mau. And I've heard Sylvester mention this in previous discussions. And I was keen to also hear more because, as I said, I'm a student of history and I like getting perspectives from people who have more knowledge in certain areas. Mau Mau is certainly an area that I have been exploring. And one of the things that I have picked is that Mau Mau emerged from a game that children or boys used to play prior to circumcision age. And when I say children, I mean the children from the Kikuyu tribe. And as Sylvester had put it previously very well. Yes, it was derived from the term uma uma. And of course, we all know uma uma is a Kikuyu for get out, get out. So the game itself was played by pre-puberty children. And what they used to say in that game was uma uma. I wish to get an accomplished person in the culture, Kikuyu culture, to elaborate for me what the particular game was, because that was the foundings of the term uma uma. And the British then picked it up and they labeled the resistance fighters from the Kikuyu tribe based on that childhood game that used to use the term uma uma. As it turned out, the same term also came to be used by the resistance fighters who also labeled Mzungu and said, we are Mau Mau, we want Mzungu out. So it became a code name for get out, get out. Of course, the code name was derived, as I've picked up from certain sources, from that childhood game. But as I said, I wish to get a more accomplished person in the Kikuyu tribe and culture to share how that particular game was played, who played it, and how the particular game was run. Then it would give us the context to be able to appreciate how the term came to be. Certainly, the Mau Mau, as we know it as a militant organization, was the makings of the British, because they were unable to put a tag to the resistance fighters from the Kikuyu tribe. There were resistance fighters, as has been discussed previously by other panelists, from other tribes. But to narrow it down specifically to the Kikuyu tribe, the British then named any person who was part of the resistance from the Kikuyu tribe as Mau Mau. So in a way, Mau Mau as a militant resistance movement was the makings of the British. There was a formal organization which was spearheaded by people like Eliud. I'm forgetting his name, but when the name comes, I will make a point to share. Maybe while we're still there, I could quickly find it so that we are able to get context to it. But there was an organization formally that was part of the resistance, and the chairman of it was called Eliud. I will come to it once we find it. And he,
I think it's
together with
Mathenge.
not Eliud Mathenge, it is another name. And when I get it, I will point it out. But not Eliud Mathenge. This is someone who the Kenyan psyche has actually forgotten. If you were to see him, none of the present day or new age Kenyans would be able to recognize him. But he is there, and he has been interviewed as part of a documentary way back, I think in the 70s, 1970s. And this video is available from the British media. It has not been popularized in Kenya, but it is also present on YouTube. He was a chairman of a formal resistance movement.
Eliud Mponyi.
That is the name. Eliud
Mponyi.
Mutonyi, I think. Yes, that is actually the name I was looking for. He was a chairman of a freedom resistance movement, and part of the team that was with him was a gentleman who later became a minister or assistant minister in Kenyatta's government. And he was so militant as well. And those are the people who then formed the behind the scenes Mau Mau movement, or were part of the militant wing of this formal freedom association. So without going into too much detail, I just wanted to share that yes, some of the details that have been discussed with previous panelists come close to some of the historical associations of the term Mau Mau, but there is still a lot more historically that we still need to find out. Probably those who are well versed with the Kikuyu folklore and the Kikuyu games that children of a certain age used to play may be able to enlighten us. But I just wanted to point that out. And if you allow me, Mr. Leo, I would like to stop there. I'm still around trying to catch up with what has happened because I also saw Chebukati was on the dock today. I want to spend some time behind the scenes just to listen to what panelists discuss so that I can also come up to speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremani, for being brief and precise to the topic. I'll now welcome Audi. Is it Audi or Odil? He'll tell us.
Yeah, just the way you pronounced it, Audi. Yeah, thank you guys for holding the space for each and everyone to have these conversations. The issue of Magoha, the sudden of Magoha is very shocking. And just giving my condolences to the family, friends, and the medical fraternity. Earlier on, when I came in, I heard people talking about whether Magoha is killed or not. It's neither here or not there, because it depends with how you want to look at it. If his death is associated with lack of funding, a healthcare system that does not work. So if the government is not ensuring that people can access emergency healthcare service, because earlier on I heard one of the doctors talking about that the reason why it was not easy to save Magoha was because of the Kenyan emergency system is not well funded and does not work. So if that is the issue, then we can blame the government, like, you are not funding the healthcare services, like in terms of emergency services, in terms of general healthcare system. So that one, government has to take responsibility for failure of ensuring that our medical services are well funded, well equipped. That is where, to that end, I squarely blame the government for not funding the healthcare system, because it's very sad to lose someone who has acquired such a knowledge because of something that possibly, if there was an emergency service, if there was a proper and efficient emergency services, maybe, or perhaps, we don't know, maybe the guy would have been saved. For me, that's very shocking. And moving forward, we need to try and analyze the healthcare system in Kenya, because the issue of access and whether, the issue of access and who can access it, and whether we have, whether the system is well equipped. The issue, I'm still trying to understand, issues related to that sudden death. Earlier on, I had people talking about Gaucho. Yeah. And I asked myself, like, I understand Gaucho. I know him as a person, but we need to be brothers keepers. When Gaucho, there are certain things in revolutionary, if you want to, there are certain things when you want to do, you don't say it in a social media platform. It becomes part of the background planning. Because if you highlight them, you might be giving evidence to government, because whatever you say here, they can, even police can take it and say, like, this is what you said, that you want to do A, B, C, D. So we have to kind of talk to him. He can still advocate. He can still do all anything he wants to do, but he has to. There's that thin line between freedom of expression and going beyond the limit. So there are things that, yes, you can do your organizing, planning, but you don't. The thing I'm saying, there are things you can't say on a platform like this. So just as a way of just as a way of trying to protect a brother, because we want to see, we are all concerned, and we need to have that concerted. We need to have everyone on board and ensure that we look after each other. Lastly, regarding, I don't know whether we are limited just to whatever was on Magoha issue, but let me just spend one more minute. Lastly, on the pronouncement of Raila Odinga. For me, there are two things. I personally, I may not 100% don't like the current government. But in terms of taking an action to end or to stop the current regime, it's a tall order. We need to, if that one is supposed to happen, there are things that we need to do, that people need to do beyond the normal. So there might be a bit of risk. We need to do the risk analysis. To what extent do we want to push? On the flip side, we can also still organize ourselves in terms of looking at the high cost of living. I think this one will, like the way Raila did it. I tell you, the speech that Raila gave, that was a big one. But moving forward, I 100% believe in Raila, but I'm still stuck in terms of penetrating the current instrument of violence that is always has been monopolized by people sitting in power. So I'm a bit stuck with that. If someone can help me understand how to go beyond the normal demonstration or Kasarani or whatever, because when Raila was being sworn, I was at Uhuru Park. That day for me was the day. that if suppose people had done, if suppose maybe people had gone wherever they wanted to go, it's only Raila that told people like, no, I will look, he told people just to go home, and after that people went home. But if it were not for Raila, this electoral justice would have ended that day. People were squarely ready. So that's why, because I know for sure Raila loves this country. There are certain things that when people get there, Raila will always caution the public not to, because he loves this country so much. So that is that is one thing that I struggle with, because people will want to do will want to go the extra mile to fix things, but because they love Baba as for this country, he will always advise otherwise. So otherwise, I rest my case.
Thank you. Maybe just to, I don't know if I should call it a reminder or an encouragement. If you believe in Raila 100%, then you need not to doubt the penetration, because we who believe in Raila, if he tells us we can penetrate, then we don't doubt it unless we don't believe in him. Unless he comes out and tells us that, you see, there's nothing we can do. And before he spoke, we've been in that situation whereby we are asking ourselves, is there anything that can be done further? Should we just give up? Until Monday, when he spoke, and people realized that, oh, it's possible, there's something that can be done. So now that we believe in Raila, we believe that there is a possibility of penetrating, and the only thing that we need to do is to be courageous enough to be people who take instructions. When we are told left, we take it left. When we are told right, we take it right. And there's one thing that I liked, and Gaucho, have you also confirmed that we should be the ones now to force Baba, that we want to penetrate now. So when we force him, he will not let us down. He will hold, he's like that parent of yours, you know, when you tell them that you want to go to school, they will ensure they do everything. If you say you are sincerely, you want to go to school, they even sell their cows. Some even sell some pieces of land and ensure that you go to school. But if you don't show that need, they won't sell their cows.
Leo, sorry for the interruption, sir. For me, I tell you, look, I've heard everyone speak about this matter. Gaucho, the thinking of Gaucho, that is, lies the solution. One, Baba has to sit. Baba has to take a break, like sit behind. Gone wherever. And after Baba has taken a back seat, then let this generation, when you are Naumia, take the front seat. Leave alone Kalonzo. There are people who are ready. If that one happens, if Baba agrees, for me, I'm 100%. I'm very comfortable. If Baba today says that Gaucho lead this revolution, my friend, I'll book my ticket wherever I am and come to Kenya to participate. Revolution are never led by billionaires, my friend. They have a lot of interest to lose. Gaucho has nothing to lose. So if people are serious, if we are to go to the extra mile, Baba will take us, and there will be a time when he will say, like, Kenya is bigger than an individual, and these people know.
So you agree that we now need to push him, because with him
we don't need to push it. What we need to do is to ask Baba to form an advisory council, and then sit in the advisory council. Let the likes of Gaucho, let the Kenyans from all walks of life to deal with this matter. And the issue should not even be about electoral justice. That one is that, let's say that one was done with the Supreme Court. Let's deal with high cost of living, and then let's push it, because it will unify. We will not be talking about your order, your Azimio, or whatever. It will be Kenyans who are tired of this regime. Because when we start talking about electoral justice, do you know what we are doing? The people who are even still suffering, but they voted for order, they still want to defend. Like, yeah, this is my guy. But when people start looking at things, unifying factors, that we are all suffering, Unga, Ujama, he promised us that Unga will be 70 or 30. But we are not seeing this, and everyone is suffering. So it should be the high cost. In fact, the real agenda should be the high cost of living and high taxation. That's all. And we are done. Everybody, let me tell you, everybody will join the movement. But putting Raila at the forefront, I love Raila Odinga. I respect him. And there's no day I will talk ill about him. 100%. He's done a lot for this country. But where we are at the moment, if we are to succeed, we need something else.
Thank you. I also agree with you that we need to, and that is what is actually happening. We need to get a broader unifying message, like the current situation. That is why even in this channel, we just discuss mambo na uchumi na maisha kupanda. That is what will unite all of us, irrespective of how we voted. And majority, whether those people who voted for them, they are all crying because of the high cost of living. So once we go that direction, it will be easy. It will be easy to drive these people away. Pogon, I don't know if I've pronounced the word well. Karibu, I can see Kenyan with Love is also in the house. So welcome. Kenyan with Love. I'm happy that you are around. So Pogon, maybe as you give your submission, Rhoda pia amekaribia. I hope she now sorted herself and she's now going to behave, and order is going to be restored.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I just want to be away for some 10 minutes, but I'll be back.
Jana, you played me wewe, kusikuamini wewe.
Jana, actually, this is what happened. You know, Jana, the lights or electricity went off. Niko na hiyo backup your PC, so it could not hold it because nini natumia Wi-Fi. So once imekata Wi-Fi, so I was helpless. My phone could not connect. So my phone naweza fuatilia, but I cannot join na hiyo nini iko kwa comp. So I just had to sleep.
Jana nilikuwa nimeboeka na wewe. Today I didn't even want to come in because I was so mad because
niliamka nikapata 20k.
Yeah, Stone PK ndo alikuja kuniokoa. I was closing the whole thing bwana.
Oh, sorry.
Because on a Monday, Tuesdays I don't play. Mi anzanga kuchezea hapo hivyo Thursday, Friday. Unajua kucheza mpaka asubuhi.
I get it. Sorry for that.
Yeah, so it was really bad, man. If you say 10 minutes, please let it be 10 minutes. I'm begging, tafadhali. Because leo pia ni kubaya. Please, if it's just 10 minutes, nitashikilia.
No, it's 10 minutes. Ile ya ukweli. I'm just behind.
Aya, 10 minutes only. Because me, I have to do some things here. Unajua Monday na Tuesday inakuanga mbaya kwangu. But anyways, all right, sasa, we'll take your 10 minutes. I don't know where to start. I guess you guys have spoken a lot, but the only thing kwanza kitu ile kubwa ilinileta juu ya Kenyan amani, lakini ametoka. I wish agerudi. Hiyo ndio inifanya nikaingia. Oh, Kenyan uko. Mami, okay, thank you. Mami, you were saying something about independence. There's something I've always said around here. Kenya and Africa in large, there's very few countries in Africa that have really gotten independence. I'd like to talk, let me talk specifically about Kenya. Kenya, first of all, we never got any independence. Now we're trying to find our independence.
Manto, can you give me just 5 minutes? I want to answer this man called Audi. I tell him the problem we have in Kenya. You speak very well, and I'm very proud of you. And I like your speech. Exactly the way I was thinking. Let us focus about the cost of living na hasara fan. Ni vile Ruto anadanganya watu na hasara fan. Kitu mimi niko na bitterness sahi. Hata Mungu ananijua. Ni hii mabu ya kufinyilia tribe wengine. Hii ndio kitu mimi nakuja hapa. Na ni Mungu alituumba, kila kabila yote iko dunia hii. Ni Mungu aliumba. Ukiwa Muluya, ukiwa Mkamba, ukiwa Mkareji, ni Mungu alikuumba. Then you must be proud the language you speak, but there's some people have been taking advantage about tribal. Wanasema wewe ni tribe hii nini? Like me, I'm a Kikuyu. I'm proud to be a Kikuyu. And I will never apologize myself. I'm a Kikuyu. Never ever until I die. The time I go to the grave, I finished. But I'm alive. I will never ever apologize anybody. I'm a Kikuyu. And I'm born in Kabila.
Hey, order.
In our country, that shit, nothing else. And that's why many communities
Rhoda.
have been taking advantage.
Rhoda, what I will ask you, when mtu umekuwa hapa for a long time, I will ask you to do me a good favor. I will ask you sometimes to come in with a pen. Alafu kama kuna kitu inakuma unaandika. And then kama kuna kitu ingine inaendelea that you really need to talk at that time, unainua mkono. Now, I believe the moderators will see you. I'm asking, that's not just for you. I'm asking everyone, because we have a good conversation. There's a time, you watch the conversation and it's just deteriorating because no one is actually, paying the attention. We have rules in this, in this show where, yes, you can talk, but you lift your hand and then you can talk. You don't just unmute.
I'm sorry, I did for you.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Rhoda. I'm not talking to you. I'm just giving the rules that Bernard will support me and everyone that comes to moderate. Because once you sit on the moderation here, and this is a national TV, international TV. People are watching and people will watch.
Yeah,
so sometimes we just jump in unless nile time yetu hapa kufunga.
I'm sorry, I have a problem of waiting. That problem I have. You guys
just write down whatever you have a problem and lift your hand.
If I feel something, I always feel like burning. Like the way you're hungry, food. I'm like, I'm sorry. I love you guys, but let us finish and we be proud where community we come from. Can we have the same reference that you are Karejian Progo, Audu you are Luo, Muzalendo is a Luo, Kenya Amani ni Mkikuyu, Uni Mkaba. Let us can we be proud of ourselves, which community we come from. That's what I want. Actually, in fact, I want to present about Africa and Kenya in international TV. Can we, because that is how I've been killing, can we be proud of? Can we have the same, that I'm proud of my Karejian? That's the way I am. I cannot change it.
Rhoda, you cannot get Rhoda. You cannot get all that respect when you cannot even respect the person that is actually moderating the channel. I'm in a good mood today. But if you cannot even give the person that is moderating the channel, then you cannot get the respect that you want. The best thing is to actually follow the rules of the moderation. Because once I give you this chance to sit on this channel, utaumia.
Manto, this point I'm speaking, it can help.
Okay, Rhoda, but it's easy. No one is refusing you to do that. I'm asking you kindly. Just listen, lift up your hand. I give you the chance. And then you go on.
Be mindful of others also, please.
Because there's other people here also wanting to talk and they are burning just like you. That's all we're asking. Please, let's be easy with the channel because we make it look like, we've made it to be an international standard, but sometimes we come in and then it just deteriorates to be something else because everybody's jumping up and down. There's a lot of people here who are burning. But at least if you can write it down, that's why we come with a pen and a piece of paper and just write it down because it's not your time to talk. And then you lift your hand if there's something you want to interject. That's all we can. Kila mtu hapo kuna kitu inasemwa unasahau hata. So all I'm asking is that let's just do that. But Rhoda, anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you down. It's just something that all
as we come here, we make it an international standard kind of way of talking. So, Rhoda, it's your turn. Finish what you wanted to say, Mama.
This is something I've been thinking from 2017. When I know what happened in 2017, people were killed for the erections. Just erections. Innocent people, they go for the grave for nothing. And we are Kenya. We have the same red blood, innocent. Can we feel ashamed like us as Kenyans? Innocent boys, they die because of erections. What is erections? It's not the end of the earth. To be the president is not the end of the earth. We live one and we die, right? We see when Queen Elizabeth, he died and he leave a lot of billions of money. Idi Amin die, Hassan Hussein he die, watu wale famous dictators. You know, why can we be proud the tribe we come from? And you don't need to approach, even when you introduce yourself. There's one man, he told me, he's from Busia. We had a Kenya party here. He told me, hey, hi, where do you come from? No, I don't know where I come from. Maybe it's bad. No. You have to be proud of where you can never approach anybody. You are Kikuyu, you are Luo, you are Kamba, you are Masai. Be proud of who you are. I remember one guy, he's a Masai. He came this state I'm living. He make a history. He met a woman, we go the same church. And I thought, hey, you love that guy. And that guy, he gave me a book. Make my strong faith to be strong. And one woman, that woman, she's a white woman. She invited that man, she invited that man, Masai, in dinner. That man was coming to study university here. I why you really like that? You know why? Because he's in Swedish we act, he's a real, and we have the same Christian faith. You know, when you are real, people that will see. When you're honest, the people that will see. You know, so let us. We come here. We say in Swedish, we say in France, politician. I mix with the politician here. Let us. We have the same one voice. That you are not ashamed. Your tribe you come from. If you're Maasai, you're proud. If you're Kalenjin, you love yourself. You are not selfish. You're proud. You don't manipulate other community, or you want other community. Like the way Ruto, he wants people to worship. Maybe he doesn't feel proud of his community. And I know many Kalenjin, very nice. I have a friend, Chebet. She's proud of to be a Kalenjin. And her friends are Kikuyu. She doesn't feel proud. I remember we went party. She was so kind to me. You know, why do we have hatred? Why do we have we prosecute other tribe like the way Gachagua is doing, abusing Raila Odinga are innocent? Those are shit. I'm tired. Let us have one voice. If we see the tribe ni criminal, tunampeleka jela. Let us be.
Rhoda, you know my rule when I moderate. Thank 1 minute is when ukifungua mdomo, mkono, ukinua mkono, I always tell somebody 30 minutes to 1 minute. You're closing up to your 1 minute. Can you close it, because it was not your time to talk?
Okay, thank you. Can you now we stand one voice, that we are not saying Mount Kenya, no say the Kamba, not to say Mama Queen constituency, not to say Kakamega. Let us stand as Kenyans. Let us stand one voice. Whoever you vote, whoever you didn't vote, whoever who came to the press, whoever will win, let us have one voice. And we can defeat the enemy. You know, the devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. And
Rhoda,
that's why. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Next time, please try and do that, Rhoda. Just lift up your hand. Someone will see you. They will give you your time. Don't just jump in. And then also when we do that, because there's also, when you look at the screen, there's a lot of people that want to talk about some things. And even sometimes when I'm sitting on this chair, I really don't talk too much. You know, I just let people talk, because we are here to converse. We are here not to complain or not to cry, but actually to talk about the issues that actually affect us. Actually, now that you've taken my time, nilikupatia time yangu, so I'll let, there's things that I wanted to say, but I don't want to waste people's times until the chair comes back, and then he will give me my time. Let me, I don't know, you guys have been here before me. Nilikuwa tu nawasikiza when I was traveling. I had some things nilikuwa nimeandika, but I don't want to be a monologue. So at this time, I want to give, you guys can tell me the chronology of what was happening and who was next after who, and everything, and we just follow that. I'll come back when the chair comes back, because I'm holding for him, and then I'll say my things. Mami, don't go, because I wanted to answer you a certain question. But for now, I don't know who was next. Can somebody tell me who was next?
I think Mato, it's either Wamama, Kibao, or Pogman. How many Pogma?
Somebody tell me, Mami, do you know the system, the way it was moving? Do you know who it is?
But
Who
I've
was
just
next?
told you. You don't
I
trust
think
him.
it's Pogman.
So Pogman, after Pogman is who?
Wamama.
Wamama, and then Audi.
Yes,
Oh.
if you want to do something here.
No, I'm messing with you, mom. Hujanisalimia, that's why I'm messing with you. All right, tufuate hiyo mkururo, like Bernard says. Let's tufuate hiyo mkururo bas. Umejisikia kule huko. Let's do that. Pogman, the floor is yours.
It is Pogon or Toroitich, whichever is easy. Good morning. Hey man, imekawia karibu hata data iishe. Please. Time ile ingine nani akiwa, I wanted to come. What do you call him? The president, the ghetto president, when he was here, I wanted to come, but the panel was full and everybody had asked questions, and yeah, Gaucho, everybody had asked their questions, but they were still there. Nobody wants to move for anybody else. Every time you want to join in, it's saying the panel is full. In fact, even I was asking Bernard, please chuck some people out so that we can get a chance. Chuck some people out. But even now, it's now 4 in the morning.
If you are available on Saturday, he will be on the forum.
No problem. I'm just trying to bring the pain that some people are feeling. I'm just trying to lay it bare, because look at the comment section right now. People are complaining about Rhoda, and Rhoda, I'm asking you kindly and respectfully, please be mindful of others when you submit, because let me tell you, I've heard you more than 100 times you speaking about tribes. Please, we've heard that. And when we have people on the panel here on the line, some of us are using data. We are not using Wi-Fi. And we are only here on a very limited amount of time. And sometimes it's even hard to get into the channel, you know? So once you get on the panel, once you submit, sometimes give the people a chance, or even get back and let other people come on the panel, please. That being said, I thank God that we are seeing yet another day, and it's so sad that we are also mourning the passing on of Professor Magoha. Kidogo about Magoha, kidogo naweza sema achievements zake zilikuwa ilifunikwa kiasi, because I know the second term of Uhuru's governance ilikuwa imefunikwa na mambo na competition kati ya Ruto na the government of the day. I remember actually there was a relentless fight against CBC education, ikiwa inatumika as a tool of campaigning.
Mr. Pogon.
Yes.
With all due respect, sorry. With all due respect, let me just do a little bit of house cleaning. The guys on the comment, on the, when you wameka screen black, wamejificha huko nyuma, you know that's against the standing orders. Please, si kila mtu anapenda kuja hapa hivi akiwa anaonekana kwa screen. Tafadhali. Pia si tunakujanga hata saa zingine mtu hataki kuonekana. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So I was saying, during that time, the CBC issue was highly politicized. So that even in fact, until now, some parents don't even know, until the opening of this year, some parents did not know if CBC was still going on or is being snuffed out. All these, and as you can see, when Ruto took over, he had no issue with CBC. In fact, he assured people that CBC will go on as initially planned. But during that time, when Magoha was the Minister for Education, during that time, because Ruto wanted the teachers' votes, he used this CBC issue to really disorganize the minister, the then minister, Magoha, so that right now people don't know. Actually, people don't even see clearly performance of Magoha. But he is a gallant soldier. He fought and he tried. A little bit disorganized in towards the end, but he tried his best. And I'm very sure, sometimes God does things to separate people, like to make people be seen clearly, like the way Israelites were made to be governed by Nebuchadnezzar, so that Israelites could know where and who is better, because tukiangalia saizi huyu minister mwenye amekuja, I know very soon Ruto will go and take a walk to Kisii and will tell them habari yenu mbuya mono ile, I don't know ile hiyo salamu ya Kisii kidogo, I'm not a Kisii, and then he'll tell them, you see, tulipeana huko serikali lakini nyinyi niliwapea A. Kwa sababu hiyo exam ndio vile watu wamepasua A huko, question mark. Na Magoha alituambia by the tusipende sana A, especially when it's not legit. Mi nikisema hivyo by then niko na A nyumbani, I'm an uncle to an A student, but now you see when it's becoming this diluted, my friend, there's nothing to be so proud about. Sijui kwa nini watu wanataka kung'ang'ania mambo ya wizi wa exams, and I believe itakuwa inaendelea hivi. We have Ruto. Ruto is that cool guy that never regards masomo, never regards morals. Vile aliingia ndani chapter 6 ilikuwa trashed. He's made sure that the constitution is clean. So I mean, ni huzuni sana kwa kupoteza Magoha. The other thing is that me actually just what Ndeto tried to say right now, to do house cleaning. I wanted to say let's not entertain people who are coming in with divergent views, especially those people that are pro Ruto. Waweke tu kando, kwa sababu you are no longer campaigning. This is not a campaign platform. If they want ama wanataka mahali pa devotion, waanzishe channel ingine huko hivyo kwao, because I have noticed when one person from UDA side comes on the panel and then atoe points zake ambayo kidogo watu walikuwa wanaenda right, yeye akuja atoe left, before people come back to the topic of the day, it has taken more than an hour, sometimes two. Nakumbuka nani akiwa Gaucho akiwa na tulikuwa tuko hapo hivyo na kijana mwingine mwenye akasema ati there was nobody to be voted, hakukuwa na candidate mwenye alikuwa worthy vote yake, and that became a subtopic and people ran with it before they noticed that Gaucho is supposed to go. Time had gone and a lot had been lost, because we also need to discuss things that are impactful, things that are supposed to matter according to what we have right now. We are thinking about revolution. We are not campaigning. We don't care about those people that are there with Ruto. Wao wako upande hiyo, sisi tuko upande hii, kosi ya siku ni hii. Na in fact, where is our point of departure? Ilifika wapi mpaka ikakuwa ni na topics zenye ziko, especially nowadays, after Kamukunji, before Kamukunji, and now that we are thinking about Jacaranda. Hisi mambo ya campaign ama tutaanza kuongelea. By the way, Mr. Audi alisema saizi ya kuwa kitu yenye ta unify wa Kenya wote, so that we have a unified cause yenye tuna run the now campaign ya revolution, ni mambo ya kama cost of living. I say no. Cost of living, maybe it would be harder right now kama tungekuwa tuko na Raila, but maybe mpangilio ingekuwa inakubalika, as in sisi wa Kenya tungekuwa tuna embrace, because we would be having a legit president, somebody that, you know, it's one thing to be legitimate and it's a whole different ballgame kukuwa illegitimate. You want to do things the right way or the wrong way, but you don't have the backing of the people. Where are you going to go? Nowhere. You see? So right now, our issue is our president, the one man that we elected, the majority of Kenyans elected. We were denied that. That is what we want. We don't care about performance za Ruto. Wacha tuseme basi alishukisha bei ya unga kutoka 150 mpaka 250. Alishukisha kabisa. But we don't care about that. What we want is what is stole from us. That's it, that's the point. Because when tutaanza kuwa tunakuwa vile anakonga doji, sisi naye tuanze kuwa tuko shifty, it's very, very easy to be disintegrated. In fact, we are not all of us unified in this shida za Kenya. Si kila mtu anapitia shida. Bro, utajipata ni wewe peke yako mwenye uko kwa mahangaiko. But sisi wote tunakubaliana kuwa kura yetu iliibiwa, especially sisi watu wa Azimio. Usiongelee watu wa UDA. But for them now, wao hali ngumu ya maisha itawaleta kwetu kwa sababu gani? Because this is one thing that we all are facing together. We all are enjoying or suffering in this government kwa sababu ya hiyo kitu moja yenye ilifanyika kwa hivyo mwanzo. You know, if we have a president that took the powers illegitimately, he will never regard you as a voter. He will never hear your voice because you don't matter. You did not took him to power. There is one time that Museveni was being interviewed and he was asked about, he was asked about other questions, and then he started laughing and also added a point that these Ugandans think that they are the ones who elected me. They were the ones who gave me job. I am the one who fought for myself. You understand? Now, when you have somebody with that mindset at the helm, what are you going to tell him? He will rule you the way he thinks you should be ruled, not the way you want to be ruled. And here we believe that Kenya, power belongs, we are the ones who reserve the power, not the president. But now we want to submit everything else to the president. It's not going to work. It shouldn't work that way. And that's why we should remain and we should have a unified cause and something that is steady. We want to put our peg down to the source of our, not even the source, the reason for this revolution is not the cause of the high cost of living. It's not the way things are being governed now. It's the stolen elections. We want it from there. We want to rectify everything from there. Then everything else will fix itself systematically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everybody that is watching. Thank you, everybody on the comment section. Thank you, everybody on the panel. We really appreciate everybody. Mr. Chair, I think I'm going to kick it back to you. I think you know how mkururo ilikuwa ikienda. And then mimi nikifikiwa nitasema yangu. I didn't want to jump the line. It's unfair to jump the line when people have been here. But you're the chair. You're here. Mimi nitasema yangu. There's something I wanted to tell Mama Kenyan, lakini I'll wait for my time.
Actually, I think because you are coming for the first time, you hadn't made any submission before. All of us here have submitted maybe once or twice. If Wamama Kibao can allow me, I'll give you time. Maybe you can speak. I heard you had some information to Kenyan Amani, so maybe to release her, you can just finish with her ndio aone kama anaenda anakuja na comeback or something like that.
Okay, so, with due respect, Wamama, will you let me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Mami, actually what really hit me, because I was driving home and I was just about to get home, and you were talking about the independence when we got independence. There's something I always say, and this goes to most of our African countries that actually, not just African countries, the countries that got independence, that were colonized. And it's a geopolitical social thing that is out there, that most of the countries that actually claim they did get their independence actually without revolving against their own governments, where they revolved against external governments. No country has ever gotten independence and actually gotten the real, what you call the real independence. For a good example, when you look at the geopolitical and even the geosocial kind of way that we live in Africa, and even the constitutions that we inherited, you will come to realize somewhere like Kenya. Let me just talk about Kenya, because Kenya is my country, and I think this is what we're talking about right here. Kenya never got independence. I always say that. And sometimes when I go to places that we talk, even in my school, when I used to go to do, you know, by the time I was doing my thesis and all that, when I used to talk about African politics, I used to tell them Kenya never got independence. What actually did, it changed from the white colonial system or white colonialism to black colonialism. We inherited the same constitution that they had. And for most parts, we never even kicked out anything. We never changed anything in our constitution or what constitution they were ruling us with. So now you're taking a white man from being a minister, and then you're putting a black man to being the same minister, and you're saying that you've gotten independence. What independence have you gotten? And so now in 2005, when we were trying to come up with a new constitution, which we succeeded again in 2010, that's where the independence is coming. And still, we haven't gotten it, because even in the electoral, the way they used to do that, we still use the Queen's way of doing things. And that's why when you go to Nanyuki, you still find even the military drills are still the Queen's. Because why are we doing the Queen's? Even our English, we talk about bonnet, boot, because our English is still the Queen's. Our constitution is still the Queen's. The Britain, the people that colonized us. Go to the West African countries, you'll find that they still do the French way of doing things. In fact, some of them are so bad that even the French actually, they actually have to answer to the budget. The income has to go to France first for them to come, for it to come back again to them. They have to invest with the French. For us, the Queen did not tell us that, but everything we do is French. I mean, it's still the colonial way. It is now that we're starting to have a constitution, and the people are starting to say that, hey, you know what? We need our own independence now. From the black colonialism, not the white colonialism, because we just switched hands. And some of them are not even gone anyways. So when you study well, you will find out that we've never had what you call independence. We changed from white colonialism to black colonialism. And that's why we are having problems with leaders today feeling like they're the queens. They can just dictate anyone from anywhere. You see, we play a lot with Ethiopia. Never got colonized. It's the only country in Africa that never got colonized. But sometimes we joke around with Somali. We don't know why Somali went haywire. It went haywire because they just couldn't take it, being colonized by their own people. So, but because of our cultures that we do have of being nice to everyone, we allow these black colonialists to actually colonize us while we're saying ni mtu wetu, ni mwizi wetu. And we allow it. Accept and move on. So I'll ask you, like I was listening, Gaucho, why was he arrested? Don't we have a constitution that actually we just moved that says that you have a right to picket and right to assemble and right to do what? Why is he being arrested? For what? He's not a member of parliament. He's not anywhere in parliament. He's just a guy, just like us, the way we are picketing here. Why would I be arrested now that I'm known to be talking too much about the government here? Do you want me to be scared of going to JKIA? That's the colonialism that was there. And once, I don't want to talk the Mau thing because I think it's backdated and it's, primitive. That's what they used to do. As long as unaskiko behind, you're not agreeing with anything, you're taken. As long as you agree with the government, you're given a DC, you're given a whatever, na kinyasa. When you read the history of it, some people don't know. Let me run real quick, Mr. Chair. Chebukati today, kuna mtu amesema hapa, and he said it very well. He says he's a psychologist. He saw it. Guys, how do you announce elections without the full results? And even today, and then you come and tell us that, oh, the server, we closed the server. Server is not something you close. Server is my computer here. I have my servers here. It's not something you pay for. A portal is not a server. And I don't know why. I was looking at this yesterday when Moses Kuria's sister's thing. And I was looking at the people there and I'm thinking, this guy's got to be an IT guy here. There has to be a lawyer here. There has to be someone who's gone to school here. Are they really buying that at server ilifunguliwa it's a portal? We know what servers are. And we sat here, people who's known as here for a while. We sat here. We got the first glitch. People from Norway, UK, US, I always say it. We got the first glitch. Nani alikuwa anasema, I can't remember his name. It was at 3 a.m. Because you could see the transmissions. We got the first glitch, which is what Chebukati is so afraid of answering. And that's why he was shaking in line. And talking about they wanted Baba, they came to tell us Baba needs to do, you need to announce Baba. How are you announcing something that you already don't even have the answers to? And that still goes back to what I've been asking here. And we did that math here. We've done it so many times with the people who have challenged me. Still, we've never known where Ruto's number came from. And it's coming out to the whistleblowers, what we've been saying here for a long time. We need to stop this thing of playing games with Kenyans and thinking Kenyans are not educated. There's people who have done IT, gone back, hata watu wanajua kupiga hesabu, and they can see this is not real. There's lawyers who have practiced elsewhere, or even have studied law, but never got to graduate, but now they cannot practice. And you think they are boda. These boda guys are not stupid. Most of them are going to school. So we need to stop lying with each other. I mean, lying to each other. And we need to tell Ruto that this is, as he says, this is not a country of illiterates anymore, like they used to be. Watu siku hizi waandikagi barua, siku hizi wako na internet. And that's why we can all communicate and talk even with Gaucho when he's out there. All I'm trying to say is that I wish the government that we have today can actually realize that we are not the Mau-Maus or the people who used to go to the, to the fields and to the forests and stuff like that. Today, people are educated, even the little education that you have. And we need to actually liberate our country from this mess and stupidity that is happening, that is even messing Kenyans themselves to even disagree with each other just because you support the other side, but you don't want to look at the right thing that needs to be done and what is right for the country. We will deteriorate, and where we were, I think we were in a place. Uhuru left us at a very good place. Kibaki alituacha na Thika Highway na Mbagathi. This time Uhuru ametuacha na vitu mob sana. We keep on doing that. Now Hustler Fund, and one thing I'm gonna start asking, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna start asking, where is that $25 shillings out of the 475? Because when you can the Hustler Fund 500, where is that 25? And how can I access it? Because I borrowed 500. How can I access it if I don't want the government to have it for me? If I just want to pay my whole thing, where is that? Where is it going? Because remember, 25 times a million, just a million Kenyans, that's 25 million Kenyan shillings. Where is it going? And right now, we already know that they've only outburst 8 I think last time I checked, it was 8.8 out of what they had said was out there. Now, kumbuka kuna watu wamesema hatulipi. Why are they not complaining? Where is that other extra one? It's questions that as Kenyans I think we need to be asking. Mr. Chair, without taking too much time, I'm sorry, let me kick it back to you. If anybody has a question for me, I'm still here maybe for, for a while. Thank you.
Thank you. Rhoda, I hope you're having a question. I can see your hand is up. Let me believe it is a question.
I want to ask you, Bwana Martin Mato. Najua unaitwa Martin Mato Muteti. I'm just guessing. You know, when I was a young girl, my neighbor, a young girl, you know, I have never lived with the Kamba. I believe in the Kamba as Mato. In my village, one girl, she was from Machako. She was working like house girl, a very beautiful girl. She was taking care of the children. She was very nice. So I don't have problem with your community, but I've never been Okambani. But one time, God opened the door. I would like to visit those county. I want to see people. I want to learn the culture. I want to learn the Kambas cultures. I want to learn the Luo culture. I want to learn your language, Kalenjin culture. I'm so excited. You know me, I love culture very much. I'm always proud with the culture, because when you learn people other culture, that means your interest to that people. You know, some people, they don't care about other people. That means you don't care. Me, I'm very care person. If it is not the culture, I could not be the way I am. I can say myself, I'm a woman of God. I used to preach is God bring me here in Europe to preach the gospel, and have seen many people in this country getting saved, because this country there's too much demons. And I used to pray for people for deliverance, and I have been people Muslim getting saved from, because we have a lot of foreigners from Afghanistan. Some tell me they see Jesus through dreams. So don't put everybody have a purpose for this life. As the way I say before, don't hate yourself, the tribe you come from. God can use you. Me, I didn't know that God can bring me this country and use me. Even politicians, I remember we had elections for 5 years ago, and I pray for the government I didn't want.
I thought it was a question.
And I pray, and now we have that government.
I'm still waiting for the question part of it.
Okay, I'm sorry. The question I want to ask you, Manto, what do you mean with Hasra Fund? You know me, I've never understand what is Hasra Fund. Can you try to explain for me, please? I can understand what you mean.
Okay, Matu will respond. Do you have a response?
Yeah, Rhoda, the Hustler Fund, it's how do I tell you? There's two ways of explaining it. First of all, it's a con game to the Kenyan. It's a way of, if I say it that way on what I think, not what I think, what I know, and what I believe in. A hustler fund is a wash game. What it is that a way of getting money out of the public coffers, and it's what we call a loan shark. If you go to your bank, you will go and borrow money, especially in the first world countries. You will go borrow money and you pay with an interest. What the hustlers fund, what they are trying to do is trying to replicate that. But again, instead of paying with an interest, they're taking the interest before they even give you the money. And that's what we used to call loan shark. That's what mafias, when you watch, if you ever read the cartels, not the cartels, the mafias, like of the New York, the John Garys of the day, they used to have what they used to call bookmakers, where you would go somewhere and just borrow and it's already taken. And if you don't pay, you're beaten and everything. That's how they made their money. This is a government giving loans that have already been taken the interest out of it by the time they give it to you, and you have to pay. And if you don't pay, and also you give your information to them so that ushiona chief akikujia kuku yako, you've lived a long time. Chief akikujia kuku yako hakuna mahali utaenda, my friend. You'd rather a bank because you can talk with them. But exactly what are we doing? Are we really getting a loan? There's no loan that you're getting. It's a way of saying we're going to put this in the budget and then we'll give you kidogo, and then you think like you have anything, because how many people have, the middle class really doesn't go for those things. So you're trying to say that you're doing bottoms up. Unapatia mtu 500, what 500 do you do? 500 today, si soda tatu. It's not. Soda squeeze ni 200. So hata si soda tatu, what are you giving me? Na hata si 500 unanipatia 25. But what is being hidden behind it is, after this 500, because si kila mtu ataendea, hakuna mistaki hustler fund wanaweza kaa nayo. Kwa si kila mtu ameendea, hakuna mtu anakuambia budget ni hawa ndio walichukua, amna ile kitu imeandikwa, inaitagwaje nani Leo, what do you call it, a breakdown of how many people took, like since we started. Can you tell me how many people took it? How many people have repaid? Is it public? Is it in public? Iko public, because this is public funds that we're using. And that's why I keep on saying we need public servants. Some things like that, even the salary of any public servant should be public, where rather you can walk in and go see. So any public budget should be in public. Saizi kila mtu angefaa kuwa anaweza enda pale aseme, oh, okay, nani alichukua iko hivi na hivi na hivi. Maybe we don't see your name yote mzima, but we can see maybe your last name, or maybe not. Here they put your social security away, but you can see who did it if it's public funds. So you cannot have a public fund that hata hatujui imespendiwa how much, hata hatujui imespendiwa aje. And then this 25, you tell me, as somebody that nilichukua 500 na nikapewa 475, where's that 25? When am I ever going to get it? I thought that was my borrowing. So there's so many gimmicks and games going into this, and maybe I'll let other people, Mr. Chair, talk so that I don't talk too much. But I think it's something we really need to start looking at, the pilferage of our public funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Mama Kibao, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. Everybody, I can see some new faces since I was online. Ningetaka kumsaidia Kenyan with love kidogo, mambo ya Hustler Fund. Nimjibu Roda sababu possibly I don't know whether she does know the background of Hustler Fund. And I would say this is the Kenya Kwisha manifesto. They promised people, and this is where they caught a lot of people, that the youngsters, young hustlers, the real hustlers, not Ruto as an hustler. I think this is where they really caught the Kenya Kwisha, caught the young people, the real hustlers, people were mama mbogas and everybody else. They caught those people by this fund, Hasra Fund. And the one thing, if you have not heard about it, Rhoda, is something that was promised to these hustlers that they will be given for free. They will have that money, they will return, yes, but no interest. Secondly, they were told, or they were promised, that probably those people who have the picky people and those people with the business, that they will be given money to start a business. They will be given money. If you had this picky that you have not paid, you go and pay, or you'll be given money and go and buy your own picky and start a business. And this is where many young people were caught, really, with those lies, that there will be that Hasra Fund, you'll not pay with any interest. If you have been following hawa watu wa YouTube, wengi wale wanafanya wanafanya YouTube about the politics in Kenya, you'll hear, ama ukienda back a bit, you'll find those YouTube where Kenya Kwisha was informing or was attracting a lot of crowd just because of the Hazara Fund and how they are promising them that they are going to do the bottom up. In any case, what we are finding now, it is up bottom. Because since they started, the government got in power, what we are seeing now is those people on top are benefiting, while the people below, those hustlers, the real hustlers, are not benefiting from nothing. The Hustler Fund itself, actually, I would say, is a shyrock. Is another shyrock thing that was made by Ruto and his government. Is a shyrock that they give you money. What did they use? They told them that you get the money you get, you fill in your forms and everything else. You give your PIN number. And I'll tell you something, I'll remind you something here, because I do not know whether people who are saying they are not gonna pay, the thing you are told to do is that when you are taking this loan, you have to give your PIN on the filling the forms. So they have already given their PIN. So I don't see how they are not going to pay this. But in the first place, people were not told they are going to be given just 500. They were told you fill your form and you'll be told how much money you get. But people came to realize I'm not the only one who got the 500. The other one got the 500, and when they continue talking, they realize everybody else got the 500. Less the 25, meaning you are paying your interest before even you get your loan. And this loan probably it will be paid in one way or the other. What is happening now? People who are in diaspora, in UK, US, wherever place you are, when you are sending money to any person who has got this funds, that loan, I hear it's being deducted, but somehow you not know how they are deducting it. I have not met somebody who has done it, but this is what's going to happen. But being the government that we know that they are never clean, and they are always after. In fact, we have realized what I've realized myself, and I think most of us will agree with me, that this government is not really wanting any answer around. They were talking, that was a business talking because they wanted votes. But the moment they got the power, they don't want to hear anything concerning Hasla. Because if they did, really, what we should be hearing now is the packet of unga is 70. First thing, because the person who is suffering is the Hasla. I want to talk so much, but I want to go back to my friend. There is a guy, is now away. There's a guy who talked about, we needed to talk about the inflation side of vitu zimekuwa ghali sana, kwa hivyo tutaweza we can be able to attract other people even from Kenya Kwisha. I will say this. Our most important thing at this time, whether we are sailing, everybody is sailing in the same boat. That is okay. But people who wanted to follow us will follow us. What we are after this time is to clear the mess. And I said earlier, we are going to set a pace. And this pace is not about how people are struggling at the moment. We want the correct person who was elected by Kenyans to take the space where it demands is what do you call it? It demands its victory. We are talking about the victory. We wanted to hold hands and talk about the victory. Whoever, like now we have seen the person who has come up with the whistleblower has come up with, if this information that we got from the whistleblower as something tangible, something that can give us mwelekeo, we are following that. Other things will follow, but we are not going for what is at the economic will sort itself when we sort what is at our hand now. When we sort our victory, when we sort that which has been out now, which we didn't know in 2022. What I wanted to talk just a bit about the colonial. My brother, I think there's a Kenyan with love has talked about the colonial. I talked about that earlier, but I'll talk a bit about the division, about Africa division that we were given by our colonizers. The colonizers who came and divided Africa, and this is why you can hear. And Rhoda, sorry, I'm not in fact talking about tribe, but I'll touch just a bit. That's why. Rhoda or anybody else will say, I am Kikuyu, I am Luo, I am so and so, and I'm proud to be who I am. I want us to stop that, and if we can start talking, I am a Kenyan, and I am proud to be a Kenyan. Let's talk like Kenyans. We are Kenyans, we are proud to be Kenyan. This is the vision of this tribe, the other tribe. Let us first of all forget about that. If you wanted to fight, we can only fight when we are all Kenyans, and whether we are proud to be whoever we are, we wanted to be Kenyan at this time and fight as Kenyans. Because if we talk about our president, that is Raila Odinga, is a Luo. But if we talk about is a Luo, he has been elected everywhere in Kenya, everywhere indeed in Kenya. If we go back to the where Ruto got elected, in fact atakuwa tu hapo area hiyo ya kwao ndio walipata voti nyingi sana, lakini ukienda pale utapata kidogo pale, but in the reality is all Kenyans that elected. And if we can have that everybody is a Kenyan, and I'm going back to Africa, this is the same thing. Colonization ilikuja ikatuonyesha wewe ni mkabila gani na wewe ni mkabila gani, na wakaacha kama wamepanda hiyo, tukawa na hiyo kabila yetu na tukakaa tukiwa proud of who we are na kabila. This is the same thing they did to Africa, and this is the thing. We are going to have from Kenya, we are going to have something called a snowball. A snowball coming from Kenya. Let's start there. And it will roll to African, because we need to have one Africa. We do not have, we need to have this Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania. We need to have that snowball, and it's starting from Kenya. First of all, we wanted to wipe this business of tribes. We wanted to have one Kenya, and this is one Kenya. We'll start with Azimio. We wanted to bring Azimio with one Kenya, not that I'm a Kamba, I'm a Meru, I'm a whatever, I'm a Embu, whatever, I'm a Luo, whatever. I want us to have that one Kenya. The moment we start with the one Kenya, we will be able to bring everybody. In fact, when we get one Kenya, even that one who is there with this tribalism will come to us, because we have become one. So this is very important, and we needed to stand there. About the colonial, colonial division or colonial demarcation, the ones they did with the Africa, and then they came to Kenya, and they went to Nigeria. This Nigeria became, there is those tribes, I can't remember them just now, but they did that purposely. Why? Kenyan with Love talked about where the color we got the independence, yes, but we are never free. This is something we talked about earlier, that we are never free, because every time somebody has to be stamped from those colonial people, they have to stamp that this person. Okay. All right. I'm just about to finish, Rhoda. I'm just saying, just about to finish, Rhoda, and then you can ask me. I'm just saying, these things of colonialism, it will not end until ourselves. Can I say something? Just small thing about ourselves, loving ourselves. Kama kuna mtu amesikiza Mr. Melema, I listen to Melema because I like him so much. He's from South Africa. I think most of you know Melema. Melema talks about we African being hated, and the people who are here from diaspora can confirm to that. We are hated everywhere. But the other thing is we hate ourselves. We hate ourselves. We are hated, but we hate ourselves. Do you know what happens? The colonial people came and they planted that. We started hating ourselves, and they are very happy because when we fight ourselves, then they are able to fight us. Because sijui kama ni Kiswahili kinasema watu wakiwa wanapigana, it is easy. It's this kind of divide and rule, because already you are divided. When somebody else comes, ataweza kuwaweza sababu already we are divided. So let's come together and let's do what we need to do here, and let us have tuwe na mwelekeo. Pole, karibu nimalize. Tuwe na mwelekeo moja. Si huyu anasema tunataka hivi, tunataka hivi. Tuongee na tushikane, tuwe na mwelekeo moja. Asante sana, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that presentation. Mzalendo, I was just waking you up, and you've just woken up at the right time. So, Rhoda, what is it? No, just ask what is it.
I don't agree with the Mama Kibao.
Okay.
You know why? Because this is about tribe. Do you know how many tribes live in Afghanistan? Do you know how many tribes live in Afghanistan? Many. Do you know how many tribes live in India? Many. Do you know how many they live in Iran? Many. It's not only Kenya we have a tribe. So we must love ourselves, the tribe we come from. We cannot. I cannot apologize. Me myself, I'm a Kikuyu.
Let me
Great me. I'll never apologize any Ruto.
Summarize that, Rhoda. Let me summarize that. Let us hear different voice. Then we are going to bring that on as a topic, where we are going to look at the effects of maybe having different tribes, how it affects people economically and maybe politically. We'll get one day and discuss that one as a topic. Let me welcome Zalendo, maybe to give his submission.
Well, I like what the lady has just said about being united as Kenyans and not thinking on tribal lines. But I think it's coming late in the day, because what we realize in Kenya, if the politics is not favoring your tribe, then we are Kenyans. We are joined as Kenyans. But I want to say this. We live in Europe, others live in America. You can see how Kenyans are divided. They have formed small communities. The Luos have formed their community in wherever they live. The Kikuyus have got their own community. Despite being in a first world country. So first of all, we have failed to practice it ourselves. Some of these things are more theoretical People talk about a lot of theory, but not practicality. Tribe is something that we can't just easily wish it away, but we can use it positively. We can use tribe positively. I remember when we were growing up, and I didn't grow up in the colonial days, so that for me to say that the Mzungu divided me, I used to have my lunch with the Kikuyu. I used to have my lunch around other tribes, and we never knew, even to date. I wouldn't call my friend a Kikuyu. I would call him by his name. It is politics that brings tribalism in Kenya. It is politics. So our politics is about tribe. So let us cleanse our politics. So if you clean our politics and think of leaders who are going to unite Kenya on ideologies and not tribe, not me going to my central Kikuyu tribe and getting the voting block there, or me going to my Rift Valley tribe and getting the voting block in Rift Valley, and me going to my Nyanza tribe and getting the voting block in Nyanza. You know, politicians have put it rightly that, and they call it the tyranny of numbers. I don't know, Rhoda, whether you know the tyranny of numbers and what it means. So that is exactly what brings tribalism. When leaders start using slogans like kumira kumira, things like that, mujitokoleze, and you start identifying yourself as, you know, as a tribe. That is what divides our country. But there is a generation we are doing away with it right now. There's a generation that grew up in those tribal inclinations. We will do away with it, but it will be gradual. There is a gentleman who was here earlier, Torotich. Torotich, you mentioned something about Mtembei TV being a revolutionary TV, and we need to stick to the point that brings us in this show. Meaning, what you are saying in short is that people like me who have got divergent views should be kicked out, and you stick to the views that you are propagating. I want to tell you that this is an international TV, and it is a channel that is not only entertaining, but it is also educating so many people. And it is not only about Kenyan politics that we talk about. So many people have learned a lot of things on this channel, things in IT, things that people didn't even know, things in social life, things in culture. We have learned it through this channel. So kicking out people is not something that I personally would advocate. And as a media should be free. This is the fourth estate, and the fourth estate should be viewed as, you know, the fourth eye of what is happening in our country. But if you want your views, like the Azimio point of view, like it was before, then some of us will not be invited in this particular show, unfortunately, because we have got very parallel views from some of the topics. And maybe some people learn in some submissions. And it's very, very important that we view things in a more progressive way, such that, like today, it's news to me that Gaucho was arrested. I didn't know that Gaucho was arrested today. I just learned it on Tumbei TV. So you can imagine how many people throughout the world have already known that news from Tumbei TV that Gaucho has indeed been arrested. And Audi put it very, very clearly and soberly, like, you know, when you come to this channel, know that there are things that you can say and there are things that you can go off completely. You can't come to this channel and say, I will kill somebody and I need to kill him now, you know, things like that. You can't say it on a channel like this one. So, Mr. Chairman Leo, sometimes we need to regulate some of these things. When lastly, people were talking about the ASLA fund. I think 10 billion has already been dispatched to various people. We said it from the beginning that this thing was not managed properly. Ruto has organized a team from Treasury, a team from microfinance companies to see the management of the fund in the next phase. And some people went to court. That issue is being addressed right now. There will be an office that will be running that particular fund for particular fund. And lastly, there's a projection of the economy growing by 6.1%. That is a projection by economists, not a projection by Mzalendo. That's a projection by economists that Kenya economic growth in 2023 will be at 6.1%. These are figures that economists are playing around with, and they have said that the economy of Kenya will bounce back. Yeah, you know, in COVID, we bounced back a bit. Then there was a lot of politics. Then the economy went down by almost 0.5%. Then now it is bouncing back, and hopefully by 2023, by the end of the year, we'll be talking something else. The economy is going to bounce back, and Kenya is on the right path. Thank you, Leo.
Oh, thank you. But even though I agree with you on some things, there's some issues we don't agree. Like your last statement is really in contention that Kenya is in the right track. I don't believe that is true. Then maybe an economy, I'm not an economist, but you know, when you talk of the economy growing, you know, economists can sit down and come up with numbers, what make their projections. But what about the common mwananchi? What accounts to them that the economy is growing? If today you go and tell those people who are in the village that the economy has grown and they still buy things at higher prices, not only buying at higher prices, they are not able to afford those prices, then I think they'll really cry for bay for your blood, because what you're saying will not make sense to them. If you tell me that the economy have grown and the price of unga maybe is 300, it will only make sense if I'm able to afford that 300. But if I'm not able to afford that 300, I don't think you're right to tell me the economy is growing. So I'll allow Wakanda Forever. I think he's having a question. He doesn't have history of maybe disobedience. So let me allow him to ask a question. Mr. Wakanda.
Yes, I've been here before, so Moses, Audi again, but yeah, just for purposes of this channel, I'll be using that name. So Zalenda has talked about the economy, and I was like, how do you say even that economy will grow in the midst of a global inflation? How do you grow that economy? It means that tourists will not be coming to Kenya. So you are losing a lot of money. And in the midst, as we speak, in terms of even agriculture, you look at how much do we export right now when we are begging for a country like Russia and Ukraine to feed Kenya, countries which are at war. So I'm wondering how we will earn, how we'll trade with the rest of the world and earn the foreign exchange, when we are not producing anything at the moment and the global inflation. So the idea of economy growing, I think that is propaganda, 100%. Yeah. My opinion, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. When Mzalendo tells you the economy is bouncing, he will not explain to you beyond that.
No, I will.
I remember before, maybe I allow him to respond, when the late Magoha was CS education, there's at a point when he said that I am a CS, my boss is the president, I take instructions from the president and report to the president. So he simply meant that he was advancing the policy, the ideas, and the programs of the government by then. So if the government maybe had some wrong policies, then he will advance such policies. So the good thing is that as a part of the policy formulators, part of the policy implementers, they advise the government well, and that is why they are advancing some positive policies. So Mzalendo here is also advancing the policies of Kenya Kwanza. So that is why he can come and tell you that the economy is bouncing back. But when you meet him now, when you now remove that cape of Kenya Kwanza, he will agree with you that even he himself doesn't understand what he said about the economy. So maybe before I bring the next speaker, I can see there is somebody, Calvin Kireta. Before I welcome him to give us his submission and pay tribute to the late Magoha, allow me play maybe a video that will take us only 2 minutes. I have 2 clips here.
Will remain etched in our history. For many more cabinet secretaries that will come after me, the main thing that I advise them is not to drop the ball in safeguarding the integrity of our national examinations. They must keep intact the trajectory of examination reforms that we have put in place.
That was Professor Magoha. I think it was when he was giving his last, was it the last speech, and he was really advising the next cabinet secretary to keenly check on the quality of education, which starts with the quality of examination and the awarding system. So after that, this is what
to our students, and failure to which we will start impeaching people in this house. We don't want to joke with the lives of our students, our people, of the poor in the constituency. It is pure balderdash to come and entertain nonsensical, comical, and ridiculous activities being done here while our people are suffering. I know what it means to lack school fees. Most of these members are here because they were helped to study. We have to help, to lend a hand. We are servants of the people and we will serve. This meeting will stop until money is put in our accounts. There? That PS, he has no information. Because when he came to request us to proceed with the meeting, and he has no solution. He is not part of the solution. He is part of the problem. And they ought to have projected ahead the money that was supposed to be given to us. We have only 4 months remaining to the end of this financial year. We've not been paid anything for our people in the constituency. We can't do anything in the constituency. But the most important thing first is to get bursaries for our people. It is not about the government being broke because they collect taxes on a daily basis. Whatever they collected yesterday and today, we need that money for the students to go. They collect 7 billion per day. We need that money in CDF accounts so that we give to our constituents. Okay. Okay. We want to tell.
So the government of Kenya Kwanza collects 7 billion a day. The money that is supposed to be used in paying a school fee in form of the bursary has not been deposited in the CDF account. Mato, Oh, sorry, Kenyan with the love, your hands are up. Rod, I've seen you. I'm coming back to you. Don't worry. I also want us to be fair enough so that we don't deny other people also opportunity to give their views. Maybe somebody might talk for 1 hour, and when we give the other person an opportunity, people who really wanted to listen or to hear from him or her might have had their internet cut off or their bundles over, so they end up not getting from them. So we better speak maybe shortly and allow each other to speak as we go in turn, so that people can be able to consume from each and every one of us. Kenyan with love, what do you want to say? You want to say something about the video?
I want to burn your studio today. Allow me to put some propane and I don't know, petrol and everything in your studio today. I'm going to burn it nauma kabisa.
Why are you going to burn the studio?
Because just what I'm about to say, I know I want to burn it. I just know it's going to be burned. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm going to burn your studio today. Unfortunately, yes, or fortunately, yes, I'm an Azimio person, I'm an ODM damu, and I'm a pro, constitutionalist and everything that I do, and and all that. But I am going to say this one. What Babu Owino is fighting there for, they should never have it. I don't believe in the money that they are fighting for. It's been used by so many people and so many MPs, misused so much that we forget we have devolution. Devolution pays for all that. They're fighting for this money they're asking for. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm against that. Poleni, na mimi mtu Azimio, mimi mtu pro kila kitu, but I'm telling you, I don't believe in it. I think the county government, the devolution that we had, if we're really going to, accept our constitution and actually respect our constitution, I don't think that if you are a lawmaker, that you should have a fund of going to take bursaries, you take into kids and whatever. That bursary, kwanza, that bursary money is used so bad, and that's why we don't have public servants anymore, but we have people, the waheshimiwas that you call. I mean, you've been there elected to go make laws, but instead of making laws, you're going kunenda kujenga chores shule gani, whatever. You should not be making any chores. You wachia governor or even MCA. Even MCAs shouldn't be doing it. The people that are given the development fund are the ones who are supposed to do that, develop. If your job, you've been given a job to go and be
I think we are losing that gentleman, though I'm also in agreement to what he's saying, and I've always maintained it in this show that CDF should not be given to MPs. They not only misuse it, but this thing called CDF is the reason why we are having people who are not serious in that parliament. If you look at the current parliament, we are having comedians. I'm not saying comedians are like, now I'm not talking about those people who are comedians that have been elected there. They are comedians in their actions. We are having people who are just jokers in that parliament. We are having people who don't know the main role of the parliament, and the parliament has lost its meaning. If you compare the last two parliaments, you'll find that the Senate was making more sense than the National Assembly. Yet the National Assembly, constitutionally and maybe the weight of its role, gives it an upper hand compared to the Senate. Senate ni kama nyumba ya wazee, but Senate was making more sense. I was trying to ask myself, why is it that this Senate is making more sense compared to the National Assembly? Could it be that they elect quality people in the Senate? That Senate, when we had people like Senator James Orengo, we had Senator Sakaja, Senator Mtula Kilonzo, people like Kiraitu Murungi and Anyang' Nyong'o. So I came to realize that the only difference is in Senate, there is no fund for these senators. So these people totally concentrate in the role of a senator. They totally concentrate in making laws. Our current parliament cannot make good laws. They cannot oppose bad laws because they know at the end of the day, these citizens are not going to judge them by the roles of the parliament or the roles of the MP, but what will determine the election is this thing called CDF. And our people, because of ignorance, they fail to understand that we have what is called CDF committee. So if CDF is well managed by that committee, you are able to see priorities being taken care of. And if you look at what happened in Kibera when they had the late Ken Okoth, that guy was in the hospital for about more than 3 years. And by the time he was away, Kibera CDF was the best managed in among the constituencies that we had in Kenya. But the guy was never there. So that is enough to tell our people that the role of an MP is not to manage that CDF. The role of an MP is not to come and build and renovate those toilets and decorate them with their names. Somebody is building a toilet that is worth 30,000 and putting a billboard, a metallic billboard, when the toilet itself, they put a wooden door. So if they can scrap away this CDF, and we put it, add the amount to the county government, and we have some good governors, I think the MPs will be able to know their work. If you go to the parliament currently, if you remove that CDF, 80% of the current MPs will not make it. They will not be re-elected because imagine you've elected an MP who've never talked in the floor of the house. Laws are made in parliament. Laws are not made in funeral. So that is the day you'll not have people like Oscar Sudi. I'm sorry to say that. You'll not have those other jokers that you see in parliament because the parliament will remain a serious house of business. And what is the effect of having these rogue people? These people, we elect them because maybe they manage CDF in the areas CDF was working, but when they go to parliament, they fail in their duty. That is why they're being bribed with 10,000 shillings in the toilet and they're turned into voters. So there are people who vote yes and no. They don't reason, they don't debate, they only attend those debates when it touches on their political or party leaders, or these debates when it touches on their salaries and allowances. Are you aware that I think the last 2 days, Ruto signed into the law this thing called the IBC Act or IBC, something like that. But now we never saw our MPs talking of it. But you'll find in our very, very rallies, including our own Azimio MPs, telling us how Ruto should not be involved directly in appointing the new IBC. And this law was passed in parliament. We never saw them. They were busy doing their own things. And now, once it has been signed into law, because even Ruto knows very well, or anybody who's a president knows very well, these MPs don't know their roles. They'll wait for you. They ensure their bills passes. Then you now start shouting outside there. So there are so many bills that we are getting that are not fit simply because we are having, I don't want to call them idiots, but I will use the language of Babu Wino. Babu Wino said that 70% of the current elected leaders in parliament are stupid. And it is true, they are stupid. 70% of them are stupid. They don't know their role. Their role is to make good laws, oppose bad laws, amend the existing laws, impeach the president and impeach the deputy president. If they cannot do that, then they are not fit to be in that parliament. I think the next thing, once done with the president or the deputy president, we should now shift focus and cleanse or sanitize that parliament by removing these people. We elect people, you normally see them in the funerals. They like creating scenes and creating some drama, and they keep on telling you they are working by taking several photographs, and you think they're now working. That is wrong. So in that case, I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. But another thing that Mzalendo, you will have to tell us, the government, your government is collecting 7 billion a day. Where is this money taken to? I know the legislators cannot lie. We can lie here, but the legislators cannot lie.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can respond to that. Yes.
You know, Babu, it is interesting that Babu will cause such drama and say that the government is collecting 7 billion, yet his salary is about 1 point something million. His mileage allowance alone is another 1 million, and he commutes only between Parliament and Makasi, and he gets some illegal money. These are legislators, we pay them to go to work. Do you know somebody you pay to go to work? Imagine Leo today, you get a job, then your employer tells you, since you are doing very essential duty, we'll be giving you salary plus we'll be waking you up in the morning and bringing you to work and paying you for that commute allowance each and every time. Yeah. These are the guys who get house allowance of 250,000. I don't know if it is 300,000 each and every month in terms of rent. They also get a mortgage. But nobody questions that if a leader is re-elected, they are still entitled for the same mortgage. They are still entitled for the same kind of treatment. They are overpaid. You know why they are fighting for the CDF? Because that is just as Leo has put it, the CDF has become the standard measure of electing a leader. They come with that money, they bribe the voters in the name of, I gave you a check to take your kids to school and I did it properly. So how much will they use when they are giving out those checks? Less than 10,000. The maximum amount that a child gets is probably 5K in each and every constituency. Then they have paraded almost about maybe 2,000 people to get 5,000, and they get 100. Is it 200 million or 250 million every financial year for 5 years? That is a billion. Akimaliza term yake ameenda na a billion. That is why they are united this time round to eat that particular money. And Mwananchi, if you are the watchdog, then we should talk more about this CDF, that it should not come back. If it is going to come back, then it should come back in a proper manner. Let it be controlled in a proper manner and dispatched in a proper way.
I think, sorry.
Thank you. Wakanda?
Yeah, sorry, guy. Yeah, sorry. I unmuted when I needed to wait. I disagree 100% with Mzalendo and my fellow colleagues. The last point that Mzalendo has said is that we should focus on the CDF. That is a wrong perspective, because if our focus is on CDF, how much is CDF, by the way? Let's say 100 million for 290 constituencies. Yeah. So if we are going to put our energy on that, and then we are leaving the national budget for President Ruto 7 billion, we will not ignore 7 billion and start talking about peanuts. So if we put our energy on, because in the end of the day, we are talking about corruption. be it national, county.
Maybe it's Banawakanda, just to put things
didn't
straight.
get
Zalendo's response was not in connection to what we're discussing, maybe to deal with our Kamukunjis, whatever. Zalendo was simply responding to specifically restricting himself to the video that we played. So he was just giving an opinion on this CDF thing, because it is something that has always been happening here.
That is what I'm responding to.
It is independently and specific to the video. So don't generalize.
No, I'm not generalizing, sir. I'm talking about him talking about we need to focus about CDF and what's not going on properly, like how much the MPs are using, how much like the MPs earn about 1 billion maybe by the end of their time or after 1 year. That's in my response. Is that we will not ignore the percentage that is being managed by national government. In this case, the percentage that is being managed by Ruto, and focus on MPs. That one we will not do. Because if you look at how much, in terms of financing, how much the national government manages, it's a lot. So for me, that is my point of disagreement, that if the national government is still mismanaging the national funds, so let's agree that the problem we have here is corruption. So if they devolve some of the money to the counties or to our MPs, I have no problem. But if we have everything at the national level, we make it more easy for them to buy our MPs left, right, and center. That's my silly argument.
All right, Mato, I know you did not finish. I'll give you time to finish. Then there is Kenyan Amani. Then I'll give Rhoda some 3 minutes to give her closing remarks, because I know she wants to give. So Mato, as you are finalizing on that issue of CDF, let me also tell you that the same CDF, there's something that happens back at the constituencies that is funny. Your MP organizes some sporting activities or like a tournament. Let's say they call it a Kilonzo. Kilonzo is your MP. Kilonzo tournament during the December holidays. The tournament will run maybe for 3 days or maybe 2 is a day's time. So people from that constituency, let's say, for example, Kadhiani constituency, you will attend the tournament, you will play, run, and do everything. And remember, before these finals, you normally use a lot of money, a lot of time is spent there. Then after that, these people will be given some balls each per team. You know, that ball is around 3,000 or 2,500. They are going to put on the jerseys, and maybe the winning team is going to be given 20,000. There's something you don't ask yourself. There were 16 teams. You know, these 16 teams, the same MPs, the one who comes with the jerseys they used to play. These jerseys, they bought them from their own shops or from their own friend's shop. Nyinyi pale Kadhiani, vijana hata badala mungeambiwa tataka kuwa na tournament, nyinyi ndio mtasupply jersey ama mpewe hii pesa muende msupply jersey, nyinyi amkuli. Pale kwa budget watandika walinunua jersey like 1K, wanasema kitu moja maybe ni like 2,000. This money still goes back to their pocket. Amejua mzalendo ni rafiki yake. Mzalendo anauzanga huwa na export some jersey. Ama kuna rafiki pale Isili. They go get these jerseys pesa, inaambia mzalendo hii jersey najua ni Isili ni 500, lakini sisi tutapiga hapo na kila jersey kwa 2,000. Ninyi mnafurahia ndio mbunge ameleta tournament, mmecheza tournament, group imepewa 20,000, coaches pia saa zingine alikuwa ni mtu anatoka kijiji kingine amehepa na hii pesa, na hiyo imeisha, na nyinyi bado mnapiga makofi mbunge. That is how serious things are back in the village. So Mato, let me give you the first. You are talking katika juu ya network ndio Calvin's respond.
Yeah, naona kama nimevamiwa, sijui kama mnanisikia saizi.
Tunakusikia sasa.
Unfortunately, itabidi ni change my VPN. I had it in another different country because I've been running away from this. Lakini unajua nini? Hii kitu ndio maana nimesema I don't care if it's Babu or Wino that says that is on our side or whatever. Mimi amanazimi mtu kabisa mimi ni mtu ya ODM. Like, I don't care if it's Azimio person that says I love my country. Listen, CDF is also another Ponzi scheme. Now, if you listen to it, Mr. Chair, everyone that is listening to me, if you heard what they were talking, even including that Babu, they were saying, unless pesa imewekwa kwa account, ni account gani inawekwa? Account yetu ama yao? Na ni pesa gani inawekwa? Ni account gani inawekwa hii? Je, lazima pesa iwekwe ndio tutaenda kuongea? You know, the thing is that, and we need to do civil education, and that's what I keep on saying, Mr. Chair, with all due respect and with everyone. You see, we need to understand what is called public funds and public servants and all that. Because that public, you see, pesa unaitisha kama nani? Inawekwa kwa account gani? Hebu tuambie account, because we need to have the account. It should be a public thing that we can go and say tuoneshe ilitumika aje. So now when you're saying unless pesa imewekwa kwa account yetu ndio tutaenda kupitisha hii, and you're also the same person saying that we need to, you know, make our electoral system right and make our country right, then for me it beats the whole game of everything that is supposed to happen. An MP, go look at the Constitution. An MP is a lawmaker. You don't make laws with money that has been given to you. You see, it's not even there in the Constitution. You're being paid. Get your salary, go home. Go make the laws of the country. Kama wewe ni MCA, and uka make laws za penal codes za hiyo area yenye unakaa. Lipwa. And it's very true what you just said. And I'm going to say it. Hata mimi nishikuwa mahali tu, I was in a place, nikaambiwa we unakaa status, ufanye hivi, tafuta bags kadhaa hivi, zitatoka hivi, nitakupatia hivi, na how much and whatever. I won't say by who. And I just said, I don't think that's the way to go around it. Yes, I could have gotten the money, but at the time I just said, it's no, staki, itazaningiza mahali. Another one was a KQ thing that I was given. Nikasema we, na ikianza kuingia sijui ati nianze kuinvestigatiwa, because in my life, when you have kids and you have a kid and na vitu kama hizo, you don't want to start going to jail or answering things na vitu kama hizo. So for me, you can call me a coward if you want me, call me a coward. But yes, I was given a very lucrative deal to do something with the Kenyan government. We hata niko naambia ufungua nini account yenye tu nasema uko na nini, uko na company huku, we'll give you everything. And at that time I was just like, I'm not going to put myself into this. I'm okay where I am. Wacha nipigana maisha yangu venye iko. But you see, now this is what happens, what you just said. That CDF is never used for what it is. I can give you 3-4 examples that I have, that I know some people went to school somewhere and they were getting money. Hiyo nini, what do we call it? Iya kulipia watoto shule, bursary. And when they moved, the bursary kept on going. Because if I'm the MP, how are you going to know that the kid is still not in the country? It kept on going. So where does it go? Goes to the pocket of the MP. I do not believe any MP should have any kind of bursary of doing anything. No, we do not choose them. It's not in their job prescription to go build toilets and schools. It's for them to go make the laws that are going to be govern. At MCAs, they should never get that. They should never get. Watch here, the county government. That's why we had devolution. Now watch here, the government to do that. Hii story ingine ati mnatuambia hapa go do what your job prescription does say that you need to do. So mimi, I don't stand with Babu Owino. Unfortunately, hata kama mimi ni mtu wa ODM, I don't stand with him. Na hiki tu anauliza, nataka mniambie hapa Mr. Chair, na kila mtu mwenye ako hapa, ni account gani yenye anasema, if you watch the whole video, until hiyo pesa ingie kwa account, ni account gani anataka ingie? Is it an account of an MP? What account is it? And why do we have devolution? Why did we bring devolution? So these guys, let them go make the laws. If you want to be a governor, go be a governor. Then at least you will have the budget. But as a lawmaker, make the laws. And that's what, as Africa, we need to start understanding the leaders. And that's why you're finding people coming from very lucrative job careers, going into there because they just want the money. Wanatumia pesa mingi because na wakishindwa wanaanza kujinyonga. We need to understand what public service is. And we also need to be accountable. Hii pesa yote tunatoaga. Anyone should be able to walk in a mayor's, what used to be a mayor or a governor's office and say, I want to know how much the budget you guys used last year, and what it is, and I want to see what everyone was paid, and this is the budget that we have. Let me see the breakdown. We need to start doing that. And I'm telling you, there's countries that are doing that, and they are progressing. But us as an Africa, we will never progress because we want to do the Mheshimiwa thing, and everything is secretive, including wealth. Where you're going to say what your wealth is and how much you are worth. Including that, unaambiangu ati it's sealed, imepewana kwa parliament. Uwezi ona, as a civil servant, we should be able to see everything. What you got paid, how you got paid, what's the budget of that, and what happened. And unless we do that, then we have no accountability of our country. And that's why people can steal elections and tell you, utadu. Anyway, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Let us get 1 minute from Kevin, then we give an opportunity to Rhoda wants to give closing remarks, then we go to Asembo Pacho. So Kevin, you have your 1 minute.
Yeah, hii bado nauliza kwa moderator. Jaribu kulimit time za watu wasiongee sana mpaka wengine. It's like 2 people. Jaribu kulimit hata kama ni dakika mbili katakata ndio everybody to talk. Waachie wenye wanataka kuingia pia nafasi. So, kwa hiyo video umecheza ndio niko na swali kwa Mato. Mato, hii basari wangani ya gava. Unanipata?
Sorry, nini yangu ina take time kabla ya unmute. Unajua mute immediately. Ati unauliza?
Nauliza hii basari wangani ya gava.
Yes, ni pesa ya gava. Kwani nadhani inatoka?
Na shule ni ya gava pia.
Exactly.
Sasa gava inakupea pesa ulipe government tena. Yaani ni nini wanajaribu kufanya na hiyo basari?
Ndio lazima watu waanze kuelewa civil education. Ndio tumekosa bwana.
So inabidi unajua Kenya matime nasikianga watu wanaargue mpaka najiuliza ni mimi ndio mjinga ama sioni hao watu vizuri. Because kuna vitu zingine zinasangaza mazi. Alafu wenye wanaargue they have parliament. Sasa hii parliament ilikuwa ni ya nini na wanaenda kuargue pale ni soko ama ni wapi? So kuna vitu zingine mazee hata kama tunaongea it doesn't make sense. Mbona gava sipeleke hiyo pesa kwa shule direct na isaidie huko juu tayari wanajua kuna shida, kuna wanafunzi wenye hawana pesa hawezi enda shule. So inasangaza. Nilikuwa najaribu kupeleka my daughter to school, mazee ameenda na 29,000. Hiyo ni kuenda na niko na mwingine mdogo mwenye anaanza nursery ameenda na 15,000. So I was adding all this, najaribu kuangalia watu wawili wameenda na karibu 40 something. So where will they say, wazazi wanawana job na wenye wana mapato ya chini, kumaanisha wezi wa afford hii education, and then we are just quiet watching them and saying things are okay. We should be serious at some point. Zingine zinasangaza, otherwise hiyo ndio swali nilikuwa nayo Mato.
Yeah, sijui kama nasikika. Mimi hapa nimeshambuliwa, sijui kama nasikika.
Yeah, unasikika.
Okay. Mwenye connect kwa screen yangu imeenda black. Mwenye connect kama kuna mtu alikuwa anataka kusema kitu. Mami, tuambie ama kuna mtu hajaongea?
Ni mimi niko after him.
I think Asembo Pacho has not spoken, so let him have the chance, please.
Who? Asembo? Asembo, pole sana. Go ahead, sir. Pole, nashinda nikikatwa.
Good evening, panelist. Kenya Amani, good to see you. I always come in here to learn from you. Kila Mutu Calvin, Mzalendo, Wakanda. I thought you were called Audi. Now you are Wakanda forever. Wamama Kibao, Kenyan with love. Basically, it's a sad day for Kenyans because we are mourning the professor. And one thing that is sad, that I think may even have contributed to Professor's death, is building a legacy. When you try to make a legacy and try to leave a mark and change lives, then a group of people don't understand what life is, come and rub it off and clean it, mess it up. It's so saddening that the professor during his last time of Kenya was cleaning the system. He was trying to make sure that anybody that gets into education system understand what they're doing. And if you look at his remarks before, and which I agree with him, si lazima kila mtu apate A. Ukuwe na D na uingie tertiary school, upige randa, ukuwe na kitu mzuri than kupata A, uende ukuwe surgeon na ukipasua mtu, you don't understand what you're doing. So professor actually ni kama tu amekufa na heartbreak. Si hata ni hata attack, ni heartbreak tu imemua, because the system that he was trying to create and make it clean so that we understand that this is important for every child that is coming up. The people who are coming in don't know anything. They want to be praised for doing something, but they're doing it wrongly. Mine coming to the studio today is just to remind you guys why we are here and what's the main reason why we are coming to this show. Yesterday we were with Mr. PK and we talked about the train leaving the station. Now Baba already switched this thing on, and I wanted to help my brother Audi. He was requesting if he could understand why Baba is still in this thing, and if it's a Gaucho, then he can come in. I want to just to highlight some few things to Mr. Wakanda, that a revolution doesn't need young men like you only to participate in it. The revolution needs a direction, and the direction that is needed. If you're very careful and very keen, if you observe this thing from the time we cast our votes and we did the election and we came now to where we are right now, if there was somebody serious who could have taken this thing up, there was a big time for doing that, right? 4 months down the line, there was no single politician who could stand up and say, this is the direction my people need to go. Baba, you are done. We are taking this thing, this head-on. Nobody could do that. Until yesterday, when Baba said, this is the direction you're heading to, and everybody were ready to take that direction. So there are people that need leadership. And that's what Baba has been doing, providing leadership. So not everybody will start the war, but people will join the war. If you go out with the friends in a club and drinking and you people see people fighting, don't just jump in the fight. You have to watch, why are we fighting and whom are we fighting? So these are the things that we need to learn. And me, basically, why I want this to happen, if you look at the government who has just come in, even the jobs that have been created, they're taking them away from people. For example, if you look at Nairobi County, the people who are doing business in Nairobi County, some were running clubs, some were running hotels, and the county government of Nairobi were issuing them licenses to operate in these neighborhoods. They didn't see that back then, that those places were residential areas that they could not give license to those places. But because now they want to show, or they want to pull a stand that they're working, they're interfering even in the jobs that have been created. These clubs that are closed down, the restaurants that have been closed down, we're having watchmen working there, we're having waiters working in there, we're having cooks and chefs working in those places, we're having people supplying these places with the food products, right? Then they come and close these jobs. Are they creating more jobs the way they promise, or are they destroying even the little that is there? So these are the things that are making Kenyans get frustrated. And when somebody is frustrated, they don't care what's happening to the neighbor. They care about what they need to get. And that's what we are going for. We are not here to discuss who voted for Ruto, which tribe voted for Ruto. No. We are here to clean the mess that has been created by system year in, year out. Whether Kale and Kalenjins and Kikuyus team up every general election to vote for their candidate, there's nothing wrong with that, people. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Whether Luos and Luyas and Kambas team up together to vote for their candidate, there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is that if the vote of the Luos and Kikuyus and Kambas come together and cannot be counted and make the leader that's selected be the president, then there's something wrong, and that's what you want to correct. This is what we're talking about here, guys. Leave alone the MPs who are complaining about a bursary and all that they want. Those are tumbocrats. And the political class and the political system in Kenya has failed us, and that's why we want Baba to say everybody to go home, so that we see them coming back again without, because all these guys, they go in there to make money. They go in there to benefit themselves. They never care about you. Right now, we're talking about cost of living going high. Have you seen them coming up and saying, now, Mr. President, we can't continue the way we are going because the cost of living has gone high? Because that is not their interest. That's not their concern. They're not bothering about that. But that CDF money is going to go to some of their pockets. Yes, some will spend them, right? Some will use them in the right direction. Some will put them properly. But majority of them are there to squander the money. And that's why they don't care what you guys are talking about. They are busy looking for how can they make money. And that's the quickest way of making money. I spend my 5 million out there during campaigns. I go in the parliament. I make my 100 million. I make my 70 million. It's a business these guys are doing with our lives. Look at now the clubs being closed up. My problem right now as a social change in my country, because these are the three things that normally I come here and I talk about every day. It's the political change in a country, social change in a country, and economical change in a country. Economical change, even Baba talked about it on the day he had his speech. He mentioned the things that people, the normal minority is getting affected. Sugar, electricity, oil, flour, all these things, Baba mentioned them. These are affecting local mamamboga, to a border. Then if you look at our social class, which I'm so sad about it, where we need to go and get directions from, look at the churches. Anybody just wakes up today, me and Mato, we just agree, and me and Kenyan with love, we just agree, you become the bishop, me I become the priest, we open a church, we put the speakers in there, we call people and start casting demons that are not even there, and we just make money. And this is where we go back and we want to get guidance from. Our social culture has been robbed. The bishops, they line up to go and be given handouts to praise people, to give people a chance in the podium to say things that don't even person with the least hope in life can go to understand how can they be helped. So me, I want this revolution to even clean the churches. We take away these goons who have taken up the pulpit to brainwash people further, to tell people who is more blessed than who is not more blessed, who is more righteous, who is not more righteous. That's why this revolution is here. We are clean is like we're doing an overhaul for the entire country. Member of parliaments, those who are elected, the moment they arrive there and they don't find money in the group that they came in with, they jump to another group so that they make money. Kenyan, it's going down the road that we don't want it, and if you don't correct it now, 2022, even in the future, there'll be no Kenya. And this must stop. And that's why Baba is saying we are going. And so I wanted to Wakanda forever to understand Gaucho and the group are just young men who are already there and willing to go up front. You even don't look at Baba being in the picture. Look at you as a person. How do you feel the pinch? Do you feel that this government is doing something that's not helping you? Do you feel that you've been squeezed? You've gone to school, but there's nothing you can do with the education you're having. Right now, people are graduating with double A's, but there's nothing they have. People like Professor who just died, they can't stay wait to watch the miserable lives going on in the country. So guys, let's not forget about what we are discussing here and where we are heading. We want to clean the system. We want to make sure that anybody after us, anybody who will be coming, will find a better Kenya. That if you go to church, you know you're going to pray to God, and the person praying to you is really an anointed person, somebody who understands the Bible, somebody who understands why you're there, somebody who can make you even feel that there's hope for tomorrow. But not conmen parading in the name of priests and bishops, people coming up with different religions and styles of preaching to just make money out of people. Kenyan society is rotten, and this is why we are doing this. We are not doing this because we just want to come here and talk. No, we are here to make sure that you understand the problem in Kenya must be rectified now, because Kenya actually is is in the midpoint of sub-Saharan. If you don't clean Kenya, the neighbors Uganda won't understand. They won't get the direction of how to do this thing. So we can't break the ceiling if you're dirty with you're carrying all this dirt together. You can't go and vote and then your vote doesn't count and you are told accept and move on, or you'll cause a problem in the country. We want to cause that problem today so that tomorrow there'll be no problem. Guys, that's my remark for now. Let's understand why we are here. The member of parliament who want to find for their money, they find it for their tumbo and their families, that's none of our business. But right now, we must stop the people like Chebukati who think if you're bribed and given money, then you can turn the will of the people. People are stronger. We are very sharp right now, and we're never going to go against the tribes. It's no longer about the tribes, it's about you being affected as a person. You wake up in the morning and you don't have a direction. You don't know even what to do. That's why we are here, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Assemble. We need a lot of people like you, and you need to be coming here often, because that's especially this evening. In the evening, what we used to do in the evening, we used to just come and just really talk about our country, not the politics, and exactly just what really needs to be done with our country. And so I really want you to be coming out, coming out more often. Don't usikae nyuma huko sana, because at the end of the day, this channel and the people that listen to us, and that's why you see the Kina Gauchos coming near now, and even the MPs wanting to come and everything. And even when you hear what Baba says, I mean, they are listening to us, because at the end of the day, you know what? Some of us have sacrificed a lot not to be in your own country, but to come and understand another country, which is something that started a long time. Like I've always given people the history. Tom Mboya is the one that started this thing. And when he was starting to send people out there, people did not understand why he was exporting people. But the people that came back, when you look back into political divide today, you will realize that at least 75%, at least, I said at least, I know it's more than that, there are people who have traveled out there and seen other places, but then still came back home. Might it be 1 week, 2 weeks, or whatever. But people needed to understand that there's a world out there. And sometimes once you start, kuna ile kitu wazazi walikuwa kusema, kuona mengi, kujua mengi. Na sasa unafunza watu. And there's a lot of people who are very smart that have never left that country. But again, is how we integrate in with our society, and the society is also bigger than Kenya. It's in other countries. How do you relate with your neighbor? How do you relate with Uganda? How do you do your, if you're in the military, how do you do your, security system and all that? So it's just the way that you react with your neighbor, when you're in your house, fancy happy and all that, and how are you guys going to live together, and being realistic. And so sometimes when I found this channel last year, early last year, I was watching this channel and I'm like, wow. And I'm a very political person. Okay. And I really got into it, and I came to understand that this is a place that actually, when you hear Bunge la Wananchi, for them, they can only afford to go to Jacaranda, sit there. But us, we can talk from different worlds of life, and even what wako Kenya, Tukoku, and everything. And you start to understand when Rhoda speaks, when Mami speaks, when you speak, you start to see different things, different, hapa kuna ukabila manini. Or even when Mzalendo comes here, yes, we take a lot from him. Anatusubua akili, lakini bado yeye ni wetu, hatuwezi muacha, So, but he teaches us a lot, and that is what I believe our country needs, and for us to be realistic in what we are doing. If something is not right, let's call it right. Let's not call it right. Mami, I think you know that you are
talking. It's me I was talking before I sleep, because here is very late. I want to talk with the Muzalendo. I'm not finished with the Muzalendo. Muzalendo, can you look at me, Muzalendo? I get very disappointment with you. Very disappointment. You are Luo man. You are the Luo man I have never seen in the Kenya. I know some Luo, they disappear in Kenya, in Nyayo. They have never go back to Kenya. Osebe, go and blog the Osebe. Osebe is a politician. He came here in 1990 when it was a problem with the Nyayo, and I'll never go back. And the way you are talking, I cannot imagine. You have been very, very disappointment. The way you yani kuna kitu nakwanga unaficha. You're not real Luo. Stand up. Come on, Muzalendo. Don't bring propaganda here. We want to speak like Kenyans. Usonadanganya hapa sijui nini propaganda za Ruto. Sa Ruto ni nani? You're a big man, you have a big headache, but I don't want to say that word. You need to be real. If Ruto anafanya vibaya, unaongea. Kwa nini unamwekelea hapa? Be the man of integrity. I think you're a very smart man. You're not the way you think. Ruto, he can tell, the way Ruto, he's a evil. He has been destroying our country, especially, you don't know how he has been hurting me, my community, how he has been treating my community bad. Ruto, he can tell, because you can get favor, you're a man, he can tell you behave like a woman, or you dress like a woman, because you can preach it, because it's an evil, it's a bad. We need to tumtoe huyo mtu kabisa. Tumtoe, ni mbaya kabisa. I don't know how he came this president. Tumtoe huyo. Huyo asikuja atatoka. Unajua mimi baka nywele yangu ikakatika. You are stress. Mimi sina nywele hapa ndikatika juu ya Ruto. Ni mtu mbaya, evil, na alifanya na jina la Mungu. Tunajua na watu matuda. We know men of God. The men of God will not prosecute other community. They will not do the way he is doing. Ni mtu tunataka tumtoe sisi wa Kenya, watu tumwambia tutaki na utoke. Tumpeleke wapi? Huo ni mtu mbaya sana. ana prosecute Kenyans, other community, nini. You don't know how I feel hearted with him. Sasa mzalendo, vile unatulete down, vile mimi najua Luo, si kama wewe vile unajifanya. Wake up, don't sleep. Usifanye karuru. You are very grown up, man. That's what I want to say, because I was a little bit disappointed with the way you talk here. Ruto, bro. But you don't, even if you like him, speak negative. You cannot speak everything good. Unamfichilia. Aye. That's what I want to tell, because I say I will not sleep until I talk with you. You have been very disappointment. Ujui watu wengi na Waluo wengi wamepotea juu ya Nyayo, na baba mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Gatia, walikuwa wanapigana na Nyayo 1982. Alikufa huku kama jaji da Kenya juu ya Nyayo, na alikuwa anapigana na Nyayo akatoka 1982. Nyayo alikuwa anataka na Raila. Sasa unichezea hapa, uwe realistic, unaongea si propaganda. Ukiongea kama hizo hasra fan, it's not somebody, it's a fake, it's a scam, because he's a scam. There's nothing called hasra fan. It's a scam, lies for the enemy. It's nothing like that. Kwa nini asisaidie watu wanabebana na mkokoteni? Si kuna watu wasema wana mkokoteni, hao wachakula wanalala hivi, hao mama wanalala. Kwa nini hizo pesa sisaidie wa mama, wachekee wa mama wanalala nini? Wao wamama wanalala nje na watoto, hawajengee nyumba, wacha kulala nini nje. Sisi wajinga waliisha. Hakuna kitu inaitwa hustler fund. That's a liar and a scam. I don't believe that. Whether you like it or not, I'll speak here. It's nothing called hustler fund, and I'll speak in so you guys, thank you for being here with me. And let us speak the truth. There's one guy, he's speaking nonsense. I'm so tired with this guy coming to bring nonsense about GMO. Ati kata tunakulanga GMO. Lies. See, kata is a very rich who like GMO. I don't like that. He's coming to like any come to hapa. Tusi tunatikia watu hapa na tuleta nyuma. We want people who are bring us up. We speak one voice. See what wako na mentality negative, right? You guys, good night and take care of you. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm still coming here. I'm not fed up, and I'll continue fighting for my country until we get the victory. God bless you all.
Okay, Rhoda, we love you so much. God bless you. Have a good night. And we're still here. We'll be finishing soon. If chairman naona huko nyuma kuna vitu anafanya, but I can see he's supporting me in the back. Chairman nakona tu, ukiwa ready kuja. It's okay. Anyway, Mami, I'm gonna ask you to, wendo unajua venye mkururo ilikuwa ikienda. Mimi niko confused leo kwa sababu sikuwa in the first place. So wendo unaweza niambia nani anaenda, nani haendi. Rhoda, thank you so much. And thank you for your contribution. We really appreciate you every day that you come here, because that's your frustration is our frustration. Even though we maybe, si lazima mtu akubaliane, lakini ama akosane, lakini your frustration is a Kenyan frustration. And that's the whole thing that actually makes us all take some time to come over here and have a conversation, because we do care about our country and we care about the realities of life. If we did not care about anything, we wouldn't even have an idea or even come in here every day from everything that we do. It's just because we care about something. People who don't care about anything, they care about themselves, and all they are going to do is themselves. They'll go to their bedroom, they'll go do what they have to do for themselves. They don't care about anything. But the fact that we come over here and we care about each other, we know each other, and we can actually talk about our country, it means that we do have a heart of caring about something, and not just being people who just leave the country, leave the world to just leave the world. But we live a world that we want to change it, and we take advantage and read where we are going. And we learn from each other every day. I learn so much. Every day I come over here, even when I'm not even here, when I'm just listening. Sometimes I listen from work. I learn so much. I've learned so many books. I've learned so many parts of the Constitution that I never knew. I've learned so many things from people, even the cultural ways of living from just listening to people who are real. So I do understand and I appreciate so much. And that's why I come here with a humble heart every day. So mami, wendo unajua ni nani hajaongea sana, mimi unajua nimekuwa nikikimbia kimbia. You tell, tuambie nani, who's supposed to go next? Wakanda, is it you?
I think I'll speak briefly, and then we will be. I think Wamama Kibao. Sorry. Okay.
Tumekupata leo. Kumbe unasikizanga country music. Tumekupata leo.
Anyway, I am a country music lover, but that is my call. I have that music on for calls. But anyway, I think I will speak briefly, and then Wamama Kibao was me. I think she was the one coming in because Wakanda spoke, Mzalendo spoke, and Assemble spoke. So I'll just do brief talk, then she can follow. These questions are for you, Kenyan with love, please. Are you ready? They are just brief questions. This Bab Owino, how long were they where they are?
That's a very open question. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I think they've been there for 2 days retreat.
How many?
I think 2 days retreat. They've been there for, I think, 2 days.
Where is that? Where are they?
In Mombasa.
Mombasa. Okay. Where are they? Okay, Mombasa. Which the day you say they are for 2 days there, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And where do they live? They came from Nairobi to Mombasa, yes?
Yeah, paid accommodation by government.
Yes.
And Mami, before you go on, because I know where you're going, hold on, please. Sorry. With your due diligence, I mean, with your permission. There's something I wanted to say so that you address it as you're going on. There's this thing that I've been saying that, or I've been thinking. It's a case study. This is what we call a case study. There's this, and I think anybody can remind me. There's this MP that was just chosen the other day. If you guys know Okanga, the one of Bunge la Wananchi. There's this MP that was just chosen with nothing. Akona nyole karanga. I know people will tell you who it is. How did he make money to be able to make Okangas or offer Okanga a house in just like since, well, I mean, it was just less than a year ago.
It's called Peter Sirisia.
Sirisia, yeah. How did he make that money? And he was alikuwa mtu chini kabisa. That's why I'm telling you, this parliament has a problem. But Mami, I wanted to throw that to you also, so that you start understanding what we are trying to say, that also the parliamentarians are also taking us for a joke while you're saying that, while you're giving us what you want to tell us, because I know it's genuine. Sorry.
Okay, guys. Where I'm going is now Bab Owino stood there to show us how serious they are for those children who are not going to school. and saying that the money should be put in their account. When they left Nairobi going to Mombasa, kwani hao watu walibebwa na magunia wakajikuta Mombasa? They cannot tell us that they are spending a lot of money sleeping in good beds and eating good food while others are not going to school. That does not make sense. This is something they knew even when they were in Nairobi, that people were going through this pain and suffering. And that is where they would have cancelled that seminar that they were going or training they were going and say, no, if that is the case, we have got children who are going to school and they don't have money, let's stop this thing now. Now they are talking after enjoying the life, and now they are out there showing us that they are very concerned about us. I am supporting Kenyan with love, what he said about the money that these people are asking to be put in their account. I don't know whether their accounts or whichever. So that is my point. And that's why I was asking these questions to Kenyan with love. Because these people are with us and without us. That's all I can say. Okay, the other thing is about this government. This government has caused indirect and direct deaths of many Kenyans. And that one has happened without people noticing. Because it's not my brother, it's not my sister, it's not my mother, it's not my son, it's not my daughter. But people have died because of this government. But we don't know. And people don't know. Because it's not a close relative, but people have died due to this government that we have right now. Come to think about the politicians. Vibrant politicians, they are no longer talking, we don't see them. What do you think they are doing? What do you think they are going through where they are? Simply because some of these politicians had won and they had high hopes of working with their wananchi within their area. They had high hopes of helping their location and building their career. It came to a halt all of a sudden without knowing, but with high hopes because they had already seen they have won, but it was overtaken. Now we are mourning Magoha. Who knows what happened? Who knows what was going on in his mind? Who knows what failed for him to die? Contribution of very many bad things has been done by this government. And so many people are going through so much pain because of the government we have right now, currently. But people don't know. We are just talking, but there are people who are nursing wounds, not open wounds. Internally, they are suffering. They are depressed. How many people? That is my problem right now. And when I sit down by myself and I think what depression people go through, how painful it is to have a depressed person, my dear people, it's a tragedy in this country called Kenya. You may see people laughing. It's only that people cannot come and put their problems on the table or put their relative on somewhere that people can see. But people are going through so much. Because of this government, people may take it literally that it's not a big deal. People may say that we'll go over it, let's move on. We are affected differently. We vary. We vary how we get shock. We vary how our shock absorber is created. And that is my point tonight. Maybe there are so many people who are crying right now, not knowing what to do with their loved one. Which hospital can we take them? Can we take him? And it is my problem is to see the government has no plan, the government who is running all around, wasting money, no basics for Kenyans. That's my problem. And that is where I stand. Because what we need in our country is a stability of basics for common mwananchi, so that he or she can be able to sustain herself or himself. Kuna mambo mingi sana inaendelea, lakini hatuelewi kwa sababu you are not all over the country. And these people, majambazi, they are just laughing, politicking, not being even serious to be in the office. To sit down and think, if this comes, how can we tackle this? If this happens, how can we deal with it? The only thing they have is just going around promising people what they will not even do. And they promises you, and you are left there promised. What are you going to do with that promise? Nothing. So, Kenyans, what are you thinking about Kenya having all these problems, heaping up and getting more and more, and then you'll be left alone to solve your problem? Thank you, guys. That's the question I have tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mami. Thank you, Mami. That's a question that everybody has to ask themselves. And Mom, we really appreciate you so much because you make us think a lot. Personally, I mean, personally, you make me think a lot. Mami, I want to throw some, I want to, and I'm so sorry, guys. Mami, I want to throw a couple of comments over here for you to react to them. And because I want to hear what you're going, na wamama, because I can see you guys, you guys are our elders. And then unajua sisi wengine tutaongea maneno wengine. Mami, there's two I know how I would have reacted to this, but kuna comments mbili ziko hapa. So there's a comment that goes there. Selassie has earned 5 million already in 5 months and has gotten car grants. And then there's another comment. You can look at it at Okitaka. Selassie just did a house for 30K. My friends, stop being petty on this one, with all due respect. And then the house was up to 40K Ndeto. What I'm trying to ask with that is that, Mom, do you think this is the reason that people kill each other if you know you can earn 5 million within 5 months or out of public service? Do you think that is why people feel like what wanna because when you go there, you can earn 5 million within 5 months, yet you've been working your whole life and never had 5 million? So what do you think about those comments, and what would you tell those two Kenyans that are talking about that? And after that, I will jump quickly to Wamama, and then I will want everybody else to start talking about. I kind of want us to understand what is public service. I mean, or for us to discuss what is public service as per compared to where you can make 5 million in 5 months and be able to give when you just had nothing. This is a guy that had nothing. So can we talk about what are we talking about? Do we have public service in Kenya, or do we have something that we can, I have to assemble for me, because I know if I go there 2 months nipatie, I can make you nyumba ya 30 yenye hata mimi mwenyewe sikuwa nayo. So do you have something to say about that?
I don't know whether I understood correctly. Salary, like public service, and a politician, or what is the question, please?
Okay, no, I wanted you to react to, okay, let me not ask the question. I just wanted you to react to two comments here. It was when I said Salasia, the new MP that was just mtu wa kawaida. So someone says Salasia has earned 5 million already in 5 months and has gotten car grants. Does that comment, did you get it? And then the other one says,
I didn't see the comment, but go ahead.
No, ngoja kidogo. I wanted to hear what she has to say about that. So actually, okay, let me just explain them to you. So wanasema in 5 months huyu jamaa ashapata 5 million na hakuna ubaya yake kujengea mtu nyumba ya 30k. I agree. Hakuna ubaya kujengea mtu ya 30k. But if you're going to get 5 million in 5 million in 5 months and in public service, is it public service or is it why we kill each other because you know you can get that money within 5 million? I mean within 5 months. That's all I'm asking. My question is it the reason that people kill each other over political office because of the money that is behind it, or is it about public service that we go into political offices?
First of all, you must be a different person when you are killing. Simply because there are those people who take life at a time. There are people who are greedy that they can do the word you used, killing. But remember, money is not everything. To me, I will not do such kind of a behavior of killing somebody so that I can earn 5 million. Because you know you can earn 5 million and then even you don't enjoy it and then you die and leave it there. So it is 50-50 if people decide that they are going for 5 million. But I would not, I personally, I cannot kill someone so that to earn those 5 million. That's the answer I can give. I don't know whether it is agreeable or not. But for politicians who are greedy, they can do anything to earn that money. Did I answer the question, Kenyan, with love?
Yes, Mami.
Somebody else can try that.
You did. Let me see what, ladies first, let me see what Mama has, and then I'll come to the guys now.
Thank you very much again, and I hope everybody can hear me. I heard that clearly, and one thing I want to say is Kenya and Africa, being a politician is something admired by those politicians. Why? Because it's not what they are going in to do for other people, it is what they are going in to do for themselves. And in fact, although we kill, we fight when we are supporting a certain politician, the fact is, when they are talking to us at the time that they want to get in, they want to show us what their intention is. Not about them, it's about us. But we never understand, it's about them. They know what they are eyeing, their expectations. This is the thing that make them fight, to get and kill, to get there, because they know, as you are saying. I like it. I like the way Selassie built a house for for what is his name? Yeah,
Okanga.
these yes, I like, and I was very happy by the way I saw it, and I was happy he did it, and it is good for other members or the citizen to share a small bit of what the MPs and the politicians are getting. That is good, but the fact is, the politicians, the MPs, and even what do you call them? I've been away for a long time, so I don't remember. There is this Meru woman called Kawera. If I can bring that, you can see this is just one woman in Meru per se. They have never had a woman being a governor. But because they are those men who have ever been there, they know what they get always. They are trying everywhere, every way possible to fight this woman to get out so that they can continue earning. They have got so much bonus. And that is why when they are campaigning, they give you, they tell you, they make you feel like they are going to bring heaven down here. They'll think that when you guys think when they get in, you are going to get out of poverty. But the fact is, it is for their own stomach. They know what they get. And this is the thing. They care because they know what they get there. And they do not want anybody else, especially those people who have tasted. Those people who have been in politics, who have been MPs, who have been governors, who have been, in charge of some finances and controlling finances, they will not let anybody else be there because they know how they make money. I'll tell you what, when we are complaining, we are talking about the economy, how the economy is bad. We are buying all these. These people, they are just singing with us. But the fact is, they are not feeling the pinch. We are the only people, or maybe myself, I may not be feeling the pinch. Yourself, you might be feeling it. But when we talk about the low person, the person there down, the real hustler down, is really feeling the pinch. But do you think that those people are feeling? No. The moment they taste that, they'll never get out. And somebody who teases to come and take from them, that's why they kill. That is what I will say about that. But maybe my time hasn't come. I was just answering that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mami. We really appreciate. I wanted to go straight to. I wanted to run to Wakanda, and then I also wanted to go to Assemble and Mzalendo on the same issue. But if you guys allow me, that's the same order that I'm gonna keep it, if that's okay. That's the same. I'm gonna keep it until Mdosi Akuja. But Mr. Chaka is here. I wanted him to give us his opening remarks. Alafu bado nitaeka tu ikiwemo itakuwa Wakanda, Mzalendo, alafu tukuja Assemble, if that's okay with everyone, for the same question or for anything that you want to add on to that question, because I think that's a big question on why it happens like that. Yes, Mami. Umesahau kitu?
Yes, I'm requesting whether, because I'm going to get off here because I'm at work, as I said, I'm going to go off, and it's just one thing I wanted to see out of the question. If you could allow me, I would say just something small. Yeah,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you. First and foremost thing, I've been talking and I forgot kutuma rambirambi zangu kwa Magoha's family. This thing caught me in a big shock. And I'm just praying that God atawaliwaza nyumba the family. The other thing ningetaka kusema tu kidogo, Mami aliongea mambo za sijui kama ni Mami aliongea mambo za exams. Many people have talked about the exam, the A's. You also, the chair, you spoke about the A's. And there is one thing I would want to remind the government, that hata kama hizi exam zimefanywa na they have turned exam to be mockery, because all those A's, when I'm saying that, I know A's are good. They are good, yes. I felt good when my son did and got A's, yes. But this is because alifanya kazi. but I am saying hii serikali ijue hata kama wamefanya hizi mitihani wakapitisha watoto ndio wapate, this is not their pride, by the way. They have done the exam, it isn't their pride, it isn't their system. Ni kuwakumbusha hiyo ni sisi, hiyo ni kazi ile Magoha ameacha, ndio wamekuja kufanyisha exams. So it is very important for them to know. Wangengoja na wana haraka sana kufanya kusifiwa, wana haraka. Wangengojea wa take this system, hii system yao wameanza, at least waende for a year ndio waseme this is their product. The fact is hii kazi ni ya Magoha, they are just there less than six months. So this product wale wamefanya mtihani, seriously speaking, see, there's not product of the government. Kwa hivyo kufanyisha exam na kuonyesha vile wamepita, it is not their effort. Ni kitu tu they just wanataka tu kuchukua sifa, if that is correct, sifa za kazi imefanywa na watu wengine. Kwa hivyo it is very important, kama ni kufanya kazi, wafanye kazi, tuone vile watafanya. Kama tutawaachia wafikishe mwaka moja, walete watoto, wakifundisha watoto na tujue. Now that one thing is, sijui kama, I do not know whether they are going to make it, because one, the teachers are complaining about the pay rise, the doctors are complaining about the pay rise, the police are complaining about the pay rise. But what is happening? The government is only thinking about the things that they themselves benefit from. So I just wanted to say about the Magoha, because I forgot about it, and maybe I may not be able to come back before you close. And I wanted to say thank you very much for everybody who have been participating. In fact, I'm very educated now. I've been listening, and thank you so much. You take care and have a good night.
Thank you so much. Chaka tusalimie basi ndio turudi kwa mkururo, bado tutakukuja. Ngoja kidogo. Ma'am.
Sorry, I was waving the lady.
Oh, I thought
So,
it was your hand that went up. I was like, sorry. Chaka tusalimia, alafu tufuate kamkururo kidogo. Nataka hapa tu tukimbie 3 and then we come back to you. Ala. Oh. Chaka. Mombasa vipi?
Asante ndugu yangu Mato. Mombasa tuko salama.
Maji imeteremka, tuko low ama tuko high saizi?
Tuko low ama tuko high? Maana maji ndio yanaanza kushuka sasa hivi, ilikuwa yamejaa. Na pia vile tuna ugeni huku wa wabunge wote ambao tayari wao washatia kibindoni mapeni. Sasa hivi hapa wananishangaza kusema kwamba hawajaingia kwa training hadi wapewe CDF. Hawangekuja Mombasa kwa sababu tayari wanatumia pesa zetu hapo, wanalala, wanakunywa, wanafanya kila kitu. So wangekatalia huko Nairobi, na wale wako Mombasa wakabaki Mombasa hadi hilo jambo lao likatimika. Ndivyo tulivyoona kwamba hakika wao wako na mapenzi kikamilifu kwa wananchi. Lakini vile vile pia nasema waendelee kupigana hapo, hiyo pesa ingie, still bado itusaidia, itasaidia wale watoto wa maskini, masuala na basari, na vile vile masuala mengine ambayo yanafungamana na maeneo yanafungamana na maendeleo ya maeneo bunge yale ambao walichaguliwa kwao. But kile ambacho mimi nitakizungumzia hapa pia ni kwamba nafikiri nilikuwa hapa ni kutoa tu tena rambirambi zangu kwa familia nzima ya mwenda zake CS wetu aliyekuwa wa education, na pia niwaombee Mungu awatie nguvu kipindi hiki kigumu. Na lingine ambalo nitaweza kulizungumzia hapa haswa ni kwamba Wakenya wale wazalendo wenye kuzungumza ukweli, it seems kwamba serikali sasa hivi itaanza kuwafuatilia, kwa sababu tukiona kama mtu kama Gaucho aliojitolea haswa kuhakikisha kwamba nazungumzia kuhusu nchi yangu, ameanza kuripoti huko kwenye makesi, it seems kwamba sisi pia wengine hapa tujipange, hasusa sisi ambao tuko huko nyumbani kuhusiana na hii serikali. Ni vile nilizungumza kipindi fulani kwamba utakapokwenda kinyume na Kenya Kwanza, basi you are in for it. Ukishaipongeza basi wewe na kuifagilia, hata kama wanafanya maovu, basi wewe utakuwa uko salama upande wao, na pia unaweza riwadiwa kuwa na kazi, maana hii ni serikali ya kuzawidi. Unaifagilia au unaipongeza, basi wewe hakika wewe una matumaini ya kuweza kuzawadiwa. Lakini kama utakuwa msema ukweli, basi kwenye hii serikali wewe kwa ni kumuomba Mungu, maana hata na sisi tumeanza kuingia uoga kwamba tusije tukafuatiliwa, ila tu kwangu mimi namjali Mungu na sababu sizungumzii kwa binafsi yangu, basi nazungumzia kwa umoja wote wa Wakenya, na kuhakikisha kwamba hii nchi yetu inaingia katika hali, inaongozwa katika hali ya usawa, hali ambayo itakuwa haya mambo madogo madogo na ututia waibu yanakomeshwa. Kama ni chaguzi zifanywe, kura mwananchi izungumze, watu wajue kura mwananchi imezungumza, maendeleo yaje, na tuhakikishe tuna uongozi ambaye tuna mtu ambaye ana utu na kumjali Mkenya, tofauti na hili ambalo tunalishuhudia kwa sasa katika hii serikali. Kwa kakangu Mato, mimi sitochoka kupaza sauti yangu juu hapa, kwa sababu naona manufaa yake sasa hivi, kwamba sauti tunazozizungumza hapa haziendi bure. Sauti tunazozizungumza hapa na mawazo tunayopea hapa ni kwamba hakika yanaanza kuonyesha mifano kwamba hakika yana mashiko, hususa both kwenye kwanza wakiwa wanashangaa na kuanza kuingia wasiwasi, na huku pia tukiangalia Azimio tukiwapa nguvu tena mpya, ndipo sasa tunaanza kuwavutia watu vile kama wabunge ambao wataweza kuingia hapa, jambo ambalo mimi nilikuwa nalitamani kabisa, maana ndivyo sauti zetu zitakaposikika zaidi na kuingia katika vitabu vya record kwamba kulikuwa na wapiganiaji wa new freedom, na si wengine bali ni Mato, mama yetu hapo Amani, brother zangu wenye wako pale, hata kaka mzalendo pia nitahesabu kwamba yuma, maana ni vyema pia akishatupa changamoto kiasi, lakini mwisho wa siku tuingie kwamba sisi nasi tumeweza kuipigania nchi yetu kwa kauli na maneno na misimamo ambayo ina maana zaidi katika taifa kuliko mtu binafsi. Kwa hivyo nimeingia mori mpya, nimepata nguvu mpya, kwamba tunavyopaza sauti hapa, hakika sauti hii haiendi bure, na Mungu ataijibu na atajibu maombi yetu, na one day tutakuja to celebrate. I do believe kwamba kuna siku moja tutakuja ku celebrate kwamba haki sasa, freedom kweli haswa tuko nayo. Nendeni mpewe shilingi 100 wanangu hapo, mwende shule sasa hivi, naona. Kwa hiyo kwangu mimi, ndugu yangu Mato, sitosimama wala sitochoka wala sitochuja hapa wala sitoogopa mtu kabisa, ili mradi anaenda kinyume na anatupeleka visivyo kwa tamaa zake, mimi siungani na yeye. Nitaungana na yule ambaye hakika yuko na maono ya sasa na maono ya vizazi na vizazi vijavyo, kwamba hii Kenya tuingie katika hali ya usawa, tuache kuingia katika hali hii tunagundulika kwamba ni wakabila, ni waizi, ni watu wa corruption, ni watu ambao hawaaminiki. Hili neno hili linanitia uchungu, ambapo tumejiliwa kabisa na rasilimali Kenya, kiasi kwamba hakika rasilimali yenye tuko nayo hapa, Mkenya angekuwa kila Mkenya ana ng'ombe anakamua maziwa kutoka kwa serikali, kila Mkenya anapata hizo 6,000 alikuwa zinazungumziwa na baba. I do believe Kenya ina uwezo huo, lakini wachache wanaona watu wakiingia katika mamlaka, wachache wanaona kabila lao likiingia katika mamlaka, yani wachache ndo wanaofaidi. Siku kidogo mtu amejitengenezea mapeni ya kutosha, huyo mtu namuita mheshimiwa na kumpigia salute. Baada ya miaka 5 anarudi sasa si mheshimiwa tena, anatuomba kazi. So nao ni lazima tubadilishe huu mfumo, mwananchi azungumze. Mwananchi ndio mwenye nafasi, katiba imempa nguvu zaidi kuliko ni mtu yoyote hapa katika hii nchi. So sauti sasa hivi ya Mkenya ndio izungumze. Ndivyo mtu akiingia katika uongozi ajue nimeleta hapa kutengenezea wa Kenya manufaa, kuwatekelezea ile ambayo wamenituma kwayo kuja kuifanya, kama ni mbunge, kama ni gavana, kama ni rais, yoyote yule. Hapo tutakuwa tumekomboa Kenya yetu na tutaishi ile nchi ya maziwa na nyama tunayoitabiri hapa. But tukiruhusu hawa hawa wanasiasa hawa waungane huko, watupangie kipi cha kutufanyia, kipi wasitufanyie, jamani. Ila mwisho nizungumza hivi, Mato, tunashukuru kwa sababu wakisema hawataki handshake, hapo ndo waliweza kuchoma msitu kutafuta mbio za kinyonga. Maana waliona baba yuko zini, wakaamua kununua wabunge nini, lakini walikuwa wanachoma msitu ili waone mbio za kinyonga. Nadhani sasa washaanza kuona mbio za kinyonga kwa kuchoma msitu. Na kuchoma msitu ni kwamba baba yuko na Wakenya mamilioni. Alitengeza hii record, amesimamia, hajaogopa tangia enza 80s mpaka sasa hivi, hajachuja wala hajachoka kusimamia haki ya taifa. Na ndio maana amekusanya mamilioni ya Wakenya wote kumwamini kwamba that's the only right person anaweza kutuletea manufaa katika hili taifa, na vile vile pia kututengenezea njia ya wale viongozi watakaokuja wawe na muongozo gani kuweza kulipeleka hili taifa mbele. Na tuondokane na hawa watu wenye uchu wa madaraka, uchu wa mamlaka, wanaoona mtu akiingia kwa mamlaka basi yeye ndo king, yeye ndo Mungu. Na wale pia wanaojifanya kwamba ni waumini ndani, kumbe ni tofauti. Wao ni kama tu vile vile walovaa ngozi ya kondoo, ndani ni umba mwitu. So washachoma msitu kuzitafuta mbio za kinyonga. Sisi tuko hapa Ngange na tutaipigania hii nchi yetu kwa maneno tu, wala this time around si kwa mawe wala tear gas, but ni kwa misimamo mikali ya wananchi kuungana pamoja, kuja pamoja kama kitu kimoja ili kuweza kumalizana na neno la ukabila. Na mwishamalizana hili kwa kuungana pamoja, tunaingia kwa corruption, kwa sababu tutakuwa tumepata uongozi ambao utadili na hawa watu watulibia mabilioni ya mapesa wameyaficha. Kwa hivyo nitakwamia pale ndugu yangu Mato, ili nisichukue muda mrefu, na kuna ndugu zangu hapa pia wako na maoni mazuri, nisiwe mrefu sana wa maneno. Na nikushukuru kwa kuweza kunipa hii nafasi, lakini yapo mengi ambayo yako ndani ya nafsi yangu ambayo hakika ni ya minajili ya hili taifa. Haijalishi mimi niko na pesa sina pesa, bali madamu niko katika Kenya hii na Mungu ananitumia kunipa maono, maana Mungu humtumia mtu, hatutaona kuweza kumuona Mungu hivi hivi. Nitaweza kuchangia pale ambapo atanajalia kauli na maneno ya kuzungumzia kuhusu hili taifa, na wala sitaogopa kakaangu. Asante sana ndugu yangu Mato.
Thank you. Asante sana kaka yetu. Na huko tu hapa bado usiende mali. You know that there's utanruhusu niongee kwa kimombo, manake ya kule nimekaa, unajua mimi Kiswahili ndio, na Wakamba tukitaka kucheka sana tunasemanga Kiswahili na Kimenya, which is a funny name, you know, a funny thing that, you know, we just play around. But thank you. You know, they used to say we brush shoulders with you know, Mother Teresa or Jesus every day of our days. We just don't understand when we brush shoulders with them. And when we get very wise words that come from some of the people that come into this show, and the thing that this show is so addictive, especially to me, is that, and I believe I'm speaking for a lot of people, is because you come here and you get to understand the world that you're living in. Because sometimes when you close yourself in your own, you know, in your own house or your job and what you have to do, and you really don't understand and actually understand the social perspective of life. And sometimes when I come here, I have diverse ideas, and sometimes you might not even think. You walk outside, unatoka pale nje, and then you realize, wow, that is what that other person was talking about. Hiyo ndo alikuwa hicho ndio ambacho kitu ambacho alikuwa akituambia. Manake kila mtu anao baraka yake ya Mungu na ambaye anaijua kivyake, na Mungu akuletea baraka kutoka kwa mawaidha ya mtu na kila kitu ambacho mtu anaweza sema. Manake hata saa zingine unaweza pataga hata nikiwa sikubaliani na mtu hapa kwa hii show, saa zingine utapata ni ngumu mimi kumtupa tu. Nitamwambia wacha tusikizane kwanza, nijaribu nimsikize. Manake maybe he has something, kuna kitu anajaribu kutuambia ambacho maybe hatutajua, lakini sisi wote wa Kenya na sisi wote we understand. And for the people that always come over here, it makes me believe that we have one idea of one goal, different ideas of how to get to that one goal. And that is something I take it back to my grandmother that used to tell me that you might not agree even with your spouse, but you have one goal of bringing up your kids together or living a good life. So we might not agree, but we have one idea and one goal. So every time we come here, just because sometimes we do have a different ideas and different opinions, I believe it's time that we all start thinking about each other, because this is Stone PK says this is how revolution is brought up. Yes, if it means a revolution, then we can do a revolution. But it also, even when we're doing that revolution, we can do a revolution and not even be in the same place together. But as long as we can be as a whole country together and agree with each other on where we are moving and the things that we don't need to do in our lives or in our country, because this is the future of our country. Right here, the people that have their time to come and talk. Anyways, going on to that, I know nani amelala huko, amelala kwa kiti huko. It's your time. And then as we're doing that, assemble. I want to ask you to hold on for me dakika mbili tu. I have to finish something. Unajua venye mkururo iko. Be the chairman for now, just for about maybe 2 minutes. I think I know it's we had said it was gonna be Wakanda, Mzalendo, and then utachezeka wewe if I'm not back by then. Can you do that for me, please, sir? All right, thank you. So Assemble, take over. I think nani Leo na kiti yake huko nyuma. I don't know if he's still here. Anapenda kunicheza sana. But take over the show. Mami, narudi. Tuonaneni in a few. Assemble,
Okay, Wakanda, proceed. Wakanda.
Yes, thank you, Assemble. We are going to try and give you easy time. I think we are easy to manage. Yeah, so earlier on there was the issue of members of parliament talking about bursaries and funding from the national government. So I will just summarize my take, and based on what people have shared. There was someone who was asking, like, how is it that money comes from the national government or come from the same government? It's taken to the to the schools, which are mostly owned by government. So I think for me, dealing with this issue is quite simple. For me, solving that issue, we can use the Azimio, maybe one of the Azimio policies, and say let's abolish bursaries and make education free for all. Because there's no way, because if the members of parliament are saying the reason why they can't do A, B, C, D is because they don't have bursaries. Why can't they make the bursaries free for all, so that we give everybody, like, you don't need to even we should not even be applying bursaries on there, because it's something which we agree education is a priority for Kenyans and maybe for the nation. So moving forward, it's something that we can still push. We can still talk about it, that let's make bursaries. Let's abolish the idea of bursaries. Let's not say that let's not say that counties should do it or national government. That should not be the issue. We should just make abolish bursaries and make education free for all. That's my take on the entire thing of MPs going to Mombasa and trying to use that one to bargain. So making bursaries making education free for all, that will sort it out. And then there was the issue of Peter Salasia, or I will not talk much about it, but the way I look at it, if someone is elected as members of parliament and then they have remuneration, if they are paid legally, if they get what they deserve by being members of parliament or by virtue of holding that office, I have no problem of that, whether they are paid 5 million, 10 million, provided that it's not the same, it's not the current parliament that has established their current salary. But if whatever they are earning was established by previous sittings, I think for me, that's okay. I have no problem whether Salasia earns how much how much he gets from public coffers, as long as there was no individual, like he was not personally involved in discussing or deciding the matter of the salaries for the MPs. So yeah, whether he uses his money to help someone or it's personal money. I think my main concern is I feel like we are casting the net very wide. Then what will happen? We'll start it will come at a point when we start even fighting ourselves. So people saying that, yeah, we are going towards this direction, you will start fighting even people that you ought even to synergize, build synergy with. You will end up like, now we are looking for any other thing that we want to pick. And people need to have like a clear path and a clear focus, that if we are going for elections and maybe high cost of living, if we are going for Chebukati or someone in the name of Ruto, then that should be, people need to be clear. Otherwise, you'll be like today fighting this guy, tomorrow fighting this guy. We'll be ending up having a reactionary way of dealing with things. Like we react to anything and everything, which in the long game will take us nowhere. The issue of tribalism and tribe has existed for long, and it's still here to stay. So there are things that we just need to try. We need to try and find common areas that we can build consensus, and those common areas are the things that can help us move forward and progress. Otherwise, if we focus on more that divide us, then I think we will struggle to even have a common view of things, or a common agenda. I think for now, that's my take. That's my take.
Okay. Thank you, Akanda, for the remarks that you're putting forward. But there's one thing I want to clarify for you a little bit. Maybe you may not understand it, but there was tribalism that was being mixed with politics and was causing hatred and was causing loss of life. And if you're very careful, or if you've been keen, or now this time as it has been played, the tribalism in it has been left aside and the politics part of it has been put aside. So the two things that were being used together to cause the loss of life and create mayhem in the country, they've been separated. And that's why the time, because the time when your temper is very high and somebody is stealing from you, and you look at the other group that these are the ones stealing from you, you don't reason, you act on emotions. And that's why it took Baba time to understand this. And that's why right now it's unlocked, because right now we are fighting injustice. We are fighting the frustrations that the normal Mwananchi from coastal, central, Nyanza, western are having the same goal. It's your right to vote for whoever you want in different capacity. There are those Luos who don't like Raila Odinga. There are those who don't like him. Those who believe Raila is not developing Luo Nyanza. There are those Luos who don't like him and they don't vote for him. It's their democratic right to do that. There are those Kikuyus who love Raila Odinga, but they're being locked under, they're being put under that tribe of Kikuyus don't like Raila. So, but it's their democratic right to vote for Raila. So the thing, this has been used during election time, and we work on emotions and we end up fighting one another, not knowing what's causing the problem. The problem has been the group that has been using the system to carry impunities, whereby you can vote and your vote doesn't count. Some few people can sit somewhere and decide who to be the president. That's where we're fighting from central, from Nyanza, from coast. And then again, we are not looking at the tribes here. It's economical problem. It's the entire nation feeling the pinch. So we are now getting clear the difference between the tribes that vote for these people and the tribe that vote for these people. It's getting clearer. And that's what Baba wants to leave a legacy whereby next election, if Mzalendo decide to vote for Ruto, we won't demonize Mzalendo that wewe umepigia Ruto, wewe si mtu wetu. No, he has that right. But if Mzalendo votes for Ruto and Raila's team take over power, that's not right. That's what this thing is all about. So the Gaucho group and the team, we want to come, we are forcing this thing down to the system so that we clean it, that the next election, it doesn't matter who you vote for. But at the end of the day, if your vote plus Mzalendo's vote plus Kenyan Amani is more than mine and Chaka, then that's what carries the day. So this is the thin line that people are not understanding here. And that's what I want us to know, that this is the direction we are going. We are not fighting anybody. You're not fighting any tribe. You're not forcing anybody to vote this direction. You're not forcing anybody to be friends with this type of group. And everybody is allowed to live anywhere and go anywhere. And that's why Mr. President was not very sharp enough to know that he was being fixed when he traveled down to Luo Nyanza. Because all along it has been said, wale wakurusha mawe. And he went down there when they're still hurting. But what happened? They welcome him to show the world that we are not people who just fight. We fight for a cause. So sorry for taking your time a lot. Mzalendo, is your chance to make remarks and comments on that as we proceed on.
No, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. For being brief. I think in future, the Mutambei TV should watch other talk shows and moderate and not let people stay for 50 minutes waiting for somebody to talk. Somebody was here and they had bundles. Some people just have bundles. They come here briefly, they wait for their turn, and they want just to give a very important remark. But we'll hear somebody talking for 20 minutes. I don't know, 20 minutes, talking for 20 minutes. I don't know what they will be talking about. Anyway, let me get to the point. You brought a very important point. that we must fix our elections. We must correct the wrongs in IBC. And the one person who is championing this is none other than Baba and his followers. But I want to ask you a very important question. Who chose your leader in your backyard? Was your leader democratically elected from your sitting governor to your senator to your MP? Did the people elect that particular person, or what really happened? Before we go to national politics, some of us have been there before. You'll answer that, my brother. There is something in it's called what, 48 Laws of Power, I think by Robert Greene, and politicians have used it effectively. Number 10 in those laws says that associate yourself with the poor, the people who are so vulnerable. Associate yourself with them. Baba, as most politicians, not even Baba alone, even Ruto perfected it. Baba has now perfected it in this revolution struggle. He has perfected it. He has associated with himself with those who are vulnerable, and they are coming after him. Those are one of the 48 rules of power. Then you know what happens after that? You abandon them. You abandon them. Another rule that is very, very one of the rules that that has been used by politicians time and time again is never allow your deputy to kind of ridicule you. It puts it, I don't know the right words, I've forgotten the right word.
Is it law number 1? Never outshine, never outshine your master.
Yes, never outshine your master. That law
And the
number
one you
one.
are referring to was law 11, which is keep people dependent on you.
Yeah, keep people dependent on you. Law number 1. Ruto perfected that. He had shown his master. He made sure that people ridiculed Uhuru as a drunkard, and that is where he lost it. He lost it completely. Ruto used it perfectly, and it worked for him. But it does not work for so many people. So Raila has been a magnet of attention to so many people who are struggling, and that is what he wants to be, the magnet of attention. Now, when we come to this show, we always talk about Raila has done this, Raila has brought democracy. But you know, Raila was not working alone in the struggle for democracy. There are people who lost their lives. Nobody here talks about people like Professor Dr. Diabumbai, who brought the chapter of devolution. Nobody mentions such an important figure, and that is the guy who wrote the chapter of devolution. The money that are in the counties today, and he died because of it. He was killed. He was assassinated. Not even a day is celebrated for this guy by Azimio leaders or ODM fraternity, because I believe he was championing the agenda for the opposition leader. So some of these things are important for us to talk about. And somebody, Rhoda, mentioned that I'm not like any other Luo. Luos for a long time have put their eggs in one basket. One basket. Each and every year they put their eggs in one basket and they lose it all. They lose it all. We are, and the moderator put it so well that let people who are supporting Ruto support Ruto. Those who want to be with Raila, let them be with Raila. At the end of the day, we have got different ideologies that we are following. Yeah, very, very, very different. And I told you, we at one point, the current president, who is Dr. William Samoei Ruto, was in ODM. And he was a very close ally to Raila Amolo Odinga. What really changed? You want to tell me that Ruto was a thief, Ruto was a that? It is the same laws that they used, the 48 laws of power. Make sure that this man, everybody knows that he's a thief. Make sure. Then you come and go around and look at each and every politician who is surrounding Baba, including himself, and ask yourself, hey, what happened to the COVID billionaires? Who are they? Where are they? In the maize scandal, how many? In the sugar scandal, maize scandal, how many of his close allies were mentioned? How many of the governors in ODM have stolen people's money? How many? There's an investigation going in CIA. How many of them has he reprimanded? That, hey, this is what ODM stands for. You should work for the people. So it is all politics. At the end of the day, it is all politics. When a politician feels that they are very vulnerable, they have to stand tall and they have to be given that power. And that power is what Raila needs. And he got it. He got it when he came back from South Africa. He needed that. He needed that kind of power. Without people going to him is nothing. You have to go to him. All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Mzalendo, for that. But I have a few questions for you, Mzalendo. And my first question, Mzalendo, is: do you think right now Kenyans are frustrated? In your own understanding, do you think Kenyans are frustrated? Another question: if Raila needed power, do you think there are other groups of the people that they were together in the group of Azimio could not? Why could they not pull the same force that it's pulling now? What makes Raila different with those other people that were in the same camp with? Kindly answer me those ones. Then we.
Let me start with the last one, because the last one I really got it. Do you think like people who are in Azimio could not pull the same kind of crowd? We go back to the same laws. In politics, you have to stand tall. You have to stand tall. That is why people like Nakalonzo have never stood tall. He dresses the same way. People like Musalia Madavadi dresses the same way, addresses people the same way. They have never been a champion for anything. So Raila comes up with, yes, he knows very well that inflation is all over the world. It is all over the world. It is not only in Kenya. The cost of living is everywhere, even here in the US. The cost of oil, of gas, every time they are laboring you wake up in the morning, it's a different price. The next day it's up. Some states are very high. The cost of a burger that used to be $1, it's going for maybe $2, $4, $3, and they are complaining. You go to the shelves, they do it literally every day here. In the news, Mado will tell you they do it here. They look at the shelves and say, Biden, you are failing. The Republicans on the other side tell you are failing. The cost of living is very, very high. But what made things go haywire? It started all the way with COVID. So when COVID came, all the governments went down, and some are still waking up from the COVID disaster. Then now came the price of oil. Everything went up. It's not rocket science. It is all over. It is not in each and every country in the world. So what does Baba do? Yeah, this is an issue. it is affecting the common man. Ule mtu wa kawaida wa chini kabisa cannot afford that hunger. Then what do we do? Let us run. And you guys, very, very perfect to say, let us stick to the agenda. The agenda is the cost of living. But my brother, you are going nowhere with it. So let us stick with it. The cost of living, it's not even IBC, it is called the cost of living. What people want to fix now is the cost of living, not even IBC. IBC is something that I don't know how elections in Kenya will be fixed. I have no formula. We have debated it all the time. In 2007, Baba was in the ballot. He tried to fix it. After that, they brought even the international community. There came the Kriegler report, the national accord. There were things that they was to implement. This electronic way of transmitting votes came from the Kriegler report. The Kriegler report. Then after that, they implemented a bit of it. Then the politicians were satisfied with the small bit of the implementation. They said we go for election. Then Baba got the handshake. Yeah, handshake was very, very good. Did you have the opportunity to check the electoral process? Did you know that we are going for an election? Yes, he knew. Yes, he knew. Did you know that Kivitu, that Chebukati was going to be the presidential election returning officer? Yes, he knew. Did you know that Chebukati is going to announce the results of the election as required by law? Alijua hiyo yote. Did you know that there is no law that is saying that if the commissioner differ with the law, Chebukati can still announce the election? Yes, he knew. Yes, he knew. Even if they differ, the 5 of them, Chebukati would have still gone ahead and announced the results of the election. So what are we saying today? Open the server. Now, server, watu wa IT wanajua vizuri sana. People in IT, well, let me today put it in something to appease the Azimio side, something that probably they don't know how to put up very, very clearly. Server ni bedroom yako ya nyumba, ni kwa bedroom. Portal ni sitting room. Pale kwa bedroom ndio kila kitu inafanyi. Hapo ndio Raila anataka ifunguliwe, waone ni nini inafanyika kabla vitu ziandaliwe hapa kwa sitting room. Yeah. And tulienda hii election kabla ile server ingine ifunguliwe. Kulikuwa na sheria ya nani anaitwaje, the former Chief Justice, that servers be opened, but the politicians were okay. So long as the politicians are getting their money, they're okay. These people, they don't really care about you. At the end of the
Mzalendo, let me cut you short on that. Umesema very well that server ni bedroom na portal ni sitting room. Na nataka kupea mfano tu na hiyo vile umesema. Kama nimekimbia kwako nasema kuku yangu imeingia kwa nyumba yako hapa, na unaniambia hii ndio sitting room yangu, ndio hii ndio penye iko, ingia tu hapa uangalie. Na kwamba afungua hiyo room nyingine niangalie, unakataa. Don't you think that brings doubt? Don't you think that causes you to be hiding something that is very important for me to get my chicken?
Exactly,
So
exactly.
lazima tukue wazi, hata kama ni watu wa Yuda wanasema server haiwezi funguliwa, and that's the reason why we need to clean, we need to make this election transparent, ambapo ukishindwa kama Mzalinda amenishinda akisema fungua server, haukuwi na shida yoyote, usema server ndio imefunguliwa saa 7 mchana ikafungwa saa 7:30, imefunguliwa saa 8 mchana ikafungwa saa 8:30. There's no problem with that. But the moment you refuse to open this and put it to the public, then you cause tension, then you bring doubt. And these are the things that are mixed together with emotions, makes a country go haywire. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's why I'm telling you, Assemble, this is not new to to ODM or Azimio, the issue of the server. It's not new. It is something that you went to the election knowing that there is a server. It is something that you sat with. Do you remember the meetings with Chebukati and the political leaders? You remember that those meetings that used to happen?
So Mzalendo, let me challenge you before then I take back the chair to the I'm seeing the owner is back. So you want to I want to ask you this to you. So kama Mzalendo sasa. Do you believe in the power of like, let's run, I make you fall, I win the race, and I take the trophy? Or do you believe that if we run a clean race, and if you win it, you take the trophy?
Okay, this is what I believe in. Before we start that race with Assemble, there should be a referee who is very, very neutral. And if I see the referee that officiated our last race, because this is a repeat match, he was biased, then I'll say, hey, no, this referee going to officiate this game, he has been biased before. Can you bring somebody else? And it's not a race that is happening in 2 hours or in a week or in a month. It is happening in 5 years' time. It's happening in 5 years' time, or it is coming in 3 years' time. And I have the opportunity to change things, and I don't do it. So makosa ni kwa nani? Haya, huyu refari tulikuwa najua ako na dosari. Huyu refari mmoja tunajua anaingia kwa kiwanja bila firimbi. Huyu refari tunajua amezoea kupeana mapenalti za ovyo. Do you still go on to play the game? Answer that.
Okay. I want to bring the panelists on. Godfrey Oma, karibu sana. Kenyan with love. Mzalendo, we were discussing the grounds of why we are heading this direction, and you guys are welcome back, and you can contribute to this. And as we continue, so I'll give it to Kenyan Amani to respond also. Then Geoffrey can come in after, because you make your submission. Then the chair is back. Chair, you'll take it over. Okay, Kenyan Amani.
Well, I'm not very much conversant with the all these portal and server, but I would ask Mzalendo, what is a server?
Do you want me to answer you? I try to
Yes.
answer it in a language that you can understand. Ukiwa, see, like the bedroom in your house. Ukiwa na pale kwa bedroom, there are things that you don't want people to see happening. So that's why you lock the room. And a portal, hapo ndio mnatengeneza watoto, mnafanya kila kitu, mnagombana nini. A server is like that. Yeah, it's like that. And a portal a portal ni pale kwa sitting room, mahali kila kitu ile ishaandaliwa kwa server, inapakuliwa, inatolewa, inapakuliwa hapo nje ndio muone. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kama factory ya kila kitu, unanielewa? Hiyo ni kama factory ya kila kitu. Portal ni mahali kila mtu anaweza ingia, kama sitting room yako unaingia, lakini access kwa bedroom hapo hutaingia. So it is like that in IT, in a layman's language.
Okay, I'm asking, okay, this is the question. What is the use for server? What's the use of it?
What is the use of a server?
The server.
Yeah, a server is where you store information and you store data and everything else that was being transmitted during election. It is where all the information, that is the brain of you see, like the Kim's kit, everything was being sent first to that particular place, then now distributed through the portals. That is where everything is being manufactured. Unanisikia? Hapo ndio kila kitu ilikuwa inawekwa, ndio uione tena pale kwa nini, kwa maportal. So you didn't have any access to the server. IBC ndio iko na access ya server.
Well, I thought, to me as a lay person, let me say, I thought the server is the storage of the information of all the data of the election. Am I correct?
No, let me correct you. A server is a computer where the portal anaishi hapo ndani. Unasikia? The portal resides in a server. A portal is a website that has information ya watu wote wa kawaida. Yaani mtu wote wa kawaida anaweza ingia kwa portal. Lakini server is a computer where portal anaishi hapo ndani. Unanielewa? Sasa nao tumeenda deeper kidogo ndio uelewe zaidi. Naona Mato anainua mkono hivyo ni kama haelewi hiyo kitu nimesema. That is the way it is. That is the way it is.
Mr. Chair,
can I have someone else?
Mr. Chair, wewe umeshikilia. Unajua, you're the one that has the chair on this one.
Order, guys.
I wanted somebody to say something different from what I've just said.
Order. The thing, the question you've been asked, Mzalendo, what's a server and what's the purpose of what's the work of a server? And basically, if it's storing the information, and if the public's demanding to see the information that was initially stored there and it cannot be opened, then it's not serving its purpose. You understand? So Godfrey Uma, you can proceed. Then my chair, Kenyan with love, you take back your chair and I become normal mwananchi.
Unaona unaona kwa sababu hizo ni siri za bedroom. Hizo ni siri za bedroom.
Mzalendo, let's have order. Let's Godfrey open up his opening remarks, and then Kenyan with love can take us over again. Can proceed with the.
Okay, thank you, Asempo.
So Godfrey, go ahead.
I can see Kenya with love, Kenya Amani, Mzalendo, and Wakanda. Okay, before I share my submission, there's something I want to talk about on the question that Kenya Amani has asked. You know, when you ask a question, what is server? I believe server is just a computer program or a device that provides a service to another computer program. Sijui kama tunaelewana na hiyo. It provides service to another computer program. So, wakati umepewa portal is something that mtu anaweza keti mahali na aka doctor something na akatuma kwa portal. But in server, that's the way of original substance, ile information, the data, original data is found on. Sasa wakati sisi tunaitisha kwa tufunguliwe server, we know that server is the only place tutapata the correct results ambao tunataka, the correct number ya people ambao walipiga kura. You know, when we go back to our election, what happened in 2022, utaangalia tu, look at the procedure vile ilikuwa. Kuanzia saa 12 tunaanza kupiga kura mpaka saa 7 tunaambiwa only 30% imepiga kura. Haya, kutoka saa 7 mpaka saa 10 tunaambiwa tumefikia 45%. Alafu sasa kutoka saa 10 na kura zinafungwa, mlango zinafungwa saa 11, for only 1 hour tunapata more than 3 million hatu wamepiga kura. How comes? Imetokea wapi? Haya, on the same question tunaambiwa kulikuwa na watu walikuwa wanapiga on a manual system, a manual register, yani inaitwaje manual voting, manual voting. But tukienda kwa counting, wakati Chebukati alikuwa anapatiana results, wanapata even manual, wale ambao walipigwa manual hawakuwa hawakusanyika na wale ambao walikuwa wamepiga kwa Kimskit, alafu akitangaza ikawa kuna a big gap on the results ambazo zilikuwa zimetangazwa. So in this election, okay, I can agree with you Mzalendo on what you said, that on the issue you said about referee hapo sisi tulianguka kwa sababu wakati Raila alishikana na Uhuru wakasalimiana on handshake, the first thing we would fight ni huyu Chebukati atolewe, because this is the person ambaye alikuwa amesha bungle election on 2017, but tulijisahau na tukaacha hii nyoka ikakaa pale na nyoka ikatuma. So there's something about you talked also on inflation, about the cost of living. Mzalendo, twende back on the at not 2022, the 5 years, the last period ya Uhuru Kenyatta, the 5 years, nani alikuwa anasumbua Uhuru akisema kuja tufanye kazi? Nani alikuwa anasumbua kila siku na mikutano? Na kwa hizo mkutano hataki kuongea ukweli, or the same inflation ambayo muongea yeye. Alikuwa anasema kuwa high cost of living imeletwa na handshake, imeletwa na Raila kushikana na Uhuru. Alafu kumbuka nani alikuwa anasema nini? Gachagua alikuwa anasema nini? Gachagua ndio alikuwa anaharibu kabisa, anasema kuwa Uhuru amechukua pesa yote ya development amepatia Raila, amepeleka Nyanza. Ukumbuke hizo statements zikiwekwa hadharani mbele ya watu. The high cost of living ni kitu ambiko global, na hata pia mwenyewe Mzalendo unajua, but propaganda ilianzia na watu wako Ruto na huyu mjinga huyu Gachagua.
Hey, boss.
Thank you for answering for the server.
Okay, now it's amending officially to Kenyan with Love. You can ask your question and you take over again.
You mean it's me?
I didn't even want to take over. You're doing a very good job. I just wanted to clarify something, and please, can we stop coming up with theories and talk facts? Mommy, let's be straight in what we do in our lives, and that's what I like. You see, some of us, I won't say, I mean, there's things that I cannot say, but even the people who work with computers and work with companies, they know there's a server, and then there's what you do with your computer. And that's when you call IT. When sometimes you lose, even you accidentally delete a document from a company computer that is supposed to be seen by everyone within the company. You go back to the server and they pull back what was deleted, because the server stores every little thing that you did, including what you did, every little file. And so sometimes some of the companies that we do work for, and I always try to come here, nikiwa nimenyamaza, sometimes you will go and delete accidentally a file that is so crucial to a whole company. But then you call the IT and they will go back to the server and they will go bring back that deleted file. Where are they going to get it? They're going to the server. What is the portal? The portal is what I'm working on. And the portal is what I'm going to send my client. If I actually, I'm going to send them, if I accidentally send them a very important file, but they can never change it. So the portal is the portal is what my eyes can see, and is what is called what you can see right here and what you can work on. You can play around with it and all that, but you can never change what is in the server. That's exactly why they tell you in some companies that once, and why they have the IT guys in the backstage, is called a fingerprint. You can always recover anything that is in the portal because it comes with a binary. You know, kama kuna mtu alifanya hapo hivi binary ya comp, you know, it's 1011. It's there. That's a fingerprint that will never go anywhere. Is what was entered there. That's the main. Now, when you come back to this thing that you're working on, even in your company, even in your computer, if you're working from home, people who work from home, what you're doing there, your IT has the server behind. And that server has everything. And that's why when you delete a document by mistake, they can go back and find it. It's called the server, and it's not accessible to everyone in all companies that you've ever worked for, or even what your IT will tell you. The server is a whole different ball game. They can even tell you where your mouse was if they have that programmed into that. What you clicked on, what you did not click on. Is a brain of information of what exactly you're doing, in what program you're doing it, and how you're doing it, including gamers, people who are wanashindangapa na PS. Gamers today, they start making their own PCs. And when you make your own PC, you have your server. You can go back. Will never go anywhere. And servers are not paid for. Servers are a record of what you first entered and what you did according to what. Ni kama Excel, an Excel document. I think everybody here knows what an Excel document is. When you go to an Excel document and you make a program of Excel, a logarithm of, if you add this column, if you go to an Excel document and you say that this column, the end of it down there will be column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3, and then the other one you make it whatever. People who know how to work with Excels. And you go down there and you finish it, and you're the author. If I send it to you, you can only change what you have. You cannot change what I have as an author.
Let me ask you a question, Kenyan with Love.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you edit portal?
You can, yes, you can.
Madam,
Okay.
a server ni storage, ni ka-store tu ya vitu za computer. It's a storage facility. And let me give you an example with media. Unaona kama hii media ya Mutembei, if it was a big media house and we have news, we have reporters throughout the ground, they come with news each and every time. They download it to a normal computer and send it to the server. When they send that material to the server, that material can be accessed. That particular material can be accessed by anybody throughout who has got that within that facility. Kama ni editor, anaweza enda pale aichukue na mwingine tena anaweza enda ichukue watumie the same material. Nika storage. It's a storage. In media, they use it kama storage ya material. It can have backup somewhere else.
Wewe wacha
Very,
kudanganya watu.
stop
Server si
deliberating on
storage.
this issue for long, and it's a very simple thing.
No, server is not a storage. Listen. I know what I'm talking about, and I know it for a fact because I know it. Authoritatively. Listen, you don't know what I do.
Google what a
you don't know
server
what
is.
I do. No.
Just Google what a server is, Bato.
You don't know what I do, but I can tell you that I know what I'm talking about.
I have
You
also
know,
worked with a
listen.
server. I am telling you what I know. Say not that I'm telling you what I don't know.
A server.
Google. Hiyo kitu kwa Google. Just Google.
I don't
server.
need to Google, man. I'm telling you, I don't need to Google.
Geoffrey, ebu tusaidianeni hapa. Hizi vitu ziko
That's how I
kwa.
make my money.
We are going to talk about it forever
Okay,
now.
I'm telling you, Mzalendo, you can come here and lie to people. But I'm telling you, that's how I make my money. That's the reason I have this computer sitting here. I know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not kitu ya kubahatisha.
Which comes first? Is it a portal or server?
A portal, just look at the two words. A portal is a portal to see what you were supposed to see. Portal. Go to the dictionary, Oxford.
Yeah, yani
or something that you can work on. But
portal can be
it's called
accessed
a
by
virtual
anybody else.
thing.
Kila mtu.
That's a virtual. That's a
Portal
virtual.
can be accessed. Server wewe mwenyewe unasema ni mtu wa IT ndiye anaweza access server. Si ati mtu wote
Yeah, when
anaweza
you're gonna
kufungua hiyo
access
server.
to the server.
Yes, exactly. So why are we arguing? Why are you arguing?
But
I told you in the beginning, server ni mahali vitu zinapikwa. It's a bedroom, imefungwa. Watoto hawezi ingia hapo ndani. Very simple analysis.
Is the first server is where you cannot change anything. Is the first kama unajua kama ulifanya nini, kama ulifanya programming. That's where there's the 1101010011001. That's where the first document ndio hata by the time it gets to the portal lazima sasa hapo hiyo inakuwa the aftermath. Godfrey, go ahead.
Can I just simplify it?
Yes.
To Kenyan Amani, a portal is just a place whereby the information ambao iko kwa server, wakipata mtu ambao yuko genuine, ambao ako open minded, anataka ujue kweli, he can transfer the whole information ambayo iko kwa server akaleta kwa portal na ukaona, kwa sababu wewe hauwezi ingia kwa server. But now in the server, wakipata mtu mkora, anaweza chukua that information ambayo iko kwa server akabadilisha na akaituma kwa portal. Ukienda kwa portal unaona a wrong information ambayo iko tofauti na ile ambayo iko kwa server. Sijui kama tumeelewana, just in simple words.
It's what we call in forensic occupations. It's what you call fingerprints. The server holds everything, and that's why sometimes in the big companies, you know, the Black and Veatches of this world, some of them that maybe Mzalendo might not know, but I've worked for, the Black and Veatches of this world will tell you that the whole company has lost some files, but then they'll tell you, in the server, they'll go back and bring those files back until the last time that it was saved. They will bring it back. They will regenerate it because it's still there, even though it's gone in your computer. You're sitting here in your computer. You know, a portal, portal inaweza kwa ile computer yangu big screen imeka pale hivyo. That's the portal you're talking about. Lakini, and this is what I'm working on. Lakini, hiyo kitu yote ikipotea, they can go back to the server and see what was the first thing. It's called a fingerprint, a digital fingerprint. And actually, the reason they have servers, you know, and actually, let me just say this. I hope Atuko wengi sana. Today we are working with, God damn, I don't want to say this. Meta, which is Facebook. It's changed to be Meta. They have built so many and huge servers that we have to build so big, I mean, so many big houses for them. For the servers. They don't care what you guys do out there. Today, the last one is called KCM. Go look for it. Get on your Google. KCM. Kansas. And I'm telling you, I'm not just talking out of nowhere. Look at SNB, Omaha. Kansas is the one that they're building again. Big houses to put their servers because of how much you guys are in Facebook that they need full, more than warehouse, big houses. That's what we do. So when I'm telling you that a server is different from portal, maybe someone like Mzalendo needs to come around and work with me, and I
Boss,
really,
who said that a server
teach
is
him
the same
what
as portal?
server is all about.
Why do you want to create an argument where there's no argument?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That
I've told you,
and
I
I
know
can
the
see
difference between server and a
I'm
portal.
talking Matope, but they don't. Asili, it's okay. I can talk Matope every day I want because I'm here. Come here and talk Matope. You too. But what I'm trying to tell you guys, we need to be. The one thing I feel so hard is that when we come here and misinform people, a server and a portal are two different things. Totally. Completely. Totally. A server never forgets. Everything that was entered there is there. A portal is a screen that I enter what I want you to see. A portal is a large screen that I can put what I want you to see there. I can put your face there. But a server is actually the data that you entered there. So even people like Inasili talking Matope about me, Uko Nyumat is talking about Mato is talking Matope. People need to understand, and this is why Kenyans are being taken for a ride, and sometimes you're trying to tell them that you're being taken for a ride. This is actually why Tomboya took some of us out there to go and understand these things. We deal with these things every day of our lives. It's the reason we are here in this computer right here. This computer, I can change whatever I want to change. But again,
topic one.
We need to start talking the truth, not just political part of lying to people, because there are people who are coming here to try and get genuine information. And yes, if you're blessed to be, at least to understand the technological part of it, I might not be blessed to know so many other things. And that's why I come here, to be blessed to understand those other things that people can give me. But if you're coming here, can we please, tafadhali, be honest and understand that hakuna watoto hapa na kuna watu wanajua vitu zingine. It's kind of like mtu akinikujia na profession mimi siko. I won't fight with them. I want to understand what they are in. So let's just understand each other, accept information, and the politics part of it, tutadil now baadaye. Let's not put our politics beyond uwezi ambiwa kitu na mtu mwenye already anajua ile kitu iko. So anyway, let me keep quiet at that point. Wacha niachie watu waendelee kuongea, but nani Mzalendo, tuendelee kuongea, lakini tukue wait.
I thought ulikuwa unaniambia niongee.
No, nilikuwa nakutaja jina, nikikutaja si lazima uongee na si lazima ufungue mic yako. Kuna watu wanataka kuongea. Okay, Mzalendo nitanyamaza, lakini I'm the chairman here right now. Anyways, kuna watu wengine wanataka kuongea na wacha kufungua mic ovyo. Cause unaona Chaka ameinua mkono. Chaka, go ahead.
Asante ndugu yangu Matoo. Mimi nilikuwa na swali kwa kaka yangu Mzalendo, kwa sababu I believe kwamba anaweza ni toa utu kidogo kwenye akili, na pengine hili jambo mmeweza kulizungumzia pengine sikuwa hapa, kawa na waregesha tu mahali mlikuwa pengine mmezungumzia. Lau kama itakuwa bado pia nipate kupata fahamu zaidi. Nafikiri kulikuwa jana na maswali yaliyoulizwa aliyekuwa mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi Bwana Wafula Chebukati kuhusiana na forms 34C kwamba hazikuwepo na hangeweza kutangaza wale matangazo bila hizo forms. Nadhani hili jambo akaambiwa pia atoe na ushahidi kwamba akasema kwamba alipeana copies kwa wote wale ambao walikuwa nafaa kupata hizo forms, kupata hizo copies, na alipolizolizwa mwisho simu kasia ziko zaidi ya pages 450. Kisha baadaye hapo nikakuta ametoa ushahidi wa copies 3 tu, kwamba vipande vikaratasi 3 pale, ila tu kweli akakubali kwamba hawakuwa na hizo 34C. Je, haswa pengine kwa kuwa ni mchache wa elimu, vipi hili swala ulilichukuliaje kaka Mzalendo, jinsi Chebukati alivyokuwa anajibu kuhusiana hili swala la 34C? Upande wako, je, ilikuwa inatosha tu zikiwa 34A na 34B bila hizo 34C kutangaza matokeo, ama ilikuwa ina haja ya hizi pia ziwe ziko pale ndivyo atangaze matokeo? Asante ndugu yangu Mzalendo, hapo nataka tu nisaidie kwa hilo swali.
Kenya with love.
Chaka, si Chaka, Mzalendo, ngoja. Just write it down. Just wait. Let people ask you before you just open up. By the way, unajua ni heshima sana ukiwa tu ufungui mic hivyo. Watu wengine wanainua mkono. What makes you so special? So
I told you, go to class and learn how to moderate a show. Mtu akikuuliza swali wacha mtu ajibu. You don't have to talk. I can just answer.
Okay, we have standing orders in this show. Maybe you can go start your own show if you want to do that. But we have standing orders in this show, and I'm not going to make you start changing these ones here. Even the other moderators and the people here, there's a reason that they lift their hands before they say anything. And there are people who are way older than you. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. If you don't think I know how to moderate, I'm sorry, you can go start your own. But if you want to talk, inua mkono, just like the rest of them. Kwa sababu you're not special. All I'm going to say is that I'm going to respect the people that lift up their hands. Godfrey Lukomenua mkono, I think you wanted to say something to add on to what Chaka said. And then Mzalendo, maybe you can answer them both together. Please respect the show. I'm going to ask that. And I believe the other moderators, they will come and tell you the same thing. Just respect the show. Okay?
Okay, there's something that I wanted to pass across. Kuna issue on a comment ambao Brian Richard ameandika akisema Chebukati knows that there is a server holding info for the portal and another holding the Kimskit raw data. he will never open this server. This is something that I wanted to just to add some weight. Unakumbuka before Mzalendo anajibu Chaka, unakumbuka by the time hiyo Supreme Court iliuliza Chebukati afungue server, we had some few servers, almost 10 to 14 servers, but unajua Chebukati only open one server. Kuna server moja pekee ambayo alifungua. On the same server, still there's some information that we got from the same servers. Sasa Chebukati hakuna vile angefungua server zote kwa sababu anajua tutajua nini will happen. Anything. Atakumfungua tena ambapo at least inaonyesha kitu kidogo ambacho haiko, still on the same there's a route that we got ambayo ilionyesha kuwa kuna watu walipenetrate, kuna watu wanajaribu kuingia, na kuna some things that was done that was not right. On the issue of Chaka, under Form 34A, yesterday when Chebukati was asked the question, I think the same question was asked with the Donald somebody. He asked the question, and the same question was asked. Yeah, the same question was asked to Gulie, and those people, Angaleven will give the answer, the question. One of them said that Form 34A came in when they were in the meeting. Ilikuwa na meeting I think kwa saa 8. Alafu hiyo meeting wale watu walikuwa wanaongea na the visitors ambao wameingia kwa meeting. So after kuongea, the question was, wakati mlikuwa mnaongea, mlikuwa mnajua results? Hakuna mtu alikubali akisema kwa alikuwa anajua results. No one agreed akasema alikuwa anajua results. But after kumaliza hiyo, hata before meeting iishe, Gulie alikuja na Form 34C. Form 34C. On the same Form 34C, we are told kuna procedure inafuatwa ndio kitu itengenezwe, ndio form itengenezwe. Na one of it, the same Form 34C inafaa iwe 500 pages before iletwe open. Hapo kwa hiyo room, Gulie came with a Form 34C, ambo another one, copy of it ilikuwa ni only 3 pages. Now we are told that the 3 pages ndio zile ambazo zilipeanwa the other commissioners. Alafu this one ambayo inafaa iwe 500 pages, although it was not 500 pages, it was 400, around 450 pages. Hiyo ndio ilipeanwa Chebukati. So now the question was, Form 34C inafaa iwe how many pages? Wakasema inafaa iwe 500 pages, but the paper that was brought was 450 pages. The other papers were 3 pages. How can you discuss something that equal for 450 pages in only 3 pages alafu muagree? Now the question came in hapo ambapo wale another commissioner, they were asking, sisi tumepewa hii karatasi, we need to know hii ambapo Chebukati amepata, hizi results zimetoka wapi? We need to be on the same page, and to be on the same page, we still had another extra day ambao we were to sit down, we discuss, waelewe, waone kila kitu iko open, then watangaze next day. But what happened? Chebukati has the whole form, although haiko sawa yote, but still akasema mimi ndio naenda kutangaza. Now that is where the question is. Mzalendo, unaweza jibu hiyo swali yako sasa.
Mzalendo, go ahead.
Najua lazima nifuate sheria. I've been told that I need to toe the line. So let me follow hizo sheria za mato. Mato. Ama ndaweka huko nje. Anyway, Form 34C, wacha tuanze na hii Form 34C. Kwa sababu hii Form 34C is the form that is a combination of Form 34B. It's like, I think it's like a booklet or something from the 290 constituency. This is what Chebukati uses to announce the results. Remember, there is a Form 34A. Form 34A, which is submitted kwa portal ya IBC na inaletwa na county returning officer. iko na the number of presidential candidate results wote. Saa hiyo huyu county returning officer analeta hii form, muko na ma-agents wenyu pale kwa polling center, amechukua hiyo data, ako nayo, anajua kura ile mumepata. My brother, anajua ile kura mmepata. Form 34A. Wacha hata hizo announcement za Chebukati, hizo aliiba, sijui alifanya nini. Hiyo form 34A. Kila agent wenyu kwa 67,000. How many polling stations? Is it 47,000 or 67,000 polling station countrywide? I don't know whether it's 67 or 47,000, some figure like that. 47,227 polling stations throughout the country. Ziko na form 34A. Iko na results ya presidential candidates wote na kura ile wamepata. Kazi ya agent ni nani? Ni gani? Hizo numbers mumepata hapo. Wacha hata kufikiria kwenda kwa server. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa munapeleka kotini. That is what Maina Kia is ruling wakati wa Maraga wakijaribu kuleta hizo stories za server na nini, wakasema the process katika kupiga kura, kura inaanzia wapi? Kura inaanzia pale kwa debe na inahesabiwa pale kwa debe. All votes are counted physically. Hakuna kura inakauntiwa na Kim's kit. Kura inakauntiwa physically. Raila Odinga, you got 300 votes. The William Ruto, you got 200 votes. You got 200 votes. Hizo ndio data inawekwa kwa hizi maforms unasikia ni form 34A. Na hiyo data pale kwa polling station, kama mulikuwa na agents, juu UDA walikuwa na agent 290.
Mzalendo, did you say hakuna kura inahesabiwa na Kim's kit?
Boss, kura inahesabiwa physically.
Kim's
kit si kura. Kim's kit
so
ni gadget.
What's the need of Kim's kit then?
You don't know the need of the use of Kim's kit.
I mean, kama Kim's kit hesabu kura, why do we need it?
Kim's kit inahesabu kura?
I mean, ni ya kufanya nini?
Do you really know the work ya Kim's kit?
Come on, Mzalendo, I'm sorry. Okay,
Kim's kit ni one gadget in a polling station. Inataka kuhesabiwa namna gani? Kura inahesabiwa physically.
There's a hand. Let's hear what Godfrey does. Mzalendo, it's still your time. It's still your time. I'm sorry, but Godfrey.
Mzalendo, when he talks about the Kim's kit, I think is a gadget that gives us exact number of people who are on the polling station. So by the time nachukua hii karatasi ya form 34A, I need to confirm the whole number ambao hizo hii kata zote ambao niko nazo kwa Kim's kit. Yaani ile namba ambayo ile data ambayo kwa Kim's kit na hizo makaratasi ambao nimepewa kama iko exact. You see? Kwa sababu naweza letewa makaratasi 100 na kumbe watu kwa polling station walipiga watu wawili ama watu watatu. So I need to confirm these two things. Hakuna mtu ataniambia kuwa Kim's kit haihitajiki. Kim's kit ndio kitu ambacho inatupatia exact number of people ambao walikuwa pale kwa nini?
Mimi nimekuambia
swali kwako Godfrey.
Kura, ballot paper ni nini? Ballot paper ndio inahesabiwa unapata kura ngapi. Ballot paper, it is a paper. That's why it's called a ballot. Ballot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those are not Kim's kits. Those are papers. Vile watu wamepiga kura. Aya, spoiled ballots ni hii 1, 2, 3. Hizi ni spoils. My friend.
So nikikuja, Mzalendo unajaribu kuniambia nikikuja na mtoto wangu pia anaingia kwa Kim's kit because tumekuja tukina.
Ayuko
mami naona unainua mkono. Kuna maswali mingi. Hold on, Mami has a question for you too.
Boss.
Because maybe Mzalendo, you might open up our eyes. Maybe we are missing something. So just listen to all the questions because you've opened a can worm.
Mimi sasa hata nimekuwa confused vile hiyo election inafanyika Kenya, because how can we have a gadget which is just lying there and we are paying for it, and then we are counting papers. I thought Kim's kit is taking like a roll call for everybody who votes, and the votes are there. If any votes, I understand that Kim's kit is collaborating with the votes that people have voted. Am I right?
Can I answer you?
Yes.
Yeah, so Kim's kit, normally when people register for elections, they take the biodata. So when during election, you go, they use the Kim's kit to identify the voter. After that, after using the Kim's kit to identify the voter, you go in, you pick the papers, you pick the 6 ballot papers. They give you the 6. You go for presidential, you put there. You go for MP, governor, up to MCA, the 6. After that, wanaweka ink, and then you are done. So the question is, why is it that at times for president we have more votes than MP, but you are always given 6? So when it comes to counting, they will count the presidential, all the votes for presidential. They will count the ballot papers, and then once they do the tallying for the papers, they use the they will write the tally on the forms. There is form 34A that will be filled, and then they use the Kim's kit now to take the photo and then send it to the constituency and the national tallying, to the constituency, and then the other one to the national tallying center. So the question is always that one of the questions that we always ask, because if you take a photo of a form, it should be a JPEG because it's a
Thank
photo.
you, Mama. Thank you, my man.
If it is a document, it's only a document that when scanned becomes a PDF. Mzalenda, I think we are okay. In all gadgets, if you take a photo, because normally after filling form 34A has been filled, as the votes have been counted 1, 2, and the agents have signed, what happens next is the photo of that form is taken, which is in JPEG. It can't be in PDF. So once it is sent, so in this case, people are sitting in a room. Once the JPEG comes, they generate their own form. Now that is what they were scanning and uploading on the system. The forms that ought to be on the system are JPEG because it's a photo, not a scanned document. Thank you.
And Zalendo, I'm so sorry. I'll give you still your time. And thank you so much that you're saying that Mr. Wakanda forever, because it was just the other day that I told people it's very doable, yes, to change a JPEG to be a PDF. It's very doable. I do it every day of my life. Okay, it's doable, but not with the programs that we use. Because what we use, these are like a different kind of programs, and is that you change it somewhere, but once you change it, here's the problem. Once you change it, now you become the authenticator of that. You're the origin of this new one that you made. The one that came as a JPEG, because I'll throw it into my, a program somewhere there. I don't want to tell you what I do. You'll throw it there, and these are very expensive programs because they're through big, companies. So you throw it in there, and it comes in like picture. It still comes as a JPEG. You've never changed that. You will never change a JPEG to be a PDF. If you understand what I'm saying, I sound like I'm contradicting myself. I never changed that JPEG. I'm creating a new one. Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. I'm not the old one, the one that came to me that I received, that can never be changed. But I'm taking that one to create something. And the reason we do that is because sometimes we get JPEGs, because you have people in the field who go and take pictures, and then you come and it's on scale, and you can do that and have it come easy. But these are programs that are almost like $3,000, worth of programs. And they're known. And even if you change, even after we change them, you have to sign the ownership of what you're starting, because what you've started is yours now. This is a new thing. You're the one that created that. You can. It's very possible. But when we're talking about elections, that is not what was happening. And that's what I want people to understand. That everything pale mashinani iliekwa pale, the numbers were put, JPEGs iliekwa. And that's the reason these people will never open that server. Because if even now, actually, that's a good one, thinking of it, because Zenyata Zishenipitia in my kind of working industry, you will find if we went to the server, they will show you which one came in, which one went out. The one went out was a little bit changed, and it was the new one that has the fingerprints of me now. I'm the author. But what came in has not changed. But it will show you the difference between when this one ceased to be and the new one began to be. I don't know if I'm talking something. I mean, I wish what one is what I'm trying to say, so that you understand that the server, the reason people keep on talking about server, the ITs people of this world keep on talking about the server. There's a reason people keep on talking about the server, not the portal. We don't care about the portal. The portal can be, what do you call it? A projector. That's a portal. We don't care about that. The server, that's where the problem is, and that's why they will never open it. The day they will open it, some of the people that talk here watatuangalia hivi watuambie yenyewe mlikuwa mnasema kitu. The mzalendos of the day. But anyways, I just wanted to just clear that, because it's very irritating, especially when you know that you work with these things every day of your life. Naona mikono zimeinuka raundi. Acha tuanze na Chaka nani Godfrey kabla ukuje. You can wait. Chaka unajua ni mkubwa wetu. Let's start with Chaka. And then Godfrey, and then we'll move on.
Nadhani swali langu lilikuwa limelea kwa 34C. Lakini vile vile pia tukarudi katika mwanzo kabisa, ambapo pia kumezundua mambo mengi hapa. Ndio nakuta mama hapo ameshangaa sana kwamba uhusiano kati ya hizo kimsketa na hizo papers zinasema mzalendo kwamba ndio zinahesabiwa. Yaani hawa watu wanashirikiana vipi kuweza kutoa majibu yao sahihi? Hapo ndo kwenye kuna swali. Na ni nini haswa kile kinapelekea hasa kwa server? Ni kimskit kile, yale majibu yako kwa kimskit ndio anapeleka, ama ni hizi karatasi zinazohesabiwa? Sasa mimi hoja yangu hapa ambayo imeacha nikanyanyua mkono ni kwamba naamini kwamba kila polling station kimskit inajua idadi ya wale ambao wameweza kufika kupiga kura pale. Maana hauwezi kupewa hizo ballot papers kwenda kupiga hiyo kura yako kabla hujapitia pale kwa verified kwamba uko kwa hiyo polling station husika. Je, ni wa pale ama ni wa wengine? So wakisha verify kwamba ni wa pale, ndipo wanakupa ruhusa uende ukapige, wanakupa hiyo ruhusa ya kupewa hizo karatasi, upige kura yako, uje upakwe wino utoke pale. Na mwisho wa siku baada ya hili zoezi kuisha, ni kwamba hii kimskit itakuwa ina idadi nzima ya wale wameweza kupiga kura pale. Tofauti itakuwa tu, haitakuwa inatambua huyu kapigia huyu wala hii huyu kapigia huyu, lakini iko na idadi nzima ya wale walioweza kuattend katika hiyo polling station. Sasa tukirudi kwa kaka Mzalendo, kila anazungumza anasema kweli kwamba kabisa kinachohesabiwa pale ni yale makaratasi, ndo atakayosema kwamba Chaka kapata hizi, Mzalendo kapata hizi. Lakini vile vile baada ya mwisho wa siku kimskiti ile ndio utakopeleka hayo majibu, maana hiyo ndio utakaotumika kuweza kupiga picha wakiwa agent wako pale pale, kuweza kuituma sasa kwa server. Na ndipo hawa ndugu zangu wanasema kile kinapigwa pale ndio hiyo JPEG, kitu ambacho hakiwezi, kama ni colored, haiwezi ende katokea black and white unless kuwa kuna mambo mengine pale katikati yanafanyika, ndivyo itokee PDF. Na ndio hapo Wakenya wote tuna maswali kwamba kama kitu hakiwezi badilishika kutoka kwa JPEG kuenda kwa PDF, how comes, ni nini kiliendelea pale? Ndio pale tunasema kile kiko ndani ya hiyo server ndio kile ambacho tunaamini kwamba ndio majibu halisi. Kwa wanapofungua server kikamilifu haswa, na tujue kwamba haswa kile kilitumwa katika hiyo polling station na hizo hesabu ambazo zilifanyika pale, ndio tunahitaji. Kila kinarushwa kwa wale pa photo kwamba unaweza access, ndio ile PDF ambayo iliweze kaenda pale black and white. Na bado tunaaga kusema hii server ifunguliwe, ndivyo tujue haswa hiyo original paper ambayo iko colored yenye ilipigwa hapo baada ya watu wameshahesabu katika hiyo polling station. Tumejua huyu akapata ngapi, ukapata ngapi, maana mwenye kupeleka haya majibu pale ni hiyo kimskit, ndio inaurusha direct kwa nini, kwa server. Hapo ndo kuna maneno na kuna mashaka, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku utakuta mkusanyiko wote unaenda katika eneo bunge, ukitoka pale unapeleka kwenye county government. Hizo ni makaratasi tu, of which hata njiani hapo yanaweza ongezwa. Lakini kama kweli tutapata exactly kile ambacho poto ni ndani, kile ambacho kimerushwa haswa direct kwa server, ndipo tunapopata ukweli. Na ndio maana kuna hiki kizungumkuti ndugu zangu kwamba hawataki kufungua hapo, kwa sababu kama watafungua pale tutapata ile original. Kama ni Vanga polling station A room 1 hiyo kitu tutapata exactly kile iliendelea pale. Kwa hivyo hapa hatuna haja ya kiwango kwenda mbali, wakati jibu tunaliona kabisa jinsi kimskiti inavyofanya kazi yake na jinsi zinazohesabiwa hapo, na nakubaliana na Mzalendo kwamba karando zinazohesabiwa, lakini lazima ziwiane haswa na wale watu ambao wameweza kuingia pale, ili tujue kwanza ni idadi yao ni gani. Pili, wakati wa kutuma, huyu ndio anayetuma ukweli kule, si kwamba zitapigwa tu zitachukua. Kinachopeleka pale ni hiyo kimskit. Kwa hiyo kimskit ndio yenye ukweli wote. Mimi nitaachia pale tu, lakini swali langu anijibu kwa nini hizi 34C hazikuwepo haswa hata hapo kwa portal.
Alafu kisha Chaka kisha Chaka na kila ambaye anatusikiza. Thank you for everybody that is listening to me. I wish if there's anybody that actually can communicate with me and has a computer with them in handy, I wish we could do this live. I don't know. I'll talk to Bernard and see how we can do this live, where I can send them a JPEG and send them an edited JPEG and tell them what program I used to change it. And they will actually, not befanya live. You know, before, when we were doing the Tukifanya, campaigns, we used to come here with numbers and we used to show people the numbers, and we used to come from places. I wish I can keep where we can do that in live. We really educate people what this thing is, because I've come to understand that people don't understand what JPEG, PDF is all about. we'll take one day. I think we will do it this one. I'm gonna talk to Kip. I'm gonna talk to Bernard. So we come and actually show exactly how it works, where I can send them a JPEG and then send an edited JPEG that has become a PDF. So we do it and we demystify this whole thing that people don't really understand, and people come and complain about it, and people bado washiki what we're trying to say, because they've been lied so much to a point where the president goes and tells people, oh, tulifungua server kitambo, portal ilikuwa pale. Portal is not a server. Now, we can work it out to where to show you how the server works and what the server is and what the portal is. I think we can do that. I think tuliacha cause Kip left. Before elections tulikuwa tunafanya hizi vitu zote kwa wale wanajua. We used to show them everything in the numbers, and we used to even take numbers of you know, kila kitu, and to show even the economical numbers. Because this is not a joke. This is our country. And we need to educate people, for people to understand what it happens. I mean, that's one thing that God has blessed some of us to be in places that we can understand what that works, how that works. Anyways, without wasting much time, I'm so sorry for wasting your time, but I think yeah.
Mato kind kidogo tu. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho nilikuwa najaribu kuzungumzia pale kidogo tu kama seconds mbili tu, ni kitu ni submit hapo kutokana na hiyo nani kauli yangu. Ni kwamba kile baadaye kinageuka kwamba tunaangalia wale returning officers. Na jicho letu, jicho la ABC na wale wajanja wanaangalia returning officers. Lakini returning officers atapeleka vitu ambavyo vimekuwa counted, ambavyo pia vinaweza ongezwa hapo katikati kwa makaratasi. Lakini wanakatalia hapa kwa huyu msema kweli ambaye kweli uchaguzi unafanyika pale kwa polling station, sababu ifanyike pale. Huyu Kimskit ndo anarusha yale ambayo ni halali katika server. Hawa wengine hawa ambao tunasukuma kwao, kwa hawa returning officers, hawa ni watu ambao waweza kusanya kwa constitution level, kwa county level. Hapo katikati kuna chochote kinaweza fanyika. Watu pia wakawa na fomu nyingine kama hiyo wakabadilisha. But what we believe, kila ambacho kimetuma pale kwa Kimskit hakiwezi badilishika popote pale na kinatumaga kule. So kile tunakiona kwa portal ni kila ambacho kimeletwa na returning officers, of which ni a human being, aweza balika watu wote tu. Asante.
Asante sana Chaka. Thank you so much. Kaa tu na sisi hapa mpaka mwisho. You know, we really appreciate that. I think there's some education of the people need to understand what is happening and what people try to talk and what is trying to be put out there. It's been demystified by the government that we have, and sometimes it hurts when you know when we know how it works and na tuoni, lakini unajua watu wengi watakuja hapo watupige kelele waseme nini and all that. But anyways, all that being said and done, ni mkono mwinua Geoffrey ama ni Godfrey? Okay.
Just to add something, you know, there's something that Mzalendo was talking about on Form 34A, and then Wakanda came in to explain it more better. But what I wanted to add in is that on the exact number, watu ambao walikuwa kwa polling station, we need Kimskit, and there's some areas ambao Kimskit haikufanya. We also need a manual register for us to know exact number of people who voted in that place. But now there's what we call image. The process was that the image should be posted on a JPEG form. Sasa mali Kimskit inaingilia, wacha Kimskit yani server ifunguliwe, Kimskit ziletwe pale, tuone exact picture ambayo ilipigwa pale kwa polling station, na kwa hiyo Kimskit tutajua ni wapi ambao watu walibadilisha hizo form, hizo PDF walitolea wapi, ndizo PDF zikaingia, kwa sababu ukweli ni kuwa watu walibadilisha hizo results, na zilibadilishwa na hizo forms kwa sababu Chebukati alikuwa ni plan amepanga kuanzia kitambo. That's why he brought in this book that from 34A book 2, na hizo book 2 sasa ndio hizo results zilikuwa zinaandikwa nao wenyewe, alafu wanapiga picha wanapost kama PDF form, but exact number, exact picture iko kwa KIMS-KIT. We need KIMS-KIT, si ati tunahesabu KIMS-KIT, we need KIMS-KIT to identify na kufungulia macho tuone watu wangapi walipiga, na hii picha ilikuwa inakaa vipi, na hii ambayo iko portal inakaa vipi.
Thank you so much my brother, and thank you for everybody, and thank you for, unajua tunaongea hapa tukiwa na uchungu, and then na ule uchungu tuko nayo si ati ni just because we are, you know, the kina asilis of the day, Asili 2 TV, they're thinking that we are talking about uchungu. We're just talking about because our country is not where we want it to be, because our country should be where when we vote, Mami.
Okay. Yes. As I listened to the questions that Chebukati was being asked, he was asked, why were the forms not printed but handwritten? And he said, he started like we were correcting the mistakes. It's just like just a normal thing to do. So I suspected maybe these forms that were corrected with a pen, handwritten, maybe that's where they were cooking the figures, to my own thinking, because he was not straightforward answering that question.
Mami, you cannot, Mom, you cannot answer a question that you don't have an answer for. It's impossible. Scientifically, philosophically, naturally, if you don't have an answer for something, you cannot answer a question that you don't have an answer for. Ukishikwa, unasemanga pole. Umenipata. So when you keep on trying to answer something that you don't have an answer for, and something that does not make any sense, you hope that no one can catch your lie. And that is what Chebukati was trying to do. That's why he couldn't even answer anything. That's why he was stammering. We don't know Chebukati to be a stammerer. So the thing is, when you're caught in a lie, I can ask anyone in this forum right now, when you're trying to lie to someone and you're caught, you'll start thinking. Hence they say, the lie will always catch you. That's why the man cannot answer anything. He couldn't answer anything. Mr. Nani, I've seen you, Mzalendo. Thank you, my brother.
We are back at this issue, but I wanted to rest today. And please go back and understand how the KIMS-KIT operates. You don't understand it at all. And I am glad that Wakanda came in to tell you what the KIMS-KIT does, which you are not getting. I could see you guys laughing there, but you are not getting it at all. But now let me give you the last bit that the rumor that has been peddled with the lies year in, year out. The KIMS-KIT as a scanner. The scanner scans that image. The KIMS-KIT is configured to scan the output is PDF. The output of that KIMS-KIT is PDF. It is PDF. There is nothing like at the PDF documents were changed. Look at the ruling and what you presented in court. The same argument. You were told there is no any other format for that file that has been scanned to be changed. The output of that file that has been scanned is in PDF format. Jesus of Nazareth, go and look at the ruling before you always come here and argue. Go and look at the ruling and why that the issue was raised and why that forgery that Azimio brought was dismissed. Let us just not be talking here all the time, yet we don't have any facts. Go and look at the ruling. Ruling is very, very important. That because these are the issues that were brought up by Azimio lawyers.
So what are you telling us?
Zalendo.
Hold on. Order.
Where did the JPEG come
Mami.
from?
Mami, order kidogo. Order. Mzalendo, I think there's going to be a lot of questions from what you just said. If you allow us to do that, let's do it in order.
Let it not be propaganda. Let it be factual.
Okay, I would really want you to, once we start that, you mute and not just answer, and mute and answer. So I guess there's 4 people here. Chaka amejitoa kidogo lakini yuko tu, najua yuko. I would want us to go systematically because you've opened a can of worms that is going to go. And I'm going to start with the female. The ladies first. I want our mother to ask first. I think ule mwingine alikuwa ameinua mkono. Wote wameinua. So I think, okay, so let's do Mami, and then we do Godfrey, and then we do Wakanda. Because I know they're all coming up for you. Chaka hapo ameinua mkono, so Chaka utakuja baadaye. Kama ulikuwa umeinua. Sikukuona. Mimi niliona coconut, tuko na nataka coconut. Anyway, so Mami. Mami, kazi kwako.
Where did the word JPEG come from, Zalendo?
That was a creation, a JPEG document. The way you see here, people are saying, you know, at the JPEG documents, photos are supposed to be only in JPEG documents. Listen, a photo, picture, can be saved as a PNG, it can be saved as a JPEG, it can be saved as a PDF. All those formats are applicable. That machine, the only format that it was offering is when you scan an image, the output is PDF. The output is PDF. You scan a document. Unajua ukienda with your certificates to in cyber, the scanner does not tell you that I'm going to scan this document as JPEG. It scans. When it scans for you, you send it to the other side. It is configured into a PDF. That is the format that was laid in the Kim's kit. Tell me where in law that the document was supposed to be sent by JPEG. Now, because these things should be in law, whatever your argument is should be in law. Where is it written that this document should have been sent by JPEG? That is also a question I'm posing to you guys. You need to give me an answer. But don't tell me, oh, we thought we are. Niambie tu where.
Hey, Godfrey.
Waliskani ama walipiga picha?
Godfrey, unanisikiza? Nakusikia. Just in case I get kicked out, kuna mtu analeta ma XXS18 and I don't know, nimevamiwa pia mi side yangu. Just in case I get kicked out, I can bring myself back. In case I get nikigongwa as I'm trying to block them, unaweza shikilia. Just in case I'm trying to block them, lakini My internet is acting up.
Okay, on the issue of JPEG, I remember very well Chebukati and the whole team, they were asked a question. Wakauliza, wakati Kimskit inapiga picha, hiyo picha itakuwa transformed, and itakuwa posted vipi? Akasema, avoid questions kwa akili ya watu, itakuja in a form of JPEG. That is what Chebukati and the team said. Kuna issue ambayo raise about ruling. Hatufai kwenda kwa ruling venye ilikuwa ruling. Watu the whole court compromise the whole issue. Na wakawa wanakuja wanatuambia kuwa ni Mungu amewapatia judgment. So they are giving us judgment ambayo amepewa na Mungu. It was compromised. Uliza, just ask yourself. Wakati ballot papers zimeletwa, why is it Chebukati aliamua kuambia commissioners kwa ballot papers zinakuja kesho, na anawaambia leo usiku kuwa kesho asubuhi muende airport mchukue documents zinakuja? Mbona wakupanga as a team wakae pamoja waelewane? Another thing, on the issue of the same books, Form 34A ilikuwa printed only Form 34A book 1 peke yake moja. Why is it walikuja wakaongeza wakatengeneza book Form 34A book 2 ambayo haikuwa kwa procedure yao? The same thing, angalia kwa hizo polling station ambazo zikreatiwa. There's an issue ambayo ilikuwa raised kuwa kuna fake polling station ambazo zinaonekana kuwa ni kama ziko zinahesabiwa. Hizo polling station zilienda wapi? Mbona zilitokezea kuwa kulikuwa na fake? Alafu on the same issue, mbona kulionekana kuwa the same book Form 34A book 2 ilitumika? Hii Form 34A book 2 ilitumika wapi? Hizo karatasi zake ziko wapi? Na hao wengine ambao wanasema kuwa Form 34A book 2 ilitumika kwa sababu book 1 zile karatasi zilikuwa zimeharibika. Mbona wasituonyeshe zile karatasi ambazo zilikuwa zimeharibika za Form 34A book 1 ni gani ambazo ziliharibika? That's why wakaamua kutumia book 2. Hizo karatasi mbili mbona zijaletwa mpaka sasa hivi?
Ningependa kujibu hivi. Wacha tuangalie Godfrey vile ulipiga kura pale Mombasa. Ulienda pale ukapatiwa ukapatiwa ballots, ukapigia president, ukapigia viongozi wako wote. Then kukawa na mwisho wa kupiga kura kukuwa na hii Form 34A, si ndio? So Form 34A ikajazwa idadi ya kura presidential candidate alipata, then inatumwa. Unajua issue nimekwambia pale kuna agent wenyu ule anajua ile kura ulipata, presidential candidate wako alipata pale kwa polling station. Na nakwambia hivi kila wakati, nawaambia rudini ni kwa Maina Kiai's ruling. Maina Kiai's ruling, whatever ODM presented in 2017, zote zilikuwa bogus. The only thing that won for ODM was the civil society case that was brought by Maina Kiai. That is, kura inaanza kwa ballot na inamalizikana, inaanza pale kwa grassroots process, inahesabiwa pale na hapo inaishia hapo. If you had any evidence, nakwambia, if you had any evidence, and I repeat to you, if you had any evidence at the polling point, pale kwa classroom, that you unaona, this is our clerk, alipata, this is our agent, and this is the form ile ilitumwa na Kimskit. This is the serial number of the Kimskit. Even this is a video footage, but what we are seeing on the portal is different. This is the results. That is an agent, a presidential agent, telling your president. Unaelewa? Hii ndio results. If you presented that in court, then mtukome wangewasikia. Unanielewa? Lakini kuenda kugesa ati mbona hii kitu ilikuwa JP, nikakuuliza swali, ukienda kwa cyber na documents zako uende uweke kwa scanner. Scanner ukisha scan uende inaenda kwa tuseme kwa email yako, mtu wa cyber anakuuliza unaitaka na format gani? Have you ever been asked that question? Have you ever been asked that question? Which format do you want it? Because those formats are embedded in the schemes kit. Unataka na format gani? Atakwambia JPEG, utamwambia PDF, atakwambia PNG. Hizo format zote ziko. Kuna TIFF. That is also another file format. So there is nothing special about JPEG and PDF. Nothing, zero.
Uzalendo, ukisema kuwa hatukuwa na evidence, the boxes that were on that car, on that lorry, zilikuwa ni boxes zimebeba nini ndani?
Wewe hiyo sasa mnaweza angalia, unaweza uliza president wenyu hiyo kanta mzima mlibeba nini?
Unajua ukisema kuwa we had evidence, I think you have to prove we had no evidence. Sisi tumekuja na maboxes. Those boxes because tumebeba document ndani, na we have some documents ambao tulipatiana Supreme Court iangalie. Mbona ilikuwa bias kwetu?
Because you didn't have numbers, ile kesi ile mlikuwa nayo which was strongest, and I am telling you 100 times the only case ya Azimio ile ingepita ni kesi ya ile Okie Mtata was presenting, because Okie Mtata has been in the law corridors and he knows this game. He knew that ruling ya Maina Kiai and he came with the numbers. That is what the court was looking for, and you didn't have that.
Mzalendo, kuna time hata paka Charity Kingilu alipata wezi wengine wakapelekwa paka police station. Hauko na hiyo clip?
That is not evidence enough to change a presidential election. Boss, presidential election, wacha nikwambie.
Excuse me guys, because Mr. Kenya was away, but it was becoming like a personal exchange, like between you going back and forth, and that's not the best way we want to go. I think, Zalendo, there are a few things that we might want to ask you. One, if you've been an IBC official before, because you are talking as if you've worked with IBC, and we know some of us have the experience of how things work there. Secondly, when you talk about that ODM had or Nassor wanted bogus case, and it's only Maina Kiai's case that counted. Are you aware with the court rulings? Normally, there is the advisory opinion that you will get from a case. It doesn't necessarily mean that if things goes your way, there are other things that comes with court pronouncement that can make some of these cases maybe give clarity. Going back to Maina Kiai's case, it was very clear that once the results are tallied, that once Form 34A is tallied, that is the final result. But this is a case where Form 34A were tallied, and then someone decides to come up with book 2. You know, book 2 is not now an original result, because book 1 is the original result. So, in as much as you want to show us like you know how things work, but we have the idea in terms of how IT and its operations. Musando was very clear on this matter. If you have some time, you can have some time and go back and watch Musando, how the systems, how things were to be done with how the KIMS kit work. I will refer you back to Musando. Go and listen, go and watch that video, whatever Musando say. Then come back to us after you've watched that. Other than that, we'll be exchanging in back and forth and heading nowhere, because you have so many assumptions. You are not open to like listen to the other view. You are like, you are right and you are right, and that is not the best way to have discussions. For me, we are always open. You say, we learn from each other, but not this stiff that, yeah, it's me or you are wrong. That's, yeah, we need to be gentlemen. Yeah, those ones were high school debates. So, and we are past that. So, yeah, that's the thing I wanted to say.
Wakanda, thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, Wakanda, thank you so much for bringing that. Sorry, I got kicked out because there was that. There's guys who come here and try to hack us, especially if you're trying to moderate, they come here and they come with some porn things, and every time I try to kick them out, I get kicked out. So I try to start my whole series again, but I'm working on it to where they cannot get me. I think they got my IP address where I had sent it. So now I had to switch it. I have to switch it. Thank you for bringing some sanity in what you just said right now. Mzalendo, I'm going to try to ask you to do something for the sake of this group and for the sake of the people that come here. There's a lot of people that come here. Please, I am going, and I did not want to be rude to you, but if people who listen to us will allow me, and the people even on the here right now on the panel will allow me, I am going to start being very rude to you, not specifically charged at you, but when I come as a moderator, you can do that hula baloo with other people. For me, I will not let you, because the one thing I love having a conversation is like what Wakanda just started talking about. This closing session used to be what Bernard used to call, and still calls, walimu wa kufunga, because we used to come and talk conversations that were very genuine, constitutional conversations. How are we going to move on with our country? Where did we get it wrong? And we used to agree on that. But Mzalendo, you're turning this evening conversation to becoming a back and forth childish show that you don't even respect the moderators of it. If you don't want to be in this evening conversation ya kwenda kufunga, we used to close very well. I need you to step out of it. When you see me, toka uende, because you're turning it to be a bad thing. And I'm just saying, the people who have been here will know what I'm saying. We'll have people who can talk about the Constitution, people who can come with serious talks, people who don't just open up their mics, people who can have a conversation like you just had the last, Wakanda just said, went straight to something. It's not an argument. It's our country that we are talking about, and we are grown-up people. We sit down and have a conversation. It's not a throw-up party. Me, when I come here, I will want Mami to be here. I will want these other people who we can actually talk about our Constitution, what is being violated, what is not being violated, understand and everything. But we're not going to do this thing of up and down na kurukaruka. We're spoiling the channel. This is a good channel. But when we come here and everything, you're opening up your mic, hata kuna, it's not your time to talk. I don't believe that's the right way to go. These guys are very, I mean, they can talk just like you. They can open up their mic. I mean, it's right next to their button. But they don't open it up. I'm asking you, we want to have a conversation with you from a divergent conversation. But then when you come over here, my friend, at least if it's me, respect me. Let's have a candid conversation where we can have a conversation of where our country is going, what is the right things to be. It doesn't matter if I'm in Azimio or you're in UDA or you're not even anywhere. That's what we do. Look at mom. Mama anakaga hapo anasikiza hivi tu zitamuuma akili. Itabidi tuanze kumtumia Piriton ama Panado. We need to start, Mzalendo, you come and you open the mic, ujambiwa na mtu ongee. I'm asking you as a friend, mbele ya watu. Please, when we come, even me as a moderator, nikiachia mtu mwingine na inuanga mkono. Because it's something that is called respect, and that way is the only way we're going to do. And I mean, we're going to be a good country and understand what we're trying to do, even if Mato is wrong. That having been said, I want us to do one round, not a closing round, and then we do a closing round. Nitaanzia huko mimi, I won't say anything. Nitaanzia kwa Godfrey, and then we'll go to, actually, Mami, nani hajaongea? Who hasn't spoken? Mami hajaongea. Mami amekuwa amenyamaza. Let's start with Mom, and then we'll go to Godfrey, and then we'll go to Wakanda. But this time round, at Sima Bishano, let's talk about our country, and then I'll still go to Mzalendo, and then we'll do a closing remark, and then we close the show. Tafadhali, because there's people watching us too. This is an international TV. It's not a mali ya kurushiana mdomo. So I probably will not do anything because I don't think I've done a good moderation today, but let's just do what needs to be done. And I do apologize for the people in the comment section. Kina Chumsi, sorry. Danny Darius, father, I'm sorry. Betty, Poleni, I've been having a problem with my, anyway, maybe I didn't do a good job today. So let's just start on a talking conversation that we can actually have a good conversation and not kurushiana mdomo. Mzalendo, do not unmute your do not unmute. Listen until ikufikie. Learn how to wait until ikufikie. These guys know how to learn. I wait myself. So let's do a good conversation. Godfrey, the show is yours.
I think you said Mama to talk first.
Oh, yeah. Mama, yeah, let Mama go first, and then we come to you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, for tonight, I think Raila made his speech, which gave me a lot of hope for our country. And having seen Gaucho today, it magnified my expectation. Tonight, I have seen Mzalendo will never stop being negative, even when things are right. I am astonished because of his way of argument, but we all differ. But his difference with us, it's shocking. We have to stand for our country as Kenyans, however, because anything that happens in our country will affect all of us. It's not one person. So, Mzalendo, the argument that we may have here, we are not testing each other, and we are not having a tug of war. It's something that we want to have a solution, even for the coming future. So when we are looking for the solution, please don't start something that will bring people feel like they are getting angry instead of being sober, and then we can dissect the problems that are eating our country. It's good to be honest all the time so that people can understand you. You will need us tomorrow. And it does not mean that we don't recognize you as a Kenyan. But all of us here, we need each other. We console and discuss the problem that we are all facing. Right now, it's not Azimio or Yuda facing the problem that is in Kenya. It's every Kenyan, wherever they are. For that reason, let's be here, educate each other. Let's make it right. Because if I want to know what is a server, don't hide some of the truth because you are Azimio, or you are a UDA, or you are Azimio. Let's be Kenyans here and build our minds so that we can have one goal. And that is all we are looking for. Because, however, if Raila takes the country and make it develop, will there be people crying that the country is being developed? No. Everybody will be comfortable and happy. So what we are looking for is a solution for the problems people are facing. And it is reality that people are facing problems in Kenya. And it is a man-made. It shouldn't be there. And if it is there, it will be minimal. But now look at the mess the country has right now. That is what we are talking here. And that is what we are looking for a solution. That is what we want our Kenyan people understand. How can we go ahead? And that's why you see people on the comment. They are contributing even though they are not on the forum. Because they want us to unite and make our Kenya great. Thank you for tonight. That's all I can say. And God bless you. I love you all. Thank you so much for the evening.
Mama, why are you talking like you're going anywhere? You know you're supposed to be looking for our first answer. We have to close with you. When I'm here, you have to close with me. We love you so much.
I have no problem. I can do that. I'm still here.
Thank you, Mommy. Okay. Godfrey.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Kenya, with love. I think right now, there's something that we are missing that we had in 2017. Kama sai baba shatupatia direction. But there's something that we are missing. We have some people that we had that time that we are missing right now. Because when a train is shamuka, I think we need more fire to push us to act into our victory. Okay, before I talk about the same issue I'm talking on the train, Shatoka, let me go back first on the issue of Chebukati. Chebukati right now wanaendelea kusema kuwa the only people who visited them ni watu wa Azimio. But I remember very well, Tuju spoke and said there's something that was happening in Bomas, and the thing was alarming people. Things were not going right. He decided to talk to some few people who he thought would act on the same issue, but those guys never acted on the issue. Akajaribu another guy, but nothing happened. Akamua, he has to face Chebukati. Now akamua kwenda. On the way akienda, he met a group of people from UDA coming out of the office mahali Chebukati alikuwa. Why is it that Chebukati hawaongei kuhusu watu walikuwa wameenda kufanya nini kule? Wanaongea tu kuhusu mambo ya Chebukati ya Azimio peke yake. Watu walikuwa wameenda kufuata nini kule? Watu wa UDA ambao walikuwa wanatoka kwa ofisi ya UDA walikuwa wameenda kufanya nini kule? Why these people not talking about those people? Another thing, kuna hii issue ilikuwa raised kwa Chebukati alikuwa anataka kuwa captured auliwe. Mbona Chebukati mwenyewe hajatuambia ni wapi ambao watu wakaenda kumcapture? Ni wapi exactly mahali alikuwa anataka kushikwa? Because ame-maintain kuwa alikuwa kwa Bomas from morning to evening, usiku mpaka analala kwa kiti, anaamuka anatoka. Mbona hajasema ni wapi alikuwa anataka kushikwa kama si propaganda? I think this is the right time we need to address this issue. Na to address it, Chebukati kwanza tuambie ni nini watu wa UDA kama kufanya kwa ofisi yake kwanza. Au watu walikuwa wanataka nini? Ndaanza kutuambia mambo ya uongo kwa Azimio alikuwa anataka kumpatia nini? Kumpatia bribe. On the same bribery, I'm asking myself, hao watu Tuju hakuwa peke yake. He had a group of people ambao alienda nao, kina Amos wako na with another guy. And on the same office, I'm told Chebukati had his own team, commissioner. Itakuwaje kwa watu wote waanze kuongea kuhusu mambo ya bribe? Kama hiyo si uongo. Because I believe this is just a propaganda wanajaribu kuinua. I don't think somebody in the right mind anaweza kuja kwa ofisi watu wamejazana alafu anaanza kunegotiate kuhusu bribe. Hiyo kitu haiwezi ingiana. On the same place, at the same time, hao watu wanasema hako wanajua nani ameshinda. Although wame-maintain kuwa results zilikuwa kwa portal. Kila mtu alikuwa anafanya hesabu, anajua nani ameshinda. But wakiuliza ulikuwa na exact number ya mtu ambaye ameshindwa, Chebukati anasema sikuwa na exact number, sikuwa najua nani ameshinda. Now, how can we negotiate? How can we talk about bribery yet wewe kwanza unajua nani, haujui nani ameshinda? Tutaongea vipi kuhusu bribery on the same thing? I think all of if you get confusion wanajaribu ku create, ndio wajaribu to justify what they did. Because I believe with all of my heart kuwa election was not free and fair. Election was doctored. Wakati hao watu wanaenda kutangaza, Chebukati has his own document, his own paper ambayo kama tusije kwa mkota wapi ambayo alikuwa anaenda kutangaza. He had enough time to discuss with his group, waelewane ndio wakuja kupatia exact results. Now let me go back the direction ambao baba alitupatia. I was saying kuwa we lack right people to move with us. In the last election 2017, we had somebody on the Twitter who used to update us. Na kwa media pia, hata mpaka kwa Facebook. We are being updated kila time what is happening. Baba shapatiana direction, what is happening. Kesho tunaenda kukataa Brookside. Kesho hatuendi kununua kitu fulani. Kesho hatutumii Airtel. Kesho hatufanyi anything. Sai we are quiet. What's happening? We need somebody to speak. We need somebody kutupatia ile fuel lani. Tuendelee ku grow up. Kuendelee kuwa na ile what I'm calling the fire ambao baba ametupatia. Look at what happened in 2017. We had somebody, Miguna Miguna, although I believe Miguna Miguna never voted for Baba, but Miguna Miguna alikuwa vocal. He's somebody who is good at mobilizing. Right now, hatuna mtu wa kumobilize. Look at the team that we have. Kitu watu kama kina Alai. Alai cannot mobilize. Hata hawapatikani hapo mahali pa kumobilize. Watu kama kina Kioni. Kioni wanaamuka wakati wameona kuna kitu fulani inafanyika. But for the next second amenyamaza, hakuna kitu anaongea. Nani ambaye tuko naye sasa ambaye atasimama peke yake? Only Babu Wino. Hakuna mtu mwingine anaona ambaye ako vocal. Sasa tutapusha aje kitu ikiwa hatuna watu ambao wako vocal, mtu ambaye anaweza simama akasema twende au watu wakapi. I think sai we need people to stand up. Tushapewa direction. Let's focus on what to do tupate what we need. Kwa sababu tukiendelea hivi itakuwa tu kama hot air tena. Kwa sababu bado kumenyamaza, tunangoja mpaka Sunday. Mbona tusiongea hapa katikati? Mbona tusiendelee kuwa fuel hapa katikati? Tuendelee kuwa na ile motisha. Kwa sababu right now tushajua hatutambui hao watu. Ametuambia hata wale watu ambao kwa sisi tunaye tusiwatambue. Sasa Nani anatupatia update when it's going to happen 2017? That's what we need right now.
Thank you, Godfrey. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mami. Also, thank you for you. The one thing I'm gonna be very stern on going on is that we're not going to come and degenerate this channel to be, a repeat, ile ya kurushiana maneno. We need to come and talk about issues. When we spend 5 hours, 2 hours of back and forth, we don't need this channel. I wouldn't even be in this channel if we do that. Hata nikiwa moderator. What we need to do is come here and have a conversation. And that's what I'm starting to do. I've just realized that we are to degenerate to something that doesn't happen. But right now, what we're doing, I like that. When you have good conversation and good input. Thank you, Mr. Godfrey, what you just said. Tunakuja round 2. Wakanda forever.
Yeah. Thank you, Martin, and the entire team. Godfrey, if you want to reflect on NRM and its activities, that was the best ever movement that has ever happened, like in my entire life. I was a bit, very deep, a bit deep inside. But right now, there are things that are not good to say on this platform. I think what you are doing, I want to just advise you that you have a process that you want to achieve. Coming on a platform like this, talking, saying words that might discourage even people who are on your side is not good for any movement. If you have something to achieve in your line, so coming here talking about or a lie or what, that one will not help. Whatever you want to achieve or with your team. Personally, I think earlier, sometimes back when the issue of election happened, we had a chat with Mato, and from that moment, I was 100% convinced that Raila won the election. Someone like me, I don't need even the server because I'm personally convinced. Even the whistleblower thing for me was like just a confirmation, but personally I knew Raila won. So the question I've been asking myself is the path we are taking, or the path for me, forgive me guys, this is one area that I'm like just drawing back. The path that we want to take right now, I just have a personal doubt. It's just my personal issue, but I know if there are people who can help us understand it, then I'm 100% in it. But that path, like with NRM, the path was clear. I could see it. But this one, I can't see it. Let me not talk about that one now. Coming back to the real issue that Kenyans are struggling with, like high cost of living, and in fact, there are two major issues that have been enumerated: high cost of living and electoral justice. So, moving forward, personally, this is my personal opinion. We have to narrow down and enumerate which issues will be like uniting factors and what do we want to achieve. There are issues that if you talk about, nobody will want to, even the people who voted for Huda will not want even to talk about Huda anymore. So for me, my personal opinion is is there's something that I feel like Raila is getting right. Doing more research, collecting more information on how the people are feeling. He's getting it right 100%. So if they continue doing that, and then like if the rally happens, if it happens like I know that the rally will happen. After the rally, Godfrey, if you love Raila and you want to claim your victory, are you able to organize a day for bonfire? Call every shop, every shop wenye wako na picha ya huyo mwenye utaki, mweke tu hata siku moja ya kuchoma hizo mapicha zile yenye wanga wanaweka sijui what EGH. Wekeni tu hata siku moja, kila mtu alete hizo mapicha, achana hata na maneno ya demonstration. In fact, even doing that will be like a starting point. Kuchoma tu hizo picha ya huyo msee yenye no shop. Mkiona duka yenye bado wamehang hiyo kitu, hiyo duka msinunue. Kila duka itoe hiyo picha ya huyo msee, watu wachome. Mweke tu hii day, every Monday ni kuchoma picha ya huyo msee. Mna collect hizo picha zote yenye wanga wanasema ati sijui watu wanunue sijui 1000 sijui 2000 sijui 3000. Watu ndio watu waweke kwa nini, kwa shop. Hizo picha mkichoma, it will be one statement. That's a starting point, but it's a long way. It's a long way, but I know it's achievable. Yeah, it's a long way.
Sasa wewe umeharibu, umeambia Godfrey achome picha, akaamua kuchoma picha kabisa. Unajua kwa hii channel tunasemaga usiweke nini, usikue nyuma ya kamera. Sasa ameenda kuchoma huko kabisa, anachoma picha. Godfrey
Haikuwa unaichoma leo. Hizo vitu nafahamu msanye siku moja. Mnakuwa na kalenda, mnasema every Friday ni kuchoma picha. Sio leo.
Yameanza kuchoma mpaka kachoma hata kwa show bwana. Anyways, Mzalendo, the kwako, and then we'll come back to ya kufunga. Mzalendo, it's up to you now.
Asante sana Mato. Next time don't lecture me like a kid like that. I'm not a kid. I come to this show as a Kenyan who is interested in what is happening in my country. The information I have, there are those who will learn a few things from what I say. I don't come here to waste time or just to to talk nonsense. I come here to also get information and get educated on matters affecting our country. So don't generate the talk show to a Mzalendo show that you are always lecturing me like a small boy. It's not a privilege for me to come to this show, and it's not a right for me to come to this show. All right? So I think we should get that straight. So when we are talking about issues, let's talk about the issues. When we are saying something that I feel it's wrong, allow me to give you the right information. So I think that way we'll be on the right page. I don't belong to Azimio, a school of thought. And if there are issues affecting the Kenyan economy, it affects me too. We can discuss that. But when you bring issues that I feel that you are misleading the general public, I will definitely come in and try and correct your point of view. My brother Wakanda has put it very, very clearly. You don't feel the fire like when you had Miguna in your team. I said, maybe Baba has got something different, but every day we'll be counting the days that to see where this revolution is going after Jacaranda. Burning photos of the president. Yes, you'll have achieved much. You'll have expressed your point that you don't like him, you dislike him. At the end of the day, what the masses were saying, and I had Gaucho here saying that they were going to take the presidency when Baba comes back. I don't know the time frame for that, whether it is constitutional or unconstitutional. But revolutions are normally unconstitutional means of getting power. For me, I was there in 2017. I don't feel the fire. Just like this one, I felt the fire, but I knew the outcome is going to be nothing because swearing in somebody and no course of action, not getting the instruments of power results to nothing. Having a revolution without the instruments of power also will result to nothing. You can have all the rallies vile president amesema, have all the rallies throughout the country, but also I urge my brothers and sisters. One guy came here and said, we know the people who are always on the forefront in these movements. We know the people who are always fighting for the rights of the people. We know where they come from. I mean, that community has been used a lot. They have died in the course of fighting for Baba without any compensation. That is why when you saw the brigade the other time at Kamukunji, you saw a divided house, a divided Azimio. There were no presence of the governors there. There were no presence of the full leadership of ODM in that meeting. The people who were standing with Baba were not there. So people have got mixed feelings. People have moved on. Most people have moved on. And dragging the country back, and we are seeing tremendous growth in so many sectors. I mean, it's just derailing the president's efforts. But at the end of the day, let Kenyans be the judge. We'll be with you here in 2023, December. Take note of what you did. Just the same way you had blue ticking here a few 6-7 months ago, that mukona deep state, mukona kila kitu, but we didn't have anything. The crowds you are seeing did not result to numbers. So that is a fact. Today we went through the forms, 34 A's. I asked one just a very simple question. Kura zinahesabiwa physically, hazihesabiwi na machine, zinahesabiwa physically. If I'm a presidential candidate, I have a tallying center of the 290 constituencies. Of the 46,000 polling stations, where are my agents with my results? Where are my agents with my results? They give you the numbers. What we don't say are the facts. That form 34A had a blueprint, had a security mark. I don't know whether you guys know that form had a security mark. I always say, this place we come here to educate each other. That form had a security mark. Yes, Godfrey.
Exactly, Mzalendo. It had security mark. But now my question is, where is it? Zile ambazo walikuwa nasema kwa zimeharibika. Where are those forms? Sahi, kwa sababu book form 34A, form 34A, book 2 was created without knowledge of other commissioners. Hebu tuambie hii form 34 book 2 ilitumika wapi? Because me what I heard kuwa ile form 34A original iliharibika ndio akaamua kutumia form 34B. Where are those papers ambao walikuwa spoiled?
Unajua hapa tunaelimishana. Kuna mambo ingine Geoffrey unaweza kuwa nayo ile mimi sina. I don't have the monopoly of knowing everything. There are some things which are above my pay grade. I might not know. So I will stick to the things which are within my pay grade. The form 34A and the voting and the counting at the polling centers at what level? At what level there? That is what is within my pay grade. And the ruling. And subsequently, what is happening in the inquiry. I think we'll get more answers as we go by. But anyway, even if we get, suppose Chebukati is wrong. Suppose Chebukati is wrong. How do we reverse that? A ruling has already been done. Somebody has already been sworn in as the President of the Republic of Kenya. Is there a law that we will use to install Raila as the President of the Republic of Kenya? Swali kwenyu. Otherwise, kwaherini wale wananitusi huko chini kwa comment section. Ni sawa tu. Wale wanashangilia pia ni sawa tu. But I need you to answer those questions.
Niko na swali.
Mzalendo, I have.
Oh, sorry, Mami. Go ahead.
I have something for you, Mzalendo. You said that Azimio is divided because senators, governors, MPs, or all the lords were not present. But I want to tell you that those are people who were not for the people. They were for themselves, and they have gone themselves. They have left people behind. So don't think that we need them. They can go wherever they have gone, but they have left the majority behind. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mami. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. You know, I am, and thank you, Mr. Chai, you're back. I can see you. I am going to say something, and this is not going to be a nice one, or it might be a nice one, which I don't care. You see, in this channel, I've been here for a long time. I've never abused anyone directly. And people come and talk things. And yes, being in a channel where you come as a moderator, or you come and become, or you have a divergent opinion, and people will abuse you. But one thing I'll never do is call you a name. Mr. Chair, you're back. Thank you. In as much as I come here and disagree with people, there's a message we want us all to read together, and I'll read them for you. I'll read it for you guys. There's a man that said, Ndeto, please respect your seniors. Being in the US does not make you more smarter. Kumbaf. Now, I'm not really, it doesn't matter to me what he said. That does not matter to me, what he said. Even the Kumbaf part of it doesn't matter listen, I live in my house, I do my job, I do whatever I want to do, and I do everything. It will not change anything. But again, this is what I've been talking about, Mami. This is what I've been talking about, of people who really don't understand what we are talking about, and people who are so in their minds so much that they want to destroy even a show like this by Matusi. And when you look at this, you wonder, do you even know me? Do I even know you? Where do we even come from? And why are you spoiling a good show like this? When even when we come here and we disagree with people, you cannot talk to someone like that, even though you don't agree with them. So what did Mato in this show do for someone like, and by the way, I'm gonna shame him, because this is what we need to be doing. Shaming people like Geoffrey Ruto need to be shamed. I have never abused anyone in this show. And I know even Mzalendo here, even though we go head to head, Mzalendo will never go that route of saying, and I will repeat it again, Ndeto, please respect your seniors. Being in the US does not make you more smarter, kumbaf. Mami, you're my senior. Have I ever disrespected you? And people will know in this show, even when I moderate, I tell them, respect our seniors. Even when me and Mzalendo go off and with each other, I mean, the other time we were in a call together with Stone PK, me and him, I don't really go bad. I mean, even tikumuita majina. So that is the backwardness of what we're trying to talk about today. That yes, you can have a divergent opinion, a different kind of opinion, but there's no day that I will tell Mzalendo when you come back. And that's the whole thing that we have to talk. So Geoffrey Ruto, I'm trying to tell you that is exactly what we are fighting away from, that is making our country not go anywhere. And in fact, you included, me being in the United States does not matter anything.
Mato.
You know, so when you find somebody calling you kumbaf, I'm not a kumbaf. I'm here. Courtesy.
Mato.
I come here and I have different divergent opinions every day. So what I'm trying to say is that hiyo ndio ile kitu hata Kenyatta alisema, ujinga iishe, tumalize. We're trying to kill this, but we have people like Kina Geoffrey Ruto who will come in a show like this, international show, and destroy everything when we're talking about our geo-economical ways of doing things and having a good conversation, and call someone like, someone like that, a moderator that actually is making the show keep on moving. So
excuse me, Mato,
you
are being provoked and you are buying into it.
No, I'm not buying it. I'm showing.
Don't react anymore. Just ignore him. He's looking for your attention and you are giving him what he wants. So I will not react on it. Let it go. Otherwise, the more you react to it, the more you make the guy happy. He gets the incentive of doing it to another person. So the best thing, ignore him. He's seeking that attention. Don't give him that attention. Thank you.
All right. Anyway, thank you. I just wanted to bring that to the limelight. Other than that, I think we are done. Mami, umefanya nini yako, so Mr. Chair is here. Maybe he might take over. I think we were going to do the last show. I mean, the last take, and then we close. But Mr. Chair is here. I think he will take over. Mr. Chair, umeniachia tena. Nitakugonga siku moja tu, coming soon. But that's good. Let's keep on talking, guys. I was hoping, Mr. Chair, if we can do like one more turn and then I'll give my last contribution. I didn't give my last contribution because I was holding it. So if you can shikilia, alafu mi utanipatia chance yangu nifunge.
Yes, Bwana Mato. I left you closing the channel. What happened?
They wanted to keep on going.
No, why were you supposed to wait for Godfrey Oma? Godfrey Oma is always a late comer. He comes late each and every time. So I thought you were closing the channel. I didn't expect that I'm going to find you here.
They don't want to go. No, first of all, you didn't leave me for the channel. You said I'm coming back in 10 minutes. And then you disappeared and I could see you.
Look at my last message. I think my last message I told you.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I thought you were coming back.
Last message I told you, Mato, funga tu, nataka kwenda mahali, can't make it. Nimeamshwa na mambo ya Roda, kumbe yeye ndio alitoa. I just came back when Roda was saying she is the one who removed that guy from Qatar, the Qatar man. Me, I thought the Qatar man just dropped after those arguments, but I came to realize it's Roda who removed him. But that was not good. We don't remove people. However much somebody irritates, we just allow them to be there, but we tell them the truth.
Yeah, I didn't go to the I didn't go to the private chat. I stayed on the, because every time I try, I think nimevamiwa, I need to reboot or change my IP address or VPN, because every time I try to go to move from the comment section to the private, it kicks me out. It's kicked me out a lot. I mean, there's been these guys have been very good to me. I mean, they've held the show. They've wamekuwa moderators at a while now. I was leaving to them nikianza, because the XXN porn thing had come and I was trying to kick them out and block, and then when I block I get kicked out. So it's been a rough road. So Mr. Chair, can I just give my last contribution and then
Let's give the closing remarks, then we will close the show. I think we've gone for 11 hours. And there are also complaints, when we go for long, those people want to follow it from the start, so they find it hard to follow. Like right now, we are live. There are those ones who woken up, they want to follow. So it's hard for them to follow when we are still live. So maybe we can just wrap it up, and if need be, we can start another one. There's no harm in starting another one, another feed.
Okay, for me, let me just wrap this one, Mr. Chair. If anybody respects, kama kuna mtu atakubali tu. I want to say that at the end of the day, Kenya ni yetu. Regardless where you live, hata wenye wananiita hizo vitu zote. This is what it is. Kenya ni yetu. The politics of Kenya, politics are everywhere. Regardless where you go. Even in your family. Even in my own family. If my daughter knows daddy will not accept that, guess what she will do? She will go to her mom. That's called politics. Because she's going to where she knows she can get something out of that. She's not going to the mom. She's going there to get daddy to do what she knows daddy would have never done. So politics is everywhere. And politics is part of life, even in your job setting. However you do it. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that good politics makes a good country. And the things that we suffer, the thing that we've suffered with, in Africa, is bad politics. Africa should be the country I'm talking country. When I say country, I'm talking all of Africa, the whole of continent. Just like the US became one country. But then you have Texas and you have Minnesota and you have Kansas and you have all that. We as Africans, we will forever be called third worlds, even though we have someone that already is the Minister of Infrastructure of Africa. Now, ask me how he got to Infrastructure of Africa and why he is, and why we have even the East African Court of Parliament, YALA. Is because Africa is bound to be one. Just like Texas, Minnesota, New York, and all that. There will be Nigeria, Lagos, Nairobi, and all that. It might not be in our generation. But let me tell you, we are the Wahengas of the day. Whatever we are doing today is what is going to make our Africa be. And it's already here. Gaddafi had it. I always say this, Mr. Chair, I always say it. We need to stop thinking of Muislamu, Mkamba, Machakos, Kisumu, Central. We need to start thinking big and understanding that it's happening while we're seeing it happen. And you need to board the aircraft while it's on the runway. When that aircraft takes off and does a rotate na ingie kwa hewa, you will not catch it. That's why we are fighting so much that Kenya becomes the Washington of the United States, that people say United States. That it becomes the hub. That's why today we are fighting. Uhuru was fighting to have 2 ports. We have Uganda, which is landlocked. We have Tanzania has 1 port. Kenya has 2, Lamu. If you guys remember when that lady and the kid walianguka kwa nini kutoka kwa ferry, those guys had to go in there na walikuwa kusema trenches zinafanywa. They were trenching to make it even lower so that we can have the bigger ships. When you have cartels coming in to call themselves presidents, it's not the Central who's going to suffer. Neither is it going to be Luo who's going to suffer. It's an hidden opportunity that Kenya is going to suffer of being the Central of Africa where people come in. That's why we have the East African community and everything. Leo, I want you to keep on as a moderator hapa hivi na mtu unakuaga hata kasiko. I want you to keep on crying out for Africa uniting, because we are uniting. We've already united. We even have a passport. The military works together. So when we have this guy that is coming to anakuja kutu divide, now we look at places watu wanaanza kuitana majina zingine makumbafu na nini. Man, we are past that. What do you think you're gonna do when you tell me kumbafu? I'm a military person. What are you gonna do? You see? So hizo si vitu tunafaa kuitana hapa. We're supposed to educate ourselves, educate each other, and what is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. At the end of it, sisi tumezeeka bwana. Hii si time ya kuitana majina. Hii ni time ya kuchunga watoto wetu na kujua watoto wetu watakuwa pamoja na wataishi dunia mzuri. So that's my closing remarks, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. It's just that it was very offensive for that guy to call me that. Iliniuma kidogo. But also I wanted us to start understanding that hizi matusi mingi hata za kuita baba mganga, kuita nini, sometimes it's not worth it, because at the end of it, if that country is successful of what I say, it will be successful for you, Geoffrey Ruto, the person that is called me Kumbaf. It will be the same Kenya that will help your own, hata nikakuwa president, your kids will be in the same country. So let's grow up. That's all I'm asking. I'm sorry. Wacha nimalizie hapo, Mr. Chair.
Oh no, you're talking of Geoffrey Ruto. I didn't know. Geoffrey Ruto is Geoffrey Ruto is nobody here. Geoffrey Ruto, I think I do see that name and it sends abuses each and every time, but nobody even responds to him. Even in the chat box nowadays, people don't respond to him. People normally ignore him, so he will come expecting to be given some audience, but he keeps on living. We stopped responding to him a long time ago. So I thought maybe it was somebody else. It's Geoffrey Ruto. We are used to that. That is what he comes to do here. So let us get maybe a closing remarks from Kenyan Imani.
I think I had done my closing remarks. I was to read the national anthem, first stanza. Can I do it? Then I can leave, or
Okay, you can go ahead and do it.
Okay. E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. I think that is my prayer as well as you. And I wish you all good day, good night. In the comment section, we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Mami, thank you so much. Have a good night and we appreciate you. Pole sana. Leo nimeshikwa mtu akiniita kumbafu, hiyo imenishtua sana. You know, and we come here to have a good time and, you know, we disagree and agree, but it was just, for me,
I think,
I'm not
Mato, rub that completely from your brain. That guy, Ruto, I have seen him. He has been challenging so many people here. He is so much infected and invested with a lot of feuds. I don't know whether he got half of what Ruto has, his brother. So they are sharing the same boat. So that should not put you into that situation. It is time for you to move on from insults. Those are there. Thank you.
All right, Mommy. Have a good night. Anyway, everybody else, pia nyinyi good night. Maybe hata mimi nimechoka. I still have to work tomorrow. So, Godfrey na nani Wakanda. Thank you guys. I mean, we'll find out tutapatana siku ingine. But have a good night.
Ni saa ngapi huko? Nyinyi ni saa ngapi huko?
Saizi ni 12:37 usiku, 12:37 na niko job 6 in the morning. Sasa lazima
Wednesday.
I'm
Sasa ni
10:37.
Wednesday.
Oh, you 10:37. Me it's 5:37 evening. Yeah.
Tuesday.
Yeah, Wednesday. Si tukubele.
Na sasa jitongea bwana, wacha si tulale alafu
Mlale. Yeah.
Wacha tujiekelee bwana.
Sawa.
I'm still Tuesday.
Let me just say
Guys,
goodbye.
we are closing the studio. We are closing the studio.
I'm just saying goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, goodbye, and guys, you can have a rest. Bye.
Thank you. Frederick Owino, tafadhali sema tu jina na usalimie watu na uambie closing. I can see mzee Kenyatta pia ako pale. Guys, we are leaving.
Wacha niende.
So, habari zenu?
Mzuri sana mzee, karibu bana na unene na sisi. Pengine you can pay tribute to the late Magoha as you give your closing remarks in the same.
Nilituma salamu za rambirambi asubuhi, na ile mambo Gaucho alisema ndio hiyo tunafanya. Tunaenda State House. We are going to State House. Tunaharibu kabisa. Wacha Ruto aue wale ataua, umbwa yeye. Ataona, lazima atoke hapo. Ataenda haraka haraka. Wacha Ruto aue wale ataua, umbwa yeye. Ataona, lazima atoke hapo. Ataenda haraka haraka. Hatubanduki kwa hiyo. Huko ndio tunaenda, huko State House. Hafai kuwa hapo. Unasikia? Hiyo ndio watu wakwamia hapo. Tung'oe huyo mtu kwanza ndio tuongee hiyo mambo ingine. Huyo mtu anakasirisha. Huyo mtu ananuka mavi, ile mavi mbaya. Kitu mbaya huyo. Aende kabisa.
Tunakusikia Mike.
Mimi najua mnanisikia. Na nyinyi mnafanya kazi mzuri sana, ninawasikiza. Mimi wanawasikiza kutoka asubuhi mpaka saa hizi. Kwa hivyo njia ndio hiyo ya kutoka huko mpaka wapi? Kutoka Jacaranda mpaka State House. Watu wamekasirika, hawataki story. Yote yanawezekana bila Ruto. Hiyo ndio inatakikana. Na ni kwa nguvu, si ati ni kwa nini kwa nguvu. Ulisikia Raila alisemaje? Atakufa. Kwa hivyo hiyo inaonekana umwagikaji wa damu iko karibu. Na lazima tupate hiyo katiba yetu. Hiyo iliwekwa huko chini ya carpet. Hiyo na Ruto ataona. Asijidai yeye ni mwanaume, hapana. Tuko wanaume wengi. Na tuko na makende kama yeye, umbwa yeye. Kasia takataka. Huyo anakasirisha.
Imekuwa extreme
kabisa.
Leo.
Asante bwana Kenyatta.
Leo.
Kwa maoni yako. Asante kwa maoni yako. Tunafunga kwa sasa.
Kama mbaya. Mimi naongea na Raila namwambia hakuna wewe hujui vile mimi nimekuwa nikiongea na Raila, nyinyi hamjui. Raila nimekuwa nikimtia masindano mingi sana. Paka pale alifikia kuja kusema
ni kama there is a problem with your mic. Let me check on it. Nancy Nyansweta, by the way, we will need to ensure that hii kitu naona mnataka sasa iende 24 hour. So what we'll be doing is this. Chairman wako wenye wanaweza endeleza show. So what we'll be doing, tutakuwa tunamaliza hii like say so almost 12 hours. Then we start another feed, alafu tunaendelea hivyo. So Godfrey Mzalendo.
Leo.
Leo.
Nimeshukuru. Ama Godfrey unataka kwa wacha ni huyu mzee.
Before that Lendo, just a minute. Wewe nimejua uko hapa, sitaki utoke.
Mimi naenda.
Okay. Yesterday we promised that
Usiende
we are
kwanza,
starting a new
usiende
show.
kwanza mzalendo.
Kufanya
Mzalendo
hivyo,
usiende kwanza.
tutafanya hivi Mzalendo. I want to end this one and start another one in the next 1 minute so that Brian Richard can get satisfied. Nancy Nyansweta and Awino Rapemo, I can see wewe unaweza kaa huko hata 24 hours. So within 2 minutes, I think you need to check on your feeds. We are going to have